A warning is given. The following episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. The city of spires and floating islands stretched towards the sky, airships drifting lazily among the clouds. Below, the architecture was a blend of the natural and the constructed, with buildings nestled amongst lush greenery and strange, floating rock formations. The city structures were tall and imposing, with strange, glowing orbs mounted atop them. A sign pointed the way towards the city, marked with a stylized emblem. Suddenly, the ground shook with a deafening boom. The sign was obliterated in a burst of energy, sending debris flying in all directions. A monstrous roar echoed through the air as a dragon-like creature appeared, its jaws wide open. A figure stood defiantly against the onslaught, raising a shield to defend against the attack. Another figure, clad in red, moved to flank the beast, preparing to strike. The dragon inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a torrent of fire. Another deafening roar ripped through the air as the dragon unleashed its attack. The figure with the shield braced for impact as the flames engulfed them. The figure in red dodged the blast, preparing to counterattack. The figure in the red tracksuit leaps forward, shield raised to deflect the incoming attack. With a swift motion, he redirects the energy. The redirected energy slashes through the air. The energy strikes the dragon-like creature. He maintains his stance, bracing for the impact. The creature recoils from the blow. It roars in pain and slams its massive body against the ground. The force of the impact sends a figure flying backwards. He skids across the ground, gritting his teeth. Another figure shouts at a young man named Orium, demanding to know what he is doing. The figure berates Orium, telling him to use the heal buff properly. Orium apologizes, looking distressed. Orium stands ready with a staff. He activates the grace of the Holy Mother to recover health. A figure stands tall, bathed in the ethereal glow of the game world. This was a hyper-realistic VR-based MMORPG. The world was called Ergosphere Online. Within this game, players could select any occupation they desired. Players grew through their experiences and explored this fantasy world. Those who wished could become a swordsman capable of slaying dragons with a single strike. Or they could become a wizard who could summon an ancient golem. And so, the game's motto was, "Awaken your new self." This motto resonated with the more than 20 million users living out their chosen occupations and experiencing new things. They were able to enjoy their fantasy lives, but all that he was doing in this game was being yelled at to use the heal buff. Someone screamed at Orium, calling him a piece of garbage. Orium stammered an apology, fumbling to cast the healing spell. He tripped. The misstep sent him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, a player reflected on their role, lamenting that they played the class no one else wanted, the most boring class. It was a common sentiment that when others played this game, they only needed someone who could heal them, the healer servant. Nearby, another player questioned what Orium was doing. The ground shook as a massive creature landed nearby. Someone shouted at them to get up. The enormous, fiery creature loomed over them. The player with the shield cursed, realizing they were facing the enemy's ultimate ability. The creature unleashed a torrent of fire. The player screamed. The attack caused the ground to rumble. The Meadow Tarragon roared. The game announced that Miho Yu, Sungwon Kim, and Orium Lee were killed by the Meadow Tarragon. Orium watched the battle unfold, thinking that his teammates might have been able to pull through. The system interface materialized before him. As he knelt, a voice from the system asked how it could assist him. Elsewhere, a command was issued through the system to tell them to give up. Orium was told that he could use some practice. A sharp smack echoed. Someone's hand reached out. The force of the blow sent Orium crashing to the ground. One of the men berated Orium for not using his healing buff, calling him a piece of trash. Orium apologized, expressing his regret. The teammate continued his assault, kicking Orium repeatedly. He demanded to know if "I'm sorry" was all Orium had to say for his failure. Another teammate declared that it was enough, stepping in to halt the beating. The teammate who stopped the beating stated that it was all a game anyway. He continued, saying that it wasn't like they were actually hurting him. Another teammate agreed, suggesting they should just beat him up at school the next day instead. Orium called out to one of his teammates, Yunhyang. Yunhyang apologized, saying that they lost the game because of him and that they were so close to winning. Yunhyang reiterated that he was really sorry. Yunhyang's expression remained downcast. The teammate who stopped the beating asked what the big deal was, stating that games were supposed to be fun and that it was okay to slip up and make mistakes. Yunhyang agreed, chuckling nervously. Yunhyang's eyes narrowed. He stated that Orium still had to take responsibility for the mistakes he made in the game. Orium asked what he meant, and Yunhyang demanded 600 units of high-grade healing potion for them to use during their next raid. Yunhyang ordered Orium to have them ready by the next night at 8. Orium's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer quantity demanded of him. The cost of the potions was exorbitant, and he wondered how he could possibly acquire such a sum on his own. Meanwhile, one of his teammates invited him to hang out with friends from Shindong High, hinting at the presence of girls. He confirmed that girls would be there and that they were going to Chiol's karaoke room, setting a meeting time for 10 p.m. As the teammate departed, he called out to Orium. The teammates stated that they were leaving and that the task was left to Orium. He was reminded of the daunting task to gather 600 units of high-grade healing potion, ensuring he missed not a single one. The threat hung heavy in the air. He knew what would happen if he failed. With a swoosh, the other players logged out, leaving Orium alone with his impossible task. The sheer volume of high-grade healing potion he needed weighed heavily on his mind. He lamented that, as a healer, he couldn't possibly collect that much in one night. Even playing all day and night, it would take him 2 days. He realized that if he couldn't manage to collect that much, the consequences would be dire. He remembered what happened earlier. He would get beaten up. Orium felt a deep-seated frustration with the task ahead. The system acknowledged his presence with a chime. It greeted him, offering assistance. He requested the system to log him out of his healer account and log him into his alternate character. The system confirmed that it understood and would log him out of his main character account and log him in as a sub-character. The system began logging him out of his main character account. Orium admitted that he got motion sickness when playing as his alternate character, but if he had to collect that much potion in one night, there was no other way. The main character logout was complete. The system indicated that his sub-character was ready. His sub-character was an Avenger class, and the system prompted him to log in. The login process completed. With a rush, Orium's avatar transformed into his Avenger class character. The system warned that motion sickness could be caused from differences in eye levels. The Avenger class character appeared in a new location, a mountainous region with airships in the sky. The sign declared this to be the highest difficulty dungeon. Beyond the sign lay the Red Abyss, where the group faced a formidable foe. The monster crackled with energy as it prepared to strike. The beast swung its massive arm, the force of the blow creating a powerful gust of wind. The attack slammed into a shield, the energy crackling around it. The group braced themselves, one of them shouting for the others to hold on until their next ultimate move. A blonde warrior grimaced, bracing for the impact. The monster's fist connected with its target, the force of the impact echoing through the cavern. The shield absorbed the brunt of the attack, but the force was immense. The party members cried out in pain and fear, realizing the monster's strength. The monster's foot slammed down, crushing everything beneath it. A system message appeared, announcing that 2 members of the party had been killed by the primal Valak. A man in a yellow jacket expressed his dismay at the loss of 2 party members, wondering how they could possibly defeat the Valak with so few remaining. The man's face was etched with worry and determination. One of the party members declared that he would go in front to distract the primal Valak, urging the others to stay back and use the summoning skill. Another party member called out to him, telling him to wait. Activating his skill, he prepared to use supersonic, raise speed. With a burst of speed, he dashed forward. He thought that he should be able to distract it. He told the others to buy them some time. The primal Valak swung its massive arm down towards him. The party member was struck by the Valak's attack. He realized that it knew way more attacks than he thought. The Valak continued its assault. He activated the skills Overcome Adversity, Absorb Damage, and Obsessive Vengeance, Defensive Barrier. The Valak's fist collided with the barrier. Despite his efforts, the Valak's attack broke through his defenses. Another party member looked on in shock. As the Valak continued its assault, one of the onlookers questioned who was fighting it. The warrior, surrounded by a vibrant aura, prepared to strike. The force of his attack ripped through the air. The warrior's blade slashed across the Valak's chest. The Valak's thick hide was pierced by the attack. The Valak roared in pain. The warrior lunged forward, pressing his advantage. Springing into the air, he prepared for another strike. He jumped, gaining momentum for a powerful blow. The Valak braced itself. The warrior sliced through the air, aiming for the Valak's head. Sarah watched in awe, declaring him incredible. Another observer remarked on his skill, realizing that defeating a Valak alone on such a difficult setting was no easy feat. It dawned on him that the warrior must be a named user. The warrior was confident in his assessment of the situation, believing himself to be facing a top-ranked player from the Asian servers. Meanwhile, the primal Valak crushed the ground with its fist, the sound echoing through the arena. The force of the blow created a shockwave. The Valak roared, channeling energy into its hand. Witnessing the display, Sarah realized that the Valak was preparing its ultimate move. The Valak prepared its primal inferno. The Valak's eyes glowed with intense power as it prepared to unleash the attack. The warrior stood firm, bracing himself against the impending onslaught. The Valak's attack smashed into the ground. The force of the impact shattered the surrounding area. The onlookers cried out as the attack landed. The force of the attack distorted the air. The Valak unleashed its power. The warrior stood amidst the devastation, seemingly unharmed. Invoking the Avenger class passive skill, Dusk Blossom, if physical strength falls below 80%, fighting ability will rise for 10 seconds, and one will be invincible. Now preparing for the finisher, Kale combines his ultimate move with a passive skill. The ground rumbled as Kale prepared his attack. The force of the attack caused the tombstones to rumble. Pavan of the Dead. The attack stabbed through the Valak. Kale continued his assault. He remained focused. The Valak faded. With the Valak defeated, Kale landed on the ground. Treasures and scrolls rained down. The treasures clinked as they landed. Kale thought that was pretty intense. Orium apologized, but Kale was confused. One of the women insisted it was all right, as they were about to die anyway. In response, Kale asked if he could take the Valag's horn from the pool of reward items. The woman agreed, telling him he could take all of it. Kale insisted he only needed one item. He realized that if he sold it, he could buy more than 600 units of high-grade healing potions. The woman with the bucket hat looked at Kale with a concerned expression. Kale, noticing their expressions, tilted his head in confusion. The man in the yellow jacket asked if Kale would want to form a party with them, offering great support. Kale thought that sounded great, but he was a high school student and had to go study. Kale told them they did great work and that he would be going now. The man in the yellow jacket asked him to at least add him as a friend. Orium apologized. The man in the yellow jacket sobbed, saying that Kale didn't accept them because they were lousy at the game. The woman agreed. Kale ran off. He thought that when he played with other people, it was hard for him to leave in the middle. Kale asked the system what time it was. The system informed him that it was 11:20 p.m. Kale realized it was already that late and that he was screwed. He had to get the laundry and do his homework. Kale demanded the system log him out and cease the game. The system acknowledged his request. He considered tackling the laundry before his homework, figuring he could complete the latter quickly. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, catching him off guard. The screen flashed, asking if he truly wished to log out with this character. Kale was taken aback, admitting he had never encountered anything like this while playing before. The prompt remained persistent. He wondered if it was a bug as he pressed yes. Another screen flashed, asking if he was certain about his choice to retry. He was confused by the repeated prompts. He wondered if the server was undergoing maintenance. The yes button continued to beep insistently. The city lay quiet at night. The room sat silent. The game informed him that it had ended and that it was now safe to remove the VVR4 device. He noticed how much he had sweat. He remarked that playing as an Avenger always took a lot out of him. He felt a little icky, but brushed it off. The VVR4 sat on the table. The device buzzed. A ping sounded. He wondered if he had played for too long, noting that his eyes felt strange. Suddenly, his hand emitted a buzzing sound. He exclaimed, questioning what was happening to his body as strange swirls appeared around him. He questioned what was happening. He wondered what the hell was going on. His body began to glitch. The VVR4 headset sat on the desk, inert. The QD data transfer system initiated, running a biological function check and AZ-24 material translation, all under the ominous banner of the ship of Theseus. With a sudden rush, the implementation completed. His body shimmered with an unnatural light. He stared at his hands, a growing horror washing over him. He wondered what was happening to his body. He caught a glimpse of his reflection, a distorted image that couldn't possibly be him. He refused to believe it. The transformation continued, leaving him to question if he was becoming an Avenger. He gagged, clutching at his throat. He retched violently. Gasping for air, he struggled to understand what was happening to him. The headset reported that substance adaptation was 78% complete, leaving him utterly bewildered. The system flagged an error within 0.23% range of QD capability. The AI determined that there were no issues with mission capability. The tutorial began. The system initiated its processes. He reached for the VVR4 headset. He questioned if it was a tutorial. He thought this was ridiculous. He reached for the VVR4 headset on the desk. Suddenly, he felt himself falling from a great height. He realized he was falling from a building. His expression shifted to one of shock. He wondered where he was, recalling that he had just been in his sister's room. He questioned why he was on Earth. He wondered if he was here as a loud thud echoed. He looked up to see a monstrous figure looming over him. His eyes widened in terror. He stared at the creature, unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, Kale found himself face to face with a monstrous creature. He questioned if it was a dark beast and dashed away from it. This episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. The story unfolds, titled The Dark Beast. Suddenly, Kale found himself face to face with the dark beast. Kale wondered how the dark beast from Ergosphere could have gotten there. The dark beast loomed, its grotesque features a horrifying sight. With a sudden burst of speed, the dark beast prepared to leap. The dark beast lunged, its bandaged hands reaching for Kale. The force of the impact caused a devastating crash. Thrown through the air, Kale cried out in pain. The impact of the blow sent him slamming into the ground. The sound of the impact echoed with a resounding thud. Gasping for air, Kale cried out in pain. Kale was shocked to realize he had fallen from a 5-story building, yet he was still alive. He wondered if he was dreaming as he heard the unsettling click-clack of something approaching. The crowd speculated about the source of the sudden explosion. Some wondered if it was a gas leak, while others remained unsure. Judging by their reactions, Kale realized this was no dream. This was definitely real life. He wondered how something like this could even be possible. Whoosh. Suddenly, the dark beast descended upon him. The sudden appearance of the dark beast shocked Kale. Wham! The dark beast slammed Kale into the ground. Kale groaned in pain from the impact. Even if he didn't know what was happening, Kale knew he had to run away from the monster. Nearby, the man in the red tracksuit questioned what was going on, noting the torn-up ground. Another man sarcastically asked if the cement got too hot and exploded. Kale's eyes widened in fear. The man in the red tracksuit yelled at the bystanders, demanding to know why they weren't running away from the monster. The crowd murmured, oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding they run. Meanwhile, someone felt a hand grip their shoulder. He turned, confused by the sensation. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The woman beside him questioned what was wrong. He stammered, trying to dismiss it as nothing, just the feeling of someone grabbing his shoulder. She questioned what he meant, pointing out that no one was there and asking if he was drunk. He insisted that someone had grabbed him, claiming he even had goosebumps. Elsewhere, Kale stared in disbelief. He wondered if it was possible that the monster and he were invisible to them. From the perspective of the oblivious crowd, Kale appeared as a distorted figure. Kale exclaimed in shock. Energy crackled around him. A monstrous maw crackles with energy, poised to unleash a devastating attack. The energy erupts, tearing through the air with incredible force. The blast catches several bystanders off guard. The resulting explosion sends debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a figure cries out in pain. Choking on the dust and smoke, Gene coughs, struggling to regain his composure. The intensity of the situation dawns on another. The force of the blast sends people flying through the air. Amidst the destruction, Gene sits, seemingly dazed by the attack. The force of the explosion sends a vehicle hurtling through the air. Sarah clenches her fist, her expression a mixture of anger and determination. Panic erupts as bystanders scream and call for help, realizing the severity of the situation. A voice echoes, declaring that someone has died and urging everyone to flee. With a resounding slam, Gene turns his attention towards a looming figure. He was determined to escape. Driven by the need to survive, he knew he had to run. He had to get away, no matter the cost. He dashed forward, desperate to escape whatever was pursuing him. The city blurred beneath his feet as he sprinted. He continued to run, his breath coming in ragged pants. He repeated to himself that he had to run, that he had to escape, no matter what it took. His only thought was that he had to stay alive. Suddenly, he was shocked by an unseen attack. The force of the blow echoed around him. The punch connected with brutal force. The force of the impact sent him flying. He crashed to the ground with a painful thud. The attacker moved with a terrifying whoosh. Even as Gene was struck, his attacker continued the relentless assault. The force of the blow landed squarely on Jin's face. The barrage continued, each strike carrying immense power. The relentless assault left Gene battered and bruised. Through the pain, Gene wondered if this was how his life would end. He realized that every time, he couldn't run away. Every time, he would just get beaten up. Every time, the same outcome. Every single time, the attacker's power was overwhelming. With grit and determination, Gene struggled to endure the beating. He questioned what he had done to deserve this fate. He wondered what he had done to deserve this. The attacker's fist moved with blinding speed. The final blow crackled with energy as it connected. The unseen attacker continued their assault, the force of their blows creating shockwaves. The monstrous entity roared, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Gene, battered and bruised, felt a strange sensation. He focused on the feeling emanating from his hands. What was that feeling? He realized it was the same feeling as using a skill in the game, specifically the Red Thorn defensive skill. Jin's mind raced. He thought, wait a minute. Tutorial, Dark Beast, skill. It can't be. The Dark Beast stood menacingly, its single red eye glowing. The creature prepared to unleash a devastating energy blast. The energy beam erupted from the Dark Beast's maw with incredible force. Reacting instinctively, Gene raised his hand, bracing for the impact. He was enveloped in a surge of golden energy. Jin's eye glowed with a similar red intensity as the Dark Beast. The words passive skill, Dusk Blossom appeared. Energy crackled around Gene as the new skill activated. As the passive skill activated, Gene felt a surge of power coursing through him. He realized it was just as he thought. Right now, he had to focus. He wasn't sure how, though. He realized this was all related to Ergosphere Online. If that was the case, then there was only one way. To survive, he had to act. With a surge of energy, Gene prepared to strike. He slashed at the approaching beast. The Dark Beast twitched, momentarily stunned. The attack connected. He knew he had to destroy it. Completely. His eyes glowed with determination. The Dark Beast lunged forward, attempting to crush its prey. Gene met the creature's advance, his blade crackling with energy. The blade, imbued with the Phantom Vengeance skill, glowed intensely. The Phantom Vengeance blade, a critical skill, was poised to lower the Dark Beast's defense to 0 while maximizing the probability of a critical hit. The blade slashed through the air. The Dark Beast was struck, the force of the blow sending it reeling backwards. The Dark Beast roared in pain. Jin's expression was grim as he watched the creature. With a final thud, the Dark Beast collapsed. Catching his breath, Gene wondered if it was truly dead. He realized that the Dark Beast was, at most, a middle-level monster. A system notification appeared before Jean. The system congratulated Orium Lee on completing the tutorial quest. He remarked that this must be the cutie system, realizing it was all just a game. A screen prompted him to select his quest reward. He wondered what a reward meant. A close-up showed his eye, reflecting his confusion. He questioned what the reward selection screen was, which offered options for cash, status points, or random box. A warning appeared, cautioning that the episode contained strong language that might not be suitable for some. He stood before a holographic display, contemplating his options. He considered the choices before him, understanding the cash reward, but wondering about the status points and the random box. 30 seconds remained to make a choice. The system warned that if no selection was made before time ran out, a reward would be chosen at random, and he would be returned. He paused, startled by the urgency. He hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He knew that he could use the cash. Startled, he shouted for the system to wait. He pondered his decision. Growing impatient, he decided to just pick whatever. The system confirmed that a reward had been selected. The system announced that he would return. And with a rush of energy, he was gone. He found himself once again surrounded by a familiar, yet unsettling, green glow. The light intensified, obscuring his vision. With a rush of displaced air, the light dissipated. The building outside read, "Nice to cue you." The room was exactly as he had left it. Suddenly, Kale was thrown forward, propelled by an unseen force. He landed hard, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Dazed, he tried to collect his thoughts. Pushing himself up, he announced, "I'm back." He added, with a hint of relief, "I'm home." A small, wheeled device whirred to life. The next day dawned. The city awoke to clear skies. Meanwhile, the morning news reported on the previous night's events, stating that the police and fire department were investigating the cause. The news anchor continued, mentioning that authorities were carefully considering the possibility of a terrorist attack and were searching for witnesses. Kale watched the broadcast on his phone as he cooked. He thought to himself that what happened the previous night wasn't a dream or hallucination. It had happened in real life. Kale announced that he was home as he slammed the door shut. As he carried a plate of food, Sarah entered, sighing that she had had a long day. Sarah asked if he was fine the previous night. She tilted her head, awaiting his response. Kale told her to come in. He remarked that she must be tired from working the night shift. Kale placed the plate on the counter. Sarah excused herself. Sarah regarded the man in front of her with suspicion, questioning who he was. The man, who claimed to be Orium, thought to himself that, as expected, she did not recognize him. Orium insisted that he was her younger brother. Sarah simply stated that she understood. As she rustled through a bag, Sarah admitted that she guessed it was him, Orium, and that she recognized him. Sarah held a device in her hand, wondering if he thought she would accept his explanation. Orium cried out as Sarah lunged at him with the device. Orium pleaded with her to listen to him, swearing that he was Orium. Sarah demanded that he cut the crap. Sarah questioned how a brawny man like him could possibly claim to be Orium. She stated that Orium was a frail boy, like a kitten trembling under a car on a rainy day. Orium realized that was what she thought of him. Orium insisted that he could explain what happened, claiming he went to bed and woke up like this, swearing he was telling the truth. Sarah responded with disbelief. Sarah questioned if Orium's claims made any sense. Suddenly, a surge of energy lunged forward. Orium insisted that he could prove his identity. He continued, stating that she hated carrots and perilla leaves, and that she had a habit of grinding her teeth in her sleep. Sarah remarked that he seemed to have done some background research. She demanded that he keep talking and reveal what else he knew. Orium hesitated, then asked what about this. He stated that their parents' birthdays were June 23rd and July 14th, respectively. Orium added that both of their parents died in a car accident at 1 p.m. on the same day. He recalled that morning, when he had begged their parents to take him to the amusement park. Orium remembered saying something horrible to them when they refused. He realized that he still regretted it. That regret lingered to this day. Sarah's expression hardens as she stares intently. Orium insists that he has only ever told her those details. Sarah asks if he is really Orium. Orium admits he is unsure what happened to him, stating that his body suddenly changed. A drawer slams shut. Orium asks about the cut on her face and if she is okay. He dismisses it, saying it was like that when he woke up and that he is not hurt. Orium thinks to himself that he shouldn't tell her what happened last night, if he can avoid it. He realizes she will obviously worry. Sarah stares intently, arms crossed. Sarah insists that this isn't okay and that they need to go to the emergency room right now. Orium is surprised and asks her to wait a second. Sarah demands to know why he won't see a doctor and get checked. Orium stammers, trying to explain. Orium questioned if the doctor would even believe his story. Sarah countered that she, a nurse, hadn't believed him either. Even so, Sarah insisted that if something was wrong with his body, he needed to get it checked, suggesting it could be some kind of disease. He admitted he didn't know how he'd be able to explain it. He had been thinking he'd stay like this for now, but Sarah questioned what about school. Sarah wondered if the teachers or other students would believe that he was Orium. Orium declared that he would go and get tested, and if there was medicine, he'd take it. Sarah remarked that he was always so stubborn about the weirdest things. She sighed, exasperated by his attitude. Sarah stated that if that's what he decided, then he should pack his bag and get ready to go to school. She added that she was going with him and would explain what happened to his teachers. Orium was surprised that she was coming too. Sarah affirmed that she was a nurse and his guardian, and they were more likely to believe her than him. Orium insisted that she didn't have to come with him, stating that he had it. Sarah called out to Orium as she reached for something. Sarah told him to stop grumbling and just follow her. Sarah held a device, crackling with energy. She asked if he wanted to be shocked first. Elsewhere, a voice responded with a simple, "Yes, ma'am." The camera focused on a school building. Meanwhile, a streamer with an orange box over his head addressed his viewers. He asked if anyone watching his streams had died and if they were still alive. The streamer announced that he would introduce another one of Korea's mysterious spots on the Orange Box channel. That was why he was in Sindibangdong today. The streamer asked if his viewers could guess why he came there that morning. The streamer explained that there was a mysterious explosion in Sindibangdong the previous night, and he questioned if he had to explain everything to his viewers. The streamer wondered if this could be the start of the end of the world. Elsewhere, Sarah realized Sindibangdong wasn't too far from her. She wondered if she should check it out. Sarah held her phone. Sarah stood, ready to go. Sarah is greeted by a classmate. The classmate wonders if Sarah is watching anything interesting on NeoTube. Sarah explains that the video just popped up on her homepage, but she finds it childish. The classmate changes the subject, asking if Sarah wants to go on a blind date sometime. Sarah's classmate mentions that there's a boy at her private academy who wants to meet her. Sarah responds that she doesn't know and that she's not really interested in that kind of thing. Sarah looks off into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, down the school hallway, a new student walks with an adult. The new student is a young man with a bandage on his cheek. Another student notices the new arrival and is immediately impressed. Sarah's classmate wonders if they've always had a handsome guy like that at their school. The new student walks with a woman who appears to be his guardian or teacher. Sarah's classmate notes that he came with an adult, so maybe he's a transfer student. She hopes he's in their class. Sarah wonders who the new student is. For some reason, Sarah walked down the hallway, a nagging feeling tugging at her. She couldn't shake the sense that she had seen the new transfer student somewhere before. Nearby, a sign marked the entrance to the faculty office. The school hallway stretched onward, lined with lockers and emergency exit signs. Meanwhile, the teacher gestured, seemingly explaining something to the new transfer student. She emphasized that he didn't know the exact cause of the incident. The transfer student acknowledged her statement. He then asked if he could go to the bathroom first. The teacher relented, telling him to make it quick. He apologized and promised to be right back. A sign indicated the location of the men's restroom. Inside, the restroom was lined with stalls. A loud thump echoed from within the restroom as the transfer student entered. He thought to himself that even if she claimed to be a nurse, he didn't think his teacher was going to believe her. He considered that it was just going to be confusing and that he might wind up getting investigated by the police too. With a swish, the transfer student held a glowing, purple object in his hand. This meant he had no other options. He realized he had no choice but to use the random item. The screen displayed 3 boxes. He recalled choosing the item yesterday as a reward. The item allowed him to use another class's skill one time with a 60% efficiency rate. He decided to use the item. He wondered if the skill he would use was the caster class. The item activated Eye of Seduction. It was a mind control skill. The power of the skill began to manifest around him. A warning is displayed, cautioning that the episode contains strong language. The student, Orium, walks down a school hallway. Orium considers the Eye of Seduction skill, typically used on monsters, and wonders what effect it will have on ordinary people. If it works, he thinks he wants to try it out. He decides to test it on his homeroom teacher first, hoping he can convince him and be believed. Orium approaches his teacher. The teacher remains unconvinced. Orium's teacher expresses his disbelief. The teacher reflects on students who return from breaks looking unrecognizable. The teacher speaks with Orium's older sister. Orium's sister insists that despite his changed appearance, she knows it's really him. She explains that even though his face has changed, his voice and mannerisms are exactly the same. The teacher admits that Orium seems like a completely different person to him. Orium realizes that, as he expected, even with his guardian present, there's no way for him to prove his identity. Orium realized there was no other way. He had no choice but to use the skill to make the teacher believe him. The vice principal looked up, confused by the sudden shift in Orium's demeanor. The vice principal stood with a mug in hand. Orium considered that if he was going to use the skill, it might be better to use it on the vice principal instead. He reasoned that the vice principal was in a position of authority, so it was possible he might be able to persuade other teachers too. Orium decided to give it a shot, resolving to get at least one person on his side first. His eyes began to glow. He activated the Eye of Seduction skill. Orium activated the skill. Energy crackled around the vice principal. The vice principal groaned. The vice principal's eye now contained a heart. Another teacher, Mr. Jang, called out to the vice principal. Mr. Jang asked what he wanted. The vice principal interrupted the ongoing discussion, stating that he had been listening to their conversation. He suggested that they give Orium the benefit of the doubt. The The vice principal placed a hand on Orium's shoulder, suggesting they give him the benefit of the doubt this time. Meanwhile, another teacher observed Orium, noting that he looked completely different. The vice principal questioned whether a student's appearance should really be that important to an educator. He insisted that it doesn't matter how the children look. He continued, stating that the true purpose of teaching is to discover and educate who the student is on the inside. The student with the bandage on his cheek was shocked by the vice principal's reaction, thinking that he was taking it too far. The vice principal turned to the other teacher, demanding to know what she had said before and asking if she had said that Orium had some kind of rare disease. The teacher denied knowing what caused Orium's symptoms, stating that they would know once he gets tested at the hospital. The vice principal declared that if they don't know the cause, then it's a rare disease. He continued, stating that they live in an era where dogs are sent to space, so if they don't know the cause, then it has to be a rare disease. The teacher looked surprised. The vice principal asked Mr. Jang if he was going to continue to treat this sick student as an imposter and if he was going to continue to doubt him. Orium seemed to be internally conflicted, but he steeled himself. Meanwhile, the teachers discussed how they would explain Orium's situation to the other students, acknowledging the potential for confusion. The vice principal declared that there was no other way. He announced he would take responsibility for informing the students, prompting a surprised reaction. The vice principal declared that he would go to the classroom and instructed the other teacher to follow. The teachers hurried after him. The other teacher asked the vice principal to wait a moment. The vice principal responded with a simple affirmation. The other teacher thought that the vice principal's behavior was a little weird, but he guessed it worked out. The scene shifted to a hallway, with a sign indicating rooms 1 to 3. A voice called out to everyone. The vice principal urged everyone to take good care of Orium. The vice principal's words hung in the air, leaving the students to imagine the shock and confusion Orium must have experienced. Because of the rare illness, the vice principal explained, Orium had changed overnight. The vice principal's explanation continued, painting a picture of the confusing and heartbreaking situation. A student pondered if they could clearly picture the situation in their minds. The vice principal dabbed at his eyes, admitting that he started crying whenever he thought about it. Whispers rippled through the classroom as students observed the vice principal's emotional display. Another student whispered, wondering what was going on with him. Meanwhile, Orium, head bowed, realized he was in a difficult situation. He thought he would be able to persuade them rationally, but they were not buying his melodrama. He then addressed the class, asking if everyone understood. The vice principal continued, stating that Orium was a little sick, so they all had to take good care of him. Orium simply responded that he understood. Orium sighed, wondering if he should have used his skill to say that he was transferring instead. A classmate greeted Orium. The classmate questioned who he was and if he was the real Orium. Orium responded that he was. The girl questioned if it was all some strange fabrication, wondering how such a rapid transformation could occur. She considered the possibility that Orium's condition might be a rare disease. Orium recalled hearing about a similar condition from his sister, something she called acute development syndrome. She had said it was a disease caused by excessive stress. Another student scoffed, dismissing the idea of such a disease existing. He insisted that people don't just change because they're a little stressed. Another student agreed, stating that if stress could cause such a condition, he would have developed it long ago. Orium thought to himself that he knew it, finding the situation cartoonish. He realized that the vice principal's behavior hadn't convinced anyone. He wondered what he should do. He had heard of that kind of disease before. The girl seemed surprised. She asked where she had heard of it. She explained that her dad had mentioned it in passing. She recounted that her father had told her about someone in a village in Germany who woke up and had grown 12 centimeters overnight, their face changing a lot too. He'd said they had some endocrine disorder or something. She asked Orium if that wasn't right. The girl with auburn hair seemed lost in thought. Nearby, a classmate responded with a simple affirmation. Another classmate expressed disbelief at the story they had just heard, accusing the storyteller of fabrication. Another student defended Saiwal, pointing out that her father was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company, implying she would be privy to such information. Orium sighed in relief, realizing that things had worked out despite not going as planned. He knew that his classmates likely found the situation strange, but hoped they would get used to it if he kept his head down. Orium steeled himself, realizing he now had to deal with the aftermath. He considered how Yunhyang and the others would treat him. Orium wondered if Yunhyang even cared about what happened. As he walked, a classmate called out to Orium. The classmate asked if he had earphones, explaining she wanted to listen to music during study hall. Orium confirmed he did, and asked if it was all right that they had been used before. The classmate assured him that she didn't mind and told him not to worry about it. She handed Orium the earphones, and he thanked her, telling her to let him know if she needed them. Orium paused, lost in thought. Now that he considered it, he realized he wasn't the same person he was before. He remembered being short and scrawny, but now he was big and muscular. It was possible that Yunhyang and the others wouldn't pick on him anymore. It wasn't just possible, he realized. He was sure things would change. He would be like everyone else, able to make friends and go to school normally. In the body of his alternate character, he could definitely do it. A confident smile spread across his face. Things could definitely change. He watched as his classmates walked down the hall. Well, That's what he thought, at least. Why? He found himself unable to move. He couldn't move when he realized he was standing. Nearby, a figure stood with their hands clenched. He wondered why he was standing in front of these three guys. Fear began to creep into his eyes. He was so scared. The figure stood above him, radiating power. Someone laughed, remarking that Orium really did change. One of the men asked if he had taken the super soldier serum. Another man grinned, eager to see how the son of a bitch would hold up in his new body. Orium wondered why not, as he was actually really freaking curious. He grabbed something. He squeezed. The air crackled with anticipation as the unseen observers awaited Orium's response. Meanwhile, Jean continued to taunt Orium, demanding that he resist and show his true strength. From somewhere above, Kale's voice cut through the tension, calling out Orium's name. Elsewhere, a voice echoed with cruel mockery, labeling someone a fucking loser. A warning appeared, cautioning that the episode contained strong language that might not be suitable for all. The city skyline stood silhouetted against the fading light of day. Orium sighed, relieved that nothing strange had occurred that day. He hoped the following day would be just as uneventful. He thought he should text his sister to let her know that everything went okay. Orium figured his sister had been worried all day. He was then greeted by someone calling his name. Orium turned to face the voice. The girl asked what he was doing after school and if he had to go home early. Orium responded that he could take his time today. She exclaimed that they had some time to kill before their class at the academy and asked if he wanted to hang out. The girl waited for his response. Orium agreed, saying it sounded nice and that he had a lot of free time anyway. His phone buzzed. He told her to hold on. Orium looked at his phone with a surprised expression. He looked concerned as he read the message. Orium apologized, saying he didn't think he could go today after all. Orium had just sent a message, excusing himself from his plans. Something had come up. He continued walking, stating that he would be leaving. Meanwhile, a girl called out to him, asking him to wait. She and her friend watched him walk away. The girl seemed to be thinking about something. Elsewhere, a hand clenched tightly. Someone was being choked. The person being choked coughed, struggling for air. Two figures watched the scene unfold. One commented on how long the choking was taking and joked that they looked like they were hugging. The attacker told his victim to wait a little longer. He continued, saying that after he choked him out, he would get to watch him pee himself. The victim thought that he couldn't breathe and therefore couldn't fight back. His neck hurt terribly. He internally berated himself, realizing that changing bodies wouldn't magically fix his problems. He remained crouched, despair washing over him as he believed nothing would ever change. Still consumed by hopelessness, he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, one of the bullies asked if that was truly what he thought. The bully continued, questioning if he truly believed nothing had changed. He looked up, the bully's words echoing in his mind, that there was nothing he could do. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance igniting within. He steeled himself, remembering that he was no longer the weak Orium he once was. He was just scared as usual. He thought about the monster he had taken down the previous night. He could fight back if he just put his mind to it. He realized he shouldn't wait for things to get better. He struggled against his attacker's grip, determination etched on his face. He needed to change them himself. Orium awakened the skill vow of vengeance, counter skill. A surge of power erupted, accompanied by a command to activate. The force of the swing was immense. The attack connected, sending shockwaves through the area. The impact was felt deeply. His face contorted in pain as the blow landed. He cried out in agony. The scream echoed through the surroundings. The force slammed him down. He crashed to the ground, defeated. Meanwhile, two figures observed the scene. Panting, the attacker stood over his fallen opponent. He struggled to catch his breath. His hand trembled. He was visibly shaken by the encounter. The man standing over Orium cursed at his opponent, questioning if he thought he could be so easily defeated. Fueled by rage, he screamed that his opponent was dead meat. His face contorted in fury as he unleashed his wrath. The schoolboy, witnessing the brutal display, flinched in terror. Meanwhile, the enraged man ordered his companion to attack. The companion acknowledged the order, joining the assault. Elsewhere, the city stretched under a twilight sky. Two young women stood on a sidewalk, both occupied with their phones. One of the women glanced up, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She twirled a small, black object in her fingers. Suddenly, the schoolboy from the earlier conflict sprinted past her, fleeing in terror. The schoolboy continued to flee, his face etched with fear as he sprinted down the street. Meanwhile, the girl he had passed wondered if the fleeing boy was calling out for Orium. The city stretched out, unaware of the events unfolding within its borders. Again, the schoolboy dashed forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He refused to give in to the fear that threatened to consume him. He couldn't do this, he thought, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Fighting against three people was too much, he realized. The situation was overwhelming. A strange, dark energy pulsed around him. He was surrounded by an ominous presence. His foot caught, and he began to trip. He cried out as he fell. He continued to stumble forward, desperate to escape. He called out for Orium in desperation. A heavy footfall echoed through the area. The source of the sound was a figure descending upon the schoolboy and his pursuers. One of the thugs expressed his annoyance. He believed the schoolboy was making them sweat for no reason and declared that the boy was going to die. The thug's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. Kale moved with blinding speed, his arm raised. The force of Kale's blow sent one of the thugs flying. Another thug, reeling from the attack, sneered that they were only going to rough him up a bit before letting him go. The schoolboy, lying on the ground, groaned in pain. One of the thugs told him not to be such a crybaby. The thug cracked his knuckles, promising to tear the schoolboy a new one. He called him a son of a bitch. The thug unleashed a flurry of blows upon the downed schoolboy. The schoolboy cried out in pain as the beating continued. The schoolboy's agony intensified with each strike. Unseen observers watched as the schoolboy was brutally assaulted. One of the observers remarked that the attacker thought he was a badass. The boy with the bandage on his cheek looked different, but not unrecognizable. The bully called him a loser as he continued his assault. Blow after blow rained down. He realized he couldn't do it. He had tried his best to be brave and use the skill. He had tried to run away, but despite everything, nothing changed. Someone reached for a bottle of beer. The bottle shattered. The bully's fist continued its descent. Kale stood over the injured boy. Sarah told him to rest, adding that he was being loud and someone would probably complain. Sarah also mentioned the boy lying over there. She had said he'd hang out with her today. Sarah demanded that they release the schoolboy, reminding them that they could not simply cut in line. The schoolboy looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, one of the thugs questioned who Sarah was, and the other responded that she was the daughter of the CEO of a pharmaceutical company and the richest kid at their school. The thug mused on this information, asking if that meant she was not afraid of anything. The thug confronted Sarah, questioning if she understood what was happening and if she thought she could just show up and make a scene. He asked if she wanted to get beat up, too. Sarah responded with a confused huh. Her expression hardened. Sarah apologized, but asked the thug to take 5 steps back. She told him that he smelled like trash and that she did not want her nose to rot. She addressed him directly. The thug, enraged, thought of her as an ugly piece of trash. He called her a fucking bitch. The thug lunged at Sarah. The thug raised his hand, ready to strike. The schoolboy's eyes widened in fear. A voice echoed, reminding him that he knew what he had to do. The schoolboy stood, his expression hardening. He steeled himself, deciding there was no need to be scared or run away. He would no longer be just the healer's servant. His fist clenched. Another thug shouted for him to stop. The schoolboy struck the first thug. The blow landed with a resounding impact. He continued his assault, striking the thug again. The schoolboy smashed the thug into the ground. The schoolboy lay on the ground, the world spinning around him. That was enough, he realized. His eyes widened, a surge of power coursing through him. He gripped his tie, rage burning within him. You fucking thugs. Orium found himself surrounded by a group of menacing figures. One of the figures believed Orium had lost his mind. Another taunted him, suggesting his weakness was due to his disease. The taunting figure spat on the ground, his expression filled with contempt. The aggressor called Orium a son of a bitch, questioning if he really wanted to try him. Orium's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. The aggressor stated he would give Orium a fight, pulling at his collar. He warned Orium to shut up and accept his fate if he didn't want to die that day. Orium began to speak. He cursed his opponent under his breath. The aggressor lunged forward, fist raised. The punch connected. The force of the blow was significant. Blow after blow rained down on Orium. The force of the blow landed squarely. His attacker gloated that Orium had been talking big. The aggressor sneered, noting that Orium couldn't even guard himself properly. The beating continued. Each strike landed with brutal force. Despite the pain, Orium reached out. A skill activated. Overcome adversity, absorb damage. A surge of energy emanated from him. The aggressor's foot slammed down. The attack connected. The attacker's face contorted in rage. Orium mumbled, absorb damage. He commanded the skill to activate. Another blow landed. Despite absorbing the damage, the onslaught continued, each blow amplified with a strange, crackling energy. The force of the blows sent blood spraying from his mouth. His face contorted in pain. The attacker's skill, flower of resentment, allowed him to expend stamina from multiple attacks. The air crackled with each strike. Each hit landed with brutal force. The attacker's face was a mask of fury as he continued his assault. His relentless attacks showed no sign of stopping. With a sudden burst of energy, the attacker leaped forward. The sound of his movement echoed through the air. He moved with blinding speed, his fist aimed directly at his opponent. The force of the blow was immense. The punch connected with a deafening impact. The recipient of the blows was left reeling, his eyes wide with pain and shock. Two figures observed the ongoing fight. The schoolboy slams Orium into the ground. The impact echoes through the alley. Orium's face is bruised and battered. The schoolboy's face is also bruised. He grabs Orium by the collar. Orium's face is covered in blood. The schoolboy's expression is filled with rage. His fist clenches tightly. A girl calls out to Orium. The schoolboy's face is partially obscured. The girl tells him that it is enough, and that his hand is bleeding. The schoolboy looks at his bloodied hand. The girl turns and walks away. The schoolboy tells the girl that they should leave, as there is nothing else for them to do there. She agrees. Suddenly, the schoolboy is confronted by someone demanding to know where he thinks he is going. With a burst of speed, the figure dashes toward the schoolboy. The attacker declares that the schoolboy is dead meat. The girl watches as the attacker moves in. The girl's eyes glow with an unnatural light. Meanwhile, Orium is struck by an unseen force. He cries out in pain as he is sent flying. The schoolboy looks on in shock. He tells the girl that they need to leave. The attacker, enraged, curses Orium's name. The city stood silent as night fell. Back at the school, the schoolboy pressed a bandage to his face. He was told that he should go to the hospital later, now that he had been patched up. The girl insisted that his face was a total masterpiece and told him to take a look. She took a photo, stating that it was pretty severe and that she would send it to him to commemorate the day. The schoolboy, Saiwal, thanked her for the day. She asked what he was thanking her for, stating that she didn't remember lending him money or anything. He clarified that he wasn't thanking her for that, but just for everything, including what happened back there. She mentioned the earphones. She clarified that she was just paying him back for the earphones he lent her. She asked if they were good. He agreed. She seemed surprised. Sarah checked her phone, realizing it was getting late. She told the schoolboy she had to leave. The schoolboy turned to face her as she spoke. She paused, and he asked what was on her mind. Sarah responded that it was a long story and she would tell him tomorrow. Sarah suggested they eat lunch together, just the two of them. She asked if that sounded good. The schoolboy seemed to agree. He said okay and told her he would see her tomorrow. They said their goodbyes. The schoolboy watched her leave. He wondered why she wanted to talk, just the two of them. He pondered what it could possibly be. He considered if she was curious about what happened to his body. He then thought that since she was the daughter of a pharma company CEO, maybe she was interested in developing a cure. The schoolboy's expression was thoughtful. Suddenly, the strange energy signatures appeared again. A holographic display appeared before him. A holographic display appeared before the schoolboy, presenting him with a choice: accept the raid quest or decline. He questioned what a raid quest even was. He decided there was no way he would accept. He wondered if he would have to fight a monster like the previous night. He resolved to decline the quest. He wondered who would want to do something like that again. He pressed the no button. An alert appeared, stating that users with penalty points could not reject raid quests. He questioned what penalty points were and what they were talking about, wondering what he had done wrong. The system informed him that he had received a total of 400 penalty points thus far, and the reasons would be explained. The system stated that using a skill against a civilian cost him minus 100 points. The system further explained that using a skill to attack a civilian cost him minus 100x 3 points. The system declared that he had accumulated penalty points on these grounds. The system warned that he would be forcibly transferred. The system directed the user to a high-level raid quest location due to his accumulated penalty points. The system warned him to prepare for battle. A beam of light shot down. The beam landed near a modern building. The light crashed into the water. He was submerged in the water. Dazed, the schoolboy wondered where he was. The location appeared to be near a bridge. He realized he was in a stream. If he was only transferred like this, he thought it should at least be somewhere nicer, especially since his phone was in his pocket. He sighed, reflecting on how he was given penalty points without any warning or explanation, concluding that this game made no sense. He adjusted his tie. He noticed something in the distance. He wondered what it was. He wondered about the strange door. Meanwhile, a warning flashed as the door began to open. The story was to be continued. A strange, glowing structure rose from the water, displaying a warning message. Nearby, the student noticed the anomaly and wondered what it was. He then realized that it might be the monster he was supposed to fight for the quest. Suddenly, the structure beeped, catching his attention. A message appeared on the structure, stating that the raid quest would begin in 10 seconds and instructing him to prepare for battle. He questioned the short time frame he was given. He complained that he was constantly being told to prepare, but without any instructions on how. A bright flash emanated from the structure. Cracking sounds echoed as energy surged around the structure. The student braced himself as the energy intensified. The structure began to crack open, revealing a monstrous figure. The monster fully emerged, towering over the student. The student was sent flying backwards from the force of the monster's appearance. The monster stomped forward, ready to engage. The title card displays the name of the monster: Abel, the Infected Crusader. The student stared in disbelief at the monster. He realized he had never seen it in the game before. The Infected Crusader swung its massive blade. The student barely managed to raise his hands in defense. He focused his energy, preparing to block the incoming attack. The monster's blade collided with the student's defense, creating a deafening clang. The force of the impact reverberated through the air. Even though he didn't know what kind of monster it was, the student steeled himself. He realized it was definitely a humanoid monster, and its main weapon was its sword. The student steeled his resolve. In that case, another clang echoed as the student continued to defend. The student prepared to counterattack, his eyes glowing with determination. Kale prepared to strike. The air crackled with energy as he moved. With a burst of speed, Kale slashed at the Infected Crusader. The force of the blow sent sparks flying. The blade sliced through the air. The attack landed squarely on the Crusader's helmet. Kale thought he had been lucky to land the blow. He realized that attacking the Crusader might not be as difficult as he initially thought. It was explained that while beast-type and animal-type monsters moved irregularly, humanoid monsters always moved in a straight line, making it easy to predict their movements. Kale considered that if he used a skill, he should be able to clear this quest with no problem. His expression hardened with determination. Orium, however, was confused by the turn of events. A strange tingling sensation ran through Kale's weapon. He suddenly felt numb. The infected Crusader swung its massive sword down towards Kale. The blow slammed into the ground. The force of the impact sent tremors through the immediate area. Kale parried the next strike with his weapon. He felt a strange sensation. Something felt off. His body's reaction time seemed to be slowing down. The infected Crusader continued its relentless assault. Kale realized something was wrong. Cursing, he tried to activate his skill, Obsessive Vengeance. His eyes widened in alarm. A warning message appeared before him. The message stated that he could not use skills. He realized he was unable to. He questioned why he couldn't use his skills. Kale was surrounded by a field that prevented the use of skills. The infected Crusader lunged forward, its massive form a blur of motion. The Crusader's attack crashed down with tremendous force. Barely dodging a blow, Kale grunted as he narrowly avoided being crushed. He realized his reflexes were slowing, and the inability to use his skills was becoming a critical issue. Examining his hands, Kale wondered if the field was the cause of his powerlessness. The infected Crusader stood tall, radiating an ominous presence. Kale noticed that the monster's attacks had a paralyzing effect. Damage was indicated by an icon, but Kale realized he had noticed it too late. He thought about how Avengers usually fought by combining skills, but he lacked an attack strategy without them. Swallowing hard, Kale knew he had to calm down. Even though he was paralyzed, Kale reasoned that the monster's attacks were slow, so he should still be able to dodge them. He resolved to attack like it was a standard action game. Kale planned to hit him once and then run away, acknowledging that this was the most effective strategy. He knew it would take a while, but at least it was safe. The infected Crusader's sword slammed into the ground, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. Because of the Crusader's attack, Kale was sent flying backwards. He cried out in pain. His eyes widened in alarm. He realized he couldn't see. He couldn't see anything. He wondered if it was some kind of vision-disrupting attack. He thought to himself that he needed to create some distance between himself and the Crusader so he could recover. The Crusader swung its sword at him. The sword connected with a resounding thwack. He was sent flying through the air. He cried out again as he crashed into the ground. He sat up dazed. He panicked, wondering what he should do. His vision slowly returning. Kale noted the infected Crusader's continued advance. However, he realized the Crusader's attack had only worsened his paralysis, leaving him unable to retaliate. He cursed his lack of healing abilities. His face contorted in frustration, the cuts on his face now visible. Suddenly, Kale shouted for the Crusader to wait. The infected Crusader continued its relentless advance. The Crusader's massive sword crashed down. Kale narrowly dodged the blow. Knowing he lacked healing magic, he resolved to try something else. He realized he could use an item to treat the paralysis. Calling out to the system, Kale requested assistance. He recalled a random box he had received as a tutorial reward. He commanded the system to open all the remaining boxes. The system acknowledged his command and began opening the random boxes. He thought it wouldn't matter if the items weren't great, as long as he could use them. The item box opened, and two dice-like objects clattered to the ground. With a burst of light, another item materialized in his hand. He stared at the item with a glimmer of hope. It was the golden branch, described as a beautiful branch and a crow's favorite. Another item appeared, the Demolun's Tears, described as an aromatic gem that may be useful in the bathroom. He realized these items were useless. Suddenly, the infected Crusader lunged forward, sword raised. Kale, desperate, threw the golden branch. His face contorted in a grimace as he braced for impact. The branch struck the ground, creating a massive explosion. The force of the blast sent both Kale and the infected Crusader flying. Debris rained down as the dust began to settle. He screamed in pain and frustration. The story is to be continued. A massive explosion ripped through the bridge, sending debris flying in all directions. The force of the blast sent Gene flying backwards. He tumbled through the air, losing his grip on his weapon. The impact of the explosion left Orium battered and bruised. The bridge continued to crumble, large chunks of concrete falling into the abyss below. The force of the explosion sent the armored figure crashing to the ground. Orium groaned, struggling to regain his composure. He realized that the items from the random boxes, the golden branch and the Demolun's Tears, were now crucial. With a flick of his wrist, Orium accessed his inventory. The armored figure wobbled, and the figure muttered that he knew they were supposed to be random, but he was getting impatient. The armored figure swung its massive sword. The sword connected with something, producing a resounding clang. The armored figure's attack shatters the ground around him. The student grunts as he blocks the blow, realizing the paralysis damage is accumulating. He knows he can only defend for so long. The armored figure continues his relentless assault, each strike echoing with a deafening clang. He thinks that if this continues, he will surely die. The student curses, desperately trying to withstand the onslaught. He laments the lack of a store within the game to aid him. The system announces that the quest will begin in 10 seconds, urging him to prepare for battle. He questions how he is supposed to prepare in such a short time. He wonders how he is supposed to prepare. The student's eyes widen with a mix of fear and determination. The system greets him, offering assistance. The system suggests using the golden branch to summon crows and also to open the page about preparing for battle. The system prompts him to open the page about preparing for battle. He acknowledges the system's instructions. The golden branch glows with power. The system interface flared to life, awaiting the command to activate. The air filled with the cawing of crows. Nearby, the infected crusader battled against a figure. The crows swirled around them. The infected crusader stood firm amidst the flock. The crows continued their raucous cries. The figure swung his weapon, scattering the crows. The infected crusader was struck. The blow landed with a resounding slash. As the battle raged, Kale watched from a distance. He realized he had used the battle preparation page. The system confirmed that he had used the battle preparation page. The system offered to exchange the Demaloon's tears for a paralysis remedy. He activated the exchange for the paralysis remedy. The infected crusader lunged forward, blade aimed to strike. Meanwhile, Orium watched the battle unfold. The crusader's attack connected with the ground, sending debris flying. The impact caused a tremor that shook the surrounding area. The infected crusader continued his relentless assault. Orium leaped back to avoid the fray. The crusader's blade swished through the air. From the sidelines, Kale's body crackled with energy as he prepared to act. Kale was confident that the crusader would not land a hit. He realized that he had sustained enough damage to unleash his ultimate move. Bolts of red energy crackled around Kale as he moved. The infected crusader swung his blade towards Kale. Kale announced that he was about to use his ultimate move. Kale declared his attack, Pavon of the Dead. The Pavon of the Dead began to manifest, its power visible in the air. The force of the technique shattered the ground around the infected crusader. The crusader's armor began to crack under the immense pressure. With the battle concluded, Kale lowered his hand, his expression grim. The infected crusader collapsed, defeated. The impact of the crusader's fall reverberated through the area. Nearby, Orium watched as Kale approached, the water splashing around his feet. Elsewhere, a student, bearing the marks of a recent fight, caught his breath. I cleared it, he muttered. Wading through the water, the student realized how dangerous it would have been if he hadn't noticed the battle preparation page. He called out to the system, requesting to see the rewards page. The system acknowledged his request. The system began to open the rewards page. The student sighed, contemplating his next choice. He resolved not to pick the random box this time. He seemed surprised by something. The student noticed a warning. The warning indicated that another user was approaching. He wondered if another user was nearby. The warning repeated that another person was on a quest. He questioned if this other person was besides him. Suddenly, a figure swung a staff with considerable force. The student looked up, seemingly aware of the incoming attack. The staff connected with a resounding clang. The attacker wore a mask. The masked figure continued their assault. The student managed to raise a defensive barrier. The student activated the skill Obsessive Vengeance, Defensive Barrier. The barrier crackled with energy. The masked figure slashed downwards with a dark blade. The attack aimed directly at the student. The masked figure slid across the water's surface, maintaining momentum. Meanwhile, the student rose from the water, staff in hand. Confused and injured, he wondered aloud why he was being attacked. He considered if the attacker could be another monster. The masked figure dismissed the idea of facing a monster, believing the student to be a person. The masked figure held their weapon at the ready. The figure's eyes narrowed behind a mask. The student wondered about the skill he had just used. He questioned if it was an Avenger-class skill. The masked figure scoffed. The masked figure declared the student's class to be trash. The masked figure lunged forward. The student appeared shocked and determined. The clash of metal echoed through the air as the masked figure continued their assault. The masked figure pressed their advantage, their weapon meeting Kale's in a shower of sparks. Again, the sound of steel on steel rang out as the fight intensified. Kale struggled to maintain his defense against the relentless attacks. Desperation rising, Kale demanded to know the identity of his attacker. The masked figure remained silent, their intentions hidden behind their mask. The figure mused that they never considered the reasons for their actions when hunting in the game. The figure continued, realizing they had never thought of a reason why they attacked first. A skill was activated, and a message appeared. The Black Reaper comes. A spectral figure began to materialize, its form shrouded in dark energy. The spectral figure swooshed into existence, a harbinger of death. The masked figure gripped their weapon, preparing to unleash the Black Reaper. The Black Reaper swung its scythe, ready to reap souls. The masked figure stood ready, the Black Reaper poised to strike. The masked figure slashed at Kale. The force of the blow sent blood spurting from Kale's face. Despite his injury, Kale leaped back to gain distance. Kale cursed, realizing his opponent was too fast. He was sent sliding back. Meanwhile, Sarah prepared a skill. She realized that she was trapped in a labyrinth without an exit. The skill crackled with energy as she unleashed it. Kale was surprised by Sarah's actions. The masked figure slid forward, preparing to use a skill. The masked figure prepared to use that skill. The masked figure's companion declared that the previous action was a zero-tier defense support skill. Elsewhere, the word class hung in the air. Meanwhile, Sarah was referred to as Labyrinth Master. The student with the bandage on his cheek looked on. He insisted that he hadn't helped her, except for lending her his earphones. The girl turned to him. She told him to pay her back tomorrow at lunch, with her absolute favorite. That favorite was strawberry milk. The girl held the staff. A resounding impact echoed as the figure collided with a barrier. The force originated from Jean, who stood within a complex, glowing structure. The momentum of the slide carried him further. The man in the tracksuit recognized the technique. It was an S-tier defense support skill. Elsewhere, Sarah realized the nature of her opponent. She was facing a labyrinth master. Saiwal watched the events unfold. Saiwal observed the man in the tracksuit as he fought. Jean stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Saiwal was surprised to see the woman. He wondered how she was there. The woman told him they would talk later. Jean gripped his weapon tightly, warning her not to talk while fighting. Sarah prepared to unleash her power. Jean watched as Sarah, staff in hand, told someone they could bite their tongue. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, staff raised. The figure swung the staff with considerable force. The staff clashed against Sarah's weapon. The figure continued the assault, striking with the staff. The sounds of metal against metal echoed as the figure and Sarah exchanged blows. The figure pointed the staff, continuing the relentless assault. Sarah prepared skill. The figure realized it was a trap. The trap activated, unleashing a surge of energy. The figure was caught in the blast. Sarah declared that the figure was ghost-walking. Chains materialized, forming a cage. The cage slammed shut. Orium watched in disbelief as the figure emerged from the water. The figure's face was marred by a fresh wound. Meanwhile, Sarah's expression hardened. Her eyes narrowed with determination. Sarah shouted a warning to Orium, urging him to look out. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, prompting a surprised exclamation. Orium's face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger. The figure in the red tracksuit launched an attack, descending rapidly. Orium braced himself for the incoming assault. The attacker muttered about a hit list, preparing to use a skill. Energy crackled around Orium as the attacker's hand reached out. Orium cried out in pain as the attack landed. The attacker continued their descent, the force of their attack creating a powerful gust of wind. The attack crashed into the water, sending splashes in all directions. Struck by the attacker, Orium seemed dazed, questioning what had just occurred. He noted that he didn't feel any different. Meanwhile, Sarah urged him to open the reward page and quickly choose something. She explained that when other users intruded, the time limit for picking a reward froze, which was necessary to finish the quest. The system prompted him to pick a reward. Elsewhere, the masked figure acknowledged the situation, observing Orium's seemingly stationary position. The masked figure noted that he was just standing there. Orium remained silent, processing the situation. The masked figure slashed at Orium with a glowing blade. The masked figure watched the attack. Orium seemed to be thinking. Orium realized he wasn't hurt, and the masked figure remarked that he hadn't done his research about skills. The masked figure prepared to attack again. Sarah prepared to defend Orium, recognizing the situation as a labyrinth without an exit. A figure stands amidst a swirling, purple energy field, seemingly unaffected by its power. Inside the labyrinth, barricades and hallucinations were commonplace, and the figure knew it was full of traps. Sarah knew the effect would only last 90 seconds, and she had to remember this. Meanwhile, a student warned that if she didn't complete the transfer, he would kill her himself next time, as the transfer began. The masked figure scoffed, realizing something. The student was told that he and another would die next, not the masked figure, as he was instructed to pull. The masked figure vowed to remember what the student looked like. The student warned someone to watch out. The masked figure referred to someone as the Labyrinth Master, and the student thought of someone as Trash Class. The transfer continued. The transfer continued. The city was quiet at night. The city was quiet at night. A figure emerges from a flash of light in the middle of the street, exclaiming in surprise. Moments later, the figure, revealed to be Orium, returns to what appears to be his apartment, breathing heavily. Catching his breath, Orium adjusts his school uniform. Suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID shows Saiwal Kim. Orium answers the call. Saiwal immediately asks what happened to him, and if he also experienced something. He tells her that he wants to talk about a lot of things, but he needs to go home first. Meanwhile, Saiwal explains that the skill he was hit with back, there is a location tracking skill. Saiwal continues, stating that the skill lasts for 8 hours, and during that time, he needs to hide. Orium is informed that the location tracking is not as sophisticated as a GPS, so he can hide at home. Orium realizes what this means. Saiwal quickly tells him that the person back there was a PK user. Orium learns that instead of collecting rewards through quests, they kill other users to collect bonus points. Saiwal advised that it was best not to face them at all, if possible, especially if he didn't intend to kill anyone. Meanwhile, Orium listened intently. Saiwal suggested they talk more tomorrow, hinting that tonight could be dangerous for Orium. She then asked what about him. Orium pointed out that she had been hit trying to help him. Saiwal questioned if he thought she was in danger too, then dismissed his concern, saying he was being too nosy and that she could take care of herself. Orium acknowledged that he knew that. He admitted he was just worried that she was hurt. Saiwal listened to his concern. Orium asked what she wanted him to do. Saiwal asked if he wanted to stay up all night together. Orium stammered, clarifying that that's not what he was trying to say, and suggested it might be better for them to work together going forward. Saiwal then asked if he wanted to make a party with her. Orium, surprised, asked if that sort of thing existed in the world, and if so, he would love to. Saiwal spoke into the phone, stating that she could trust the person on the other end if it was them. She held the phone to her ear, listening intently. Orium, on the other end of the line, questioned how he could trust her so easily, given that they had only just met. He then realized that it was true. He quickly dismissed his concerns, telling her to forget it. Saiwal continued, saying that she wanted to talk to him about something similar the next day. She then stated that she was going to hang up and asked him to text her his home address. A chilling message echoed in Orium's mind. She was going to sleep at his place. The message would be delivered tonight. Orium, visibly disturbed, questioned what he had just heard. He exclaimed in disbelief. The city slept under a blanket of artificial light, its buildings standing as silent sentinels. Inside one of those buildings, the stairwell stood empty. Elsewhere in the building, Saiwal stood by a door, waiting. He seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. A woman approached him, her expression questioning. She greeted him with a simple hi. Saiwal's gaze intensified. She told him that she owed him one. Saiwal stammered, unsure of how to respond. She then asked if he was really going to stay at her place that night. He simply asked why. She removed her jacket with a flourish, questioning if he didn't want her to. Saiwal seemed flustered by her actions. She stated that it was fine then, and that they had a lot to talk about anyway. Sarah's invitation hung in the air as Saiwal responded with a hesitant agreement. Saiwal's expression shifted, a mix of contemplation and unease washing over him. He noticed a note left on the counter. The note explained that someone's schedule had changed, requiring them to take the night shift, but they would see the recipient tomorrow. Saiwal's face soured as he held the note. He wondered why this had to happen today, of all days. The bathroom door opened. Sarah emerged, drying her hair with a towel, and sighed. She placed the towel down. She asked if the clothes fit all right, adding that they were supposed to. She then inquired if he lived with his older sister. He confirmed that he used to live with relatives, but it had been just him and his sister since she started working. Sarah inquired about his parents. He responded that they had passed away. Realizing her mistake, she apologized for asking, but he insisted it was all right. He explained that it happened when he was young. He added that he was used to it now. He considered how hard it must have been for her and his sister. He then asked when she would be home. She told him that her schedule had changed, so it would be tomorrow morning. She stated that was perfect. She leaned in close, stating that they should see this through. He was taken aback. She exclaimed. Saiwal leaned in, his face flushed as Sarah slid her hand across his cheek. The moment became intense, the air thick with unspoken feelings. Suddenly, the system chimed, interrupting the intimate moment with a flash of light. Sarah, unfazed, instructed the system to send a party request to the closest user, receiving confirmation. Saiwal realized she had been talking about a party request and chided himself for getting nervous over nothing. He felt foolish for misinterpreting the situation. The system displayed a notification. Saiwal Kim had sent a party request to Orium Lee. It asked if Orium would accept. Sarah told him to let her tell him something before he decided. She promised that if they formed a party, she would tell him everything she knew. She added that she would do her best to support him. Sarah vowed to give him everything she could. Her expression hardened. She warned that if he ran away or betrayed her, she would shove him in her blender and make smoothies out of him. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light as she asked if he understood. Saiwal responded with a simple affirmation. Sarah told him to take his time to decide, reminding him that it was just the two of them that night. Saiwal seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sarah received confirmation that Saiwal had accepted the party request. She shouted at Saiwal to take his time, adding that he couldn't just accept it that quickly. Saiwal stammered, stating that he didn't really need to think it over. Sarah questioned if he needed to think it over. Saiwal admitted that he didn't really understand what was going on. He thought to himself that, on top of everything else, there was a PK user out to kill him, and that there was no way he could get through this alone. He realized it could be game over for him. Saiwal decided that he didn't have to think about it, as Sarah was his best and only bet. He reaffirmed that she was his only bet. Sarah sighed, finding it admirable that he thought like that. Suddenly, she grabbed him. He wondered what she was planning. Something about him was annoying to her. Sarah expressed that everything felt like a joke, and she felt like the only one taking things seriously, making her feel like an idiot. She asked if he understood what she meant. He was still confused. Sarah stated that it had worked out anyway, and they should cut the crap and start forming a plan. Saiwal questioned if the plan was for fighting the PK user. Sarah agreed that they needed to talk about that as well. She then stated that the most important thing was something else. Sarah tapped a holographic image. With a whoosh, she showed him the Horizon event. Saiwal stared at the screen. The screen displayed information about a big event, but the date was unknown. The screen read, Horizon, next event. Sarah declared that they were going to participate and needed a plan to get first place. A man looked up in disbelief, exclaiming that they were in first place. Elsewhere, a dark tower pierced the sky, surrounded by floating orbs. Below, the entrance to a place called QLCL loomed. Meanwhile, a spectral figure materialized, its form wreathed in eerie blue flames. The spectral figure joined a horde of undead, as two armored figures fought their way through the throng. Nearby, a spectral beast roared. The armored figures realized they were doomed, overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead and the sudden appearance of the Death King. One of the armored figures urged his companion to head upstairs, lest they be wiped out. He warned that they had to move before the undead got to them. Elsewhere, a hooded figure mumbled that someone was too sloppy. The armored figure looked back, fear etched on his face. The hooded figure raised a weapon, preparing to strike. The masked figure stood firm, surrounded by enemies. His eyes narrowed. He heard a voice in his mind, taunting him, calling him a loser. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure channeled energy into his fist. He recognized it as a skill. The skill was called Dragon Harpoon, the Dragon Killer. The masked figure began to move. He launched himself forward, the Dragon Harpoon skill activating. The harpoon shot through the air. With a whoosh, it hurtled towards its targets. The harpoon struck the group of enemies. The force of the impact was immense. A boom echoed as the enemies were obliterated. The remaining enemies were sent flying. Two armored figures stood their ground, fear etched on their faces. Amidst the echoing rumble, a figure emerged, standing over the fallen. He coldly told the remaining combatants that they needed to get lost and to crawl around on their own. Orium Lee's name was spoken. A notification appeared, declaring that Yunhyang Baek had switched from archer to executioner. The city stood silent, the neon glow of advertisements painting the empty streets. Inside, Kale and Sarah stood in the kitchen, a holographic display floating between them, advertising the Horizon event. Kale wondered what kind of event it could be. Sarah admitted she didn't know the exact details either, but she knew one thing. The grand prize for first place was 20 billion won, approximately 17 million US dollars, and one of their wishes granted. Kale visibly gulped at the sum. Sarah noticed his reaction, questioning if having one's wish granted sounded like a scam. She admitted that she initially thought it was ridiculous too, but knew that 200 billion won was an absurd amount of prize money. Sarah urged him to think about it for a second, to consider everything they'd been through. The nature of the game already defied logic. If that was the case, Sarah reasoned, it might be possible for wishes to be granted too. She suggested he could simply wish to quit the game if he wanted to. Kale asked where she had gotten this information from. Sarah explained that after clearing 10 quests, it was given freely like an invitation, and that he would probably get it if he cleared 10 quests as well. Kale seemed surprised by the revelation that clearing 10 quests could unlock information about the Horizon event. Since winter break during her third year of middle school, Sarah had completed 17 quests in total. She casually mentioned that she had almost died 5 times. Kale realized that it had only been about half a year since Sarah's third year of middle school. Sarah wondered why this was happening to her. She explained that she went to Inna Hall, who created VVR4 and Ergosphere Online. She felt she was treated like crap and wondered if her parents had said anything about her transformation. Sarah looked down, lost in thought. Kale thought that her parents wouldn't notice, even if she was cut into pieces and disappeared. Sarah retorted that she had always been pretty, so her transformation wasn't as extreme as Kale's. Kale explained that if anything changed, it was just the color of his hair. He had only changed his height in the Avengers class because being tall was advantageous, and he didn't know that appearance affected skill level. Kale insisted that his appearance didn't change that much. A sudden thunk echoed through the room. Both Kale and Sarah turned towards the source of the noise. The sudden noise had them on edge, and Sarah wondered if it was a player killer. Sarah thought it might have just been a random noise, but she decided to use a skill to check first. Sarah prepared to activate her skill. A flash of light emanated from Sarah's staff. The skill, the Labyrinth's watchtower, created an invisible surveillance tower. The tower rose into the sky. Sarah confirmed that the skill should work, allowing them to monitor player killers and detect any intrusions. Orium considered the implications of using skills. He worried that using skills would alert others to their presence in the building. Sarah explained that the skill was invisible to others, and the Reaper class lacked the ability to detect it. Orium rubbed the back of his head, still unsure. Sarah looked at Orium with a serious expression. Sarah called out to Orium. She told him to take off his shirt, leaving him confused. Sarah suggested it would be a good idea to treat the wound on Orium's shoulder. Orium questioned why he needed to remove his clothes to treat the wound, wondering if there was another reason. Sarah denied any ulterior motive, claiming she was just looking for some eye candy. She insisted he take off his shirt so she could treat his wound, but Orium said he would do it himself. Orium, shirtless, stood before Sarah, who held her staff. Sarah warned him not to move until she said it was over, or the skill would be interrupted. Orium agreed. Sarah prepared to use her skill, Oasis of the Desolate Labyrinth. With a surge of energy, Orium was enveloped in a turquoise glow. As the turquoise light enveloped him, Orium voiced his surprise. Sarah explained that the skill would take a little longer to heal his shoulder wound. She clarified that it was not a healing skill, but a buff that required stamina. Orium called out to Saiwal. Saiwal questioned why Orium wanted to form a party with her. Orium considered that she was already a high-ranking player. There was no real reason to play with him. Saiwal paused, then responded. She admitted that he seemed like a total dork, so she thought it would be easy to boss him around. Orium groaned in response. Saiwal clarified that she was joking and that she initially wanted to figure out what kind of user he was. But then, Orium remembered something. He asked if she remembered the event, the opening of Purgatory. Orium recalled that they were second years in middle school at the time, and that it was a difficult raid. Saiwal confirmed that less than 0.5% of the users managed to clear all the challenges. It was one of the most difficult events ever. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of light and shadow, as figures clashed amidst the ruins. Orium's memory drifted back to that time, when Sarah had been supporting her guild as a mercenary. And Sarah's eyes widened, a flicker of determination in her gaze. She suddenly remembered. Jin's expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. Remembered seeing him there. The event had been ridiculously difficult. While everyone else was down and helpless, she had been running around the battlefield alone. Her resolve hardened, her grip tightening on her weapon. She hadn't given up. Not until the very end. Orium's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Sarah simply hummed. Sarah thought to herself that she would do whatever it took to form a party with Orium. Orium seemed surprised by her enthusiasm. She had been desperate. She had wanted to be able to talk to someone and tell them about everything that had happened to her. She asked if he had been frustrated too, since no one knew about his alternate character. Orium agreed. He had been relieved, really relieved. Elsewhere, a figure dashed forward. The Ancestor's punch skill was activated, dealing a hit 3 times, as powerful through the power of the Ancestors. The punch connected. The force of the blow shattered the target. A monstrous creature coughs violently. Nearby, Ikju Gang prepares for action. Sunga-yu prepares to use a skill, noting that it reduces enemy defenses. She leaps into the fray. The monstrous creature continues to cough. Sunga slices through the air. Her attack lands with a thud. Sunga notes that they have defeated 20 enemies and cleared the quest. Ikju Gang remarks on how easy the fight was. Sunga suggests combining their reward with their status points, and Ikju Gang agrees. Sunga tells Ikju Gang to combine their reward with their status points. Sunga senses something strange, and Ikju Gang asks what is wrong. Sunga realizes someone nearby is using a skill. Ikju Gang notes that there is no quest, and asks if they should raid. The woman stated that it was fine, as they only had 50 seconds left anyway. She added that they didn't know what kind of user they were dealing with either. They didn't know whether they would help or hurt them. For now, she decided they should just keep an eye on it. She suggested that they come back to explore tomorrow. The man behind her hummed in response. The hallway stretched into the darkness. Footsteps echoed as a figure cautiously advanced. The student wondered aloud where he was. Suddenly, a grotesque creature appeared, splattering blood on the floor. The creature's tendrils drooped, dripping with an unknown substance. More of the creatures emerged, splattering the walls with gore. The blood continued to splatter as the creatures multiplied. He recoiled in horror, questioning what he was seeing. Elsewhere, a figure leaped into action, wielding a scythe. The student gasped, realizing the danger he was in. Another student screamed in terror, trying to escape. Dashing forward, the first student sprinted down the hallway, passing a sign that read lab. Meanwhile, the scythe-wielding figure continued their assault. The student continued to dash away from the creatures, fear etched on his face. He lunged towards an exit sign, desperate to escape the nightmare. Reaching the door, he saw the sign indicating it was the exit. But as he tried to open it, the door remained firmly shut. He realized with growing dread that it was locked. Meanwhile, from behind a locked door, a desperate plea echoed. The voice called out, asking if it was Yun Hyong. The person behind the door begged for help, explaining that they were locked in and unable to escape. The figure outside also pleaded, begging Yun Hyong for assistance. He continued to beg, reminding Yun Hyong of their lifelong friendship and pleading for help just this once. The person outside the door was kneeling on the ground. He remained in place, desperate. Elsewhere, someone wondered who he was calling. The speaker questioned if it was his friend. Yun Hyong, hearing the pleas, was shocked. Yun Hyong jolted awake, pulling the covers down. He sighed in relief, realizing it had all been a dream. Sweat beaded on his brow as he sat up. He heard a voice asking what was wrong and if he had a nightmare. He turned to see the speaker. She hummed in question. Yun Hyong admitted he hadn't expected to see her there. She questioned why he wasn't sleeping in her sister's room. He responded that he couldn't fall asleep in someone else's bed. She then asked what had happened in his dream. He paused, considering if it was scary or... She finished his thought, suggesting it was erotic, and snickered. He blushed, covering his mouth with his hand. He stammered that he hadn't dreamed about anything. The title card displays the words Ultra Alternate. The title card indicates the story and art are by Jixi, and the chapter is titled The Hunt. The school day continues as Sarah and Yunhyang walk together. Yunhyang recalls his earlier statement, resolving to choose the quest from now on. Sarah advises him to start studying skills they can use against PKs, just in case. Yunhyang munches on a snack as they walk. He is told to stop wasting his skills on useless things and to go forward. Sarah warns that if they rack up penalty points for no reason, they'll lose all the rewards, too. Yunhyang wonders if the penalty points are the reason for something. Sarah confirms that one penalty point is worth about 10,000 won, and that everything was confiscated. Sarah states that if Yunhyang is dragged into a penalty quest as his team member, she'll have to go too, which is even more. Yunhyang acknowledges that he understands. He resolves to be careful with how he uses his skills. Sarah is pleased that he knows what she wants to hear, calling him a troublemaker. Yunhyang announces that he's going home to change. He tells Sarah that he will see her at school, but she calls out to him, "Wait, Saiwal." The student, still carrying his delivery bag, tells Sarah that there is something he has wanted to ask her since yesterday. Sarah wonders aloud what he would wish for if he got first place in the event, suggesting a harem full of his favorite singers. Sarah's expression hardens as she considers the possibilities. Because of this, the student is taken aback by her intensity. Sarah then tells him that if he does well during their next quest, she bids him farewell, telling him that they will see each other later. He complains that she said she would tell him everything. A car speeds away. Inside the car, a woman with white hair declares that she has found them. She identifies them as the Avenger and the Labyrinth Master, noting that they appear to be students based on their uniforms. The woman's unique passive skill is Queen's Realm without sunset. This skill allows her to detect the skills and specs of both users and monsters from a close distance. She remarks that it was worth coming out during rush hour, as they would have spent the whole day wandering around otherwise. The man beside her asks if she will hunt them down now. The woman in the car decided that there were too many people around to hunt them down now, and that it wasn't worth accepting penalty points. She considered that they might be members of classes, not in their guild. As long as they didn't know what kind of event horizon it was, they should keep in mind the possibility of recruiting them. Meanwhile, the man in the passenger seat wondered if they weren't too young for that. He suggested that they should just pretend to hunt them, to scare them, and force them into retirement. The woman dismissed his concerns, stating that their age didn't matter. If they were skilled and good at following instructions, that was all that counted. She added that they looked innocent on the outside, but they might be beasts on the inside. The woman instructed one of their available guild members to watch them, wanting to see what kind of kids they really were. She decided that it wouldn't be too late to think of how to deal with them after that. Elsewhere, Yunhyang walked down the street. He thought to himself that if he had to study skills, then he should be able to use the skill system, as it was the same as Ergosphere Online, after all. On the phone, Saiwal's Labyrinth Master was identified as a dealer-type supporter. Yunhyang considered the woman's words, acknowledging that she possessed a range of useful skills. He realized that trap-type skills could be invaluable if an Avenger-class fighter lured a target in, and the buffs could be used with an Avenger's counterattack to deal rapid damage. He thought to himself that they were a great match and would be fine, even as a duo. Meanwhile, Orium was approached by a man who wanted to talk to him. The man confirmed that he was Orium Lee from Haejung. Orium asked why he was asking. The man replied that it was good and asked him to come with him for a little bit. The man reiterated that there was something he wanted to talk to Orium about. Orium was shocked. The man told Orium to get in there and pushed him. Orium looked up, fear etched on his face. Orium was pushed into a room with several men. One of the men who shoved Orium into the room stood guard, his eyes narrowed. Another man, recognizing Orium, called out to someone named Miho Yu. The man in the red tracksuit confirmed that Orium was indeed their target for the day. The man spat on the ground in Orium's direction. The man in the red tracksuit warned Orium not to even think about running away. He continued, stating that Orium would only make things worse for himself. The man in the red tracksuit instructed the others to land a few hard hits before calling it a day. Orium wondered what to do, realizing he couldn't use his skills and should try to escape. He knew that if he ran, the bullying would never end. Orium resolved to end things today. He decided he would not use his skills, but would fight them this time. A warning flashed, cautioning that the episode contained strong language. The hooded figure swung at an unseen opponent. Meanwhile, another figure in a school uniform delivered a swift punch. The punch landed with a resounding slam. The force of the blow sent the opponent flying. Another figure swung with brutal force. The attack connected. The figure leaped forward. The blow landed squarely on the opponent's face. The opponent crashed to the ground. He steeled himself, thinking that he could do this. He thought that no matter how many of them came at him, they were only human, especially compared to the monsters he had fought. He dismissed the current opponents as trash mobs. He realized he didn't have to use his skills like he did during the one-on-one fight last time. The student considered his options, realizing he could use the standard Avenger class specifications. He thought to himself that hunting down these trash mobs would be no problem, deciding it was time to take action. The intensity in his eyes grew. The sounds of impacts echoed as he struck his opponents. One of the onlookers questioned how he was fighting so well, wondering if this was truly the loser they knew. The student in the red tracksuit couldn't believe what was happening. His expression hardened as he watched the fight unfold. His eyes narrowed with disbelief and anger. The sound of impacts continued to fill the air. The force of his blows sent shockwaves through the area. His attacks were swift and precise, leaving his opponents reeling. One of the opponents yelled as he launched an attack. The student's expression hardened, a command to raise echoing in his mind. The student in the school uniform landed a solid blow. The force of the impact caused his opponent's face to contort in pain. The student stood over his fallen opponent, the fight clearly shifting in his favor. Meanwhile, the student in the red tracksuit shuffled his feet, preparing to strike. He lunged forward, swinging his weapon with considerable force. The weapon swung through the air, aimed directly at the student in the yellow jacket. The student in the red tracksuit trembled with effort as he swung. The student in the yellow jacket clenched his fist, questioning what was happening. The blow landed with a resounding impact. The student in the yellow jacket's hand moved to block the attack. The force of the impact caused a crunching sound. The student in the yellow jacket retaliated with a swift kick. The student in the red tracksuit, reeling from the blow, cursed under his breath. The kick connected, sending the student in the red tracksuit flying. The student in the red tracksuit, still on the ground, spat out a threat. He called Orium a piece of garbage, confident that the fight wasn't over. Enraged, he continued his tirade, promising to call all his friends to crush Orium. Orium, standing over his defeated opponent, responded with cold fury. He confirmed that the other student understood his place as a loser and vowed to kill him. The student in the school uniform, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, challenged the student in the red tracksuit to try and stop him, if he could. The student in the red tracksuit looked up, his face contorted in a mask of rage and frustration. Suddenly, Orium turned his head, sensing a new threat approaching. The student in the red tracksuit looked on in shock. A new figure lunged forward, a knife glinting in their hand as they targeted Orium. The attacker, clad in a green jacket and bandages, moved with surprising speed, the blade aimed directly at Orium. The knife slashed through the air. The city lay quiet at night. Elsewhere, a woman walked along the street, carrying bags. She checked her phone, noting that what she had bought would be enough for dinner. Sarah realized she had been so preoccupied that she hadn't cooked for Orium recently. She resolved to ensure he was getting proper nutrition and eating sufficiently. Meanwhile, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease about Orium, hoping he wasn't ill. Nearby, Orium called out to someone. Sarah recognized him and called out his name. Orium, heavily breathing, questioned her presence. He seemed unusually sweaty. His shirt was soaked with sweat. He brushed off her concern, telling her not to worry about it. Orium explained that he had been with some other guys. He gestured with his hand. He clarified that they wanted to play soccer, which explained his condition. Nearby, the man in the red tracksuit lay on the ground, defeated. Another man, injured and bleeding, groaned in pain. Sarah remarked that he must have been playing for a long time. Orium explained that he had been playing soccer, though he admitted to getting sweaty while running away so no one would see him. Meanwhile, Sarah changed the subject, asking what he had bought and if they were having it for dinner. Orium excitedly revealed that he had bought pork belly. Sarah wondered if they were cooking barbecue that night, judging by his behavior and the way he spoke. She realized that this was the same Orium from before. Orium asked if she still wasn't used to the way he looked. Sarah wondered if her expression gave her away. Orium dismissed her concern, saying he just thought she might feel that way. Orium then asked if she wished he could go back to the way he looked before. Sarah paused, considering his question. From a distance, a voice declared no. Sarah reassured Orium that she liked him no matter what he looked like, as long as he stayed healthy, and she reached out to grab his hand. The young man offered his thanks. Sarah grinned in response. She casually inquired if a friend of his had visited the previous day, catching him off guard. He denied it, questioning why she asked. Sarah explained that she had been vacuuming that morning and found long, brown hairs everywhere, causing Orium to jolt in surprise. Orium was shocked, realizing the hairs were too long and the color too unusual to be hers. He hesitantly suggested they might belong to Sarah's friend. Sarah hesitated, about to reveal the truth. She smiled knowingly. She demanded that Orium introduce her to this friend, making sure he understood her request. He nervously agreed. The city was quiet at night. Meanwhile, someone was in pain, cursing their situation. The person, wearing a red tracksuit, angrily threatened to beat Orium to a pulp. Elsewhere, a phone rang. The ringing continued. Inside a room, a group of people socialized as a phone rang nearby. A hand reached out to answer an incoming call. Elsewhere, Orium stood with two others, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding. Meanwhile, a man with a bandage on his cheek spoke urgently into his phone. He insisted that it was time for Yunhyang to step up, warning that if they didn't put Orium in his place, he would come crawling back. The man on the other end of the line was told that Orium needed to be taught a lesson. He was instructed to put Orium in his place so that he would never try to act up again. The man on the receiving end of the call simply replied that he understood. He vowed to show Orium the difference between their levels. The city glowed under the setting sun. Elsewhere, Saiwal called out to Orium, asking if they could walk home together. Orium seemed surprised by the sudden invitation. Another student overheard and asked if Saiwal and Orium were going to hang out, expressing a desire to join them. Saiwal clarified that they weren't just hanging out today. Saiwal told her friend that they had something serious to discuss, just the two of them. The friend seemed surprised by this. Orium told the other student that if it went well, he would tell her about it later. The other student watched them leave, a look of concern on her face. Another student wondered how long they had been flirting. Other students observed Saiwal and Orium, commenting that they were obviously going out. One of them couldn't believe that Saiwal and Orium were dating. Orium's expression was unreadable. The city skyline stretched out against the evening sky. The playground stood silent in the twilight. Saiwal and Orium walked together down the street. Saiwal casually suggests that they should just start dating, catching Orium completely off guard. Reeling, Orium wonders where that suggestion came from. Orium stammers, suggesting that pretending to date would prevent people at school from bothering them. He quickly backtracks, questioning if that kind of lie would go too far. Saiwal counters that if he doesn't want to lie, they could just date for real. She asks if he wants to go out with her, inquiring if that sounds good. Orium, flustered, acknowledges that her suggestion was unexpected and says he needs time to think about it. Saiwal suggests they talk about something else then. Saiwal mentions that another quest request came in, scheduled for 12:30 that day. A notification appears, asking if they wish to participate in the 2v2 raid quest competition, with 7 minutes and 18 seconds remaining to decide. Orium realizes that the quest is a team competition, meaning other users will participate as well. Saiwal explains that if they win, they'll get 20 million won in cash and 12 status points, plus a chance to upgrade significantly. Orium realizes that this also means the competition will be much harder. Saiwal agrees, stating that they'll probably be competing with other users, and possibly even against a PK user. In a world where battles are commonplace, some situations are unavoidable. Orium considered the implications. He voiced his concerns, admitting they had never worked as a duo before, and jumping into a competition could be dangerous. Sarah reassured him, suggesting they could wait for an easier quest if he thought it was too dangerous. Orium, emboldened, declared that they should go for it. He explained that he had studied their skills and believed that if they combined them, they could respond to any situation. Orium added that they didn't have to worry about PK users either, because if they happened to show up, he could defend them. Sarah teased him, asking what had happened to him, and remarking that Orium the loser was feeling pretty confident today. Sarah agreed, telling him she would see him at the quest location later that night. The city lay quiet under the night sky. Kale stood alone, overlooking the cityscape. A gust of wind rushed past. Orium's name was called out. Sarah believed that being in familiar terrain was an advantage. Orium admitted he had never been to this location before, explaining that he was taking a look around. Sarah stated that if they could find the black door, they could easily find a route through here. Sarah asked what Orium was talking about when he mentioned a black door. Orium clarified that he was referring to the door that spawned the monsters, describing it as rectangular. Sarah expressed surprise, stating she had never seen it before. Orium found it strange that she had never seen it, wondering if all the monsters didn't come through that door. A flash of light suddenly appeared. The system announced that the quest would begin in 1 minute and instructed them to prepare for battle. Orium suggested they talk about it later, emphasizing the need to focus on beating the quest for now. Sarah acknowledged his statement. Sarah commanded the system to open the battle preparation page. Sarah considered her options, deciding to prioritize a healing item first. She then wondered if she should also purchase some attack buff items. She explained to Kale that they could only buy items before the quest started, and she would get some for them. Kale asked if she could get a healing item and a speed buff item. Sarah confirmed that she would send the items over and told him to check if he received them. A ding-dong sound echoed as Kale received the items. The inventory screen displayed 2 healing items and a feather of the hunting falcon, which increased speed by 4x for 5 seconds. Kale remarked that the items were expensive and asked Sarah to buy him some strawberry milk and sausage bread the next day. He confirmed that he got the items and thanked her. A system notification then announced that 1 minute had elapsed. The system interface displayed the words "The quest has begun." A large beast lunged at Kale. Sarah reacted in shock. She exclaimed that it was there. Kale realized they were dealing with a monster. The creature was known as the Swift Wolf, famed for its incredible speed. The Swift Wolf moved with blinding speed. The Swift Wolf, or Wahum, was a gentle, god-type monster that would not attack unless provoked. Its primary attack was the Molar Storm, a charge designed to tear enemies apart. Sarah urged Kale to act quickly, believing they still had time to make the first move. Kale cautioned that if they weren't careful, the Swift Wolf's speed could overwhelm them. He insisted they needed a better strategy. His eyes narrowed as he considered their options. Therefore, Kale proposed a trap to Saiwal. Kale explained that they would set a trap by planting their skills at a dead end. Sarah questioned the plan, pointing out that it would require him to act as bait, which seemed too dangerous. He was confident he could take the hit, or two. He reasoned that, like the Avengers, he would only grow stronger by being attacked. Kale instructed Sarah to send him a message once the trap was set, promising to lure the swift wolf to her location. Before Sarah could respond, Kale leaped into action. Sarah cursed Orium for his recklessness, believing he had some nerve to act alone. Continuing her thoughts, she knew he was insisting on doing all the dangerous things alone. Below, Orium's feet moved with incredible speed. Leaping forward, he moved with blinding speed. He knew the swift wolf speed was tier 1 among all monsters, but overall, it wasn't that strong. Dashing forward, he thought they should be able to beat it without a problem. The wind whipped around him as he accelerated. Orium's eyes widened in surprise. That speed? It couldn't be, he realized. He wondered if the special speed class was a Wind Rider user. The figure was identified as Jiri Huang, class, Wind Rider. Jiri wondered who Orium was, speculating if he was a knight or perhaps a sword master. Not that she cared, of course. She thought that either way, he was slower than she was. Orium cursed under his breath, realizing the Wind Rider's superior speed. He wondered if she was exploiting their difference in speed to gain an advantage. He knew he couldn't stand idly by and allow that to happen. Driven by this thought, he channeled his energy, red lightning crackling around his hands as he prepared to strike. A warning is displayed, cautioning that the episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. The city skyline stretches out beneath the warning. With a burst of speed, Jiri Huang lunged forward, her movements swift and precise. The wolf-like creature, now within her sights, became her immediate target. She grinned, confident in her strategy. She thought that the creature was exactly where she wanted it to be. The skill, the Icy Wind Dagger, was about to be unleashed. The Icy Wind Dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at the wolf-like creature. The dagger slashed across the creature's face, drawing blood. Jiri Huang, undeterred, declared that she wasn't finished yet. Another burst of speed. The skill, the Stormy Wind Dagger, was activated. The Stormy Wind Dagger slashed across the creature's face once more, causing more blood to spurt. The creature was now crackling with energy, visibly stunned. Jiri Huang noted with satisfaction that it was stunned. She called out to Yunsong. With a gust of wind, Jiri Huang's dagger strikes the wolf-like creature. Yunsong, seeing the opportunity, affirms his readiness. Yunsong prepares to activate his skill, the Heavenly Wall. His expression hardens with determination. A voice commands the skill to descend. Yunsong slams his shield down. The shield slams into the wolf-like creature. Yunsong declares that he will use a combo skill, the Tactical Rampart. Yunsong's eyes widen. Meanwhile, Kale stands ready with his sword. Kale prepares to strike. Jiri Huang is shocked to see Kale. Kale recalls the skill. Revenge is best served when your enemy is alive. Kale notes that his agility has increased, but his defense capabilities are down to about 20. Kale knew that if he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to keep up. The skill Phantom Vengeance Blade lowered defense to 0 for 5 seconds while maximizing the probability of a critical hit. With a resounding crack, the skill activated. Meanwhile, Wah moved with incredible speed. The creature's hide was struck by a crimson blade. The force of the blow echoed. Wah's face contorted in pain. He landed a solid kick. He realized that despite landing a solid hit, it didn't deal any critical damage. He understood that the chance of landing a critical hit must have decreased because of Wah's agility. Someone called out to the sword-wielding man. Jiri Huang questioned what they thought they were doing, adding that they almost had him, but they had to steal him out from under them. Kale appeared to be in deep thought. The man with the white cap questioned why manners mattered in a competition. The man continued, asking how Kale would feel if someone snatched the monster he had stunned. Kale's expression remained unchanged. He considered that his actions might have been unkind, but that wasn't his intention. Kale's gaze intensified. The man with the white cap declared that he would be on his best behavior next time. The woman with blonde hair called Kale a rude person, insisting they weren't finished talking, but the man with the white cap told her to let it go. The man with the shield stated that getting in an opponent's way was part of the game. The man with the shield believed there was no need to respect something like manners. He prepared to take full advantage of all the elements in the game. The skill was identified as the royal family's sealed stone chamber. A powerful tremor shook the area as Kale activated the skill. The man with the shield realized Kale was using an emergency evacuation defensive skill to block his way. Damn it, Kale thought, as he unleashed a wave of red energy. He stared intently at the barrier before him. He considered that the skill didn't respond to internal attacks. He wondered if he should just wait for the skill to time out. However, he realized it would be too late then. He slid his hand across the barrier. He resolved to keep using the only piercing damage skill the Avengers had, Red Thorn, until the barrier broke. The Red Thorn could pierce the barrier and deal damage to its exterior. The skill began to take effect as red thorns pierced the barrier. It would take a while, He knew, because the red thorn wasn't a powerful offensive skill, but it was faster than waiting for the barrier to disappear. Kale declared he was going to break out of there and catch up. The barrier began to show signs of stress. The golden dome-shaped barrier shimmered. Cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. With a final surge of power, Kale shattered the barrier. Kale noted that it was much faster than he expected. He believed he could catch up to them quickly. A determined look crossed his face. With renewed vigor, he dashed forward, rejoining the others. He wondered why they were standing still, sensing something was amiss. The man with the shield stated the obvious. They looked like they were dead. The man with the shield demanded to know what happened and accused them of losing a monster. Kale recalled that they had been fighting a monster. The man with the shield explained that the monster had suddenly disappeared. The man with the shield looked at Kale, awaiting an explanation. Suddenly, a large creature teleported nearby. Kale's eyes widened in shock. The others turned to face the monster. Kale realized the monster was using a teleportation skill and couldn't believe it. The monster emerged from the game's Waham. The monster's sudden teleportation surprised everyone. It seemed to be growing stronger at an alarming rate, now exhibiting skills it previously lacked. The monstrous wolf lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to strike. A deafening boom echoed as the monster's attack connected. The shield bearer struggled to defend against the onslaught, while Kale prepared to strike. Yunsong moved with incredible speed. The shield bearer cried out as the monster's claws tore into his defenses. Kale watched the scene unfold with growing concern. Yunsong's name was called out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Yunsong activated a skill, the Great Typhoon's Rampage. The skill increased attack speed by 4 times for 18 seconds and induced paralysis for 5 seconds. Empowered by the skill, Yunsong moved with blinding speed, blades flashing. Yunsong's eyes burned with determination as he unleashed the skill. He swung his blades with incredible force and precision. Yunsong's expression was one of intense focus. Kale realized the monster had vanished. With the monster gone, Jiri Huang scanned her surroundings, demanding to know where it had disappeared to. Enraged, she yelled for the monster to come out and face her. Meanwhile, Saiwal was shocked by the turn of events. He realized that if the monster was using a teleportation skill, it would be able to escape their trap. The city lay spread out below. Elsewhere, Jiri Huang stood on a rooftop, staff in hand. Having finished setting the trap, she realized Saiwal was in danger. She knew she had to wait for Orium. The title card displays Ultra Alternate. The story and art are credited to Jixxi, with this installment titled The Deal. Kale realized that if he couldn't stop him from teleporting, there was no use in trying to trap him. He had to destroy Waham's ability to teleport before he lured him towards Saiwal. With a slam, Kale readied himself for the coming fight. A monstrous wolf creature stomped towards Kale and Jiri Huang. The wolf-like creature swiped at Kale. The force of the blow sent Kale crashing to the ground. Jiri Huang shouted Yunsong's name. Jiri Huang cursed, realizing she couldn't move because she had just used the Great Typhoon's Rampage. The wolf-like creature snarled, closing in on its prey. The creature roared. Kale and Jiri Huang stood ready to face the monstrous wolf. Jiri Huang grunted in pain. Jiri Huang cried out. A skill activates. Obsessive Vengeance, Defensive Barrier. The barrier clashes against the wolf creature. Jiri Huang exclaims in surprise. She demands to know why she's being helped. Kale remains silent. He states that he already told her. Kale leaps forward. He swings his weapon, slicing at the wolf creature. The wolf creature thinks to itself that it will be on its best behavior. The wolf creature is struck and sent sliding back. Orium observes that Kale is running away. Kale wonders why he is running away and why he doesn't just teleport instead. He also wonders if he managed to hurt the creature. Orium curses, realizing that his running wind skill is on cooldown, preventing him from catching up. It is explained that skills require a cooldown period before they can be used again. He realized that the teleportation ability had a cooldown. Meanwhile, Saiwal's trap was ready. He knew there was only one thing left to do. Elsewhere, Jiri Huang called out, proposing a deal. The man in the blue shirt questioned the deal, as she offered him a panacea if he helped her. Jiri scoffed, asking if a panacea was just some item one could buy with cash. She asked if he thought he could make a deal using that, before coughing violently. Jiri shouted Yunsong's name. She rushed to Yunsong's side, asking if he was alright and not dying. Jiri asked if he didn't have a healing item. She pointed out that if he had a panacea, he wouldn't have panicked and used the Great Typhoon's Rampage when Waham bit him. The man in the blue shirt stated that he didn't want to play around with other people's lives, but his own life was also on the line. He explained that he couldn't just give her the item, as he also had a party member he wanted to protect, just like her. He stated that he was proposing this deal. Jiri Huang offered an item in exchange for assistance with her plan, though she acknowledged that this was still a competition. Yunsong, still injured, urged Jiri to let them help. He emphasized that this was a game where they risked their lives, and the most important thing was to make it out alive. Therefore, Yunsong suggested that they try working together for once. Jiri considered that cooperation was another element of the game. She agreed to the proposition. Yunsong warned that if the plan involved them getting hurt in any way, they could forget about it. The man in the blue shirt smiled, telling him not to worry about that. The man in the blue shirt explained that this strategy was the most dangerous for him, and he was willing to raise the stakes. Jiri Huang realized she had managed to distract him, but knew if she attacked again, he might teleport to strike back. She knew she had to keep moving. Activating the skill Running Wind, she sprinted forward. Waham leaped after her. Jiri Huang noted that he was following her and not teleporting around. She prepared for the second step of the plan. She had him cornered. Waham stalked forward, his eyes fixed on his prey. The man activated his skill, the Wall of the 100-Year Kingdom. The barrier slammed into Waham with explosive force. The man thought to himself that he had blocked all other means of escape and created the perfect battlefield. He considered that it was time for the last step of the plan. Waham, however, was already moving, hunting for a weak point. Kale prepared his Flower of Resentment skill, a multiple attack technique. The air crackled as the skill took form. He dashed forward, ready to strike. Kale realized that the quest would not end here. He recalled that when he fought Waham in the game, Waham's agility made him hard to attack, so it took a long time to defeat him. Kale resolved to beat Waham efficiently. Kale knew he had to bring Waham down, but first, he had something else to take care of. He realized he needed to force Waham to use his teleportation skills and send them into cooldown. Judging from what had happened earlier, Waham could only teleport twice in a row. As long as they could survive 2 teleportation attacks, they could beat him. Waham roared, and Kale moved with incredible speed. The dragon-like creature roared again. Kale dodged the attack. He knew they could beat him. Kale wasn't scared of getting hurt. The more he was hurt, the stronger he became. He prepared to use his skill. Revenge is a raging fire. The skill activated. A massive explosion rocked the city. One of the onlookers wondered what he was doing, questioning if he was thinking of trapping Waham and fighting him alone. Another person watched the events unfold. Someone urged Kale to stop getting distracted and focus on observing him. As the guild leader had said, they needed to see if he was a user who could open a back door. The story was to be continued as an ultra-alternate character. Kale continued his assault, a purple aura surrounding him as he faced the monstrous creature. The skill Revenge is a raging fire, activated, reducing his health with each attack. The first attack landed. The creature staggered back from the blow, purple energy crackling around it. The beast retaliated, spitting a stream of red energy. A low growl rumbled from the creature's throat. The monster roared, lunging forward. The creature swung its massive head. The monster's jaws snapped shut, the red energy still crackling around its mouth. The red energy intensified, focused at the creature's maw. The world faded to black as Kale's vision blurred. He was sent flying backwards by the force of the attack. The monster had teleported away, leaving a lingering magical residue in its wake. With the monster gone for the moment, Kale realized that everything was proceeding according to plan. He only had 1 round left. He knew he would have to rely on luck a little bit. Kale steeled himself, declaring that he wouldn't take a single step from where he stood, and commanded the monster to bring it on. He demanded that the beast show him its fangs. The monster lunged forward, jaws open wide. Kale saw his chance. There he was, right in front of him. The passive skill, Dusk Blossom, activated. The monster bit him, and Kale thought to himself that he had been waiting for this. Now was the time for the ultimate move, Pavane of the Dead. The attack landed with a resounding impact. The sound of the blows echoed as they struck the monster. The flurry of attacks continued, each strike finding its mark. The force of the Pavane of the Dead detonated with a deafening roar. The resulting shockwave sent debris flying as the sound of impact echoed through the area. Kale's eyes widened, his expression a mix of anticipation and concern. A low rumble resonated from the surrounding buildings, suggesting the sheer power unleashed. The dust settled, revealing that the infected crusader had vanished. Jean realized that Abel had teleported twice. One of Jin's companions noted that all that was left was to pursue him, pointing in the direction of the fleeing enemy. With a burst of speed, the infected crusader escaped. The swords Kale had launched into the infected crusader spurted blood as the monster fled. The infected crusader dashed away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The monster's face was contorted in a furious snarl. Jean cursed, frustrated that Abel had escaped again, his companion lamenting how close they had been this time. Kale realized that Waham was running straight toward Saiwal's trap, confirming that their plan was working. Kale thought that if he managed to finish Waham off while he was caught in the trap, their party would win. Kale watched as his ally sped away. The ally moved with incredible speed. The skill Running Wind increased agility and speed fourfold. Jiri Huang declared that since she helped with the plan, she would be dealing the final blow, stating it was a competition after all. Kale paused, considering his next move. He admitted to himself that he wasn't really upset, and that either way, he had a plan. Activating both Panacea and the Feather of the Hunting Falcon, Kale prepared to enhance his abilities. He thought to himself that he would replenish his defenses using Panacea. He would also increase his speed with the Feather of the Hunting Falcon. Kale decided to use a skill that increased his speed at the expense of his defenses. He knew that revenge was best served when the enemy was alive. Kale moved with incredible speed. The city streets blurred as he accelerated. He continued to accelerate. The enhanced speed granted by the feather of the hunting falcon propelled him forward. Suddenly, an unseen force struck, causing someone to cry out in pain. The attack generated a powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, Sarah wondered what had just happened. Someone observed that Kale was incredibly fast. The wind continued to rush. Elsewhere, someone announced they had found their target. It was noted that Waham was trapped by Cywall. The trap was identified as the sticky labyrinth of obsession, a field trap skill that reduced the target's defenses and agility until they escaped. Someone mused that they didn't even need to use their skills, according to their calculations. It was also noted that Cywall should be casting an offensive buff. Cywall confirmed that everything was proceeding as planned. The dragon's power falls over the labyrinth was identified as a labyrinth master skill, an offensive buff. Waham struggled against the trap. The dragon's claw descended with terrifying speed, threatening to crush everything beneath it. The attack blurred into a crimson streak. The dragon's maw snapped shut, teeth gnashing. Kale's expression remained focused, despite the danger. The impact of the dragon's attack reverberated with a deafening thud. With a final, desperate strike, Kale managed to land a blow. He breathed a sigh of relief. That had been a close call. He realized he wouldn't have been able to deal the final hit without the speed buff item. Nearby, Sarah asked how he knew this quest would be a battle of speed. Sarah pressed him, asking if that was why he had requested a speed buff item. She gestured with her staff as she spoke. Kale admitted he hadn't known either, and that he couldn't have guessed they'd be up against a Wind Rider. He explained that he had simply thought that the only way he could support her when she was in danger was to run as fast as possible to her. Sarah realized that was why he had asked for the speed buff item. Sarah offered a smile. Orium told her that she didn't need to butt in. She responded that because she butted in, they cleared the quest, so she guessed she could give him credit for that. Orium sighed. Suddenly, a screen flashed in front of them. The screen congratulated Orium, Lee, and Cywall Kim, stating that they won first place in the competitive quest. The screen announced that, as a reward, they would be presented with 3 premium item boxes. Orium and Sarah looked at each other. The screen displayed the ranking, first out of 3. Orium wondered what was going on. He questioned how they came in first out of 3 teams. Sarah stated that she didn't see anyone besides the Wind Rider team. Orium wondered if the other team was hiding somewhere. Orium stood alongside another figure, the dim light casting long shadows. Meanwhile, the other figure mused that the performance was not too bad at all, noting the Avenger-class kid had good intuition and the Labyrinth Master had the basics down pat. Even so, he considered that all they did was take down one Wom. He continued, there was no way to know if they had what it takes to enter the guild, but that would be true if it was a normal Wom. The other figure pointed out that this one could teleport. He remarked that those 2 players did a fantastic job. The figure stated he would give the Labyrinth Master 92-29 points, and the Avenger 98-79 points. The other figure questioned what the hell those scores were, wondering what that was out of, and was told the perfect score was 10,000 points, and it was his turn to rate them. He responded, confused, that it was a weird system. He decided he was going to hold off on scoring them for now. He would decide after he saw the fight that was about to happen, but the other figure questioned what fight, as the quest already ended. He stated no, it was not over yet. It was announced that a PK user was coming. Before them, a screen displayed reward options. Cywall and Kale considered their choices. Kale inquired which reward Cywall would choose. Cywall explained that while she wanted an upgrade, she would take the money to buy a time warp generator. Kale questioned her choice, noting that a time warp generator was hard to find, even in the game. Cywall acknowledged that it was a Tier 1 item traded at ridiculously high prices. She explained that it could turn back time for one object, which could be helpful when fighting a difficult enemy or when seriously injured. In other words, Cywall clarified, it was like playing a game with 2 lives. Kale understood, since they were essentially playing on hardcore mode, having another life would come in handy. The pair were applauded. Their opponents admitted defeat, congratulating them on their victory. Cywall was the one to deliver the final blow and win. Cywall stood beside the man, who remarked that they had turned the tables on him. Elsewhere, someone wondered who they were. The woman with blonde hair recognized them as the team they had played against, noting they had worked together for a bit. The man wondered if that was her, the one they were talking about. The woman looked determined. The man with the ponytail asked what they should do, while the woman stated that they didn't seem like bad people to her. The woman declared that she would not get in their way. She told them not to add her to their friends list, stating that having a party member was enough for her. The man with the ponytail smirked. He noted that there wasn't much time left to pick the rewards, so he would send them a request. Orium looked up confused. Orium wondered what was happening as a red screen appeared, warning that another user was approaching. A figure landed with a loud thud. The man with the ponytail and Kale turned to see the approaching figure. The approaching figure chuckled menacingly. The woman, Kale, and the man with the ponytail looked on with concern. The approaching figure moved with great speed. The skill the Wall of the 1,000-Year Monarchy activates. The wall crashes down with a resounding thunk. One of the men urges the other to hurry and collect their rewards, promising to hold off their pursuer. He warns that if they don't, the Lancer will. The wall shatters as someone crashes through it. The figure lands, kicking up debris. The man who was speaking grits his teeth, preparing for a fight. Suddenly, Jiri Huang appears, blades drawn, moving with incredible speed. She screams at her target to go to hell as she lunges forward. Abel turns, preparing to use a skill. The skill Lancer Techniques, Chapter 5, activates, followed by the flood of daggers, an ocean of fighters. Jiri Huang is surrounded by spectral figures wielding spears. Jiri Huang's expression is one of intense fury. The clash of metal echoed as the two warriors collided, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The Lancer skill was evident in the speed and precision of his attacks. The force of the blow sent Jiri Huang staggering back, a grunt escaping her lips. Despite the initial impact, she recovered quickly, her eyes narrowed in determination as she parried another strike. She wondered how a Lancer could be so fast, managing to keep up with a Wind Rider. Abel, his face partially obscured by a mask, sneered at her. He questioned how long she had been playing this goddamn game. Chains of purple energy erupted from the ground, ensnaring Abel. Jiri Huang realized she had forgotten about the trap she had set. Abel warned her to watch her step while fighting. Or perhaps, she retorted that he should watch his head. A Labyrinth Master skill, a note left by those who died in the labyrinth, activated. An offensive buff of plus 120% and a speed buff of plus 20% were granted in the given field. The masked figure slashed at an unseen opponent. Elsewhere, Jean prepared to strike. The masked figure spurred forward. Spinning, he continued his assault. Leaping, the masked figure closed the distance. Meanwhile, Jean and Saiwal observed the scene. Jean glanced back at Saiwal, who was tending to an injured person. Jean urged Saiwal to use her skill to heal the others, but she seemed confused by the request. Saiwal protested, questioning if he was serious about chasing after the masked figure. Jean insisted that he would stay on the masked figure and stall him, so Saiwal could treat the others before they returned. Saiwal looked concerned. She continued to voice her concerns. Jean warned her that if she made a mistake, she could end up dead. Saiwal steeled herself, resolving to completely obliterate their opponent. Jean promised that if Saiwal made it back safely, he would tell her about the wish he had mentioned earlier. She responded, asking if that sounded good to him. Suddenly, something bumped into Jean. The masked figure dashed forward, staff in hand, towards Jean and Saiwal. The masked figure continued to dash forward. The masked figure dashed forward again. Jean looked back, his expression unreadable. The masked figure continued to pursue him. The masked figure turned to face Jean. The masked figure thought that Jean had followed him, calling him an avenger. Jean readied his sword. The masked figure slashed at Jean with their staff. The masked figure's attack connected, drawing a spray of blood. The impact point showed a burst of crimson. The masked figure grunted as he landed heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, Jean stated that he did not want to hurt his opponents, regardless of who they were. He continued, stating that he had no mercy for those who tormented others. Jin's eyes reflected a cold resolve, stating that such people were less than human in his eyes. He offered his opponent a choice, to run far away and live as a normal person, or to fight and be defeated as a monster. The masked figure chuckled. He admitted to feeling excited after Jean severed his arm without hesitation. But he now considered Jean to be a phony. The masked figure summoned a glowing orb of energy. The masked figure prepared to attack Jean with the orb. Jean braced himself for the incoming attack. He stared in disbelief, recognizing the item his opponent wielded. It couldn't be, he thought. The masked figure unleashed the energy orb. The orb's power was described as a time warp generator, capable of turning back time a little bit. The effect returned them to the moment when the Lancer activated a field skill in that spot. The activation of the field skill echoed around them. Jean realized it was a field skill designed for a one-on-one battle. He cursed his opponent. The masked figure's plan had been to pocket the whole time, and now he had his hand back, as a cracking sound echoed. The masked figure vowed to impale Jean for real this time. He prepared to strike. This episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. The masked man demanded his hand back. He prepared to attack this time. The masked man lunged forward. The masked man swung his weapon down at his opponent. The attack was blocked. The masked man continued his assault. The masked man taunted his opponent, saying he talked a big game but was too slow. The young man wondered if his opponent really thought he could get away with cutting off one of his arms. He realized his speed and offensive capabilities had decreased. He understood this was due to the effects of a one-on-one battle skill. The masked man thought his opponent was fast enough to take on a Wind Rider. Knowing he couldn't let his guard down for even a moment against such a foe, Kale parried the incoming strike. The masked man declared it was game over. The skill halberd was activated. The halberd swung down with immense force, the clang of metal echoing through the area. Kale blocked the attack with his sword. Despite blocking, Kale felt the impact. The force of the blow caused a cut to open on Kale's face. He wondered why he still took damage even though he had blocked the hit. He realized that halberd and one-on-one battle were skills that dealt fixed damage or ignored defensive abilities. Kale realized something. He wondered if it could be the special effect of a totem item as the masked man lunged forward. The halberd approached. Again, the clang of metal echoed as the halberd struck. The halberd's blade glowed with power. Kale coughed, blood trickling from his mouth as he realized it was the special effect of a totem item. Kale is met with a relentless assault from his opponent. The masked man's skill with items and abilities was evident, suggesting he had honed his skills over a long period. It was clear that he was a master of player versus player combat. In response, Kale prepared himself. He readied his weapon. The masked man mocked Kale, questioning his strategy and pointing out that he was trying to close the distance to fight. He continued to taunt Kale, calling him sloppy and questioning his ability to survive. The masked man prepared to use the Lancer Technique skill, Chapter 1. The Spear's Roar, Central Attack. The spear crackled with energy as it was swung. The masked man swung his spear. The impact of the blow reverberated. The spear struck with immense force. The masked man gloated over Kale's defeat, calling him a sloppy bastard. Kale dashed away. The masked man mocked Kale, questioning if he was running away because he realized he couldn't win. Enraged, the masked man exclaimed that Kale wouldn't escape. He added that running away was pathetic. The masked man prepared to use a skill. Lancer Techniques, Chapter 2, The Spear's Judgment, Javelin. The masked man launched the attack. Kale's face contorted in pain as he was struck. The masked man yelled for Kale to die. The attack exploded on impact. The masked man launched himself into the air. The masked man grinned sadistically. His eyes narrowed with malicious intent. Despite the onslaught, Kale began to crackle with energy. Energy surged around him. Kale coughed, activating his skill. Overcome adversity, absorb damage. Kale anticipated the masked man's attack. He had expected this. The sound of metal echoed as the spear struck. Kale knew his opponent would use the javelin skill if he tried to escape the one-on-one battle. He realized he was up against a PK master. Spitting, Kale thought that if he could predict his opponent's next moves and use overcome adversity to absorb the damage, he could make up for the offensive ability handicap caused by the one-on-one battle skill. He lifted his weapon. The masked man was shocked by Kale's stance, realizing what he was about to do. The skill, an eye for an eye, overcome adversity link skill was about to be used. The skill could be used once to imitate an attack he had received at 80% power. Kale knew he couldn't dodge something with a fixed damage effect. He would give his opponent a taste of his own medicine instead. The Lancer skill, the Spear's Judgment, was activated. The masked man watched as the attack came back at him. The attack struck the masked man. The masked man screamed in pain. The masked man, reeling from the reflected blow, spat out a curse, declaring it was his ultimate move. He then unleashed his world domination stampede. The attack had a piercing damage effect, increasing offensive abilities by 270% for 18 seconds. The masked man, confident in his enhanced power, declared that Kale was dead meat. He charged forward, the spectral horse and rider surging with power. The attack slashed through the air. Kale gripped his sword, preparing to meet the assault. The force of the blow struck Kale, drawing blood. The masked man laughed, asking if Kale liked that and if it hurt. He declared he would impale Kale for real this time. Kale was told to go ahead and try to run away. Kale realized he had only 1 second left. The masked man seemed confused. The clash of metal echoed as Kale met the masked man's attack. The masked man expressed his frustration as the effects of the one-on-one battle ended. He noted that the duration for the one-on-one battle was 200 seconds. Meanwhile, Kale considered the situation, believing that even with minor differences, he had more than enough time. Even if he had to fight while nerfed, Kale vowed not to lose. The masked man questioned what Kale was talking about, calling him a moron and declaring that he would die. Kale thought that the masked man was useless. Kale believed that as long as he wasn't handicapped or nerfed, the masked man was no match for him. The masked man slashed at Kale. Kale prepared to counter. The masked man screamed in pain. Kale struck the masked man, sending him flying. The masked man groaned in pain. The masked man called Kale a bitch and took a step forward. The masked man, now on the ground, is warned not to even think about using a healing item. If Kale had played this game before, he would know better. The difference between their skills was vast. Kale believed that the difference in their skills wasn't something that could be overcome with a few items. The masked man, teeth bared, clenched his bandaged fist. Kale wondered why the masked man did things like this, as the masked man questioned his motives. Kale declared it was murder. The masked man wondered what Kale hoped to gain from this, whether it was prize money from events or if he just liked tormenting other people. The masked man called Kale a pacifist. The masked man asked if Kale's family still recognized him. The masked man called Kale a naive fool. The masked man explained that after he turned into this game character, his friends and family no longer recognized him. The masked man revealed that he had already died, so he didn't care what he had to do to get by. The masked man stated that he didn't need quests, events, or any of that. He didn't know why this happened to him, but he was going to destroy it all. The masked man declared he was going to bring an end to this. A surge of energy erupted. The creature groaned in pain. Kale looked on in shock. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed through the area. Kale stared at the weapon in disbelief, questioning what it was. The masked man, standing in the distance, remarked on the situation. The masked man admitted he had expected Kale to be dead by now, but conceded that he had managed to survive. The masked man insulted Kale's class. Jiri Huang stood over a fallen body, her scythe dripping with blood. Kale's eyes widened as he looked up, while the masked man watched from below. A warning is displayed, advising that the episode contains strong language and depictions of violence that may not be suitable for some. The system notified the masked figure that they had absorbed the dead user's items and half of their status points. Having absorbed the fallen player's stats, the masked figure stood over the body. Kale's expression was one of shock and anger. The masked figure declared that Kale was next. Kale questioned if the masked figure was the same as someone else. Kale demanded to know if the masked figure was going around killing people out of spite. The masked figure questioned what Kale was talking about. The masked figure stated that they did not need a reason to hunt, and that they already... The masked figure continued, stating that whether in the game or in real life, they would do whatever it takes to win. The masked figure lunged towards Kale. The sound of metal echoed as the masked figure's weapon clashed against Kale's. The clash of weapons echoed loudly as the masked figure and Kale continued their intense battle. A swift slash cut through the air. The masked figure thought that this Reaper was faster than the last time they fought. The masked figure wondered if he had received some upgrades. Kale activated a skill called Red Thorn. The skill manifested with a burst of red energy. The energy slammed into the masked figure. The masked figure cursed. A massive skull-shaped energy blast erupted. Kale realized what was happening. The skull-shaped energy lunged forward. The attack slammed into Kale, causing him to cry out. Kale coughed, unable to believe what had just happened. He realized that the attack wasn't a Reaper-class skill. Despite the injury he just sustained, Kale watched as the woman with purple streaked hair raised her hand, a pink skull forming above it. The woman realized she had made a mistake. The man in the blue shirt exclaimed that she was a necromancer. He questioned what she meant by a mistake, reminding her that this wasn't the first time it had happened. Nearby, the masked man with the axe insulted someone's fighting ability. The masked man with the axe continued to berate someone, calling them sloppy. The woman with purple streaked hair, visibly angered, asked if someone had a death wish. The man in the blue shirt wondered if they were on the same side as the Reaper. The masked man with the axe prepared to attack. The masked man with the axe asked the woman in the tracksuit what she was doing. The woman in the tracksuit retorted that she should be asking him the same question. The woman in the tracksuit reminded him that she had warned him she would kill him if he got in her way, while the masked man with the axe told her not to jump to conclusions. The masked man with the axe explained that they were only there to capture the Lancer that escaped and that they had run into each other by chance. The woman in the tracksuit stated that their alliance had a condition. The masked figure gripped the skull-topped staff tightly. Nearby, the masked man with the axe offered his assistance, stating that they wanted to take down the Avenger who stole their job. The woman in the tracksuit responded indifferently, telling them to do whatever they wanted. After all, she thought to herself. She resolved that she would be the one to cut his head off. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward. The attacker slashed with a blade. With a whoosh, the necromancer unleashed her power. She activated the skill Bone Spurs. The Bone Spurs erupted with explosive force. The Bone Spurs continued to explode. Kale, face bloodied, gripped his weapon tightly. His expression was one of grim determination. The masked man with the axe activated the skill Massacre of the Sanctuary. Critical hit. The sound of something slicing through the air echoed. The masked man swung his axe down towards Kale. Elsewhere, the woman in the tracksuit unleashed a blast of energy. Nearby, the woman with purple streaks in her hair laughed, confident in their victory. The woman in the tracksuit remained focused. A rumble shook the ground as the masked man's axe collided with something. Orium sighed, reflecting on his current predicament. He never thought he would have to fight in his pajamas. But he steeled himself. Orium landed in a superhero pose, thinking it was pretty cool. The skill Dragon Sword neutralized all attacks within 5 meters for 9 seconds, rendering movement impossible during that time. The Avenger realized that Orium possessed both the skill and the weapon. He couldn't believe it. The Avenger wondered if Orium could be one of the 3 people in their country who had that rare class. Orium confirmed that he was. The Avenger complimented Orium's keen eye, acknowledging his class. In Ergosphere Online, a user's class is determined by the weapons or skills they commonly use, or by their story quests and status points. The available classes include Warrior, Defender, Spellcaster, Fighter, Archer, Healer, Rogue, Maker, Bard, Priest, and Merchant, not including the 11 basic classes available to users when they first create their character. For example, a user that chooses Warrior as their first class can later become either a Butcher or Swordmaster, depending on the skills and weapons they use. There are infinite possibilities, as a user's class is determined by their playstyle. Currently, there are 84 classes for which the specific progression is known. For some classes, including Dragon Slayer, the conditions that must be met to advance are not well understood. These classes are called rare classes, as they are comprised of very few users in the world. The man with the dragon sword knew he didn't see many people in his class, but wondered if the same wasn't true for the other man. The other man considered that few people chose a class as tricky as the Avenger class, and wondered if that was true. The man with the dragon sword decided to stop the chit-chat. He stated that he came to help and should probably get to it. He prepared to wipe out these bugs. The masked man watched. Someone shouted a warning to watch out for a long-range stun gun. The masked man's eyes narrowed. With a shout, the man with the dragon sword activated a skill, Dragon Silence. The activation caused a powerful rumble. Elsewhere, someone cried out in pain. The rumbles continued. The battle raged on. Orium turned to Kale, confused by the sudden turn of events. Kale urged him to choose his reward and end the quest, admitting that it would be difficult to face the chaos monsters with only the two of them. The other man insisted that his friend and the others were still. Kale told him not to worry about them. He explained that his monk friend was treating them with his blessing skill. Kale repeated that he shouldn't worry and should choose his reward. He stated that the quest would end as soon as he chose, as a dark slash cut through the air. Orium was shocked by the sudden attack. He realized that it was a Reaper skill and that they must have used it before they were stunned. The monstrous enemy realized they were in a dire situation. A powerful skill was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, the Demon Destroyer's fist skill struck the enemy. The force of the blow slammed into the monster. The impact caused the monster's body to crackle with energy. Nearby, one of the men cheered, praising his partner's successful attack. The partner, however, seemed troubled, a cut visible on his face. As he stood there, Sarah approached, carrying her staff. Sarah assured him that they were all healed and urged him to end the quest without worry. The man still appeared concerned. He questioned the newcomers, asking who they were and why they had helped. One of the newcomers admitted he had forgotten to introduce themselves. The newcomer revealed that they were from the Guild Raison. The man was told that they would meet again soon. Orium smirked, recalling that his partner had given him something. With a swift motion, he achieved a perfect score. A tall building stood prominently against the skyline. Elsewhere, a man relaxed by an indoor pool. Nearby, Hyun-sung stood with another man, the tattoo on her back visible. Hyun-sung walked away, toweling off after a swim. Her wrist device beeped insistently. Hyun-sung answered the call. She inquired if things went well the previous night. The man on the other end of the line, Yan-sung, confirmed that there had been a couple of surprises, but they had been carefully monitored. Hyun-sung asked what he thought of their performance. The man wondered if they would be of use. Yan-sung confirmed that Yang had assessed them. Both the Labyrinth Master and the Avenger seemed to punch above their weight. He added that the Avenger was not afraid to jump into dangerous fights. Yan-sung suspected that the Avenger had faced chaos like that multiple times, and not just in the game. Hyun-sung realized that he was calling the Avenger a beast. Yan-sung agreed, adding that the Avenger had good intuition and seemed excellent at using items and creating strategies. Hyun-sung stated that he wouldn't wait to recruit them, as they didn't want them to get stronger and try to face them. Meanwhile, Jiri found it unlike him to be so involved in the recruitment process, but he responded that he would pick a day to go and meet them. Hyun-sung remarked that she really liked people who played on hardcore mode, prompting her to tell him to shut up. Elsewhere, the man was on a call. He told the person on the other end that there was something he needed to tell them. Jiri realized that chaos was on the move again. She questioned if Hyun-sung was sure that was true. He confirmed that he was positive. Jiri realized that they would have to get ready for a guild battle. It was indeed a guild battle. Jiri considered the implications. She stated that she would make preparations with Ikju and asked to let the others know, confirming that she would. Jiri wondered how they dared challenge them like this, thinking they were just stupid animals in heat. With no other options immediately available, they resigned themselves to the inevitable. Since their enemies were showing their true colors, she knew what had to be done. They had no choice but to go hunting. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man struggled against his restraints, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He continued to struggle, the glowing restraints digging into his skin. The man standing over him watched with a cold detachment as the captive struggled. The man with the tattoos asked if he was talking yet. The woman in red explained that she had woken him from a deep sleep and kept him awake for 100 hours, but still, he revealed nothing. It seemed as though he was intent on dying. The tattooed man wondered if that was so. The woman realized she had no other choice. She placed her hand on his chest, and a dark energy began to emanate from her palm. With a sickening crack, the man's body contorted under the force. The blade sliced through the air. The torturer began to explain the rules of the game to the blindfolded captive. She declared that she would stab him until he was on the brink of death, then heal him with a potion. Each time he was healed, she would give him a chance to talk. The torturer revealed that she had 5 potions, meaning he only had 5 chances. She pressed him for answers, making it clear that if he didn't answer, it was game over. There were 2 things they wanted to know: the location of Chaos Hideout and information on its leader. The torturer asked if he understood. The captive insisted he didn't know anything, claiming he was at the bottom of the ladder and had never even seen their leader. The torturer told him not to waste his breath, stating there were no exceptions to the rules. She asked if they should begin. She mused that she had been getting bored, as there hadn't been any good quests lately, and wondered if she should knock him around with one of the skills she didn't usually get to use. She considered using something else, suggesting a deadly poisonous item could be fun too. A sudden, sharp pain jolted through someone, causing them to cry out. The city stood tall, buildings reaching for the sky. Meanwhile, students walked along the school's corridors. The student expressed that the people they met did not seem like bad people. Raison, she explained, was one of the top 3 guilds in the game, boasting over 800 members and a long history. She continued, explaining that in the game, Raison engaged in normal activities like raids and guild battles, but that didn't mean the Raison they met would be the same. Considering that the event horizon was now on the line, she was concerned. They were engaging in some other activities, and people definitely acted differently when money was at stake. They should play hard to get for now, and just keep an eye from a distance. Someone called out to Orium. He was surprised. Orium turned to face the person who called his name. Orium's expression was unreadable. Meanwhile, another student insisted there was something they needed to discuss. Another questioned Yunhyang's sudden appearance and accused him of trying to speak with Orium again. Yunhyang declared that this was between him and Orium. Sarah cursed at Yunhyang. An exclamation of surprise escaped from someone. Yunhyang called out to Orium, asking what he was doing and if he was really going to follow him. Orium considered that Yunhyang wanted to talk, so he couldn't just run away. Orium stated that even if something happened, he could handle it now. Sarah told someone she would text them when they were done. The green-haired student walked with Yunhyang. Yunhyang asked what the green-haired student wanted to talk about. The green-haired student asked if Yunhyang remembered Sungwon and if he had heard that he was seriously injured and admitted to the hospital after their fight. Yunhyang claimed he hadn't heard about that. Orium recounted that some of Sungwon's bones were fractured, requiring a hospital stay. He added that Sungwon had recovered and seemed to be doing well. However, Orium continued, Sungwon's parents were planning to sue Yunhyang because of what he did. Yunhyang reacted with disbelief, exclaiming that they were going to sue him. Yunhyang protested that they both fought, and it didn't seem like it was an issue at the time. Orium noted that Sungwon had changed his mind for some reason. Orium explained that since it had been a few weeks, he wasn't sure how the police would handle it. He warned that if they opened an investigation, it wouldn't be good for Yunhyang. Orium stated that if they found Yunhyang at fault, he would at best be expelled, and at worst imprisoned. Yunhyang's eyes widened with worry. Sarah watched the exchange with a concerned expression. Orium revealed that there could be a way for Yunhyang to get out of this. Orium explained that Sungwon's parents went to receive legal counsel at the law firm his father owned. Yunhyang realized that meant the lawyer for his case knew Orium's father. Orium confirmed that was correct, stating that's why there was still a card Yunhyang could play. Orium suggested that if Sungwon's parents could be persuaded to not press charges. Orium explained that if Yunhyang could come to an agreement, the whole problem would disappear. Yunhyang, taken aback, asked what he would have to do to make that happen. Orium smirked, knowing he had Yunhyang's attention. He told Yunhyang to go to Sungwon, get on his knees and apologize. Yunhyang was shocked by the suggestion. Orium continued, pressing his point. The idea of apologizing to Sungwon seemed absurd to Yunhyang. Orium insisted it was easy and all he had to do was apologize. Orium stated that if Yunhyang did apologize, he would talk Sungwon into cooperating. Orium added that, to be honest, it wasn't like Yunhyang was innocent, reminding him that he hurt Sungwon so badly that he needed to be hospitalized. Yunhyang stood in the rain, considering Orium's words. He questioned if it was truly his fault. Yunhyang acknowledged Orium's presence. Orium observed that the defeated expression suited Yunhyang. A figure sat, consumed by anger and resentment. The memory of a familiar face surfaced, the face someone always made when standing before them. The weapon suited someone of their status. No matter how skilled or strong one might be, there was no choice in the matter. In this society, without money or power, one ultimately had to apologize, even when not at fault. The words cut deep, because you're a loser. Tell him that he can go ahead and sue if he wants. Rage flared. He didn't want to apologize to Sungwon. Not one bit. Sungwon didn't just bully him. He tried to hit Saiwal too. A surge of anger. She could put up with anything else, but that was unforgivable. She could handle being picked on, but she couldn't stand it when other people got hurt because of her. Yunhyang declared that Sungwon could sue him if he wished. He vowed that no matter what happened, he would never kneel before him. The student questioned if the other cared about the results of the investigation. The other student retorted that he wasn't saying that, but if someone picked a fight like that, he wasn't going to back down. Either way, he continued, if they started looking into the cause of the fight, then someone would have no choice but to explain everything he'd done. The student stated that he thought the other knew who would work against them. The other student stared intently. The student declared that was all he had to say, stating he wouldn't back down and didn't care if it came to a trial. The other student's eyes narrowed. The student then asked what about the other's sister, prompting a confused response. He continued, saying if the police got involved and his sister found out that he was bullied. The student asked if he thought she'd be able to handle the truth. He reflected that she became an orphan one day, out of the blue. But she did her absolute best to make sure he grew up comfortably. Yunhyang considered the potential fallout. If his sister were to confront the harsh reality, he feared she would crumble. No matter how strong she might be, he knew the truth would devastate her. His grip tightened, knuckles white. Meanwhile, Sungwon confronted him, revealing that he knew everything. Sungwon pressed further, questioning if it wasn't obvious that his actions were about his family. Yunhyang retorted that they had always attended the same schools. His expression hardened, a storm brewing within. The sound of a violent slam echoed as Sungwon grabbed Yunhyang by the collar. Sungwon demanded to know why Yunhyang hadn't done anything. Yunhyang, taken aback, could only manage a confused what. Sungwon accused him of knowing what happened to him and his sister, questioning why he stood by and watched. Sungwon continued his assault, stating that Yunhyang could have ensured they weren't bullied. He insisted that Yunhyang could have stopped it. Sungwon accused Yunhyang of possessing the power to intervene. A young woman stands alone, her expression troubled. Yunhyang is confronted, his face partially obscured. Yunhyang questions why he should feel obligated to act. The intensity of Sungwon's gaze is palpable as he stares at Yunhyang. Time had passed, and things are different. A memory surfaces. Sungwon and Yunhyang, once friends, are seen together. Sungwon reminds Yunhyang that he should have felt bad and helped him. Sungwon insists that Yunhyang should have helped, if not for him, then at least for his sister, as he grips Yunhyang's scarf tightly. Yunhyang's expression is unreadable. A denial hangs in the air. Yunhyang declares that he never considered Sungwon his friend, not even once. Yunhyang challenges Sungwon to consider how they could possibly be friends. Sungwon continues to confront Yunhyang, his grip tightening. Yunhyang states that he has everything he could ever want, but then dismisses Sungwon as just an orphan without parents. Yunhyang declared that he was on another level. He continued, stating that he only played with the other person when he was bored and that they shouldn't flatter themselves. Yunhyang chuckled, remarking that Saiwal probably had the same idea. He continued to speak ill of Saiwal, saying that she was born into a rich family with a silver spoon in her mouth. Yunhyang stated that the reason she was humoring the other person was because she saw them as her plaything. He declared that he couldn't care less. Yunhyang continued to demean them, saying that no matter how much they or their sister struggled, they would always be orphans who inherited nothing, and it wouldn't matter whether someone like them got hurt or not. Yunhyang concluded that they were just bottom feeders. He added that he couldn't even see them from the top. Sungwon's rage began to boil. His fist clenched tightly. He struck Yunhyang. The force of the blow sent Yunhyang flying. Yunhyang called out to the approaching figure, remarking that he had thought the other man had simply fallen in with a bad crowd. The man responded that was not the case. Yunhyang then insulted the man, calling him a scumbag. The man's expression hardened. Yunhyang pressed him, asking what he wanted. He baited the man, asking if he wanted an apology. The man swung a fist at Yunhyang. He declared that he did not need an apology. His fist clenched. The punch landed. The force of the blow caused blood to spurt from Yunhyang's face. The sound of the impact echoed. Yunhyang groaned in pain. The student, his expression hardening, vowed to do whatever it took to get even. He would climb to the top, and he would be the one looking down on them. The city loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The student walked along the street. He continued onward, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, Jiri Huang approached him from behind. She commanded him to put his hands in the air. She pressed something against his neck. Jiri warned him not to move, or she would shoot. She fired anyway. Jiri declared another clean headshot, while the student questioned what she was doing, stating that he hadn't moved. The student, Orium, was taken aback by the statement. Jiri Huang admitted she had been watching him and Saiwal, and it seemed like they were asking to get shot. Saiwal's expression hardened as she listened. She questioned if they were just kids back then. Meanwhile, Orium apologized, explaining that he had been worried and followed them, ending up overhearing their conversation. Saiwal told him it was okay and that he didn't need to apologize, as it seemed like a sensitive topic, and she was sorry for eavesdropping. Orium admitted he was a little embarrassed that he had trusted someone like Yunhyang, but it wasn't even that bad. Saiwal asked if he had been close with him. Orium confirmed that they had been close when they were young. They had gone to the same elementary and middle schools. In elementary school, they used to be inseparable, hanging out every day after school. He had been his best friend. But then they started drifting apart, hanging out with bullies. Saiwal inquired if Yunhyang had started bullying him then. Orium confirmed that later on, they started picking on him. Saiwal told him that he shouldn't blame himself, as the bully is always the bad guy, not the innocent victim. Saiwal considered that the one who betrayed another should feel guilty, not the one who was tricked. Orium responded with a simple agreement. Saiwal realized that Orium probably had the same idea as her. Changing the subject, Saiwal spoke. She asked if he had plans for the evening, suggesting he come over to her place. Orium seemed confused by the sudden invitation. He questioned what she meant, admitting he sometimes didn't understand what she was thinking. Saiwal clarified that she simply wanted to make him instant noodles, asking if she needed a reason. Orium was reminded that he might get sued. Saiwal assured him that she would look into that as well, instructing him to follow her. Orium insisted it was his business and that he could figure it out alone, not wanting to cause her any trouble. Saiwal countered that if he got arrested, she would lose a party member, emphasizing that this was important to her as well. She stated that this was something they needed to figure out together. Saiwal declared it was a party quest. Orium seemed less than enthusiastic. He wondered if they could just talk about it over the phone, but Saiwal insisted that eating instant noodles was part of the quest too. Elsewhere, a figure stepped forward, a pink glow emanating from their hands. They announced that they had arrived. The hooded figure thanked them for coming all this way, and the blindfolded one retorted, asking if they could remove the blindfold and undo the restraint skill. The hooded figure stated that they wanted to see who the leader of chaos was with their own two eyes. The hooded figure continued, stating that the blindfolded one was in possession of a lot of pesky skills. The blindfolded one called them a coward, reminding them that it wasn't what they had promised. They were only supposed to use the restraint skill until they got to their hideout. Another figure demanded that they release him. The hooded figure acknowledged their boss. It had not been easy to get him here. The masked figure mused that if their captive was in handcuffs, they wouldn't be able to sit down and have tea together. The captive stuttered, seemingly taken aback. Someone, unseen, scoffed, declaring they didn't want to drink tea. The masked figure continued, noting that the unseen person was listening to what he had to say, and therefore must truly be the boss. The masked figure stood on a balcony, overlooking the captive and another figure. He stated that he had always wanted to meet the unseen person and see what kind of moron they were. A voice responded that it was a coincidence, as they had wanted to meet him too. The unseen person was revealed to be Jiho Hong. The story was to be continued. A selection of fine china sat ready, awaiting use. The host inquired if his guest was certain they wouldn't partake in any tea. The host explained that every time the lid was opened, the scent of the leaves faded, so he couldn't just open his most precious tea whenever. The guest scoffed, declaring he didn't need any of the tea and demanded to know why he had been summoned. The host asked if he wanted to know why he was called, suggesting they could simply chat over tea with one of his allies. Growing impatient, the guest told him to stop with the nonsense and just state what he wanted from him before he got angry and destroyed his hideout. He then questioned if he should break off their alliance and kill him first. The host chuckled, remarking that he charged in without a second thought, just like the rumors said, and that he was the epitome of a cliched villain. The host stated that he really liked people like him. He continued, saying that villains like him took this tedious, dull world and made their own stories, which he found very entertaining. The guest waited for him to say what he wanted. The host supposed he could tell him why he called him there, and they could begin getting to know each other, asking how that sounded. A grin spread across the host's face. The masked figure seemed surprised by something. Suddenly, the figure in the white cap lunged forward, wielding a weapon. The figure in the white cap screamed at Jean to go to hell. The figure continued their assault. Jean chuckled, complimenting the figure's style. He mused that a villain with a dark backstory was a classic. However, Jean prepared to retaliate. Jean stated that the figure's attack would not be enough. Jean unleashed a counterattack. The force of the blow created a shockwave. The figure in the white cap cried out, wondering what skill Jean had used, feeling as though all the power had been drained from their body. Jean remarked on the figure's villainy, noting that they always had a grand plan unlike any other. Jean continued, stating that the plan could destroy any other in an instant. Jean asked if the figure understood what he meant, as he gestured with his hand. The masked figure explained that it didn't matter if someone was a player killer or skilled, because everyone was just part of the game system. He continued, stating that they were basically a villain waiting in line to vote, and that he had something to ask of Jean. Meanwhile, Jean sat calmly, listening to the masked figure's request. The masked figure offered to teach Jean how to open the back door as compensation, essentially giving him the power to override the system. The masked figure wondered if that sounded appealing. He added that he wouldn't mind if Jean refused after hearing his request, but suggested that he give his answer as soon as possible. The masked figure chuckled, noting that the scent of his precious tea leaves didn't last very long. Elsewhere, a young woman and man walked through a building. The woman told the man that she was going to change her clothes, so he could sit down and make himself comfortable. He agreed. The ceilings of the house loomed high above. He gulped, remarking that the house looked like something from television. The young man continued to observe his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a family photograph. Meanwhile, Saiwal's hair appeared shorter than he remembered. He mused that she must be an only child, having assumed she had siblings. Suddenly, Orium called out to him. Orium asked how many packs of instant noodles he wanted, clarifying that they needed 4 total for the 2 of them. He confirmed that was okay. He thought about how they only talked about the game when they were together. Saiwal continued preparing food. He wondered why someone who lived in such a huge house would risk their life playing a game. He imagined Saiwal's secret desires, thinking there was no way she actually wanted something like that. He pondered this. Saiwal wondered what on earth he was thinking about. The meal concluded. Saiwal expressed how much she enjoyed the instant noodles. She then revealed that was the reason she had invited him over and made him some. Orium wondered why she was being so nice to him. Saiwal offered to help clean up, but she insisted it was okay. As she began washing the dishes, the clatter of the plates filled the air. Orium inquired when her parents would be home. She responded that she wasn't sure, as they always came home late. Saiwal explained that she was usually alone in the evenings. Orium realized she didn't have a live-in. She retorted, asking if he thought they were aristocrats who ordered servants around. Saiwal clarified that while they did have people who helped with housework, they didn't come every day. The presence of a maid in Saiwal's home surprised Orium, who had assumed she would be spending the evening with her family. Meanwhile, Jean seemed to imply that Saiwal had others doing her housework for her. Saiwal stated that she never pictured Jean as someone who did the dishes. Her expression hardened. Jean told her not to say that, questioning what she meant. Saiwal stood silently. She explained that while she might be from a rich family and live more comfortably than others, she was not the kind of person who made other people do whatever they wanted. Jean simply stated that they had money. Saiwal retorted that she never thought of him as her plaything, either. Her eyes narrowed. Jean remarked that she had been so nice to him that day, realizing she was bothered by what Yunhyang had said. He surmised that Saiwal probably had the same idea. It dawned on Jean that the reason Saiwal was humoring him was because she saw him as her plaything. Jean scratched his head, troubled by this realization. Jean stated that he never once thought Saiwal was treating him a certain way. From what he had seen, Jean did not believe Saiwal was that kind of person. Saiwal recalled that Jean had her back when she was being bullied and saved her when that PK user almost got her. She also remembered that he trusted the plan she created during their quest. Saiwal insisted that she wouldn't have done those things if she looked down on other people or treated them like toys. Jean considered that maybe other people looked at Saiwal and only saw her family's wealth, but he didn't. He thought that the Saiwal he met was a labyrinth master, after all. Saiwal cringed at his words. Saiwal asked what Jean meant when he said he could never picture her washing the dishes, stating that he still had some assumptions about the kind of person she was. Jean admitted that he was going to say something else. What he wanted to say was that he had never seen her wearing an apron before. He thought it suited her and that she looked surprisingly cute in it. Saiwal blushed. Saiwal asked if Jean had a death wish, calling him a pervert. Jean was confused by her reaction. The city stretched high into the night sky. Below, a modern building stood tall, its many windows reflecting the dim light. Inside, the entrance hall was empty. A figure walked through the hall. Yunhyang, sporting a bandage on his nose, walked down a hallway. Ahead, a man waited for him. The man, recognizing Yunhyang, greeted him. The man stated that his timing was perfect, and he should take something. The man explained that his grandmother had made it for him, and then asked why he had come all the way there to give it to him. The man continued, suggesting that he could have left it with the housekeeper. He added that he was also curious how he was doing now that he was living alone. The man noticed the bandage on Yunhyang's face and asked what had happened to it, inquiring if someone had done it. Yunhyang simply replied that it was nothing. The man stared intently at Yunhyang. A man in a suit mumbles to himself. Meanwhile, Yunhyang's father remarks that he's like his mother. Yunhyang's father tells him that he does not expect much of him. The man asks that Yunhyang not disappoint him. Yunhyang replies that he understands. His father tells him that it is only the first semester of his first year, so he should let him know if he wants to transfer somewhere else, adding that he can look into some good schools. The man suggests that Yunhyang could also study abroad, questioning what he is doing at some public school. He reminds Yunhyang that he is the son of an elite and should start acting like it. The father asks if Yunhyang hears him. Yunhyang grits his teeth. He replies that he hears him, addressing the man as father. The orange box announces that he has prepared something special for today, as he has been putting together a theory about why these things have been happening. He reveals his theory, the Mille-feuille hypothesis. He anticipates the question of what that is. He asks if mille-feuille isn't something to eat, then remarks that knowing that means they know something at least. The orange box continued, explaining that, as everyone knew, mille-feuille was a dessert. Unfortunately, there was more to the story. The orange box found the audience's confusion sweet. According to the mille-feuille hypothesis, their universe was a thin layer stacked upon others, influencing one another. The orange box anticipated the question of relevance, and how this differed from the multiverse theory. An unseen observer scoffed at the explanation, calling it far-fetched. The orange box claimed that some other world, previously unobserved, was influencing their own. Meanwhile, someone wearing a VR headset called VVR4 sat on a couch, a tablet displaying the orange box's broadcast on the table before him. He declared this a Z-zone, a whole new world. The connection to the Z-zone began. A strange, floating structure hovered above a forest. A figure stood over a large, horned creature, piercing it with glowing green rods. The figure continued to impale the creature. The cloaked figure stood silently, his expression unreadable beneath the shadows of his hood. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Raise." The man with the spiky hair flinched, yelling for them not to shoot. The cloaked figure, crossbow raised, declared that he was not a monster, but a person. The spiky-haired man chuckled, admitting he was scared for a second. He remarked that the cloaked figure was really good, having killed an ogre in the cursed forest alone, a task that usually took 5 people. The spiky-haired man continued, impressed by the substantial reward for killing an ogre in a raid quest. The cloaked figure told him to get lost, prompting the spiky-haired man to ask what he meant. He repeated his demand to be left alone, stating he didn't want to talk. The spiky-haired man wondered if he had to. The spiky-haired man, seemingly unbothered, remarked on the cloaked figure's bad mood. Then, the spiky-haired man apologized for disturbing him. The spiky-haired man grinned, revealing that the apology was not what the cloaked figure thought he was going to say. He declared he was going to shake the cloaked figure down for everything he had, calling him an arrogant son of a bitch, and prepared to leap into action, activating a rogue skill, looting. The spiky-haired man's looting skill activated with a burst of energy. The cloaked figure stood firm as the green energy surged around him. The spiky-haired man's eyes widened in alarm. The cloaked figure's gaze remained cold and unwavering. The cloaked figure struck, slamming the spiky-haired man into the ground. Dazed, the spiky-haired man admitted he was scared. His expression was a mix of fear and desperation. The cloaked figure loomed over him, the green energy intensifying. The cloaked figure prepared to unleash a powerful attack. The air crackled with energy. The cloaked figure prepared to use the executioner's ultimate move, Guillotine Robespierre. The spiky-haired man begged for his life, claiming he was wrong. He warned that killing him would turn the attacker into a PK user, subject to penalties. The cloaked figure coldly responded, "So what?" The cloaked figure uttered a final farewell as he unleashed a devastating attack. With a click, the attack was initiated. The energy surged forward. The attack landed with a deafening boom, sending debris flying. Dust and debris settled after the powerful blast. Yunhyang Baek's system alerted him to a new penalty. The system informed him that he was banned from using town shops for 56 hours due to attacking another user. It further warned that collecting more penalty points would result in forced transportation to Chaos Island. The system prompted him to take note and resume play accordingly. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. He muttered about those goddamn bastards and questioned why they kept appearing. Another man's frustration grew, declaring that it was getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure noticed something. He pointed in a direction. Another man watched, finding the cloaked figure's actions impressive, even though he knew he'd rack up more penalty points. The man in the white vest stated that if the hooded man had time, he would like to talk. The man in the white vest followed up by saying he had a proposal that the hooded man might want to hear. The hooded man told him to cut the bullshit and asked what he was playing at, wondering if he had some kind of death wish like that rogue bastard. The man in the white vest responded that he had absolutely no desire to fight with him. The man in the white vest thought that the only thing on his mind was... Suddenly, the hooded man summoned a glowing green arrow. He exclaimed that the man in the white vest was a disgusting asshole and that he almost puked. The man in the white vest remarked that he was so feisty for shooting an arrow right at his face. The man in the white vest slid to the ground, avoiding the arrow. She continued, relaying that as long as he could prove he was bullied by multiple people, he wouldn't be arrested. The boy responded that if she testified for him, everything should be fine, and told her not to worry too much about the lawsuit. He breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted he had been so worried about going to jail that he couldn't sleep the previous night. The girl laughed, saying she guessed he was bluffing when he said he didn't care if he was sued. The girl looked off into the distance. She wondered what the sports car was doing in front of their school. The boy remarked that someone must have won the lottery. The girl gasped, wondering if it could be a surprise gift he had prepared for her. He quickly dismissed the idea, stating he would have to kill at least 100 black bees to afford something like that. The boy looked off into the distance. Jiri Huang waved and greeted them with a good morning. Jiri Huang expressed surprise at their early arrival, believing she would have to wait until second period. Meanwhile, one of the students questioned who they were and if the other knew them. The other student stuttered, admitting he felt like he had seen them before. He seemed lost in thought. The girl exclaimed in disbelief. The name of the guild, Raison, echoed in the air as Jiri Huang stood before the students. Jiri Huang stated that they seemed to have figured out who she was, before asking if they wanted to cut class and go for a drive. The student remarked on the great weather, adding that he had a lot he wanted to tell them both. Jiri Huang asked what they said, wanting to know if they would come. The invitation was extended to their hideout. A red car speeds down the road. Inside the vehicle, the group remained tense. Orium whispered to his companion, wondering if they should really be going. The other student whispered back, noting that their pursuers knew their names and where they went to school. The student realized that meant they could come after them at any time, but they hadn't attacked yet. His companion hoped that was proof they just wanted to talk. The student thought so. He believed they should at least hear them out. The driver hoped that, if it went well, they might even tell him a thing or two about Horizon. The car approached a large building. The building was labeled Ultra Alternate. The group walked through a well-furnished lobby. The driver stated that she wanted to introduce them to the members of the guild. The woman in the pink top asked if they would prefer to talk in a private room or the cafe. Because of this, one of the students stated that it was too loud in the cafe to have a conversation. Meanwhile, the woman with white hair smirked, commenting that the daughter of the pharma company CEO knew what she was talking about. Hearing this, the student with auburn hair agreed to ask everyone to come up to the room, realizing that the woman even knew their personal information. As they walked, Saiwal was asked if she had been there before. Saiwal recalled that she used to come there every summer with her parents when she was young. She added that her father liked to spend his vacations there. The other student reflected that those were the good old days. The student wondered if that meant things weren't good anymore. The group continued through the building. They arrived at the elevator, which was on the 8th floor. The group waited outside the elevator. The woman with white hair stated that everyone was waiting. The student looked concerned. The group entered the room, and the schoolboy, Orium, observed the scene with a hint of curiosity. The room held a small gathering of individuals. Orium noted that there were fewer people than he had anticipated. Another member agreed, stating that they expected dozens, given the guild size. One of the guild members explained that even though they were a large guild, not many of them had evolved. Orium questioned what she meant by evolved. The guild member clarified that evolution was when a person turned into their game character in the real world. The other guild member stated that, in that case, the guild member assumed that Orium probably knew why people were evolving like that. She admitted that they weren't scientists, so they didn't fully understand the principles behind it. They had looked into it and tried to figure out why it was happening. The guild member explained that evolution only happened to players that were ranked in the top 100 in the game. She continued, stating that not all of the guild's top-ranking players had evolved, but that was the one thing they all had in common, so it was their best guess. The guild member concluded that everyone in the room ranked in the top 100. The other guild member stated that shouldn't surprise him. The guild member reminded them that they too were both in the top 100 too, after all. The guild member revealed that Orium Lee ranked 89 and Saiwal Kim ranked 47. She added that though they too didn't seem like they cared too much about Ergosphere Online's ranking system, it was mostly about ego anyway. The woman with the short, silver hair pointed out that Orium hadn't participated in the team quest, Endless Dungeons, which would have improved his rank quickly. She found it interesting that he had managed to enter the ranking charts through solo events and quests alone. She continued, noting that on top of that, he barely participated in ranking battles or PvP tournaments, and inquired if there was a particular reason why. Orium admitted that he didn't really care about his rank and didn't like to fight with other players, even if it was just a game. Someone else wondered if he would be of any use in real battles. The silver-haired woman stated that these fights were about more than just being good at the game. Another guild member chimed in, stating that they were fighting more than just the monsters from the game. It was recounted that Orium had fought against the armed Chaos Lancer and won all by himself, without using any items. The woman with the blonde hair expressed surprise that he had done so alone and without using items. She thought that was impressive. Another guild member stated that they didn't need to worry about Orium's rank or records. It was observed that Orium was talented enough to be a top ranker based on his control and intuition alone, and that letting him go now could be a huge loss for them. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out, telling them to wait. The woman yelled for them to stop right there. The woman with the brown hair admitted that ever since the conversation took a weird turn, she had just been listening and wondered if the reason they were invited was to recruit them. The woman with the brown hair asked if they were trying to recruit them into their guild. The silver-haired woman chuckled, stating that she thought that was obvious, but guessed not. The woman with blonde hair confirmed that they had been asked to come because their classes and abilities would be of great use to the guild. She explained that the reason for the in-person meeting was to recruit them. The woman elaborated that they needed to strengthen their forces because they did not know what would happen in the big, upcoming event. The woman reiterated the need to strengthen their forces. Orium asked if they were talking about Horizon. The woman confirmed that they were. She added that they would also benefit from joining. The woman explained that they could share information about quest rewards, the phenomenon of evolution, and the game itself. Orium stated that this meant there was still information they hadn't been told. The woman shrugged, suggesting they would find out if they joined. She added that there were other benefits as well. The woman stated that they would offer adult benefits that students couldn't usually take advantage of, monthly payments for quests, and access to medical treatment. She also mentioned a membership card that would allow them to use the hotel as their base. The woman concluded by saying that they would provide bodyguards to ensure they wouldn't be attacked by chaos. Jiri Huang stood with a tablet in hand, awaiting an answer. Orium considered the offer, recalling the term chaos. He wondered if the users he had previously encountered were part of it. The woman with the tablet confirmed that chaos was the official definition, also referring to users who deliberately attacked other players. She further explained that it was a real-life guild made of PK users who killed other players in groups. Orium's mind flashed back to the violent users he had met before, wondering if they were part of this chaos. He had thought it might just be a couple of people, but it seemed they were operating as part of the guild. The woman stated that was the extent of their offer, and she would like to hear their answers now. She asked what he thought and whether he wanted to join the guild, or if he wanted to leave the room and pretend this never happened. Orium considered what they should do, noting that there didn't seem to be any downsides to joining the guild. He realized that the game would be much easier, and it wouldn't just be the two of them anymore. But something about this was bothering him. Orium wondered about the rewards from Horizon. Saiwal considered the 20 billion won and the wish. Saiwal wondered what would happen if the rewards were only given to one member of the guild. The woman explained that they decided to use the wish on something they all wanted, dividing the prize money amongst the members. Then, Saiwal asked what they would do if she and Orium didn't join their guild. The woman responded that nothing would happen, really. However, she advised that if they ran into them during the event, they should probably avoid them. The woman declared that they would go to any length to win at the event. She added that it didn't matter who their opponent was. Saiwal considered their offer. She wondered what they should do, realizing that joining the guild would increase their chances of winning, but she would have to give up the wish. On the other hand, if they didn't join them because she wanted the wish, the chances of winning would fall drastically. Furthermore, these players were part of one of the top 3 guilds. Saiwal realized that they were the best of the best, the real masters of this game. The chances that she would place first in the event with Orium were really slim, and in this game, their lives were on the line. She realized that if they wanted to live, they had no choice but to join the guild. Orium stated that if those were their terms. Orium's declaration hung in the air. They would not join the guild. The woman with silver hair responded with surprise, questioning their decision. She then inquired about the reasoning behind their refusal. The young man with dark hair stated that they had a wish they wanted granted. He added that they would rather play as a party of 2. Elsewhere, a hooded figure remarked that he was hot-headed. The silver-haired woman considered that he might have ambition and then asked what their wish was, wondering if they were looking for something similar. The young man reiterated that they wanted their wish granted. The woman with auburn hair looked on with a worried expression. The young man declared that their wish was to create a harem of their dreams filled with their favorite idols. The woman with silver hair and the hooded figure reacted with shock. The woman with auburn hair was also shocked. The room seemed to echo with the unspoken surprise. The woman with auburn hair blushed as she walked away with the young man. The air crackled with tension as the 2 students stood their ground. The girl with auburn hair was struck repeatedly. The attacker demanded if she had lost her mind, threatening to beat her until her passive skills activated. Orium called out, telling Saiwal to wait. He insisted that even if their plan was flawed, they still had a wish to be granted. The auburn-haired girl responded, acknowledging the situation. The guild master dismissed their talents, reminding everyone that they were still children. The guild master was reminded that he had already been told this. Someone suggested hunting down kids like them and forcing them into retirement. Ikchu was told that he might be right. The guild master saw no reason to wait until Horizon, suggesting they could eliminate them immediately. The guild master warned that if they were playing for a prize, they would be considered an obstacle. The guild master declared that they were nothing more than an obstacle in their way. The Ikchu gang was ready to act. The individual was classified as a soul fighter, holding the rank of 13. Meanwhile, Orium Lee was identified as an Avenger. Another individual held the rank of 89. The story was to be continued, focusing on the concept of an ultra-alternate character. The title appears, Ultra-Alternate. The story and art are credited to Jixi. The chapter is titled, The Tournament. The air crackled with energy as the man prepared to fight. His fist clenched, ready to strike. The man unleashed his skill, boulder-smashing bear claw. The woman demanded to know what they were doing, insisting that just because they didn't want to join didn't mean they had to fight. The man apologized, stating that they did more than just recruitment. The woman asked what he meant. He simply replied, hunting. The woman explained that they confronted users who posed a threat to their guild and forced them to retire from the game. The student questioned how that was any different from being a PK user. The student insisted that they were no better than Chaos or anyone else who went around randomly attacking other players. The man countered that they weren't like Chaos and didn't kill people. The man clarified that they just kicked their asses until they lost the will to play, questioning how that was any different from being a PK user. The man suggested thinking of hunting as a PvP tournament from the game. The scene shifted, revealing a figure standing near a window, their back turned. Nearby, another individual explained that they fought one-on-one, with a loser facing a penalty, forced retirement. The student listened intently. The other individual continued, stating that gaining data about a user's abilities and playstyle was more than enough for them. Meanwhile, the woman with short silver hair stated that they couldn't follow the students around and monitor them either. She explained that they crushed their opponents and destroyed their motivation through tournaments, ensuring they wouldn't bare their teeth at them. Elsewhere, the 2 students listened to the offer. The woman with short silver hair asked what they were going to do, suggesting they could still join their guild. The male student refused, stating that they still wouldn't join their guild and would skip the hunt to put all of this behind them. The male student considered the terms. He declared that if they lost during the hunt, then they would join. The woman with short silver hair responded that, in exchange, they should receive a penalty too. The male student pointed out that they were the ones who would be at a disadvantage. The woman with short silver hair found their defiance cute. The terms of the hunt were laid bare. The woman questioned why they would accept such a ridiculous condition. Because of this, the student explained that there was no other way for them to be stopped. Even if they lost the hunt, they would never give up or retire. He resolved to rank first place in the event, no matter what it took. The only way they could be stopped, the student explained, was by forcing them into the guild. One of the guild members believed he was bluffing. The woman asked if Saiwal agreed with him. The student with the ponytail admitted that she never technically agreed, but would go along with it. It seemed like there was no going back now, so they might as well give it a try. She added that she wasn't just some loser who was going to grovel and kiss their feet either. The woman found the situation amusing. She admitted that she wanted them to join even more now. With that, the students accepted their conditions. The woman declared that they would join the other team. The student confirmed that was the only rule, right? The student with the ponytail looked on with concern. Sarah questioned if they should accept the guild's terms, wondering what would happen if they lost their own guild. Meanwhile, one of the guild members whispered that they outnumbered the students and could turn the tables if needed, suggesting they tire them out first. It was not too late to deal with them once the tournament was over. The scene shifted to Guild Raison's training grounds. Elsewhere, Guild members stood guard. The tournament would be a single-round, one-on-one match. As for the rules, there was no time limit, they could not use items, and they could not leave the area. The student worried that if something went wrong, one of them could die. Sarah assured her that it was okay, and they would be using a certain item during the tournament. The item was the Marion doll, a childhood friend who cheers you up when you're down. If the user's HP dropped to 1%, it would be restored to 15%, and it smells like peanuts. Another student could not believe Sarah would use something like that during a tournament. The match would end if that item was destroyed, and their team would jump in and break up the fight if need be. On top of that, they had a Tier 1 healing class player too. Jong Yun stood, awaiting the start of the tournament. Displayed on a screen was Jong Yun's class and rank, Angel, 56th. Meanwhile, Sarah announced that she would not give a signal to start the tournament, and that they should just go for it when they were ready. Kale prepared himself, a faint red aura emanating from his hands. Across from him, the fighter stretched, ready to begin. The fighter smirked, stating that they were now even, since he already knew what Kale's class was. Kale responded that he already knew his opponent's class as well. He thought that he had to corner him quickly and not give him any time to shorten the distance between them. The fighter lunged, declaring that he saw Kale use a skill. The two clashed, blows landing with resounding impacts. It was known that soul fighters have a shorter attack range, but stronger combos. The fighter knew he had to corner Kale quickly and not give him any time to shorten the distance between them. The fighter activated his skill, calling upon his ancestors. The fighter landed a powerful blow. A blur of motion filled the arena. The fighter, surprised by Kale's resilience, questioned how he could withstand such direct hits. The fighter realized that Kale was enduring the blows to close the distance. He recognized Kale's fighting style as belonging to the Avenger class, known for their direct attacks and skill combinations. The fighter exclaimed that Kale didn't need to be an Avenger to fight like that. He believed that soul fighters fought the same way. Activating his skill, the werewolf's claws, the fighter prepared to strike. The fighter unleashed a flurry of slashes, each strike amplified by his skill. Kale grunted as he was struck by the fighter's skill. The fighter prepared to use his skill, Ogre Kick. He launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick. The kick connected with tremendous force. Kale was sent flying through the air from the impact. The force of the blow reverberated through the arena. Kale crashed through the air, impacting the ground with a resounding thud. The fighter, now facing Kale's direction, seemed unfazed. His gaze intensified, focused on his opponent. He noticed a cut on his body, and wondered when Kale had managed to land a blow. The fighter questioned where the cut had come from, identifying Kale's class as a soul fighter. The fighter analyzed Kale's fighting style, noting how he raised his defenses and absorbed hits while waiting for an opening. Kale responded that he wasn't the only one who fought that way. Kale admitted that he also allowed himself to be hit while waiting for a chance to counterattack. The fighter wondered if Kale had used a counter skill the moment he was hit with the Ogre Kick. The fighter observed that even at this distance, they were evenly matched. The fighter admitted that Kale was not bad, especially for someone ranked 89. Kale leaped forward. Kale's eyes widened in surprise. Kale realized that the fighter had gotten faster and wondered if he was using a skill to increase his agility. Kale realized his opponent was planning to strike from his blind spot. The fighter's leg moved with incredible speed. The fighter struck with a powerful kick. Kale scoffed. The fighter's kick connected, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow echoed. Kale noted that his opponent had ducked out of range again. The fighter's skill manifested as a spectral image of the possessed Forest King. The Soul Fighter skill, Possessed Forest King, enabled the use of Agility Enhancement Mode and Attack Enhancement Mode interchangeably for 80 seconds. The fighter leaped forward. The impact of their movements shook the surroundings. The fighter told himself he would be fine and shouldn't overthink it. Kale realized his attacks had a greater range, so he just had to wait for the right moment. The fighter's fist clenched, ready to strike. The fighter's enhanced speed allowed him to land a blow. The force of the blow rippled outwards. The fighter knew his sword gave him reach, but it also slowed his swing. The difference in attack speed might only be fractions of a second, but that was enough to negate any advantage Kale had. The fighter's attack landed with a resounding impact. Kale grunted as he was struck. Kale realized his opponent was far stronger than the infected crusader he had faced before. The fighter's hybrid attacks, empowered by the Possessed Forest King skill, were proving too powerful, and his feints were throwing Kale off. Kale realized the fighter was disrupting his attack timing. He had never seen this style when fighting monsters. He realized this irregular fighting style was unique to humans. Saiwal looked on with concern. Sarah was confused by what she was seeing. The fighter prepared to strike again. The fighter's fist connected with tremendous force. The impact reverberated. Meanwhile, Kale prepared to strike back. The blow sent Kale crashing to the ground. Witnessing the fight, one observer wondered if an Avenger was throwing punches. Another questioned the fighter's sanity. He wiped his mouth, realizing he needed to change his approach against a human opponent. He recognized the fighter's style as a hybrid. Combining the blade of a swordsman with the fists of a martial artist, he spat. The blond man lay sprawled on the ground, having been knocked off his feet. He spat, his expression hardening with renewed resolve. Wiping his mouth, the blond man admitted to himself that he hadn't anticipated such an attack. His opponent acknowledged the hit, but remained unfazed, having barely taken any damage. A woman observed that the black-haired fighter had lost his balance due to the unexpected attack. The black-haired fighter considered that attacking with bare fists would be like watching a soul fighter fight naked. The black-haired fighter lunged forward. The force of the blow echoed. The fighters exchanged blows in a flurry of motion. The blond man grimaced as he landed a blow. The black-haired fighter remained focused. The black-haired fighter unleashed a powerful attack. The fighter grunted in pain. Above him, the source of his pain remained unseen. Meanwhile, two figures observed the ongoing fight. One commented that Ikju was being thrown around. Elsewhere, the black-haired fighter thought that his opponent shouldn't be powerful enough to be pushed around like that. He considered that it didn't matter how much damage his punches dealt. What was important was that he had another weapon besides his sword now. He knew that since his opponent didn't know whether he would counter with his sword or push back with his fists, he could throw off his attacks when he hesitated. The black-haired fighter slashed at his opponent. Blood spurted. The blonde-haired fighter groaned in pain. The black-haired fighter prepared his skill, the ancestor's punch. The punch landed with a resounding whoosh. The black-haired fighter's eyes narrowed. He leaped forward. He swung. Jin's face contorted in rage as he prepared to unleash his next attack. He knew he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. This was his chance to deliver the final blow. The skill Revenge is a Raging Fire was activated. Meanwhile, Kale was engulfed in a blazing aura. The force of Jin's attack slammed into Kale. The impact reverberated through the surroundings. Kale grunted in pain. Despite the pain, Kale's resolve remained unbroken as energy crackled around him. Jin, confident, declared he wasn't done yet and prepared to use an agility buff skill. With enhanced speed, Jin slashed at Kale. He swung again, attempting to overwhelm Kale with a flurry of attacks. Elsewhere, those observing the fight noted that Kale's strategy involved close punches and counter skills, and that he seemed to have improved at player-versus-player battles, becoming faster with more powerful attacks. Kale had upgraded his agility with the status points he received as a reward. He must have been thinking about player-versus-player combat, judging by his current actions. It was much easier to deal with ambushes and close-range attacks when one was fast. After all, the attacks continued to rain down. The onslaught was relentless. Kale grunted as he took another hit. The force of the blow sent him staggering. Sarah watched with concern. Another observer noted that he still had a long way to go. Sarah questioned this assessment. The woman with the silver hair asked Zhang how many seconds had passed. Zhang stated that exactly 342 seconds had passed. He thought that this would almost be over. He realized that it would be over if Ikju fought the way he usually did. Ikju was struck by a series of electrical attacks. The electrical assault continued to batter him. A voice declared that it could not be. The speaker identified it as the Soul Fighter's ultimate move. The move was identified as belonging to the Elder God. Meanwhile, the man with green hair was surrounded by strange energy. Elsewhere, Sarah exclaimed that one had to fight at 70% of their full strength for 5 minutes to use that skill. Another voice wondered if Jean had been going easy on Orium the whole time, but the woman with blonde hair countered that it was the opposite. The woman with blonde hair stood next to Sarah. She explained that Jean had calculated that he could use his ultimate move if he fought with a handicap for 5 minutes. The woman with blonde hair continued, stating that it meant Jean knew Orium could hold his own for more than 5 minutes. Ikju had been fighting his hardest this whole time, and he hadn't been treating them like children. The Soul Fighter ultimate move was called the Descent of the Elder God. The move increased offensive abilities by 600% and neutralized the opponent's passive and field skill effects for 5 attacks. The man with spiky hair admitted that Kale was strong and would be incredibly valuable to their guild. However, he added that Kale was nowhere near as good as the guild master. The man with spiky hair declared that the fight would be over in 5 attacks. Kale prepared to receive the first blow. The man with spiky hair lunged forward, his fist aimed at Kale. The first strike landed with tremendous force. The force of the blow sent Kale sliding backwards. Gasping, Kale felt the impact of the attack. The man with spiky hair prepared his second and third attacks. He declared that the next attacks would be a double whammy. The second and third blows struck Kale in rapid succession. Kale's face contorted in pain as he endured the onslaught. The man with spiky hair leaped forward for another attack. Kale, struggling to maintain his footing, gripped his weapon. Kale realized that the Descent of the Elder God had blocked his passive skill, Dusk Blossom, preventing him from using his ultimate move. He knew that if he kept getting hit like this, it would be game over. He needed to find a way to turn the tables. Kale's eyes burned with intensity as he faced his opponent. The man with spiky hair declared that running away was pointless. Meanwhile, Kale's opponent prepared for another attack, announcing that he was ready for number 4. Kale activated his defensive skill, Obsessive Vengeance. The man with spiky hair remarked that Kale had activated skill. He told Kale not to bother. Kale's defensive skill clashed against his opponent's attack. The force of the blow slammed into Kale. The impact sent him flying backwards. The man with spiky hair observed that Kale had tried to divert his attack with a defensive skill, but it hadn't worked. Two onlookers noted that one characteristic of the Soul Fighter class was their ability to destroy defensive armor and shields. Jiri Huang realized there was only one left. Someone questioned what Orium was going to do now. Orium stood, panting heavily. The man with spiky hair lunged forward, his movements swift and precise. He declared this to be his fifth and final attack, bracing himself for the impact. Orium remained silent, his expression unreadable. The force of the blow ripped through the air. The attack landed with a resounding impact. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the area. The force of the attack sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The man with spiky hair looked on with anticipation. Orium clenched his fist, bracing for the next attack. The skill Overcome Adversity, Absorb Damage activated, as Orium thought to himself that the so-called final attack was simple. Orium stated that he could tell what the man with spiky hair was going to do. The man with spiky hair questioned how Orium was still able to block him. Meanwhile, Orium realized that after he tried to use the defensive barrier against the punch, the man with spiky hair thought he'd get knocked out for sure, but he was hiding something. Orium wondered if he still had something up his sleeve. Orium revealed that he had been saving this since the beginning. Orium prepared to use a Soul Fighter's ultimate move against him. The man with spiky hair stated that he let himself get hit by Orium's fourth attack on purpose. The man with spiky hair moved in a certain direction. The man with spiky hair revealed that he made sure Orium used a straight punch as his final attack. Orium activated the skill, an eye for an eye. Orium prepared to use the Soul Fighter ultimate move. Orium activated the Descent of the Elder God. Orium descended. The attack landed. The man with spiky hair was struck by the attack. The man with spiky hair was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. He cried out in pain. Suddenly, a doll appeared, glowing with an eerie light. The doll thanked someone for playing with it. The doll announced that it was leaving. The man with spiky hair knelt on the ground, surrounded by the doll's fading energy. He panted heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. Meanwhile, another young man with short, dark hair also panted, his face bearing fresh cuts. He stared at his bloodied hand, catching his breath. His expression hardened with determination. He lunged forward towards a girl with long brown hair. Someone shouted for him to stop. A girl with brown hair celebrated his comeback. She exclaimed that she was sure he was going to lose after the fourth attack, and that she thought it was over for their party, but then he came back. The young man with the bandage on his cheek is embraced by the girl, a look of shock etched on his face. She simply hums in response. Meanwhile, another young man receives a pat on the back. He is told that he did a good job, but it is also mentioned that none of this would have happened if he hadn't said something so foolish. Elsewhere, a woman with short, light purple hair asks Sunga what he intends to do. The woman with purple hair questions if they are really going to join some high schoolers' party. She laughs, musing that she never thought Ikja would lose, so she is unsure. It occurs to her that they might want something else from them. The young man with dark hair suggests that even information could be used to negotiate with them, if they are willing. The woman with purple hair thinks that to compromise on what they want, they can just hand it over and send them on their way, but if they still plan on absorbing their guild, then they might have to play a little dirty. She decides that there is no choice but to bring out their hidden blade. An angelic skill, a second chance at life, activates. The skill restores HP and defense abilities, while also increasing offensive abilities by 20%. The effect washes over one of the combatants. He realizes that the healer is using an angelic healing skill. He muses that even a skilled healer can reach that class if they train hard enough. He reflects on the difficulty of leveling up solo as a healer, noting its unpopularity. However, he acknowledges that joining a good team allows for quick improvement and reaching a top-tier class. Someone realizes that their team members were awful, and it wasn't because they were a bad healer. The battle concludes, and it appears they are done here. Orium is asked what he wants to do next. The woman states that they will have to join his team as his subordinates. She asks what they're going to do now. It is warned to think carefully, or their choice might lead to something. The group was just discussing that. They ask if they could change the penalty. Someone points out that they all have to get inch-long tattoos of their guild name on their arms. Someone exclaims that this isn't some drinking game, and that the name is childish and awful. Sarah stood firm, declaring that they would have to go over her dead body. If they didn't like that idea, she wondered what they would think about her next proposal. Meanwhile, the man extended his hand, proposing they form an alliance. Sarah clarified that while she had stated the losing team would join them, she didn't actually want to steal their guild. She emphasized the importance of teamwork between guilds, seeing no point in taking their guild away from them. He added that he also didn't want to fight them. He suggested they form an alliance and help each other out. Sarah was surprised, admitting she hadn't expected a move like that. Sarah wondered if he was okay with the possibility of competing against each other when the event began. He responded that if it came to that, all they would have to do was defeat them like they did today and take first place. Sarah laughed, and the man with her remarked on their confidence. The man with her declared that they had seriously lost it. Sarah admitted she hadn't expected them to suggest an alliance, and that she never thought they'd think they could win against the whole guild. Sarah supposed this was fine. She thought to herself that she had to deal with scumbags like Chaos every day, but meeting kids like them actually made her feel like she was playing a game again. Sarah's acceptance of the proposal was met with a declaration. They would be allies. The alliance was sealed with a clasp of hands. The man with dark hair expressed his gratitude. A smile spread across Sarah's face. Since they were now allies, Sarah suggested exchanging contact information, believing they would have much to discuss moving forward. The woman with brown hair offered to exchange numbers with Sarah. Sarah stated that Orium might usually stand at the front because he was their main damage dealer, but she was the team leader. The woman with brown hair thought to herself that there were only 2 of them in the party, so it shouldn't matter who she talked to. Sarah preferred talking to guys and would handle this with Orium. The woman with brown hair hissed, telling Sarah that she could talk to her. The man with dark hair noticed the tension and wondered why their alliance already felt like it was going to end. Now that they were allies, the blonde-haired man wanted to tell the man with dark hair something, warning him to watch out for Chaos when doing quests. The blonde-haired man knew they were strong, but anything could happen. The blonde-haired man revealed that they had a team member who was rank 34, but they were killed after Chaos ganged up on them. On top of that, Chaos was apparently increasing its guild numbers, though no one knew how. It was advised that they avoid certain individuals. However, the group was planning a team dinner to exchange information. The woman with short white hair inquired if they were free the day after tomorrow. One of the girls gasped, realizing she had to make dinner for her sister that day and couldn't make it. He asked about the next day, and the woman agreed that it worked for her. They agreed to meet that day. The woman with short white hair told them to come to the hotel restaurant on that day, and that she would send the exact time and place over text. Jiri Huang corrected herself, saying she would send the information through Saiwal's number. Jiri Huang told them she would see them later and that it was nice meeting them today. The dark-haired man commented that the meeting went quite well. He added that it could have ended better, but they got it under control, more or less. He realized that he knew PK users existed, but he had no idea that they formed gangs and moved in groups. Saiwal stated that there was nothing they could do about it, and that they should focus on completing as many quests as possible and getting stronger. The dark-haired man agreed, saying that they had to improve their skills if they were going to compete against Raison. The dark-haired man looked forward, contemplating the upcoming challenges. He mentioned that there was one more thing he wanted to ask. Saiwal asked what it was. He wondered if he had to wear a suit to dinner at the hotel restaurant. A student relayed what he had seen on television to another. The other student claimed that the current trend was to go in one's underwear. He then admitted he was only kidding. The words Ergosphere Online Chaos Island appeared over a landscape of skulls and jagged rocks. A scream echoed through the area. An armored warrior dashed forward. Another warrior, cloaked in green, dodged a fiery attack. The cloaked warrior narrowed his eyes. He clashed with another combatant, energy crackling around them. Another warrior moved with incredible speed. The cloaked warrior fought alongside Knight. An archer loosed a volley of arrows, causing a series of explosions. A powerful explosion rocked the area. The hooded figure, Char_019, launched an attack against his opponent. The attacker's passive skill, the Stormbird, increased his chance of dodging an attack by 30%. He prepared the Dragon Harpoon. The Dragon Harpoon materialized, crackling with energy. The harpoon shot forward with incredible speed. The harpoon struck its target, sending him flying. The target cried out in pain. Meanwhile, the hooded figure, Char_019, stood amidst a field of skulls. The man with the green hair, Char_021, breathed heavily, his face streaked with blood. He took a step forward. The man in the suit, Char_018, observed the fight. He realized that the green-haired man was putting in more effort than he had anticipated. The man in the suit thought that, at his level, it should have taken him longer to get all the way there from the start of the island. The man in the suit asked what the other thought, stating that he had found a good one. The disembodied head considered that even though he has a lot to learn, if he enters the flow state, orders crackled through the comms, directing someone to eliminate a target. Meanwhile, Jean held a framed image, the face within contorted in a grimace. His gaze narrowed. He resolved that if the target reached the tower's summit, he would measure his flow and take him along. Back in the game, Jean noted the lack of response and wondered if they had lost connection. He mused that hacking tools were so unstable. He stated that he had received permission and that the target simply needed to reach the top of the tower. Jean considered that reaching the top did not guarantee the target's ability to enter the real world. Elsewhere, a hooded figure was encouraged to try their best until then. The scene shifted to a modern high-rise building. Inside, people gathered in a lounge area. A woman with white hair asked if 2 individuals had formed a party together. A young man confirmed that he needed more information about what was happening, and that Saiwal needed a main damage dealer. The woman with white hair stated that it was the same for their guild. Suddenly, they had all evolved, and unbelievable things began to occur. They had no choice but to rely on one another. Meanwhile, one of the women wondered about the guild members who hadn't evolved, recalling that they had mentioned something. The woman had not told the other guild members about the phenomenon, but instructed them to contact her if anything strange happened while they were playing the game. After evolving and completing her first quest, The woman forgot everything that had happened in the game. Now, she was only interested in things that happened in reality. Elsewhere, a man was asked if he was drawn to the quest rewards. He admitted that he was, to an extent, but it was a little more complicated than that. Just then, someone exclaimed that Jian's timing was perfect. The woman with white hair asked Jian to come over for a moment. Jian greeted the woman, saying it was nice to meet her. The woman asked Jian if she could show them a picture of what she looked like before she evolved, adding that there was no pressure. Jian responded that it wasn't weird or anything, and agreed. Jian showed the others a picture on her phone. The others looked at the picture with interest. The woman sat on the edge of a bed, bandages wrapped around her limbs. The woman recounted that she had been in a car accident, a truck running her over and shattering her fibula. She recalled the doctor saying she would never walk as she had before. But everything changed after the evolution. Now, she could run, jump, and fly like a game character. That was what interested her. She snapped her fingers. It was the power of a system that could make the impossible possible. If they could figure out how it worked, they could change the world. There would be no more terminal disease, no more sad people. It would be a whole new world. So, that was Guild Raison's wish, to figure out how the game system operated. One of the men agreed that one could say that, though that kind of wish might be against the rules, like wishing for a genie's lamp. While they were exchanging information, there was something she would like to ask. By any chance, when they fought monsters, did they ever happen to see a black door? The woman waited for an answer. Orium was asked if he had seen a strange door before. He was reminded that he mentioned seeing a weird door previously. The woman with white hair confirmed that they had indeed seen it, realizing it was real. The woman with auburn hair demanded to know what the door actually was. The woman with white hair admitted they weren't entirely sure. They had overheard information about it while interrogating members of Chaos. According to those they interrogated, the door led to an unofficial next level of the game they used to play. Passing through it would allow one to advance to the Transcendent class. It was essentially a back door. The city stood silent, a web of steel and glass under a sky streaked with strange energies. Amidst the eerie calm, Sarah dashed forward, her expression determined. Suddenly, the ground erupted as a monstrous creature emerged. The creature lunged, its massive form casting a shadow over Sarah. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on the threat before her. Leaping into action, she prepared her counterattack. With practiced precision, Sarah activated her skill, Thorn Trap. The trap sprung, ensnaring the creature in a web of glowing energy. The creature roared in pain and frustration as the thorns pierced its hide. Sarah called out to Orium, urging him to seize the opportunity for a final strike. Leaping into the fray, Orium moved with blinding speed. He landed squarely on the creature's back, his sword poised to strike. Orium declared that he had the creature in his sights. Empowered by the inevitable ring, Orium prepared to unleash a devastating blow, increasing the efficacy of his skill. A powerful slash tears through the air. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling backwards. The creature emits a piercing hiss. The figure's eyes glow with intensity. Meanwhile, at the table, the group continues their discussion. The others explain that the black door allows one to join the Transcendent class, calling it the back door. One of them had always assumed it was a door that spawned monsters. The woman with short, light purple hair admitted they weren't 100% sure either. She suggested that the information could be false, leaked by Chaos on purpose. However, thinking back to the special types, it didn't seem like a baseless rumor. One of the students asked about these special types. The woman with short, light purple hair explained that they were like Wahum and the Swift Wolf, monsters they had encountered. She continued, stating that they're monsters that existed in the game, but use entirely different abilities or entities that never existed in the game. She added that when she sees these beings, it's like... The woman explained that it meant that users could also develop their abilities past what they could in the game, too. The student with black hair agreed, saying there were monsters that he had never seen in the game, since they came out of that door, too. The woman with blonde hair introduced herself as Raimi Kim, a magic gunner. Raimi Kim greeted the others, then inquired if they had figured out how to open the back door. Unfortunately, they still had no answer. It seemed that even Chaos was in the dark. The man with black hair believed the key lay somewhere in their consciousness. He recalled that when he first evolved, he could move like a game character. The next day, however, he could barely move his legs, feeling as though he was still in the hospital. After realizing he had become a game character, he could move again. The man with black hair then asked if the key to the back door should also be somewhere in their consciousness. The woman with brown hair admitted that she thought she had experienced that, too. The man with black hair asked if she had broken her bones, too. She clarified that was not what she meant, expressing her gratitude that they were able to gather and share information. She added that, thanks to Raimi Kim, they were sure that the back door existed. The man with black hair realized that there was a user who may be able to open it sitting right in front of him. Raimi Kim asked Orium what he thought. Raimi Kim told him that it was not too late to join their guild, assuring them that she could provide better assistance than Saiwal could. The woman with brown hair asked what she meant. The woman with brown hair seemed to understand. Raimi Kim's anger flared, suggesting they handle the situation with a player kill style. One of the others questioned if that wasn't a bit cold-blooded, but another responded that it was a cruel world and one should eliminate those who provoke them. Meanwhile, a woman with short purple hair teased the others, finding their reactions amusing. Elsewhere, Orium and Saiwal stood together, the aftermath of a battle visible around them. A notification appeared, congratulating Orium Lee and Saiwal Kim. The system informed them that they had successfully killed 5 spiders and completed the quest, the greedy spider and Kyo. Saiwal wondered if one of the spiders was a special type, but Orium replied that it was probably easy because of that. Orium noted that the items they received when they defeated Waham had also helped, specifically mentioning that the inevitable ring increased skill efficacy. The system indicated that proof of a strong heart increased defensive ability. Saiwal's, the angel's wings increased agility, and the thread of fate increased buff efficacy when playing with a party. Orium admitted that some of the items weren't helpful, but they could exchange the knockout's eyelash, which significantly increased attractiveness for something they needed later. Orium and Saiwal stood together. The system informed Orium that there were some additional details regarding the quest. The system announced that users who clear the quest without taking any damage are invited to attempt an EX quest. EX quests are designed to be challenging. The system indicated that completing this quest would yield a special prize instead of money or random item boxes. The woman suggested it might be an extra quest, similar to the missions they used to do before events. The system stated that they had to decide at that moment whether to attempt the quest or not. The system warned that they would not qualify after. It asked what they would do. The woman expressed her reluctance to try a quest without knowing the reward. She felt it was like gambling and wondered if it wasn't better to pick quests with clear rewards. He considered the options. He decided to try it. The reward was information. She wondered if it was information about Horizon or the game. He stated that it was the best-case scenario. He added that, regardless, they probably couldn't get special rewards from a normal quest. She suggested they could keep it as their trump card for when they were negotiating with other parties or guilds. The woman seemed impressed, asking if he had already thought that far ahead. He responded that she was surprisingly calculating, and then declared that they should do the EX quest. The other player confidently stated that it would be a piece of cake. The player with short black hair agreed, affirming that was right. He then stuttered, questioning what Saiwal had just said. She responded that she didn't know. A screen displayed the time remaining until the EX quest, 57 minutes and 59 seconds. Elsewhere, a student checked his phone. He thought to himself that tonight was the night of the quest, and that luckily his sister was working a night shift, so he wouldn't have to worry about sneaking out. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and greeted him. Orium's classmate, Sojung, greeted him, asking if he wasn't heading home with Saiwal. He explained that Saiwal had to meet with her school counselor and told him to go on without her. Meanwhile, Sojung seemed skeptical. She wondered if they had kissed yet. Orium was visibly startled by the question. Sojung exclaimed that they hadn't yet, assuming they had because they had been moving so fast. Orium denied that they were dating, which was why they hadn't kissed. Sojung refused to believe that her intuition was wrong. She declared that her gut feeling had always been right. Another student interjected, mentioning Yunhyang was transferring schools, too. Orium seemed surprised to hear that Yunhyang was transferring. While some people were saying he died or something, others in the teacher's lounge heard that he was transferring. Someone speculated that he was going to some elite prep school for rich kids, and that he said he was going to leave this neighborhood altogether. Orium thought to himself that he didn't care what that punk did. He admitted that not seeing him anymore would be nice. Orium listened as he was reminded that he used to spend every day with Yunhyang. He denied it, but the other student didn't seem to believe him. The girl flinched, surprised by his response. She thought he looked angry. The girl waved goodbye, saying she was going to take the subway home and would see him tomorrow. He watched her go, thinking that she was right to run away. He took a step forward. He decided that it was over now. Elsewhere, someone thought about the quest and how they should be thinking about getting first place in the event. The city stretched out before them. A beam of light shot down from the sky. 2 figures stood in the light. They were ready to move. The woman wondered if they were close to their school. The man confirmed that they were, recognizing the buildings they usually passed on their way to school. A system notification appeared, announcing that the quest would begin in 3 minutes and instructing them to check the quest objective and prepare for battle. As the notification faded, a flash illuminated the area. The details of the time attack quest were displayed. Hunt all 8 prince banished from the Grey Kingdom within 15 minutes. The man considered the quest, noting that having to complete an attack quest with a time limit was annoying. He wondered if the prince banished from the Grey Kingdom was difficult to defeat or if it would be easy. The woman responded that they could be special types, so they might want to brace themselves. It was also possible that they could use unusual skills. The man remarked that it seemed like a race against time, so they should use a speed buff item. The woman asked what he meant, questioning if he didn't read the quest stories. She then asked about the story of the Grey Kingdom. He replied that he did read them, but he didn't remember them well. He then stated that this was the story a long time ago. There was a golden kingdom. The man exclaimed as they began to move. The woman noted that it hadn't even started yet, but the man guessed it started differently because it was a time attack quest and told her to let's go. The city stood silent, streetlights casting long shadows across the empty streets. Nearby, The pair dashed forward. They moved with purpose, their faces set with determination as they continued their sprint. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed, announcing the presence of the banished prince of the Grey Kingdom. A towering figure emerged, its form wrapped in what appeared to be bandages, standing ominously in the street. The figure's hood parted, revealing multiple eyes that seemed to loom over everything. The city skyline loomed, a silent witness to the events about to unfold. Kale adjusted his earpiece, preparing for the mission ahead. He and Sarah reviewed their strategy. Given the time constraint, they would split up to cover more ground, maintaining contact via phone. The system announced the EX quest would begin in 5 seconds. Kale bid Sarah farewell, promising to meet after the quest. He cautioned her to remain vigilant. The system declared the quest had begun. A strange, cloaked figure appeared in the street. It concealed multiple glowing eyes. With a jolt, Kale drew his blade. He launched himself into the air, preparing to strike. Activating his skill, Phantom Vengeance Blade, Kale readied himself for battle. Kale's power surged as he prepared to strike. The blade slashed through the air. He moved with incredible speed. The blade connected with the cloaked figure. Kale noted that one enemy was down. He remained focused. Another cloaked figure glared at him. The figure swung a massive blade. Kale realized he had spoken too soon. The cloaked figure prepared to leap. It stabbed downwards. The blade crashed into the ground. Kale announced that 2 were down. Meanwhile, Sarah continued her quest. She remarked that they had only just begun, and already 2 had been defeated, which seemed fast. Meanwhile, she hadn't seen a single one yet. As she continued forward, 3 figures appeared in the distance. The figures approached, their multiple eyes glowing ominously. She corrected herself, noting that 3 had just appeared right in front of her. Sarah figured she should consider herself lucky. One of the creatures lunged, its blade slicing through the air. She raised her weapon to meet the attack. Sarah realized she was at a dead end. Energy crackled around her. Activating a magic class skill, she formed a protective shield. And she activated the skill Chain Imprisonment Trap. Chains crackled as they sprung into existence. Now that the enemies were ensnared, Sarah prepared to unleash a skill capable of eliminating all 3 at once. The skill activated, manifesting as a golden spear crackling with energy. The system interface displayed the skill's properties. Minotaur, Beast of the Labyrinth. It allowed the user to wield a lightning spear for 17 seconds, lowering magic defense and increasing physical attack power. With a surge of power, she launched the lightning spear. The spear struck, bathing the area in a blinding flash of light. Electricity crackled through the air, obliterating the trapped enemies. Sarah dashed forward, spear in hand, ready for any remaining threats. The spear slashed through the air, leaving trails of electricity. She surveyed the scene, ensuring the area was clear. She noted that the attacks were clean kills. Elsewhere, Kale realized that taking down 3 enemies at once meant something. He noticed that there was 1 left. Kale resolved to use his Watchtower skill to find it, and instructed the others to look for it as well. These monsters, it was said, attacked as soon as they spotted their enemy, so there was no way they were hiding. Even if he didn't see it first, it would come after him as soon as it realized he was there. Then it was probably somewhere he hadn't been yet. A flash appeared on his HUD, indicating there were 12 minutes and 49 seconds remaining until the quest was over. About 12 minutes, he thought, should be enough. He knew he had to take his time and check each alleyway carefully. With renewed determination, he continued his search. Meanwhile, Saiwal stood on a rooftop, staff in hand. The timer displayed 5 minutes and 31 seconds. He picked up his pace. There it was. So it had been hiding there. He contacted Saiwal, informing her that he had found the last prince and would proceed to eliminate it. He received confirmation that his message was received. They were doing pretty well, he thought, so he could afford to try out skills he didn't usually get to use. He prepared to unleash the skill, Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost. A hulking figure, its form obscured by a hooded cloak riddled with unsettling eyes, slowly turned. The creature unleashed a flurry of slashes. More slashes followed in rapid succession. His eyes glowing with an intense red light, Kale prepared to unleash a new skill. With a burst of speed, Kale moved. The system detailed the Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost skill, explaining that it allowed the user to randomly attack everything in the vicinity for 15 seconds at 300% strength. The system warned that the Rampage of the Vengeful Ghost posed a risk of PK attacks, as the skill did not distinguish between monsters and users. Realizing the danger to others, Kale resolved to use the skill only as a last resort. Kale contacted Saiwal, informing her that he had taken care of the last monster. He suggested that they choose their reward and go home. Kale noticed that the timer had not stopped. He wondered what was going on and why the quest wasn't over. The system indicated that the quest was not yet over, and that he and Saiwal had killed a total of 7 monsters. The system announced that 1 remained as Kale flinched, sensing a presence. The group continued their advance through the dimly lit corridor. Ahead, a towering figure emerged, its form radiating an eerie, golden light. He realized the black door was the back door. a monstrous figure declared that they had finally arrived. The destination was revealed to be their utopia, the horizon. Suddenly, the monstrous figure dissolved into what appeared to be water. He wondered what was going on, questioning if the monster had just turned into water. Suddenly, he yelled for them to wait. He realized that the monster had just mentioned the horizon, and he asked Saiwal if she remembered the story of the prince banished from the Grey Kingdom. He pressed Saiwal to recall the story. Saiwal explained that sacrilege had torn the Grey Kingdom apart. The princes had escaped their country to seek their utopia. That utopia was called the horizon. He realized the implications of this information. Kale realized that the quests were not randomly generated. They were all part of the incomplete storylines from the game. Elsewhere, the multi-faced warriors stood ready, blades in hand. The sound of metal echoed as the battle began. The warrior clashed against Kale. If he could just figure out what kind of monster this special type was, he might be able to figure something out about the horizon. The clash of steel rang out again. Kale commanded the system to open the battle preparation page. He decided to exchange the knockout's eyelash. It was time for the wise man's eye. The system confirmed the exchange of the knockout's eyelash for the wise man's eye. The system informed him that he could now use his item. Kale, now empowered, wondered who he was facing. A looming figure descended. From Kale's perspective, the figure was immense. The clash of blades echoed as the multi-faced warrior attacked. Empowered by the wise man's eye, Kale's foot glowed as he moved to strike. The force of the blow shattered the ground. The impact created a deafening boom. Kale leaped back, narrowly avoiding a counterattack. He realized the monster's name must hold significance. The multi-faced warrior declared himself to be the fifth guardian, spirit of the horizon. The fifth guardian stood tall, his presence imposing. His golden mask reflected an unreadable expression. The fifth guardian attacked once more, his blades meeting Kale's in a shower of sparks. The force of the blows generated a powerful whirring sound. The clash culminated in another massive explosion. Amidst the fading light of the explosion, the fifth guardian lunged forward, his blade aimed at an unseen target. Elsewhere, someone observed the guardian's stats, realizing they were incredible. The observer realized the guardian possessed the primal Valak. The fifth guardian stood firm, a low rumble emanating from his position. The observers wondered how they could possibly defeat him with so little time remaining. A timer beeped, displaying 2:48. The city stood silent, a stark contrast to the battles that had recently unfolded within its borders. Steel clashed against steel as Kale parried the masked figure's attack. The force of the blows reverberated through the air. Kale knew he had to remain calm, realizing the masked figure's defenses were only marginally better than Valak's. He was certain he could defeat him before time ran out. The masked figure slashed at Kale with incredible speed. The masked figure decided to start with Kale's arms. Kale's expression hardened with determination. The masked figure stood tall, his multiple faces unreadable. The masked figure prepared another strike. Kale was surprised that the attack didn't connect. The sounds of metal on metal echoed as Kale and the masked figure continued to trade blows. The masked figure began to emit a strange, whirring sound. Suddenly, the masked figure unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The energy blast tore through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blast continued to pulverize the surroundings. The energy surged, threatening to overwhelm everything. Amidst the chaos, the masked figure, the spirit of the horizon, remained a towering presence, seemingly unfazed by the destruction. With a burst of speed, Kale moved to counter the attack. He knew he had to change his strategy. Kale realized that if he couldn't target the masked figure's body parts one by one, he would have to corner him so he couldn't attack. He prepared to use the skill. Revenge is a raging fire. He prepared to unleash his whirlwind attack. Kale slashed through the air, the force of his attack creating a visible distortion. The air cracked as his power intensified. He knew he had to keep going, preparing his next skill. He prepared to unleash the rampage of the vengeful ghost. The force of the attack echoed with a resounding clang. The clash of energy and steel reverberated through the battlefield. The spirit of the horizon's mask begins to crack under the force of the assault. He notes with satisfaction that he is steadily racking up damage. He realizes he needs to hit him with a burst combo. The spirit of the horizon declares that they will clear the course. Kale continues his assault. The spirit of the horizon continues to take damage. The spirit of the horizon is shocked. Kale is surprised, realizing something is wrong. Meanwhile, Saiwal watches a screen displaying a warning. The screen displays a countdown timer. Elsewhere, another player is attacked. Kale realizes they failed the quest. Orium asks what happens now. Saiwal calls out to Kale. The system apologized, stating it almost had him before running out of time. The other voice responded that it was okay, at least he didn't die. Saiwal wondered what happened when they failed a quest, questioning if they received penalty points. The other person admitted they didn't know, stating this was the first time it had happened. They had never quit halfway through before, so they weren't sure. A flash of light emanated from the system screen. The system announced that Saiwal Kim and Orium Lee had failed the quest. Saiwal expressed her annoyance at the way the system spoke. The system stated that they had luckily completed more than 50% of the quest. The system informed them that they would be given the opportunity to attempt it again, specifying that the quest would take place in 12 hours. Orium questioned if the quest would take place at 3:50 in the afternoon, surprised that it would be during the day and not at night. The system asked how they would proceed and if they would attempt the quest a second time. The pair stood silently before the system screen. Orium's expression was unreadable. He suggested that maybe they shouldn't attempt it this time. Saiwal looked at Orium with concern. Orium explained that they had always done their quests at night, so the chances of a passerby getting hurt had been low. Around 4 p.m., there would still be a lot of people on the streets. Downtown quests carried the risk of collateral damage. Innocent bystanders could be caught in the crossfire, potentially leading to numerous injuries or even fatalities. Because of this, the risk of undertaking such a quest seemed too great. The woman appeared concerned. She paused, lost in thought. He agreed with her assessment. The potential consequences weighed heavily on their minds. Even a single casualty would be unacceptable. She declared that they should abandon the quest. She had been curious about the rewards for the EX quest, but there was nothing they could do about it. Changing the subject, she asked if he wanted a sandwich the next day. He agreed. He was glad they had at least figured out that Horizon was connected to the storyline from the game. He thought they should review the plot of the game before their next quest. He agreed, stating that he would focus on the quest that they had already completed so far. The sun began to set over the city. Students walked home from school. Inside the library, students studied. Orium was not present, but Saiwal was in the hallway, holding some papers. Another student approached Saiwal, asking what she was doing after school and if she had any plans. Saiwal explained that she was planning to talk to Orium for a bit before heading home. The other student exclaimed that she was going to meet with their homeroom teacher for career counseling and skip cram school. She then asked Saiwal if she wanted to go with her. Saiwal suggested they get something good to eat and have some fun. The other student suggested they call Orium to hang out together, but Saiwal didn't think he could, as he was on cooking duty. The other student waved goodbye, saying she would text Saiwal when she was done with counseling. Someone thought that they would make sure she eats until her cheeks look like they're about to burst. Saiwal and another student were later seen together. The other student read the story of Waham, the swift wolf. The story talked about how Waham uses his ability to teleport as a special type. She recalled the stories, how they spoke of divine messages being relayed. Delving deeper into the texts, she found one that described Waham's actions. He had devoured those plotting against the shaman, a taboo act of murder, and was imprisoned 46 levels underground for his crime. The student standing beside her mentioned that God had mercy on Waham, promising him the ability to meet her again. Saiwal realized that the ability God promised him must have been teleportation. According to the game's lore, Waham missed her so much that he ripped through the bars of his prison and escaped. The story ended with users facing off against him in raid quests. The student agreed, believing that the storyline from the game was continuing in real life. Saiwal noted that all the special types she had read about had stories with some connection to reality. She wondered if that meant the entire plot of the game was continuing in real life, too. He admitted he tried to do some research on that, but he couldn't find much. The student explained that the story was just that God imparted his abilities to the heroes and monsters that appear in his land, Ergosphere. He admitted that he did notice something kind of weird as he was reading the stories. He pointed out that when NPCs use the word God, they're really referring to something else. He revealed that they were referring to the black hole in the sky. Saiwal asked if that wasn't just part of the game design. He wasn't sure, but he questioned whether black holes were pathways to other universes. Saiwal and her classmate walked together, discussing the upcoming event. She thought it might be a hint. She considered that they still had many storylines to review and weren't sure they could linger too long on this one. Suddenly, a notification chimed on her phone. Meanwhile, her classmate received a message. He noted that it was getting late and that he had plans, asking if she was heading home. He decided he should get going. Saiwal wondered if they should tell Raizan about all of this, but her classmate wasn't sure about any of it yet. He insisted that they should hide this information until they could use it later, stating that they had worked hard for it and it was theirs. Saiwal reminded him that they were allies with Raizan and shouldn't be too petty, but he stated that there were no exceptions. Suddenly, a flash of light filled the hallway. An interface appeared before them, announcing that the EX quest would begin in 5 minutes at this location, and asked if they accepted. The interface remained, awaiting their decision. Her classmate exclaimed that they weren't going to reattempt the EX quest. Saiwal agreed, questioning what was going on with the system. The system announced that another user had accepted the EX quest they had previously failed, but because the quest was originally theirs, they were being asked if they intended to reattempt it. The system warned that if they accepted, it would become a quest competition, allowing them to earn rewards. However, the system also stated that if they rejected the quest, they would be considered intruders on the other user's quest. Raizan wondered if the person who accepted the quest was at their school. The question hung in the air as they considered the implications. The system interface glowed, awaiting their decision. Saiwal declared that they would accept the quest. She insisted that there was no point in hesitating, and now that it had started, their priority had to be clearing the quest. She believed that was the only way. It was the only way to ensure that no one at the school got hurt. Raison d'Isten d'entente. He told Saiwal that as soon as she figured out who accepted the quest, she had to tell him. Raison considered that they could be a PK user. The system confirmed that they had accepted the warning, or part of chaos. The system announced the quest, stating that they would now be transported. Suddenly, Saiwal and a companion found themselves standing in a school hallway. The air shimmered as the effects of the transportation faded. The hallway appeared ordinary, lined with lockers and classroom doors. Elsewhere, a figure in a hooded jacket walked up a set of stairs. The figure's face remained obscured by the shadows of the hood. This episode can be read with accompanying background music. Two students walked down the school hallway. One of them asked if they should go to the internet cafe before heading home. The other questioned why he went to the internet cafe every day, implying he wasn't even good at games. He retorted that it was nonsense and that he was better than the other. The student with glasses asked if the other heard a weird sound. They continued walking down the hallway. The other student claimed he didn't hear anything and agreed to play for just 1 hour. The student with glasses thought that if they stayed any longer, his mom would find out. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed one of the students against the wall. The unseen monster unleashed another attack. The monster realized someone had already been caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, another student stared in shock at the scene before him. He looked on in disbelief. He stammered, questioning what was happening. He realized normal people couldn't see him or the monsters. He knew he had to evacuate everyone left in the school. Suddenly, the fire alarm began to ring. He wondered if that was the fire alarm. Orium and Saiwal called out to each other amidst the chaos. Saiwal revealed that she had triggered the fire alarm to initiate the evacuation, declaring their intent to eliminate the monsters. The two stood side by side, peering out the window. Saiwal questioned their strategy, asking if they should split up as they had done previously. Orium insisted they stick together this time. He knew that it would take 2 people to defeat this special type of monster. Outside, grotesque monsters advanced towards the school entrance. Saiwal acknowledged Orium's plan. She affirmed that she was ready. Saiwal activated her skill, the voice from beyond the labyrinth, which improved all of her stats. With a swish and a slash, Orium attacked the monsters. He continued his assault, cutting through the creatures. His strikes landed with deadly force. Orium declared that they were halfway done. The hallway was littered with bodies. The student was shocked by the scene. He wondered how so many people had been hurt. He knew the quest had just begun. His face contorted with grit and determination. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Hearing the noise from upstairs, a girl with long brown hair told him that she heard a noise from upstairs. She urged him to go. Meanwhile, another student screamed, wondering what was going on. Nearby, 2 of the creatures stood guard. One of the students wondered what was happening as a creature approached. The creature loomed closer. It slashed with its blade. The student blocked the attack. The creature's hand reached out. The student realized he had it. A skill called Thorn Trap activates as a figure stands ready. With a sweeping motion, the figure swings their weapon. The weapon slices through the air, impacting the monster. Meanwhile, a student urges another to escape, assuring her it is safe to leave. The girl, however, remains huddled on the floor, sniffing and seemingly unable to move. The boy realizes she cannot hear him. He shatters the window. The girl screams as the boy apologizes, stating there was no other way. Elsewhere, Saiwal is told to go to the main building now, as they have checked all the wings. An exclamation point appears. Someone recognizes the fallen girl as Sojong. The girl recalls that Sojong said she would wait for her at the front gate and wonders why she's not there. She wonders why Sojong is in her current state. Someone shouted at Saiwal to snap out of it. She was told that Sojong was not dead yet. She was urged to save her. The other student worried that saving her would incur penalty points, potentially forcing them into a penalty quest and risking the rewards they had already collected. Saiwal was told it was okay and that the other student didn't care about the penalties. She was told to save her. The other student declared that no matter what they were made to do, whether it was a penalty quest or something else, they would stay by her side. The other student told Orium that he had to save them if he could, no matter what. Given the complex layout of the school, Orium realized he couldn't wait for Saiwal to heal her. Orium announced he was going to the main building first, telling Saiwal to catch up with him after she helped Sojong. Saiwal called out to Orium to wait and offered him something. Orium responded with confusion. Orium caught the item. Saiwal explained it was one of the premium items they got last time, adding that she was going to exchange it for something else because she wasn't sure what it did, but who knows, maybe it would come in handy. Saiwal told Orium not to let it get away from him this time, and that he had to kill it, referring to it as the special type. Orium's expression hardens as he continues his mission. The city stretches out before him, bathed in the colors of the setting sun. Below, a monstrous hand drags itself across the ground. The creature, a grotesque figure with multiple eyes, stands tall. Elsewhere, someone unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike crackling with energy. The force of the impacts sends shockwaves through the air. The attacker notes that 7 enemies have already fallen. Only the special type remains. Driven by a singular purpose, the figure dashes down a corridor, determined to end the quest by eliminating their target. He continues his relentless pursuit. He stops short, recognizing the figure ahead. It was the special type, but something was different. He wondered why it looked like it had transformed. Dismissing his concerns for the moment, he prepares for battle. The transformed special type makes a sound. The warrior leaped towards the golden figure. He knew he had to focus all his might on killing the monster. The clash of metal echoed as the battle intensified. The sounds of the fight continued to ring out. Meanwhile, a surge of power erupted. Revenge burned like a raging fire. The golden figure was struck by a surge of pink energy. The golden figure began to crack. The ground rumbled as the battle reached its peak. The warrior was shocked by the force of the attack. An explosion rocked the area. The warrior was sent flying by the blast. He struggled to regain his footing. Even as Orium was sent hurtling away, the golden figure moved with incredible speed. The figure's strikes landed with resounding force. The clash of metal echoed through the area. Meanwhile, Kale saw the timer ticking down. Only 30 seconds remained. He realized there was no time to spare. The golden figure prepared to finish Kale off with another attack. Kale knew he had to act fast. He realized he needed to use a passive skill to amplify his offensive abilities and become invincible. He decided to use the spirit of the dragon he had received from Cywall. Power surged through him. He felt his strength increase. Kale knew this attack was all he had left. He was determined that it would be his last. Kale lunged forward. The spirit of the dragon surged through Kale as he clashed with the golden figure. The force of the impact shattered the surrounding area. Debris rained down as the structure began to collapse. The explosion echoed through the halls. The golden figure was sent flying backwards from the force of Kale's attack. The figure's feet dragged against the ground as it was pushed back. The golden figure raised a hand, creating a barrier of energy. Nearby, Orium, battered and bruised, realized they had cleared the quest. He flinched, still feeling the aftershocks of the battle. Cywall stood ready, her staff glowing with power. She slid to a stop, prepared for whatever came next. Orium, noticing something, questioned what was happening and what someone was doing there. A figure stood in the distance, silhouetted against the light. The figure called out to Yunhyang. The figure stood in the hallway, a strange device attached to his shoulder. Meanwhile, a figure was surrounded by green aura. With a burst of speed, Kale moved. He paused, hearing someone question what was happening and demand to know what he was doing there. The figure stood silhouetted in a doorway, a weapon raised. The figure called out a name, Yunhyang. Elsewhere, a figure lay prone on the ground, panting heavily. The figure heard congratulations for reaching the Chaos Tower. A woman remarked that she couldn't believe he had made it to the Chaos Tower so quickly and wondered how it felt to be the youngest PK user in the game. Someone clicked a device and wondered aloud. Another figure told them to cut the crap. The figure in the vest pressed for more details, wanting to know about users becoming game characters. The other man's face contorted in anger as he was also asked about what happened to Orium Lee. Orium Lee's name was spoken aloud. The man in the vest supposed that the other knew someone who had undergone translation. The other man questioned what translation was supposed to mean, clearly confused. The man in the vest explained that the name came from molecular biology, offering to simplify the explanation. He continued, stating that it was like assembling scattered blocks according to a set of instructions. The other man repeated the phrase assembling blocks, as if trying to understand. The man in the vest realized he should have explained that first, after the other man questioned what he was talking about. The man in the vest clarified that this was not just a virtual reality game. He continued, stating that it was another universe, reassembled in 3 dimensions so that humans from their 3D world could comprehend it more easily. The other man, seemingly ignoring the explanation, wondered aloud what Yunhyang was doing. The man in the vest questioned if he was just going to leave without listening to his explanation. The other man retorted, telling him to complete a quest instead of spouting nonsense, stating that he was not going to entertain this crap. The man in the vest expressed his disbelief at wasting time on someone he considered a loser. The man in the suit suspected he might not be believed. He supposed there was no other way. The man in the vest moved forward. The man in the suit was told that he would have to go. He was told to experience it for himself. The man in the vest called him a son of a bitch, questioning what he was doing. Meanwhile, the man in the suit observed that the flow was at 87.8%, which he considered cutting it close for the other man's level, expecting it to be at least 90%. He warned that if they made a mistake, the other man could die. The man in the suit considered that even if that happened, he snapped his fingers, stating it wouldn't be his responsibility. It would just be bad luck, he thought, as the man in the vest was enveloped in a swirling energy. The man in the vest was shocked. He questioned what was going on. A man in a vest bids farewell, wishing someone good luck. The individual responds, hoping they will meet again. Suddenly, a figure is engulfed in a burst of energy. Meanwhile, a tall building stands against the night sky, its windows glowing with light. Elsewhere, a man wearing a VR headset sits on a couch, seemingly unaffected by the swirling energy around him. Suddenly, the man cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. The attack continues, leaving him wounded. Clutching the VR headset, he struggles to maintain his grip. The headset falls to the ground with a clatter. He sits on the couch, breathing heavily. He is shocked by what has just happened. A figure approaches him, their features obscured by shadow. The figure asks how he feels. The figure continues, asking if he feels dizzy or nauseous. The cloaked figure demanded to know who the man was and if he was another user. The man responded negatively, stating he enjoyed the game but was not a user. The man revealed himself to be the CEO of Intahal Software. He continued, stating he was one of the 5 people who designed the game. Meanwhile, Orium aimed a weapon at a window, ready to fire. Orium recalled the CEO's words, but he had something others did not. The CEO questioned what Orium would do now. Orium stated that he now had what the other man had, implying the so must be angry. Orium declared that Yunhyong now had no reason to act like he was better than him. Orium stated he didn't care about any of that and didn't want to know how Yunhyong evolved or anything. Orium thought about what he needed to know right now. He wondered if Yunhyong was the one who accepted the quest. Orium stood in a hallway, holding the weapon. Orium revealed that he was the one who accepted the quest. His face contorted in rage. The air crackled with energy as several swords materialized. The man screamed, accusing someone of killing others. The man lamented that innocent people were involved. The scene shifted to a hallway littered with bodies. Elsewhere, a figure demanded if someone understood. Another figure responded with feigned disappointment. The figure warned that they should be more respectful. The man questioned if he had forced them to die. He lunged forward. The man shouted an insult. An explosion rocked a building. The swords floated amidst the destruction. The swords impaled several figures. Orium's rage was palpable as he questioned how someone could be so twisted. The force of his attack ripped through the air. He continued his assault, his movements swift and deadly. The force of his blows caused blood to spurt. The air crackled with energy as he moved. He unleashed his skill, the Dragon Harpoon. The Dragon Harpoon impacted with explosive force. His eyes widened, blood trickling down his face. The attack continued, the force of it immense. The force of the attack sent his opponent flying. His opponent cried out in pain. He prepared his ultimate move. He unleashed the guillotine Robespierre. The final blow landed, the force of it devastating. The clash of metal echoed as the figure parried the incoming attack. The force of the blow sent tremors through the air. The impact of the attack created a shockwave. The ground shattered under the immense pressure. With a burst of speed, the figure leaped forward. The monstrous figure loomed, its form radiating power. He activated his skill, Flower of Resentment. A flurry of slashes tore through the air. The figure pressed the attack, a whirlwind of motion. From a distance, another figure watched the unfolding battle. The warrior's eyes narrowed, focused on the enemy. The blade struck, a resounding clang echoing through the area. His face contorted in pain, blood trickling from a wound near his eye. The final blow landed with brutal force. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. The impact slams Yunhyong against a wall. Yunhyong, battered and bruised, reflects on his opponent's actions. He had believed him to be just a bully who looked down on him. But seeing how he acted today, Yunhyong realizes he now knows what kind of person he truly is. The scene shifts to a graveyard with glowing red tombstones. A voice declares that he is a monster. Yunhyong's face is partially visible as he hears the declaration. Elsewhere, 2 students run and laugh. Meanwhile, Yunhyong's face is covered in blood. A blade slashes across his face. The blade continues its descent, leaving a trail of blood. Yunhyong is struck by the blade. Yunhyong's face is bloodied and bruised, but he remains conscious. He grits his teeth, determined. Yunhyong lay on the ground, bloodied and bruised. He watched as a pink skeleton materialized before him. The skeleton's appearance prompted a surprised exclamation. Above, a voice chided someone for being too rough on the new recruit. Yunhyong was shocked by the turn of events. The pink skeleton stood between Yunhyong and his attacker. The woman with purple streaked hair remarked that he had only just started playing and that they should have gone easier on him. A skill called Body Snatcher was activated, allowing the user to swap a skeleton warrior with a team member at 1% HP and prohibiting the use of a corpse summoning spell for the following 5 minutes. Yunhyong realized his attacker was a necromancer and wondered why they weren't helping him. The woman taunted him, asking what he would do about it if she was a necromancer. Yunhyong realized that the necromancer was one of the members of Chaos he had met last time and wondered what that meant. He then realized that Yunhyong himself had joined Chaos. The woman looked on with anticipation. The woman dashed forward. A surge of blue energy erupts from the ground. Nearby, the girl with blonde hair cackled, revealing that she had been wondering where the others were hiding. She mocked them, calling it a cheap trick. Elsewhere, the girl with brown hair wondered who was hiding. Suddenly, the girl with purple streaks in her hair was grabbed from behind. The girl with blonde hair activated her skill, Minotaur, Beast of the Labyrinth. The girl with purple streaks in her hair looked back with a snarl. The girl with blonde hair declared that the strongest user is usually the last one to appear, telling her opponent that she should have known that before commanding her to die. Golden energy crackled around the girl with blonde hair. The girl with purple streaks in her hair screamed. A warning is given that this episode contains strong language. Someone shouts in frustration. Meanwhile, a woman states that the strongest user is usually the last to appear. The woman declares that her opponent should have known better, and now they will die. Because of this, the woman with the horns stands amidst crackling energy, facing her opponent. The energy intensifies around the horned woman. Someone screams. The horned woman stands amidst the destruction, as someone watches from the shadows. A pink barrier crackles with energy. The girl behind the barrier thinks that she was scared and thought she was going to die. The barrier is described as a necromancer class skill called Hell's Barrier, which increases magical defensive abilities. A loud clang rings out as the pink barrier is struck. The girl behind the barrier is shocked. The horned woman stares intently. Saiwal, confident in her abilities, taunted her unseen opponent, knowing her trap was set. With a thought, she activated her skill, Dead Men's Field. The field manifested as a swarm of spectral hands reaching out from the darkness. The spectral hands hissed as they clawed at the air. Kale, however, emerged unscathed from the field of grasping hands. His eyes narrowed, focused on his target. He slashed forward with blinding speed. The force of the blow ripped through the air. Saiwal, shocked, questioned how he had bypassed her skill. She couldn't believe he had dodged every single one of the spectral hands. Kale's expression remained grim as he wondered how he had managed to break through the field. A voice commanded him to finish Saiwal. The clash of metal echoed as the horned woman continued her battle. The fight intensified, the outcome uncertain. Saiwal affirmed her readiness. Elsewhere, the masked figure questioned how their opponents could be so strong, wondering if this was the end. With a burst of speed, someone moved. Saiwal advanced, staff in hand. The masked figure grunted in pain. Saiwal's expression hardened. She approached a holographic interface. The system announced that the time limit for selecting rewards had been reached and that she would now be transported. In another location, the masked figure was being attacked. The attacker saw an opportunity. The masked figure rejoiced, realizing they had survived. Kale was injured, blood trickling down his face. A system message appeared, stating that if he accepted, it would become a quest competition and he would be able to earn rewards. Kale realized that they were being treated as fair competition and not as intruders. A woman calls out to Orium, addressing him as Avenger. Orium is asked if his name is Orium Lee and is told to be ready for their next fight. The woman declares that she will crush him. Meanwhile, Orium believes that he could fight sloppily and still win. The woman asks if he has a death wish, stating that she went easy on him because he had a newbie in tow. She vows to rip them both to shreds the next time they fight. The woman shouts that she will kill him. Suddenly, beams of light descend, creating a series of impacts. The scene shifts to a hallway. Orium and Sarah stand in the hallway. Sarah asks if Orium is okay, commenting that his face looks beat up. Orium replies that he can't see his face, so he couldn't tell. Orium is told to look outside, as there are ambulances and fire trucks all over the place, along with a ton of people. Sarah suggests they leave so they don't get caught, as it would be annoying if they were found. Orium agrees, stating that there's nothing that could tell them anyway. Outside, emergency vehicles are visible near a large building. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building and a connecting elevated walkway. Below, Orium and Sarah descended the outdoor staircase. Orium suggested that they were unlikely to be seen there, and he offered to heal her with a skill. Sarah countered that he couldn't go home looking as injured as he did. He insisted he was fine and would simply go home and take a healing potion. She argued against using a skill that took too long, lest they be caught up in the chaos. Sarah looked at her phone with a worried expression. Orium asked if Sojong was okay, noting that she seemed badly hurt earlier. Sarah suggested they heal Sojong's injuries and then set her down in a safe place. She added that Sojong was probably in an ambulance right now. Her phone began to ring. The caller ID read Heegyeong Kim. Sarah told Orium she had to go, explaining that she had just received a call from the woman who worked at their house. Orium told her to get home safe. Orium wondered about the call from her house. He realized that she probably called because she got worried after seeing the news. Orium wondered if someone had called him, too, and began rummaging through his pockets. He knew anyone would probably be worried after seeing the news. He gripped his phone tightly. His grip tightened, and the phone shattered in his hand. Orium's phone had finally given way. Meanwhile, inside a high-rise building, a group of individuals relaxed. One of them expressed his disappointment in a newcomer, stating that he had high hopes, but the newcomer turned out to be useless and was defeated by an Avenger. Another individual told him not to be so hard on the newcomer, that he didn't have a rank yet, adding that at least he was better looking than the first. The first individual retorted that the second was the most useless. He reminded her that he had sent her to keep an eye on the newbie, but she had been shaken down as well, questioning if she still thought she ranked 22nd. The woman, eyes glowing red, angrily asked what he had just called her, retorting that he didn't even have a rank and challenging him to a fight if he doubted her skills. The hooded man seemed surprised by her outburst. The woman unleashed a powerful attack. A man intervened, telling them to stop, warning that they would get dust everywhere if they fought inside. He requested that if they really wanted to fight, they should do it somewhere far from there. He stated that as long as he didn't have to see it, he didn't care if they killed each other or not. The man with the gold hoop earring is greeted by another, who asks when he returned and if he will no longer be scouting. He replies that he has no reason to return there. He adds that the boss says Horizon is approaching. So, he will be staying there for the time being, as he has many games he bought but never had the chance to play. The hooded figure grumbles that it is a waste of space. Before that, however, there is something else to consider. It seems there is a problem that needs to be taken care of. Someone is breathing heavily. The man thinks that even if his opponent is of a higher rank, the executioner class should be superior, as he is both an executioner and an avenger. The man in the yellow shirt asks if the problem lies with his skills, but the other man responds that even though he lacks experience, he is pretty good. The problem, it is believed, is the avenger. The avenger is powerful enough to ignore the class hierarchy. If they don't do something about him, he could threaten the boss plans. Someone asked what they should do. Yun Hyong wanted to kill the avenger, so he originally decided to ignore him, but it seems like that plan may take too long. In that case, the man considered if he should personally deal with the avenger. The horizon was not far off, and it would be best to deal with any potential threats in advance. He mused that if he waited to play his games, they would just be less fun. Yun Ryu was a trick maker, ranked 5th. Meanwhile, Orium's acquaintance waited for him. She looked at her phone with a worried expression. Orium finally arrived, and she exclaimed his name. She asked if he was okay and why he was so late. He apologized, explaining that he lost track of time while talking to a friend. She demanded to know why he hadn't picked up his phone, saying she had been worried after seeing the news. He stammered an apology. Orium asked what news she was referring to, wondering if something had happened. The woman relayed some terrible news. There had been a strange explosion at Orium's school, resulting in 9 deaths and 12 injuries. She then told him to take a look at something on her phone. The woman explained that the school buildings were completely destroyed, emphasizing that it was no joke. She expressed how awful the news was. He thought to himself that he shouldn't tell her he was at school, or she would worry. The woman waited for a response. Growing suspicious, she asked what was on his uniform and if it was blood. She noticed his uniform was ripped and questioned what happened to it. She demanded to know what on earth happened. He tried to brush it off, claiming it was nothing and that he had simply fallen while playing soccer during lunch, resulting in a nosebleed. She questioned if he really fell while playing soccer. She remarked that his face looked fine. He was clearly lying. He apologized, admitting that he was actually at school when the explosion happened. He insisted that he was totally fine. The nurse insisted that she should be able to tell if someone was injured, but not all injuries were visible. She explained that external shock could cause internal injuries. She continued, stating that some people even die of internal bleeding because they didn't realize they were injured. The nurse questioned how she could know if he was fine just by looking at him. She insisted that this wouldn't do, and he needed to go to the emergency room to get checked out right now. She would reach out to a doctor she knew, so he could get an appointment by tomorrow. He insisted that he was fine, really, and that he had to go to school tomorrow. The nurse told him not to worry about that, as his school will be closed the next week during the investigation. She also told him to stop acting like it wasn't a big deal. She admitted that she was really scared and embraced him. She confessed that she was so worried that he was one of the 9 that died. He realized that the only other time he'd seen her like this was back then. He understood, promising that he would go and get checked out tomorrow. He asked her to please not worry too much. The next day, he sat in the waiting room of a hospital. Orium admitted to telling Sarah that everything was fine, but he worried about the examination results. He feared the results would prove he was not human. A doctor exclaimed that Orium was not a human, but a human sweet. Someone shouted, "Potato!" as Orium was called into the examination room. The sign on the door read, "Examination Room." Orium greeted someone as he entered the room. The person's face was obscured by the light. The doctor, identified as Noah On, asked if Orium was Arium's brother. Noah then asked Orium if he remembered him. The title card displays the series name. The chapter's title and author are displayed. Inside an office, Kale stands near a desk. Elsewhere in the office, Noah asks if they've met before. Kale appears surprised. Noah asks if Kale remembers him. Noah reminds Kale that they met last year on Christmas. Kale exclaims that he remembers. Kale recalls that Noah was the doctor who brought his sister home when she got too drunk. Noah confirms that he was and expresses his surprise that Kale remembered his name. Kale flinches, about to explain. Noah tells Kale that it's normal to remember him, as Kale is still young. He then mentions that he grew 4 inches in middle school. Noah tells Orium that they should look at the results of his physical. Kale looks on with concern. Kale questioned if something was wrong or strange. Noah dismissed his concerns, stating that everything looked perfectly fine and that he didn't think there was anything to investigate further. Noah laughed, seemingly amused by Kale's worry. Noah admitted that Orium's results were a little unusual. Noah explained that all of Orium's results came out perfectly, almost too perfectly. Noah elaborated, using an example of a test where the average figure was 8, and Orium also scored an 8. He noted that even healthy athletes don't match the average that precisely, with some scoring 8.2 and others 7.9. Orium asked if that was a bad thing. Noah assured him that it wasn't bad at all, expressing his surprise at how healthy Orium was. Noah suggested that it could also be because Orium was still a teenager. Orium considered if the reason all of his results came out perfectly was because he was a game character. Noah asked Orium what his mood had been. Orium asked what Noah meant. Noah mentioned that he had heard there was a horrible accident at Orium's school, where some people died and many more were injured. Orium was asked if he was feeling all right, considering he was there when it happened. Orium looked away, his expression unreadable. The scene showed the aftermath of a tragic event, bodies lying still amidst the debris. Another body lay lifeless, a stark reminder of the devastation. Suddenly, the perspective shifted, revealing a figure with glowing red eyes, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The figure's form was obscured, but the malevolence emanating from it was palpable. The red eyes intensified, burning with an unholy light. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Orium sat with Noah, consumed by guilt. He was angrier than he could express. Orium thought he could have prevented the tragedy if he had only tried harder. He was angry at himself for not being able to do more. Noah reassured him that it wasn't his fault, that it was an unavoidable accident. Noah understood how Orium felt, explaining that survivors of accidents often felt guilty. He explained that they often asked themselves why they survived, and if they could have saved everyone if they had tried harder. Noah elaborated that these kinds of thoughts ate at them until they were convinced of their own guilt. Noah reminded Orium that he did the best he could at the time, seeking confirmation. Orium's expression was unreadable. The doctor suggested that Orium should forgive himself. The doctor continued, explaining that being prepared was important in case something like the accident ever happened again. Orium responded, saying he felt a little weird. He thought to himself that it felt like someone had used a healing skill on him. He continued to muse that he felt like he was floating, but that was just his personal opinion. The doctor tapped at his keyboard and suggested that if the accident continued to bother Orium, he should consider seeing a counselor, as the scars from traumatizing events in youth could last a lifetime. Orium said he would think about it, and that he would be on his way. The doctor remembered that there was something else he wanted to ask Orium. Orium turned back and asked what it was. The doctor asked if he had been playing video games lately. Orium was surprised by the question. The doctor explained that Orium had mentioned that Orium was quite good at Ergosphere Online. Orium admitted that he played sometimes, but he had been busy with schoolwork and hadn't played as much recently. The doctor suggested that they play together when Orium had the time. The doctor added that he was also an Ergo Online user, though not as good as Orium. Orium seemed surprised by the doctor's invitation. The doctor told him to let him know through Orium if he wanted to play on one of his days off. Orium agreed that he would. Elsewhere, people moved through the hospital. Orium walked down the hospital hallway, passing two doctors. He couldn't believe the doctor had started talking about video games like that. He figured Orium must just go around telling people random stories. He wondered if Orium and the doctor were close and told each other everything. He didn't think she was dating anyone. Then again, he remembered they'd been drinking together on Christmas. The realization caused him to scream internally. As he was lost in thought, his phone began to ring. It was Saiwal Kim calling. The scene shifted to a view of a river and buildings. Nearby, a set of stairs led upwards. Orium stood with Saiwal, looking surprised. Saiwal questioned why they were meeting there, asking why they couldn't just go straight to the hideout. She reminded him that she had already told him when she called. Raison wanted to meet with them tonight. She stated that they should. Saiwal asked Orium to turn around for a second. Orium, blushing, asked if this was what she wanted. Saiwal hugged Orium. She told him to stay like that. She asked him to stay like that for just 30 seconds. Orium wondered what was going on. He realized he kept thinking about Sojong. He remembered that she almost died after that monster hit her, and that image kept coming back to him. Orium reflected on his past actions, a wave of regret washing over him. He couldn't shake the feeling of how selfish he had been. He remembered hesitating when he was in front of her. He had always believed himself to be different from his parents. But now, he realized he was just as shamelessly self-centered as they were. He continued to dwell on these thoughts. Saiwal told him that he only hesitated because of her. She continued, explaining that if he had used a skill on her, he would have been penalized as well. That was why he hesitated. She pressed on, suggesting that he hesitated because he was deciding what to do. In that short time, he was thinking about her and Sojong. Saiwal concluded that, in the end, he saved her. Orium's expression remained troubled. Saiwal told him not to blame himself too much. Saiwal's face was flushed. Orium thanked her. The girl demanded to know who told him to turn around and hug her. He stammered, insisting that he thought. She interrupted, exclaiming that his actions didn't make sense and questioning his sanity. She continued, wondering why he couldn't just hug her from behind whenever he wanted, and asked if there was a problem. She glared at him, stating that there was no problem at all. The girl smiled, then changed the subject, asking why Raison wanted to meet them and if something had happened. The boy admitted he didn't know, only that they wanted to see them for a bit. The girl guessed that they probably just wanted to exchange items or information. Elsewhere, a woman with short white hair stated that they were going after chaos tonight. Back with the pair, the woman with the white cap and green shirt owed the boy 5 mega-sized strawberry milks, 1 per day. The boy asked if that meant they had found out where their hideout was. The boy asked how. The woman stated that they tried a few different tricks, but they got conclusive information after the incident that happened at his high school. A lone figure was seen entering after they left the school. She was in quite a hurry, so there was no reason to believe it was a trap. They kept an eye on it until early morning and saw multiple people come and go, so they were positive it was the hideout. The girl questioned why she was being told this, wondering if it was because they were allies. The woman looked on with a slight smirk. She wanted revenge. Those scumbags went after their school and their friends. She asked if they didn't want to completely, one by one. The pair looked on, unsure of what to say. Of course, that's not what she wanted them to do. She was simply asking because she didn't want them to be mad if she didn't give them the opportunity to join. She asked them to please decide now if they wanted to go to Chaos Hideout tonight or not. The boy looked on with a serious expression. The girl looked on with a surprised expression. Sarah revealed that she knew one of the members of Chaos. Jean stated that he and the member used to be friends, but not anymore. Jean declared that he wanted to handle the situation himself. Sarah watched him intently. Someone demanded that Jean describe the member of Chaos in their class. Saiwal was then asked if she would go with her party member. Saiwal hesitated. Orium told her that she didn't have to go with him, stating that this was between him and Yunhyun. Saiwal denied that was the reason. Saiwal revealed that they just received a quest request. Orium stated that it was for tonight at midnight, and that they couldn't reject it this time. It was a penalty quest. Kale and Sarah stood together, examining a screen displaying information. The screen revealed they had received a penalty quest. Kale realized they must have gotten penalty points for using a healing skill on Sojong. Kale questioned how they could have received so many penalty points for using only one healing skill. Sarah suggested they might be able to pay off the penalty with the money they had. She admitted to using healing skills on more people after Sojong. She reasoned that was probably why they had accumulated so many penalty points. The system informed them that they had received penalty points for using a skill on a non-player 8 times and items 4 times. Even if they spent all the cash they had, Kale stated they would still be 500 points short. He added that to avoid the quest, they would have to give up all their status points and items. The system also prevented them from converting real money into reward money. Kale apologized, taking the blame for the situation. Sarah insisted that he had nothing to apologize for. She reassured him that he did the right thing. Sarah declared that the system was wrong for penalizing them when all they did was help people who were hurt by the game. Kale attempted to reassure Sarah, telling her not to worry too much about the penalty. Sarah responded with a subdued agreement. Elsewhere, another woman listened intently. Kale was offered a loan to cover the penalty, an offer he seemed to consider. But Sarah seemed to have reservations. Kale suggested they just do the penalty quest that night. The woman listening intended to stay informed. Kale began to think that taking revenge might not be a good idea, realizing that they were just kids and he shouldn't be pushing them. The woman advised them to continue doing quests, developing their skills, and finding information, and to do their best not to get caught up in fights between guilds. The woman assured someone that they would handle it. She referred to it as the dirty work. Kale listened intently. Sarah was told that they were done there and should head back now. The woman stated that they had to start getting ready for the fight. The woman in the car reassured them not to worry too much about the 500-point penalty quest, stating they were both clearly talented enough. The woman believed they could clear it without issues. Meanwhile, Kale and Sarah continued walking. Sarah thought the guild master was more reasonable than she initially believed. Kale assumed that Raimi Kim would do anything to achieve her goals, including using them. He wondered if she had decided they weren't really suited for wars between the guilds. Excluding them could be part of her strategy, Kale considered. Sarah agreed. Sarah added that this way of thinking was also goal-oriented. Kale asked about a quest, and Sarah wondered why he was asking about her inventory. Kale explained that he hadn't had time to look yesterday, but when he checked this morning, he noticed there were some new rewards. He had been in shock yesterday, so he hadn't checked. He wondered if he should look now. Kale accessed his inventory. Sarah realized something. There were some new items in her inventory, including a bell that summons Argus Disciple. The bell summons Argus Disciple and has only 2 uses, ringing in F-sharp. Sarah inquired if Orium had also acquired the item. Orium responded that he had obtained something else. The item was described as the key to the afternoon room. The item's description stated that it was a key that unlocks the afternoon room and can also be used to scratch itchy skin. Sarah admitted that she had never seen these items in the game before. She wondered if they had some kind of special effect. Orium stated that they wouldn't know for sure until they used them, adding that the item descriptions didn't really make any sense either. Orium suggested using Sarah's item first, as he could only use it twice. Sarah agreed. Orium prepared to use the key. He activated the item. A magical circle appeared as he used the key. Energy crackled around them. With a whoosh, the pair were transported. Sarah exclaimed in surprise, questioning what this new room was. A voice announced their arrival, welcoming them to their personal private space, the afternoon room. Before them, a screen displayed the words Cutie System. The system detailed that the room could be used to rest, train, or store items. Furthermore, the system indicated that it might be possible to permit entry for non-party members if needed. Sarah wondered if this was like the restroom from the game. Kale suggested that they could even drink in here without worrying about getting caught. He then proposed that it would be a good idea to meet in here before they started their quests. That way, they would be able to make quicker choices while buying items. Sarah rubbed the back of her neck. Kale asked what was up, wondering if something was wrong, but Sarah dismissed it. Sarah noted that the structure felt real, but the scenery outside was not the alley they were just in. Kale realized that meant they were transported here, and wondered where exactly this place was. Kale appeared deep in thought, his fingers lightly touching his chin. Saiwal, however, seemed to be in a state of shock. Saiwal insisted that they shouldn't overthink their next move. She reasoned that with the limited information they possessed, further contemplation would be futile. Kale conceded that she was right. Saiwal declared that they should examine the item. Saiwal asked the system to identify the bell that summons Argus' disciple. She then demanded an explanation of its function. The system revealed that the item summons the disciple of the great sage, Argus. The system further explained that they could ask the disciple questions about quests and monster weaknesses. Alternatively, choosing not to ask questions would grant them a blessing skill. Kale observed that it seemed more beneficial to ask questions. Saiwal countered that they could always replace blessing skills with other items. Saiwal declared that they would activate the bell that summons Argus' disciple. Kale cautioned Saiwal, reminding her that they could only use the item twice and suggesting they carefully consider what to ask. Saiwal dismissed his concerns, stating that they had already decided what to ask as she held up the bell. Kale seemed surprised by the sudden appearance of the disciple. With a resounding whoosh, Saiwal and Kale found themselves in the presence of Argus' disciple. The disciple stood tall, radiating an otherworldly aura. The disciple announced that she was there to share knowledge with those who were not enlightened. She identified herself as the third disciple of the wise and noble Argus. Kale was awestruck by her presence. Saiwal, equally impressed, mumbled about the disciple's beauty. She seemed to be contemplating something. Saiwal, without hesitation, blurted out a question about Orium's secret kinks, much to Kale's shock. The disciple apologized, stating she was unable to answer that question, causing Saiwal to express her disappointment. Kale scolded Saiwal for wasting one of their precious questions, while Saiwal defended her actions. Saiwal, having composed herself, asked the disciple to reveal everything she knew about the Horizon event. The disciple remained silent, staff in hand. The disciple admitted she didn't know much, but would share the prophecies she had heard from her master. The disciple of Argus spoke with an air of authority, declaring that the forbidden doors would swing open on a moonless night. Meanwhile, the woman with blonde hair was told that those who were not enlightened should leave the Holy Land and head towards the Ark. The disembodied voice continued, stating that those who survive will all die to beasts, and so they must fight and fight again. The three-eyed woman stated that this was the only way to fulfill the wishes of those that remained in the Holy Land. It was declared that this was the only way to end the banquet. Jin's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The city skyline loomed, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Elsewhere, a modern house stood, its large windows reflecting the night sky. Meanwhile, the man with blonde hair sat on a lounge chair, idly looking at his phone. Beyond, complaining about the lack of activity and his boredom. The man adjusted his yellow sunglasses, his expression one of utter disinterest. He paused, thinking he had just seen something. He wondered if he had imagined it as a blue light flashed. A figure dodges a strike, the air whistling past him. The attacker's face contorts in concentration. The force of the blow echoes through the room. The impact sends a table crashing to the ground. Elsewhere, a man confirms that the infiltration route is clear, wondering if he should open the portal. Meanwhile, a woman orders someone to open a passage, stating she will go in first. The assassin's secret passage activates. A portal crackles into existence. The woman strides forward, ready for action. She is told that the route was supposed to be clear, but it seems some members of Chaos remain. A man admits it was his mistake, promising to deal with the remaining members of Chaos. He decides to take out the trash, claiming he spotted it first. With a swift motion, he eliminates a target, declaring it proper etiquette. The assassin's strike landed, sending a shockwave through the immediate area. Fojusink Hadgaze, Raimi Kim Aktivatet Harsiki. The skill, the Queen's Path, was activated. The skill's description indicated it would attack all enemies in the user's path. Energy crackled around Raimi. Raimi stated that the real targets were likely inside, and they should proceed. The man acknowledged her statement and dashed forward. He seemed surprised by something. The pair observed a figure standing near a piano in a large room. The figure lamented making too much tea, expecting more guests. But there were. Raimi remarked that 2 guests were more than enough, also questioning if it wasn't too late for tea. Raimi raised her sword, stating that there was a time and place for everything. She thought a party would be more suitable at this time. The title card displays the name of the series. The title card displays the chapter's title and the author's name. In a spacious room, Sung Ha-yu stood, her back to a man standing near a piano. She held a blade. The man acknowledged Sung Ha-yu as the leader of Guild Raison, stating that she was closest to victory and that he had always wanted to meet her. Sung Ha-yu responded that she also wanted to meet him, adding that the people she most wanted to eliminate were members of Chaos, like himself. The man questioned if she wanted to kill people. He then asked if her desire for violence was about revenge. Seunga Yuzmaid. She declared that she wanted to avenge the members of her guild and eliminate any obstacles blocking the path to victory. The man asked how she planned to do that. He stated that it would happen right now. The man offered her an amount equivalent to the prize money and an additional 22 billion won, approximately 17 million US dollars. He asked if she would leave peacefully and drop out of the event if he did that. Seunga, you listen intently. Jiri Huang dismisses the offer, stating they are close to victory and wouldn't consider a deal. The man with the knife remains silent. She explains that she has her own reasons for wanting the prize money, but insists she is just a normal user. Continuing her thought, she believes a normal user like herself should try to win the game. She questions why anyone would play games if not for the joy of winning. The masked man admits he misread her. He snaps his fingers. The masked man tells her to do it her way. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a battle already in progress. The Emperor's skill, the Hidden Guards, is activated, camouflaging surrounding party members. The effect is disabled by movement or any other action. The masked man looks on intently. Jiri Huang tells Sieko that she will deal with them. Sieko is surprised by this. Jiri Huang orders him to open the portal and bring the other members, now that they know it's not a trap and they can engage in a full-out war. Sieko says it will take him about 45 seconds to open a portal big enough to bring that many people. Jiri Huang asks if he thinks she will be able to last that long, and she replies that she's held out longer in other guild wars. Jiri Huang's eyes narrowed, her focus absolute. Meanwhile, one of her subordinates assured her that he might be able to eliminate one or two of their enemies. He was told not to push himself too hard. Jiri Huang told him not to worry, stating that she wouldn't be able to get too excited in 45 seconds. An enemy combatant leaped into the fray. Another enemy stated that he was only starting to rev up. The enemy slashed at their opponents. Jiri Huang activated her field skill, the Queen's Garden. The skill sent an enemy flying. Another enemy was caught in the blast. The cloaked figure cursed. Another enemy realized that they no longer had the upper hand. The Queen's Guard skill, the Queen's Garden, decreased the stats of any target who entered the field by 17% for 30 seconds and dealt 1% damage per second. Clang clang. Jiri Huang continued to fight. The battle raged on. Jiri Huang activated her Bone Spurs skill. Her expression remained cold and calculating. The Queen Summon skill activated, providing a speed buff. Because of the speed buff, the guards moved with increased ferocity. Their attacks became a blur of motion. One of the enemies cried out in pain. The guards pressed their advantage, their weapons finding their marks. Elsewhere, a woman with silver hair watched the events unfold. The clash of steel echoed as the woman's guards intercepted an attack. A man with dark hair remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, addressing her as Sunga, and reminded her that they had fought once before. The woman, seemingly named Sunga, feigned ignorance, stating she didn't recall. She thought to herself that she doesn't usually remember men she met a long time ago, as her guards activated their final guard's multi-attack skill. The guards moved with blinding speed. Their attacks were precise and deadly. Sunga activated her skill, Surprise Box. The Surprise Box skill prevented the opponent from using skills or moving for 5 seconds. She remained composed, a slight frown creasing her brow. Suddenly, one of the guards moved with incredible speed. Sunga's eyes narrowed as she watched the guard. The guard attack landed with a resounding thwack. The force of the blow sent the armored figure reeling. Elsewhere, a man watched with a knowing smile. Ikju, concerned, asked if the other man was hurt. Sunga inquired about the condition of everyone else. The man with the blonde hair confirmed that he had checked on everyone before leaving. He stated that everyone was in top condition. The blonde man prepared to strike. The battle continued with a resounding rumble. The order was given that no specific instructions would be provided. Elsewhere, a woman with short, white hair stated that they would handle things as they always did. She recalled that they had fought these opponents before. The woman's instructions were to rip them to shreds without hesitation, while another wondered what they should do. Meanwhile, one of the men asked if they should move forward with their plan. The other man responded that they should just watch for now. He thought that this was the first time he had seen Guild Raison in person. The man stated that he would step back and watch from afar, telling Ryu Yun to take the lead. Ryu Yun wasn't too sure about this, but he thought that this was an even match. It would remain an even match until someone died and threw off the balance. It would be impossible to tell who would come out ahead in this battle. The city stood silent under the cover of night. Further in, the university buildings loomed, their dark windows hinting at empty classrooms and deserted hallways. Nearby, Kale, accompanied by Sarah, walked along the path. Sarah observed their surroundings, relieved. It was indeed a university, not just some ordinary street. Kale noted the lateness of the hour, suggesting that the campus would likely be deserted. Sarah questioned if that was really the case, suggesting they should be more careful. Kale changed the subject, mentioning he wanted to discuss the prophecies of Argus' disciple, something he had considered after returning home. He wondered if Horizon wouldn't occur on a specific date, but only after certain conditions were met. Sarah considered these conditions, wondering if they were like some boss that needed to be unlocked before they could be encountered. Kale clarified that the prophecy didn't include something like that, but that something specific had to happen before the event started. He then reminded her of the line, "When the 6 pillars collapse, thunder will come crashing down. Kale placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder, looking at her intently. Sarah pondered the meaning, realizing that if the user succeeded, then the event would start. She wondered if they needed to find a building with 6 pillars or something similar. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating that the quest would begin in 1 minute. Kale wondered what kind of quest was starting, questioning if it was a normal raid quest. The system confirmed it was a normal raid quest, but also indicated that other users would be participating, making it a joint effort. Unlike competitive quests, prizes would be awarded to everyone as long as someone cleared the joint quest. Thus, it was possible to clear the quest by cooperating with the other users. Sarah realized this meant she could do nothing and still get a reward. She wondered if she could clear the quest if another user did all the work. Kale considered if they could get away with being lazy. He quickly changed his mind. He insisted that they couldn't do that. They had to make sure they cleared the quest quickly so no one got hurt. Sarah, knowing he was joking, told him to open his bag and get ready to fight. The pair stood outside a large building. Kale wondered what kind of users would join, hoping it wasn't anyone from Chaos. He thought that they should be fighting against Guild Raison right now. Kale hoped they would be as polite as the people they met when they were fighting Waham last time, specifically recalling the Wind Rider and the Wall Builder. He remembered that they were pretty skilled and cooperative, and it wouldn't be too hard to cooperate with users like that to beat the quest. The system announced that the quest preparation period had ended, indicating that the quest would soon begin. The system declared that it was time to start. The quantum system interface appeared. With the system's announcement, Kale and Sarah found themselves standing on a glowing platform. Sarah observed their surroundings with a wary expression. Kale glanced around at the unfamiliar location. Sarah commented that it seemed too quiet, wondering where the usual loud noises were. She expected to hear sounds like bang and whoosh. Kale agreed, stating that was what he expected as well. Sarah questioned if the monster was behind the building, and Kale urged her to move, suggesting that the monster was likely nearby. Sarah's expression grew more concerned. There, Sarah summoned a glowing staff. Sarah sensed that something was coming. Kale looked up, surprised. Kale watched as Sarah raised her staff, sensing an approaching threat. Suddenly, a figure sprinted towards them. The figure swung a weapon, narrowly missing Kale. From the ground, a desperate plea for help echoed. The voice continued to beg for assistance. The source of the cries was a man, tears streaming down his face. Kale looked back at Sarah, a question forming on his face. Ultra-alternate character. Panting heavily, the blonde man continued to run. He was clearly exhausted. Spotting 2 figures in the distance, the blonde man called out, relieved to find other players. "Oh people, I found the other users." He waved, desperately calling for help. "Hey, I really need your help." The dark-haired man turned to the blonde man and nodded. The blonde man pointed towards something behind him. The dark-haired man and the woman with him reacted with surprise. The blonde man looked down at the weapon he was holding, confused. The dark-haired man questioned what he was doing, and the blonde man insisted he wasn't holding a weapon. The dark-haired man explained that he was suspicious because the quest had started, but the blonde man didn't have a weapon. He added that the blonde man could be a PK user pretending to need help before stabbing them in the back. The woman demanded that he show them his weapon first, stating that they could talk after they checked his class. The blonde man declared that he would show them. The blonde man summoned a large, glowing sword. The blonde man readies himself. The man in the tracksuit points out that the sword is Kiria's guiding sword, an adventurer-class weapon. The woman questions how someone from a merchant class could rank so highly as an adventurer. The blonde man stammers, admitting he didn't have a rank. The man in the tracksuit explains that he only played the game for the story, implying he is not high-ranking. Raison had said that not all of the high-ranking players evolve, and that it might be more complicated than that. The blonde man insists that now is not the time for this, as the monsters are coming after them. Suddenly, Abel attacks. The group is shocked by the sudden assault. Abel slams into the ground. Kale prepares to fight. Abel continues his assault. Kale realizes he has never seen this type of monster before, deducing that it must be his special type. The woman yells at the blonde man to get back if he is not going to fight, shoving him out of the way. Abel unleashed a skill known as chain imprisonment traps. The chain swirled with menacing energy. With a burst of speed, Abel evaded the trap. Sarah watched with concern. Kale realized that Abel had used a speed skill to avoid the trap. He deduced that the monster's strengths must be its flexibility and speed. Abel lunged forward. The sounds of metal echoed as Kale parried Abel's attacks. Kale realized that the monster's offensive abilities and knockback weren't too bad, but its attack pattern was far too complicated. He knew that most monsters only had a single joint in their arms, making it easy to predict their movements. However, this monster had 2 joints, making it impossible to predict how it would attack. Kale knew he had to figure out this attack pattern, and fast. He needed to locate its weak spot. Kale realized that the torso was the key, specifically the right side. Sarah noticed that the monster had a wound on the right side. Following Sarah's advice, Kale prepares to strike Abel's torso. Kale activates the skill, the voice from beyond the labyrinth. The skill activates, and Kale feels his stats improving. Kale focuses intently. He lunges forward, ready to strike. Abel raises his arm to defend himself. Kale slams his weapon into Abel's weak spot. The blow lands, and Abel cries out in pain. The sound of the impact echoes. Abel stumbles backward from the force of the blow. Kale realizes that his attack worked, and he stunned a monster by hitting its weak spot. Kale looks back at Sarah, surprised by his success. Sarah sees her chance and activates the skill, the Evil Hands Trap. The trap activates, ensnaring Abel. A monstrous roar echoed through the area, shaking the very foundations of the trap. The woman with blonde hair believed it was over, that the quest was cleared. The man in the tan jacket didn't think so, believing there should be one more monster left. Suddenly, the man in the black tracksuit noticed something. The man in the tan jacket realized that the monster they just defeated was probably the gatekeeper of the northern castle. He added that there were usually 2 gatekeepers, meaning there was probably another one lurking around. The man in the black tracksuit wondered how he knew that, stating he had never seen this monster in the game before. The man in the tan jacket responded that it never appeared in the game. He explained that if you delivered a certain item to one of the NPCs, they would tell you the story of the northern castle. The story was about a count who was crushed by the betrayal of his nephews, so he locked the gates to his castle. You couldn't enter it in the game, but if you found a rusty key to the northern castle, you could hear the story. The man in the tan jacket continued, saying that in the story, there were gatekeepers that protected the locked castle. Even though they were stabbed by the nephews and their wounds never healed, the gatekeeper stayed by the count's side and guarded his castle. The woman with blonde hair asked how he figured out that this was the monster from the story. The man in the tan jacket responded that it wasn't like you knew what they looked like from the game. He added that there were images of the gatekeepers and the count in the northern obsidian dungeon. He further explained that there were murals that tell the story of the count and his nephew's rebellion. The woman with blonde hair was surprised, saying she had no idea there was a secret story like that. Sarah asked if he knew all the hidden stories from Ergosphere Online. He admitted he didn't know everything, but he knew almost everything about the other classes online. The other 2 looked at him, surprised. Kale explained that since Ergosphere Online was an action-based RPG, people tended to ignore other aspects of the game. He continued, saying that if one looked closely, they would find a great deal hidden in the game, including stories about everything, even items or NPCs. He emphasized that if one explored everything, it was almost like living in a whole other world. Kale recounted how he once got so lost in the game that he played for over 50 hours straight. Sarah was shocked that he didn't die. She asked that if he liked the game so much, why was he running away from the monster? He responded that the adventure class wasn't that strong, but one could still fight. The man with blonde hair admitted that he was scared. He confessed that he barely made it through the tutorial and was too scared to risk his life fighting monsters. He revealed that he rejected all the quests and was just trying to lead a normal life. Sarah and Kale looked at him. He continued, saying that he racked up some penalty points when he used a discounting skill to buy some stuff secondhand. Sarah wondered if he was a moron. He declared that he was never going to do something like that again. The man with the tan jacket was asked to look out for the others during the quest, as they seemed good at the game. Meanwhile, the woman whispered, wondering if they should help him, as he didn't seem like a player killer. The man in the tracksuit agreed to help the other man survive the quest, but in return, the blonde man asked if they meant the holy ground and the ritual of the cults. The man in the tracksuit and the woman listened intently. He confirmed that he could definitely tell them about it. The blonde man explained that it was a fragmented story with a bit of conjecture mixed in, but he could still tell them everything. It was decided that they would work together. The man in the tracksuit told him that he had to do his best to help them. The blonde man grasped the other's hand, promising to do everything he could to help. The blonde man stood with the others, each holding their phones. Jean turned to the blonde man, his expression unreadable. The blonde man suggested he could try using his skill, noting that the adventurers had a good one. Activating his skill, he called out, "Skill, the Pathfinder Light, activate." The skill, the Pathfinder Light, revealed the general direction of monsters, quest targets, and valuable items. The light shot forward, guiding them. It appeared to point to the back of the building. Jean urged them to go, stating that was where the other monster would be. They dashed towards the back of the building. Jin's expression was serious. Sarah noticed there was more than one monster left, realizing there were 2. Sarah glared, realizing the situation was more complicated than they thought. The blonde man apologized, explaining that the story hadn't mentioned how many gatekeepers there were, and he hadn't known. He asked what they should do. The blonde-haired man realized that there were now 2 opponents to face. The man in the tracksuit wondered if it would be better to draw the opponents in and eliminate them one at a time. The man in the tracksuit stated that they knew the weak spot, so there was no need for such tactics. The blonde-haired man looked on with a worried expression. The woman with the staff declared that she would cast the skill in the right spot. The blonde-haired man was told that they were just going to face them head-on. The man in the tracksuit explained that it took him a little time earlier to figure out the attack pattern, but now that he knew how they moved, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them as he normally did. He added that they were just penalty quest monsters anyway. The man in the tracksuit leaped forward. He moved to strike the monsters. He declared that they were only worth 500 points. The blonde-haired man and the woman with the staff looked on. The woman gasped. The blonde-haired man thought that he was incredible. It was said that he had the courage to attack multiple monsters head-on and reflexes quick enough to immediately adapt to a new pattern. It was also said that many users have been seen, but this was the first time someone like him had been encountered. The blonde-haired man considered the possibility that there might be others like the man in the tracksuit out there. The blonde-haired man's heart pounded as he realized that it might be possible after all. Kale's blade met the grotesque figure head-on, a crimson arc slicing through the air. The force of the blow echoed with a resounding slash. The creature's mask shattered under the impact, the sound reverberating with a series of crack sounds. The destruction continued with a final crackle. With a whoosh, Kale moved again. He slammed the creature into the ground. Meanwhile, Raimi Kim prepared her own attack. She activated her skill, the Quagmire Trap. Raimi Kim focused intently, declaring, "The Quagmire Trap, activate." With a resounding FWOM, the trap sprung to life. The infected crusader found himself ensnared, struggling against the sudden quagmire. With a shout of jump, Raimi Kim launched herself into the air, ready to strike. Kale's blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson energy. The force of the blow sent the masked figure staggering backward. Kale unleashed his skill, the twice-blooming flower. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on his opponent. With a swift motion, he swooshed forward, the red energy intensifying around him. The masked figure was caught in the wake of Kale's attack. He lunged, attempting to counter Kale's assault. The infected crusader's blade glowed with an eerie blue light. Kale faced the infected crusader, the blue glow reflecting in his eyes. The two blades clashed with a resounding clang, sparks flying in all directions. The infected crusader roared as the blue energy crackled around him. Nearby, Noan watched with Jiri Huang. He realized that Raimi Kim had set up a thorn trap, and the infected crusader had walked right into it. Jiri Huang thought they were an amazing combo. Noan realized that it might be possible with a party like this. He believed they might even be able to stop that plan from happening. The young man began by stating he wanted to ask her something. She questioned why they both risked their lives. He wondered if there was a reason she was doing this. She explained that people were getting hurt. She continued, saying people get hurt when these monsters are on the loose. He countered that people who have the power to stop them, like them, should fight back and kill them. He laughed, stating he saw that she was even more incredible than he thought. He realized he didn't need to mention the reward money from the event, as that was their original goal. A system message flashed, congratulating them for clearing the quest gatekeepers of the Northern Castle and prompting them to select their rewards. She told them to just pick something random and let them go home, adding that they were just going to lose it all as a penalty anyway. The system acknowledged that it was understood. The system announced that they would be returned after 60 seconds, reassuring them that they were protected, just like promised. She stated that now he had to tell her the story of Horizon. He agreed, stating he would organize everything he knew and send it over. Since he would have to teach them everything, Jean suggested they meet up instead. He had hoped to ask his questions in person. He then suggested they meet up and talk, as that would be easier. He sensed a subtle power in Jin's eyes. He stated that either option was fine with him. Jean declared that he was unemployed, so he had plenty of time. Sarah said that in that case, they should meet tomorrow. He thought it was something young. He introduced himself as Jian Bei. Jean and Sarah didn't ask. He said he would let them know the time and date later, adding that whatever was comfortable for them was fine with him. The city lay still under the cover of night. The warm glow of a distant light illuminated a nearby building. Inside, Orium let out a sigh of exhaustion. He acknowledged that they were clearly talented users. Orium wondered if he could ask them for a favor. He knew there wasn't much time left. A photo on the wall showed Orium with a group of people. One of the people in the photo was Raimi Kim. Orium realized he couldn't choose. He knew that then it would all be over, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He thought that no one should have this encrypted code key. The city skyline stood tall against the night sky. Below, something rumbled. The ground exploded as Kale appeared. The hooded figure faced his opponent, prepared for a confrontation. The woman strained, activating a berserker skill that amplified her offensive abilities and agility, while also risking paralysis with each attack. Surrounded by crackling energy, she lunged forward. The air crackled with energy. The hooded figure grunted, realizing he had been stunned. The woman's expression hardened as she pressed her advantage. She activated another skill, Baptism of the Wolf Gale, allowing her to attack 3 times in succession and push her opponent back. With a shout, she unleashed the Baptism of the Wolf Gale. The hooded figure groaned as the attack landed. He looked up confused. The woman's attack slammed into the hooded figure. The force of the blow was immense. The hooded figure cried out as he was struck again. The final blow sent the hooded figure flying. The man grits his teeth, a purple aura surrounding him. His expression contorts with effort. A barrage of skull-shaped projectiles hurtles towards him. The hooded figure glances back, spotting Raimi Kim. Raimi Kim prepares to fire her weapon. She activates a skill. A massive, fiery bird manifests. The skill, Magic Gunner Skill, Birdshot number 3, is described as a distance attack that guides attacks within a set range. The hooded figure is struck by an explosion. He cries out in pain. Another person remarks that the skill knocked him down. The person who was knocked down looks up, seemingly dazed. Activating Angel Skill, the Angel's Descent, Kale appears, ready to teleport to his party members. Kale assures them not to worry, declaring that he will take care of each and every one of them. A woman with short black hair expresses her gratitude. The clash of metal echoed as the battle continued. The woman with silver hair noted that their opponents seemed to be running low on healing potions. The man with short brown hair questioned how they should proceed, suggesting they follow standard procedure and eliminate the front line first. The woman with silver hair countered that it would be difficult, as they didn't have much space and everyone was too bunched up. She added that such a tactic would only waste their time and skills. The woman with silver hair suggested they go after the emperor instead. The group moved forward, their silhouettes stark against the light. The man with dark skin was identified as the emperor. The man with short brown hair realized that the emperor was a rare class and wondered if he could be the leader of chaos. Though he wasn't sure, it seemed possible. The woman with silver hair revealed she had been trying to clear a way to get close to him. She observed that they had been defending him like an iron wall, and if they wanted to shake up the chessboard, they had to aim for the king. The group prepared to move forward and attack at the same time. It was believed that the defense formation would crumble while they rushed to defend him. As the group prepared to engage, one of the fighters questioned if they would be surrounded if they failed. Another responded that it didn't matter, as they had healers, while their opponents did not. With a burst of speed, they leaped into action. One of the fighters reassured their comrade, urging them not to be scared and to stay close. The fighter unleashed a skill called the Saber of Rose Thorns, which had a piercing damage effect. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure watched as the emperor walked past. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light. One of the subordinates exclaimed, "Master," while another noted that the others seemed to have figured out who was in charge. The leader stated that they still had enough time to use the teleportation box to escape. He added that if those rankers came at him, he wouldn't be able to block them. Another figure responded that there was no need. The figure with glowing eyes thought that he had suspected this would happen, revealing that he had a hound dog. The subordinate questioned if he meant a hound dog. The figure clarified that it was a hound that could rip the throat out of their enemies. Elsewhere, another figure prepared to reverse this unfortunate state of affairs. With a surge of power, the figure unleashed their attack. The man in the VR headset stated that he was talking about the Reaper, Jiho Hong. Below, a figure was struck by a powerful blow. The force of the blow sent the figure flying. Nearby, the woman with blonde hair looked on in shock. The woman with silver hair appeared to be shouting in anger. The story was to be continued. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted. The light revealed the Marian doll, a childhood friend who cheers you up when you're down. It was noted that if the user's HP drops to 1%, it will be restored to 15%. The healer questioned if that was Mary Ann and was told not to bother. The skill Rampage of Death was activated. Another skill, the Grace of the Constellation, began to glow. It was noted that physical defenses increased to 70% and magical defenses increased to 55%. The healer knew he needed to hold his ground for a bit longer. The healer realized that if he was taken out, their guild wouldn't be able to attack. He knew he had to hold out a little longer. He resolved to hold out, even if it cost him his life. Ikchu called out to Raimi. The tension in the air was palpable as the fighters prepared for the next exchange. The order was given to cover Yunjong, with the rest continuing their assault. Hearing the order, one of the fighters acknowledged it, though concern was voiced about the dwindling number of allies and the risk of being surrounded. The woman with purple hair reassured them not to worry. She believed it was the leader's duty to pick up the slack. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as the battle raged on. Despite being pushed back, the woman with purple hair remained on the offensive. Observing the fight, one man commented on her bravery. Another man noted that the enemy had split into two groups, and he asked Ryan if he knew what to do. Ryan confirmed that he was well aware. Someone shouted for everyone to listen up. The order was given to focus all attacks on Sunga. It was declared that once their leader, the Queen's Guard, was taken out, the rest would be weaklings. The command was given to gang up and kill her. Sunga lunged forward, questioning who dared to call her a weakling. The clash of blades echoed as the attack landed. Amidst the chaos, one of the fighters continued his assault. He sneered, comparing his opponent to a cockroach in a public toilet. Kale recognized the fighter's class, a dragon slayer, a rare and annoying type. Jean observed the battle, realizing that his opponents would not be defeated easily. In response, the Emperor decided to try something new. He reached out his hand, preparing to unleash a new skill. Energy coalesced in the Emperor's palm. The Emperor prepared to unleash his skill, the Emperor's Audience. The skill took effect, impacting the fighters. Sunga wondered what skill had been used against them. The Dragon Slayer also questioned the nature of the skill. The Emperor's skill, the Emperor's Audience, decreased the opponent's offensive and defensive abilities by 65% and decreased the movement speed of up to 5 opponents within its range for 25 seconds. The warrior cursed, finding the Emperor's skill to be incredibly unfair. His expression hardened as he prepared for the next attack. The force of the blow landed with a resounding crash. The impact sent shockwaves through the immediate area. The figure with the dark hair grinned, declaring that his opponents were nothing more than scraps of trash to him. He urged everyone to seize the opportunity and do whatever it took to destroy Sunga. A figure moved with incredible speed. The masked figures launched a coordinated assault. The attack landed with a devastating smash. Sunga's name was shouted in the chaos. The masked figures continued their assault, moving with a swishing sound. One of the masked figures stared intently. Someone wondered if it was a blessing skill. The monk skill, Unhindered Enlightenment, restored 55% of HP and removed skills that were in effect. Sunga stood firm, despite the coordinated assault against her. Nearby, one of her allies stated that he didn't want his efforts to go to waste. She responded, agreeing with his sentiment. The ground shook as Sunga activated her ultimate move. The team was caught off guard by the sudden shift in power. Sunga's ultimate move, God Save the Queen, activated. The skill restored 60% of damage sustained, reduced enemy attack power by 22%, increased offensive abilities and agility by 550%, and prohibited the use of another skill for 2 minutes following the 60-second period. She taunted her opponents, saying they should have taken her out sooner. Sunga declared that it was game over for all of them. Her blade clashed against her opponents. The force of her attacks sent them flying. One of the team members cried out in pain. Sunga realized that she needed to focus on one person before her ultimate move wore off. Elsewhere, the Emperor, leader of chaos, observed the events. The aftermath of Sunga's ultimate move left the battlefield shimmering with reflected light. With a swift motion, Kale deflected an incoming attack. Kale declared that he knew what the opponent was thinking, but he would not let them pass, stating that they would have to get through him first. The Room of Mirrors skill activated, distorting the space around them. The Room of Mirrors skill reflected attacks, creating a combo attack. Sunga was struck by a series of attacks. Despite the onslaught, Sunga remained standing. Sunga retorted that this was just what Kale thought. Kale cried out as he was struck by an unseen force. Sunga leaped forward, preparing to strike. She declared that it was over for the Emperor. The Emperor reached out, preparing to use a skill. He muttered the word skill. Energy crackled around the Emperor's hand. Sunga's attack landed, cleaving through her target. Below, one of the onlookers realized that she had struck her target. Elsewhere, another figure sat, seemingly defeated. His face was marred with blood and grim determination. Sunga clicked her tongue, unimpressed. The wax doll's face was cracked, its purple eyes still glowing. Someone wondered if this was the Puppet Master class skill. The doll was a wax figure with a soul. A subordinate informed their boss that their 13th doll had just died. The boss held a small, glowing doll in her hand. She realized that the doll could only exert 40% of their power and dismissed the loss. Another man confirmed that his senses were linked to the doll. The ability to control a party member and share senses was now in play. Elsewhere, the woman with white hair inquired what their next move should be, lamenting their current disadvantage. The man with the dark, close-cropped hair instructed them to withdraw, satisfied that they had gathered the necessary data. He clarified that the entire operation had been merely an exercise in reconnaissance. They had wanted to see if their opponents would take the bait. He acknowledged the loss of some of their members, but considered it a worthwhile sacrifice to gauge the power of the Danger Guild raison. He vowed to face them himself next time. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit kitchen, a man prepared a meal. His companion was surprised that he was cooking already. He explained that since he didn't have to work, they could eat a little later. He revealed that he had made plans with a friend and was going to cook dinner for them. She was taken aback. He clarified that it was his turn to cook dinner, and he wanted to prepare something for her. She admitted she could have just cooked for herself. She asked him to buy some salt at the convenience store as they were out. He agreed. A young woman stands inside a brightly lit convenience store, a green bag slung over her shoulder. Meanwhile, another woman reflects on someone's maturity, admitting she feels both proud and concerned that he went out with friends instead of cooking dinner. She continues to muse that he seems to be trying too hard to act like an adult, as if he's trying to reassure her that he's okay and she doesn't need to worry. The woman from the convenience store now stands in a hallway, facing another woman. The woman with longer hair, startled, asks who the other woman is. The woman explains that she is there to visit a friend, wondering if she shouldn't be standing in the hallway. The other woman assures her that it's fine, but then seems to jolt as she looks at her. She realizes something. The woman with short hair states that the other woman is Orium's older sister. Now that she thinks of it, someone observes that her hair color is similar to when they asked Orium about that time. The person wonders what that means. It is Orium's older sister. The boy with the bandage on his cheek returned home, where he was greeted by a familiar face. He was asked if he had acquired the salt. He flinched, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Meanwhile, the woman with brown hair walked alongside Raimi Kim. Raimi Kim mentioned that she had found his friend on the way there, too, and asked if the woman was Orium's sister. He wondered why the two of them had come together, realizing that the brunette was the same woman who had visited the night he wasn't home. The woman smiled, thinking about what really happened that night. Saiwal explained that the reason she stayed over was because she had fought with her parents, stormed out, and then realized she had nowhere to go. She added that Orium was kind enough to invite her over, mentioning that no one was home. The woman's eyes narrowed, demanding to know when she had said that. Orium flinched, admitting that now that she mentioned it, he thought he did say that. The woman stated that it was still a bit inappropriate for her to stay over when there weren't adults around, and that she should have gotten permission first. She told Orium that he shouldn't have kept the truth from her, and that she wouldn't ask what he did that night, because that was his personal life. Orium promised not to do it again. She told Saiwal that it was wrong of her to stay over without her knowing, but everything else was her business. The woman expressed that she wanted her privacy and personal space respected as well. Saiwal apologized. The woman told Saiwal that from now on, if she had issues with her parents, she should talk to her first, not Orium. She stated that she didn't want to get involved in her family matters. Someone assured another that they could stay with them if needed. She continued, saying that if anything ever came up, he could always talk to her about it. The next day, the pair walked together. He remarked that her sister seemed like a really good person, and pretty too. She wondered if he was developing a sister complex. He brushed it off, saying he was joking and that it must be nice to have a cool sister like that. He seemed unconvinced. Changing the subject, she mentioned she had done some research on Jian Bei. She explained that he had given her his phone number, so she figured she could find him on social media. However, nothing came up. He wondered if that was weird. She admitted that she had social media accounts that she didn't really use. It surprised her that someone with such strong opinions didn't have an online presence. It seemed like there was a chance he was a real deal either. The discussion about Jian Bei continued. Orium considered the possibility that he might be hiding his true identity. He wondered if Jian was simply a quiet person. Maybe he was just shy, Saiwal suggested. Or perhaps he was simply old-fashioned. The group remained in the cafe. The man with the blonde hair spoke loudly, explaining that if one were to enter the Red Dragon dungeon, they could find the remains of the heretics. He continued, saying that if those remains were brought to the paladins, they would reveal where the heretics had escaped. Following that path, he exclaimed, would lead to a story about Horizon, which he found incredibly cool. Orium considered that perhaps Jian wasn't hiding his identity at all, and this was his true self. After 40 minutes of listening to the man, Orium asked what exactly Horizon was. The man responded that he knew it had something to do with the heretics from the story. He explained that if they were curious about Horizon, they would need to know more about the world of Ergosphere Online first. Ergosphere Online, it was explained, was made up of 3 worlds, Zion, Black Hole, and another. The world in which users could play was in the middle, called Ergosphere. Ergosphere is connected to Zion, the world of the gods, through a black hole. Most NPCs believe this black hole is a god. Therefore, the heretics likely worship the black hole connected to the bottom world. That's right. The heretics believe that the world of Ergosphere is being destroyed by the gods in Zion. That's why they opened a new black hole to another world, hoping to find a new god. So, the world at the bottom of the picture, the one marked with question marks, is the key. Is the reality they live in at risk? He admitted that he used to think the other mystery world was foreshadowing some big update in the story. But after everything that has happened, he now believes the other man is right. Then that means, during Horizon, a passage will be created that connects their world with Ergosphere. If that happens, countless monsters will be able to enter their world. The event, Horizon, suggests that there's a big possibility their world will change irreversibly. Wouldn't that be really dangerous? It sounds like the whole world could be turned upside down. So far, this is all just a guess based on the story. There's no guarantee that something like that would happen. The group discussed the purpose of the upcoming event. One man suggested it was likely a large-scale event used to add flavor to the story. The woman considered this. She hummed thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the man with blonde hair believed that the 6 pillars could be the key to understanding what Horizon was about. He swiped through his tablet, but he couldn't find anything about it right now. The first man suggested that they were referring to the barrier pillars. He explained that at the entrance to the infinite prison dungeon, there were barrier pillars to keep the prisoners from escaping. The first man considered the implications. The 6 pillars and the 5th guardian, the one he killed, all together. The image of the pillars appeared, preventing Horizon from happening. The blonde man wondered if each pillar was protected by a guardian. The first man muttered, wondering if that meant there was 1 pillar and 1 guardian left. The woman asked what he meant. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing and that he was just thinking it all over again. The blonde man thanked them for their help that day. The first man dismissed it, saying that they had saved his life, so of course he would help them. He offered to help them later if they needed anything, telling them to just text him. The group prepared to leave. Saiwal told Kale that she was going to the restroom, and that he could leave first. Kale told her that he would be waiting outside the station. The restroom was empty. Kale washed his hands. He thought he had a rough idea of what Horizon was now, but he still didn't know what sort of event it would be. Kale figured he would find out once it started. He wondered if it seemed dangerous. Orium entered the restroom. Orium corrected himself, clarifying that he meant Horizon. Orium asked if it wouldn't be better to prevent the incident that happened at their school from happening in the first place. Kale thought that they still didn't know what kind of event it was, and how they would even prevent it, since they were just users who got dragged into the game after all. Orium listened intently. Orium stated that there was a way to stop it from happening. Orium knew what it was, but it wasn't something that an unskilled user like him could pull off. Orium explained that it was something that was only possible for high-ranking users. The system searched for a player with the right qualifications. It had only caught a glimpse of his skills, but his logs were promising. He continued, stating that he had. The other man replied that he would be waiting for him to reach out. Suddenly, a thud echoed nearby. Meanwhile, Julian's demeanor seemed to shift. He wondered what that was all about, noting that Julian seemed like an entirely different person just then. He questioned if Saiwal had been right, and if Julian was hiding who he really was. He wondered if Julian had other plans. Someone stated that they had obtained some new information and would message him later. The woman held up her phone. She confirmed that it was the guild master. She relayed that they had made a total mess of Chaos hideout during the guild war the previous day, and managed to take out a few members of Chaos as well. Julian's expression remained unreadable. She had thought she had him, but his body turned out to be a doppelganger that was undetected by passive skills. The player, identified as Sick Barely, managed to land her ultimate move. However, it was revealed to be a puppet masterclass skill, limiting the player to only 40% of their stats. But they did figure one thing out. The leader was of a unique class. That bastard was Emperor class. It was a rare class and a dealer-type supporter. The revelation hung in the air. He wondered if the Emperor class player would ever compete with him directly, but knew they should prepare for it, as he barely ever saw that class in the game. Meanwhile, another player descended on an escalator. Elsewhere, the pair walked through the station. She mentioned that Yunhyang wasn't at the fight yesterday. It was such an intense fight that they couldn't say for sure. But she said they didn't see any Executioner class players. It was a surprise attack, so maybe Yunhyang went somewhere else at that time. She then asked if it was the Reaper. They used to be a PK user that worked alone, but then wound up in Chaos. Was that the player they fought in the stream? The man in the red tracksuit wondered if they would encounter their opponents again, considering they were all playing quests and usually went around alone. His gaze drifted off, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sarah noticed his distracted state and questioned what was wrong. He seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed slightly. Sarah's expression shifted to one of concern. Elsewhere, a figure wearing a white cap and a black mask stood among a crowd of people. The masked figure remained still, blending into the background. The masked figure's eyes narrowed, peering out from behind the fabric. Sarah's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, "The Reaper!" A warning indicates that this episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. Inside the subway station, Kale walks with purpose. Nearby, two figures observe him. One wonders if they've been spotted. The woman with Sarah expresses her uncertainty, doubting Kale would start a fight in such a public place. Meanwhile, a figure wearing a cap and mask stands among the crowd. The masked figure's eyes narrow. A strange fog begins to emanate from the figure, described as the fog that swallows the light. The figure activates some sort of power. With a whoosh, the fog spreads rapidly through the station. Panic erupts as people cough and wonder what is happening, some suspecting a fire. Sarah coughs, questioning if it's a smokescreen item. The woman with Sarah expresses disbelief that someone would use such a thing here, concluding that the masked figure truly wants to fight. The masked figure lunges forward. The masked figure slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave. The figure pressed their attack, blades drawn. The blades clashed. Kale activated a counter skill. The force of the counterattack sent the masked figure reeling back. The masked figure recovered, their expression hidden behind their mask. Meanwhile, Kale leaped away from the immediate danger. Elsewhere in the subway, Orium looked on with concern as Sarah stood behind him. Sarah urged Orium to seize the opportunity to escape, but Orium questioned her. She insisted that they were the Reaper's target and that if they ran, no one else would get hurt. Orium countered that they should get out of there and go somewhere where there weren't people around. Suddenly, the masked figure appeared before them, questioning where they thought they were going. The masked figure and Kale clashed again, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the station. The masked figure taunted Kale, asking how long he would keep running away like a wimp. The masked figure declared that whether one wins or loses, one must keep playing until the game ends. The masked figure agreed with the sentiment. The masked figure stated that they would not allow them to escape. Kale continued his assault. The masked figure struck the ground with a combo, demanding they stop wasting time. Sarah exclaimed that now was their chance to escape quickly, and Orium agreed. The pair dashed away. The masked figure cursed them. The exterior of a building under construction came into view. The camera panned upwards to reveal the building's upper floors. Sarah and Orium, panting heavily, paused in their flight. Sarah suggested they should have hidden in a building with more people, believing the Reaper wouldn't dare go there. The man considered the risks of using a skill in a populated area, but knew Kale would do whatever he wanted regardless. She countered that it was better to fight where no one else was around. Sarah questioned her. She insisted that they should go all out and use the item she had given Sarah if they were in a pinch. Sarah acknowledged. The man seemed to sense something. Together, they continued to observe the figure in the distance. The masked figure stood their ground, a scythe resting on their shoulder. The man realized the figure had used a tracking skill, just as he had expected. Sarah wondered what they should do and if they should use the item now. He suggested they wait and see how things unfolded first. The man declared he was going to try to fight the figure on his own first, holding the item in his hand. Sarah questioned his decision, reminding him that she had just said they should go all out. He clarified that he meant the figure might have come with other members of Chaos, and they would be at a disadvantage if that turned out to be the case. He thought to himself that it was just a figure so far, and he had an idea of how he could beat them one-on-one, so he was going to give it a shot. The masked figure remained still. Footsteps echoed as the masked figure approached. He mused about how long his opponent would hide, but supposed he had decided to show his face. Orium scoffed at the masked figure's words, stating that he simply had no reason to hide. The masked figure chuckled, declaring that it didn't really matter either way. The masked figure stated that, in that case, he declared that they would end things then and there, calling Orium trash class. The masked figure lunged forward, weapon raised. Orium met the attack, staff raised to defend. The clash of weapons echoed loudly. The sounds of their weapons colliding reverberated through the area. The masked figure swung his weapon, now imbued with a purple energy. Orium activated his skill, Flower of Resentment. The two attacks collided in a burst of energy. The masked figure was struck by the attack. The masked figure is struck by Orium's attack, but retaliates with a slash of his own. He then activates a skill, declaring it to be the Phantom Vengeance Blade. The blade connects. The masked figure leaps into the air. The force of the attack causes the hood to fall back, revealing the face of Chart 23, the banished prince of the Grey Kingdom. He leaps again, closing the distance. The ground cracks under the force of the attacks. The banished prince activates another skill, Winter Hunt. This skill reduces the speed of users and monsters in the attack range by 30% and deals freezing damage when the attack connects. The skill takes effect, slowing Orium. The banished prince's eyes narrow. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. The banished prince prepares to unleash the rampage of the vengeful ghost. He slashes at Orium. The attack slices through the air. The banished prince's blade slashed through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy in its wake. The force of the blow caused Orium to cry out in pain. The impact of the attack reverberated through the surroundings. Blood splattered as the blade found its mark. The masked figure, enraged, muttered about his opponent's size. Another swing of the blade threatened to end the battle. The banished prince continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. The ultimate move, Fatality, was about to be unleashed. The Reaper ultimate move, Fatality, reduced the opponent's health by 44% through repeated damage, confused them, and slowly decreased the user's own health. Orium's face was marked with blood and pain. Elsewhere, a woman realized that this ultimate move was a cumulative damage skill, and that Orium had already taken a lot of damage, making this dangerous. Cumulative damage skills weren't strong, but the attack lasted a long time, and the critical attack was triggered after accumulating a certain amount of damage, which would have a big effect on the opponent's health. When hit with the ultimate skill Fatality, there was a 30-second confusion effect that would occur when the critical attack started, and the opponent wouldn't be able to use skills, items, buffs, or passive skills. The man in the red tracksuit questioned why someone was just standing there. The masked figure questioned if he was waiting for someone to come help him like last time. Orium retorted that he could handle him on his own. Orium prepared his next move. With a burst of speed, Orium dashed forward. The masked figure scoffed, calling it bullshit. Orium's attack cut through the air. He pressed his assault. The attacks landed with explosive force. Each blow resonated powerfully. The masked figure realized Orium had used the construction columns to dodge his attacks. Orium had used the structure of the construction site to his advantage in order to neutralize his ultimate move. The masked figure realized that when Orium said he needed time to consider his next move, he was putting together this sloppy plan. The masked figure was furious that Orium was just putting together this sloppy plan. Orium continued his assault. Orium's face is marred with blood, but his expression remains determined. The air crackles with energy. The masked figure declared that he had been waiting for this. The masked figure activates the Avenger skill, Hellfire, which doubles the effects of revenge, is a raging fire, increasing offensive abilities 4.5 times and decreasing HP by 36%. The sudden surge of power surprised Raimi Kim. She realized that he was not running away, but coming straight for her. The masked figure knew that this was not the right approach. He realized that he was using this skill in a place like this to lure her into a confined space. That meant he was going to lure her into a confined place and hit her with a flame attack as his final blow. Raimi Kim hurled insults at the masked figure. The masked figure unleashed a flurry of slashes. Each strike was precise and deadly. The masked figure lunged forward, blades flashing. The attack connected. The building exploded. Raimi Kim coughed, struggling to stand amidst the destruction. Coughing, Raimi Kim calls out to Orium as she dashes forward. Her eyes widen with a sudden realization. Meanwhile, Kale is engaged in a fierce battle, dodging attacks from multiple opponents. One of the attacks strikes Raimi Kim, causing her to gasp in pain. An observer notes that Kale timed his attack perfectly, ensuring his passive skill would activate before the cumulative damage attack could land. Kale, bloodied but resolute, tells his opponent not to bother. The opponent retorts that Kale is just trash who goes around killing whoever he wants. This episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. The figure cried out in pain as the attack landed. The attacker stood over their downed opponent, a pink energy blade crackling in their hand. Meanwhile, Kale gasped for breath, realizing how close he had come to death. He knew that one more hit would have been fatal. He knew he needed to recover before his invincibility wore off, and quickly accessed his inventory. As Kale looked on, his opponent lay prone on the ground. The downed figure grimaced in pain. Suddenly, the figure lunged forward. Kale stared at the potion in his hand. His eyes widened with a mix of determination and desperation. The figure activated a skill, Poison Dagger. The figure swung their poison dagger at Kale. Kale's face contorts in pain as a purple energy attack heads his way. The attack slams into someone who grunts in pain. Because of this, the attacker is revealed to be Orium, who is now visibly injured. Sarah realizes who he is. She raises her weapon, ready to strike. Sarah tells Orium that his weapon has been destroyed and he has no way to fight back, demanding that he give up. Orium is told that he will die if he tries to fight defenseless. Orium is asked if he really wants to throw his life away like that, but he retorts that if they really want to kill him, they should just get it over with. He taunts them, saying that they seem to think they've won, so it should be a piece of cake. Sarah grits her teeth. She says that if that's what he wants. Sarah prepares to strike Orium with her weapon. However, Kale stops her. Kale tells Sarah that before she does that, they should ask him about Chaos, stating that if he's with them, he might have some information, just like the Guildmaster said. The others considered Kale's suggestion. Raimi wondered if Orium would answer politely if they asked, while Sywall thought he had clearly lost his mind. Orium stated that he would answer any questions they had for him, but all he had to say was, he spat at Sarah, telling her to go to hell. Sarah retaliated with a swift kick. Kale warned Orium that if he spoke to Sywall like that again, he would kill him in the most gruesome way possible. Orium spat. Kale demanded that Orium tell him what he and Chaos wanted and why he went around killing people. Orium asked how many times Kale was going to ask him that question. Orium stated that he was obviously just trying to imagine. He muttered the name Chaos. It seemed that the angsty Grim Reaper had a different goal. Kale considered the idea of a different goal. Sywall thought there was no way Orium was kicking up a fuss over a mere 20 billion won in prize money. The man with the long hair was estimated to be worth around 16 million USD. If this was more than a simple game to him, then he likely wasn't doing it for the money. Then the question became whether he wanted the wish granted to the winner of Horizon. He could want something that money couldn't buy, like immortality or endless youth. Or perhaps he simply wanted to be reunited with his late wife. Someone wondered if he was a romantic. Regardless, did that mean that Chaos was pushing for Horizon to happen? Jianbei, however, didn't want it to happen. It felt like someone was behind all of this, pulling the strings. So, the man with the long hair was asked why he wanted to win, and was it for the money or the wish? He hadn't given it much thought. The woman thought he was a freak. Someone else stated that this game was about fighting to survive. The man with the long hair responded that he was just trying to knock out other users. What more did he have to think about? Someone else remarked that those brats could get by without fighting. The man with the long hair snickered, stating that he guessed they could afford to worry about things like that. Jianbei looked on. He had been fighting to survive since birth. That was how things were in the orphanage where he grew up, and how his life had been ever since. It was a dog-eat-dog world. That was why he took them out. He wanted to be the one to live. Meanwhile, the woman questioned what he meant by having to fight to survive there. Dozens of kids had to fight for a place to sleep at night, and the rules were so strict that they couldn't leave. He wondered if kids raised in such an environment would take good care of each other, but he knew the answer. They fought each other for scraps. If one person got taken down, that meant one more place to sleep at night and more to eat. Despite his past, he still wanted to live a normal life when he grew up. When he was at school, he did everything the teacher said and tried his best not to get into fights. But the only thing that mattered to everyone else was that he was an orphan without a mother or father. Having no one to take care of him, he became an easy target for bullies. They beat him down because he was weak. In the orphanage and in the outside world, there was no place to lie down after a long day if he didn't fight to win. He recalled a time when he strangled all the bullies who had terrorized him. It was just as he always had. His eyes reflected the harshness of his past. He had to do what it took to survive, and he didn't need another reason. Meanwhile, Sarah considered that Orium might be an orphan. But something about Orium reminded him of Kale. He knew that if he didn't have anyone by his side, he would have ended up like Kale. His grip tightened. Sarah asked Orium if he was okay. Orium's face was stained with blood. A chain materialized. The Black Reaper was coming. Sarah and Orium flinched. The figure cursed, his frustration evident. Suddenly, a spectral figure swung a massive blade. The attack staggered the figure. Nearby, a man exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the skill being used. The figure used the skill on himself. The power surged. A deep rumble echoed. The figure stood, now radiating power. Realization dawned on another observer. It became clear he was a Transcendent Class Reaper. The designation appeared on a screen, Transcendent Class. The Reaper glared, power swirling around him. A massive blade, wreathed in spectral energy, swung through the air. The blade slashed downwards. The Reaper's blade crashes down, the force of the blow shattering the ground around them. He struggles to comprehend the sheer power of the attack. Just swinging his arm shouldn't be this devastating, he realizes. It was impossible, he thought. The question lingered. Could the Transcendent Class truly grant this much power? He grits his teeth, bracing for the next attack. The clash of blades echoes as he desperately tries to parry the Reaper's strikes. He cries out as the force of the blows threatens to overwhelm him. The speed of the Reaper was too much, he realizes. He was as fast as the top-ranking monsters from the game. The sounds of metal on metal continue as he struggles to keep up. He might be even faster, he thinks. Another strike lands, forcing him back. He is shocked by the Reaper's strength. He realizes the Reaper has more weapons now. He understands that the Reaper could probably defeat him with just one weapon at this rate. As the battle rages, Sarah accesses her inventory, a bag icon displayed on a screen. Sarah held the item, examining it closely. The man with her urged her to use the item he had given her if they were in a pinch, and she confirmed that she understood. Sarah activated the item. The item was the key to the afternoon room. Meanwhile, Kale continued to battle the Reaper. The Reaper slashed at Kale. The Reaper's attack left deep gouges in the floor. The man with Sarah realized that they were in the afternoon room. Sarah realized that the item worked, even though they were fighting. The man asked if she was all right and if she wanted to fight more. Sarah denied it, saying she was just thinking that she should pull back. The man explained that if they had kept fighting, the construction site would have collapsed, and people would have come running to figure out what the noise was. The man with Sarah stated that the Reaper had moved into the Transcendent class, and Sarah agreed, saying she had never seen a player from that class before. The man expressed his disbelief that the Reaper knew how to open the back door. The man suggested that they stay there for a bit. Within the afternoon room, a voice reasoned that the Reaper would eventually leave if they remained there long enough. Another wondered if everything would be all right. Meanwhile, Kale's companion admitted they had no idea what he would do, now that he was a Transcendent class player. The man with the shield reassured Sarah that there was no reason to be scared. Sarah leaned against the bed, lost in thought. Her expression was unreadable. Back with Kale, he knew they could wait until the Reaper went away, or until the sun set. A warning is displayed, advising viewer discretion due to depictions of self-harm. With a soft swish, the woman settles onto the bed. She suggests they rest for a while. Meanwhile, Orium considers that they can wait until the Reaper goes away, or until the sun sets. Orium lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling. The woman lies next to him, also looking up. The woman asks Orium what he is thinking about. Orium thinks to himself that the blanket is soft and wonders if he should take it home with him, prompting him to wonder if he is a thief. Orium admits he was thinking about the Transcendent class and the back door. He recalls that before the Reaper opened the back door, he attacked himself, and that was when he entered the Transcendent class. Orium thinks that maybe taking his own life is the key. He concludes that taking one's own life is the key to the Transcendent class. The woman in bed considered Orium's words. She hoped he wasn't seriously contemplating such a drastic measure. He reassured her that he wouldn't do anything foolish. Orium mused that the special type monsters connected to stories from the game might hold the key. He believed the method to access the Transcendent class could differ for each class. The final chapter of the Reaper's story involved offering a sacrifice to the gods of the underworld and receiving the life-harvesting scythe. It seemed the Transcendent class was about giving up strength and receiving something in return. The woman realized the Reaper had taken his own life. She considered that giving one's own life was a significant sacrifice. Orium wondered how it would work for a labyrinth master. The woman recalled that she sealed herself in a labyrinth so no one could find her. Orium stated that, as far as he knew, there wasn't a story after that. She wondered if there wasn't a Transcendent class for the Labyrinth Master class. Orium reassured her that they would figure out an attack strategy and take them out. Orium was asked what was going on with him earlier. She had noticed he seemed to be thinking about something when the Reaper was talking. She questioned if he had sympathized with the Reaper. He denied it, stating there was no way. Regardless of the Reaper's past, he insisted that he was nothing but a murderer and that he had no sympathy for him. He claimed he was just a little surprised, that was all. He admitted he was just thinking. He thought that maybe he could have ended up going down the same path, that maybe he would have killed everyone who picked on him. He would have become a monster with nothing but hatred for this world. The woman listened intently. He dismissed his thoughts, saying it was not a big deal. She realized that was what he was thinking and told him that he was overthinking things. He turned over in bed. She reassured him that he didn't end up like the Reaper. She told him that he was a really good person. She added that he was, 15% less than her, but still a good person. The young man remarked that the number was quite specific. His eyes narrowed. He lay in bed with Sarah. Elsewhere, a figure mused that he might not have changed. He thought he had spent too much time trying to get revenge. Out loud, he admitted he was glad he had met her. She asked if he was just going to thank her, and if that was it. He chuckled, asking if she wanted him to buy her strawberry milk again. Sarah looked at him. She told him that he didn't have to say anything. She told him to show her through his actions. He wondered what action she meant. Sarah told him not to make her explain everything to him, stating that there was only one thing the two of them could do right now. His heart beat faster. The sound of a heartbeat filled the room. Sarah straddled Orium, declaring that he would win first place. Orium smiled. Meanwhile, Sarah smirked. She told him that if he did as she asked, she would be sure to thank him properly. Orium laughed, stating that even if he didn't do as she asked, he would still come in first place, which was good for him. Orium's expression changed. He told Saiwal that he had a suggestion. Earlier, a man worked at a cafe. The man looked shocked. Someone asked if he wanted to join their party. Orium, Sarah, and the other man sat at the table. The man with blonde hair wondered what there was to be so surprised about, as he thought he was watching a reaction video. Of course, he was surprised, the blonde man exclaimed, as the others were high rankers, and he was just some wimp who couldn't even play. Sarah admitted that it was true that he was a coward and his stats were trash, but it was always helpful to have an adventurer class player who could help clear quests. The blonde man continued, saying that if there were 3 of them, they could start taking on 3-person quests, so why didn't she join as a helper? He admitted he didn't know. Orium stated that this wasn't really what he wanted, reminding the blonde man that he had told him something last time they met and asked if he remembered. The man with black hair wondered how he could hear that and still make this kind of decision. Sarah stated that Orium already told her about it. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be enough to convince her, and they still didn't know exactly what Horizon was, and they couldn't just give up the chance of winning for no reason. She added that they still couldn't trust him completely, and if he really wanted to prevent Horizon from happening, he should fight with them and put his trust in them. The blonde man thought that she was sort of contradicting herself, but he guessed that made sense. He wondered how they could just make decisions like that so easily. The blonde man stated that he hadn't told him what kind of person he was yet. Kale listened intently. The blonde man, leaning back in his chair, declared that their class and stats weren't a threat. He added that since they weren't aligned with Chaos or a PK user, he believed they would be fine. Kale was told not to consider this an alliance. Instead, it was a way to test each other's abilities and personalities. The blonde man listened. He was told that he needed to establish trust with actions, not words. Then, he realized he had no choice. The blonde man agreed to join them. He added that they would play as a party, but he wouldn't be that helpful because he wasn't good at the game. Kale was told that it didn't matter, and it was just nice to have another player on their team. Saiwal agreed, stating that it was a good idea to improve their abilities by taking on some 3-person quests. Kale stated that they would reach out the next time they secured a quest. He told them to start getting ready, but he thought to himself that they still didn't know who Julian was, and he was hiding a lot. Kale thought it was a good idea to keep him close for now. He seemed to possess a deeper understanding of the game's secrets than anyone else. The scene shifted to a hospital building. Elsewhere, Raimi Kim sighed, sitting on a bench outside. She thought to herself that she thought she was going to die again today, and that Monday's shift were hell because she had to get up so early. A voice called out to her, asking if she was going home now. The speaker was Noah on, holding a cup of coffee. Raimi acknowledged him. Noah mentioned that he had a morning shift today and that he was going home after he clocked out. He added that he should have come to visit her too, but Raimi insisted it was okay and that it was just part of her job. Noah suggested that if she wanted to return the favor, she could get something to eat with him sometime, calling it his treat. Raimi wondered if she should be the one paying. Noah insisted that there was somewhere he'd been meaning to try, but he couldn't go alone. Noah said it would mean a lot if she came with him. Raimi considered Noah's suggestion. He had invited her to eat with him, and now he was suggesting she bring Orium along as well. Meanwhile, Noah told someone that he would make time whenever they had a day off. He confirmed that he would text them. Raimi thought that Noah was smart and sweet, but that he also had a sly streak. She wondered how he dared try to win her heart by appealing to her family first. Arium and another person commented on how close they were, with Arium saying that she really liked him and that he was great. Raimi thought that his sneaky side was still really cute. She thought this was because he always looked so innocent. Suddenly, someone asked Raimi to excuse her. The man asked if she knew how to get to orthopedics. Raimi responded that she was actually headed there, too, and offered to show him the way. She told him to just follow her, and that it wouldn't take long. The man replied that that would be great, and thanked her. He then called her nurse. A low rumble emanated from the figure. The woman stood beside a poster advertising ultra-alternate character for Ergosphere Online. The city skyline stood silent. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the streets. The massive turtle-like monster continued its rampage. Nearby, a man gripped a glowing blue blade, his expression determined. The monster stomped closer as the man cried out for help. Meanwhile, a woman called out to him, directing him to her location. The woman activated her skill, preparing a trap. The monster lumbered into the quagmire trap, its movements becoming sluggish. She urged Julian to act quickly. He responded affirmatively, readying his own skill. Julian unleashed a blinding light, activating his dazzling brightness skill, designed to stun the monster and disable its passive abilities. The monster was caught in the blinding light. The stunned monster roared in frustration. The system indicated that the Millennium Tortoise's passive skill, damage reflection, had been disabled. Julian realized their plan had worked. Julian's outburst prompted Orium to question if she needed to shout when using her skills, suggesting she could simply do it in her head. She responded that she felt like she was really using them that way. Orium simply told her to do her thing. Seeing the opportunity, Julian urged Orium to act. Orium dashed forward. He leaped into the air, staff in hand. The staff slashed down, impacting the monster. Orium declared that he had it. The monster's horn broke off with a resounding thud. Jian congratulated Orium on a job well done, noting that the Millennium Tortoise's horn was an expensive upgrade item. Orium realized that all that was left was to use an attack combo. He prepared to use an attack combo. Orium unleashed a flurry of blows. The monster roared in pain. Energy crackled around it. The creature stumbled. Julian watched the monster. Elsewhere, the group stood together, reviewing their recent quest. The man in the black shirt commented that the quest was easy for a 3-person team, explaining he chose it to see how well they worked together. He added that if Julian hadn't fallen, they probably would have cleared it without taking any damage. Orium chuckled, apologizing. He then asked which rewards they should choose. Sarah suggested they could use the Millennium Tortoise's horn to make up for the money they lost last time, but then asked if they should go for status points this time. Orium admitted he had an idea. Orium suggested the random box. Julian's expression was unreadable. Sarah, surprised, asked if Julian liked gambling, adding that it was a total gamble to waste an opportunity like this on a random box after risking their life. Orium insisted they hear him out. He explained that there was an adventurer skill called a surprisingly good day that increased the chances of getting a good item. Orium recalled using the skill in the past, often acquiring awesome items. He added that it increased the probability of finding something good if used right before opening a treasure chest or entering a dungeon. Kale clarified, wanting to confirm that using the skill would increase their chances of getting a good item from the random box. Kale received confirmation, but Sarah expressed her reluctance to risk rolling the dice. She reminded the others that they had risked their lives for these rewards and wanted to know what they were getting. Kale pondered the options. Ultimately, Kale declared that he would go with the random box. Kale reasoned that it wouldn't hurt to pick it, even if he got something weird. He explained that it was a high-level item, so he could always trade it at a good price, and there could also be different types of items to exchange it for. Sarah conceded, telling him to do what he wanted and hoping he would get lucky and get something good. She jokingly added that if he got something bad, he could always call her and cry about it, to which Kale responded that he wasn't going to cry. With a flash of light, Kale teleported. Knowing Arium was likely asleep, Kale decided to open the random box before heading in. He selected the option to use the high-level random box from his inventory. He hoped he would be able to use whatever he received. The box glowed as he held it in his hands. His eyes widened in anticipation. He looked shocked at what he saw. It was the Avenger-only weapon, the Dagger of Penance, which increased the efficacy of Avenger skills by 80% when in use and increased the duration of passive skills. He was incredulous, never expecting to see such a rare item. He celebrated his good fortune, thanking the item god. The random box had delivered. He realized that with this dagger, he could wield 2 daggers at the same time, which was his dream, and that his enemies would be no match for him. He was so happy he was incoherent. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed like a good idea to let Jian join the party. The next day, Kale walked with a bounce in his step, still elated by his new weapon. Jian questioned his happiness, wondering if it was just because of the item he received. Kale confirmed it, stating that it wasn't common to get a weapon exclusive to one's class. He added that he also got a gem that they could exchange for another good item. He continued, mentioning an item that could be used to boost ultimate moves. Jian suggested that next time, Kale should trust her skill and pick a random box, as he could even get a labyrinth master weapon. She wondered if he thought so. She then said that maybe she would give it a try next time. She told him not to tempt her into gambling. She then playfully hit him. Kale reflected that they worked well as a team and got some good items. He suggested they start trying some harder quests. Kale considered his options, eager to see how his stats had improved. Meanwhile, Orium walked with a female classmate, who asked if he had plans for the evening. Orium explained that he had promised his sister barbecue, declining the offer to see a movie with Sojong. The classmate seemed disappointed, but brushed it off. Elsewhere, Orium walked alone, checking his phone. He realized that now that he had an item with a skill effect buff, he could start using skills he usually didn't. Orium stared at his phone, contemplating the possibilities. The item had an attack power of 280, but with the buff, it was 504. He realized he could make other skills more effective this way. Orium wondered if he should try to combine all the skills he'd used so far, believing he could deal a pretty strong hit even without his ultimate move. He thought he might even be able to figure out a way to attack a transcendent class player. His stomach growled. Orium grumbled about being hungry, noting that he hadn't had a class that ended this late in a while, even though he had a sandwich after lunch. He decided he should go home and ask his sister if they could eat early tonight. A figure walks down a brightly lit hallway. Bursting through the door, Orium announces he is home. The apartment appears empty. He looks around, a red bag slung over his shoulder. Orium wonders why his sister isn't home yet, recalling that she said she'd be home early. He knocks on a door, calling out to his sister. Turning his head, he wonders if she is sleeping. A dark figure looms over Orium. He notices a note, a key, and his sister's phone on the bed. The note reads, "Use this key if you want your sister back safe." Orium realizes that his sister's kidnapper left the letter and that her phone is here. He noticed another item resting near the note, a key labeled for one-time use in the afternoon room. Orium sat on the edge of the bed, contemplating the key. He realized he knew who was responsible for his sister's abduction. His jaw tightened with resolve. Chaos. Rage began to consume him. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a figure sat patiently. The room was decorated with ornate details. The figure, revealed to be Jean, sat in an ornate chair, holding a device. Suddenly, Orium appeared in the room. Jean greeted him, remarking that he was later than expected. Orium demanded to know where his sister was. Jean apologized, asking if Orium could wait, as he was busy. He explained that if he could just beat this one quest, he could increase his rank, and Orium should be able to appreciate that. The sound of a brutal strike echoed through the room as the importance of ranking was discussed. The force of the blow splintered the ornate furniture. A phone clattered to the ground. The man was warned that if he made the other repeat himself, he would be killed. Elsewhere, a figure demanded to know where she was, a sinister smirk playing on their lips. A warning is displayed, noting the presence of strong language and suggesting the use of background music. Suddenly, a swift kick lands with a resounding whack. The force sends a golden device flying, impacting the floor with a clack. The man in the vest threatens that if he is made to repeat himself, he will kill the other man. The man's face is shadowed in red as he asks where Arium is. A sinister sneer spreads across the man's face. The man who was kicked is on the floor. The man in the vest sits in a chair. He asks if he didn't just tell the other man to wait a moment. The man on the floor bows his head. The man in the vest taps on the golden device. He tells the man on the floor to take a look. The man in the vest stands tall, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a woman sits unconscious in a car. Her captor's words echo. She was left in an underground parking garage. The man had used an item to put her to sleep, but he claimed she would wake up soon. He added that if the other man left the room, he should be able to find her easily. With that, the man in the vest declared that if he wanted to leave, he would have to get through him first. The man in the white shirt questioned why he was doing this. The man in the vest insisted that Arium was a normal person and had nothing to do with the game. He stated that he kept her alive for that reason. If she were a player, he would have already killed her. The man in the vest asked if he was right. The man in the white shirt wondered if Yunhyang Baek was behind all of this. The man in the vest denied it, stating that Yunhyang had nothing to do with this. The man in the vest remarked that, of course, it was Yunhyang who told him about him and his sister. The man in the white shirt's eyes narrowed. The man in the white shirt demanded to know what he wanted from him and why he was after him, and why he kidnapped his sister. The man in the vest stated that this was all for a particular reason, and that he just needed him. As Jean spoke of needing the man in the white shirt, a figure swung a large axe toward another man. The man, seemingly unfazed, warned that if they didn't make a fuss, he would send their sister back home unscathed. Another man warned that if they tried any tricks with him, the first man stated that they would die along with him, confirming that this was what Chaos had been doing all along. The second man remarked that this shouldn't come as a surprise, as they were players, after all. It was just another way to get rid of competition and rise through the ranks. The first man stated that was why they were killing him, bearing no ill will and asking him not to take it personally. The second man agreed, stating they would do it his way. The first man declared that he would play by their rules and destroy Chaos, grabbing at something and stating he was going all the way to the top. His expression was one of intense determination. The hooded figure swung the axe, and the man in the white shirt stated that it was enough. The man in the white shirt shouted that it was bullshit. The force of the blow slammed into the ground. With a swift motion, the hooded figure dodged the attack. Jean recognized the skill being used. He believed revenge was best served when the enemy was alive. The masked man stumbled back. Recovering, he launched a counterattack. The hooded figure spat out an insult. Jean realized they were a two-person team, and one of them was a butcher. He knew it would be difficult to take them both on at the same time. The masked man knew he needed to move fast and break their formation. He resolved not to let them dogpile him. Jean watched the events unfold. The masked man wondered what was happening as a purple aura surrounded him. His eyes glowed with a purple light. The masked man clashed with his opponents. The masked man's opponent scoffed, labeling him a trickster and a sub-dealer who relied on strange skills. With a snap of his fingers, the man in the suit prepared to change his own skill. The skill change was initiated. The man in the suit leaped forward. Kale realized that his opponent had used a skill to switch places with Abel. The infected crusader prepared to use his bone crush skill. The infected crusader slashed at Kale. The force of the blow was immense. Kale braced himself against the attack. Kale countered the infected crusader's attack, the sound of metal on metal ringing out. The infected crusader was momentarily stunned. With a burst of speed, the infected crusader vanished. Kale was shocked that Abel had disappeared. The man in the suit observed that the infected crusader's skill was obviously one of vanishing. Jean activated his vanishing skill, which allowed him or a partner to become invisible for 2 seconds. While invisible, they could not attack or be attacked. With a burst of speed, the masked figure moved. The masked figure reminded Jean that if he was too aggressive, the Avenger would hit back. Jean told him to be quiet. The masked figure told Jean to worry about his skills instead, saying he was too slow. Jean realized they were a trick maker and a butcher. He knew they were a dealer duo, but the trick maker had a lot of teleportation skills, making it hard to knock both of them out. Jean knew he would have to take them out one by one, wondering which of them would be easier to go after, deciding to target the masked figure first. Jean affirmed that he was ready to do this, lunging forward. The masked figure warned Jean was coming his way, telling the other to not be so sloppy this time. The other told him to shut up as their weapons clashed. The two traded blows. The sounds of their weapons clashing echoed through the area. Suddenly, the masked figure was sent flying through the air. Jean stood over his fallen opponent, victorious. Jean unleashed his skill, card-throwing magic. The cards zipped through the air. The cards continued their assault. A blade swished through the air, deflecting the incoming cards. The masked figure crouched low, evading the barrage. With a burst of speed, he jumped forward. His feet propelled him towards Jean. The masked figure struck, and Jean cried out. Jean was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The masked figure's attack continued with a powerful strike. Jean realized something. He wondered if the masked figure was targeting him, and realized the previous attack was a feint, a misdirection. Jean admitted that the masked figure was not bad. Jean declared that there was no point in using such cheap tricks. Jean leaped forward, initiating his attack. The attack, known as the Devil Slaughter, dealt splash damage, tripled attack power, and conferred an 80% chance of a critical hit. The force of the blow rushed forward. The masked figure was struck by the attack. The force of the blow slashed through the air. The attack exploded on impact. Jean declared that because his opponent tried to use his brain, he would give him that. He continued, stating that this is what happens when an idiot tries to outsmart him. The masked figure responded with a confused huh. The masked figure unleashed a counterattack. The masked figure's Avenger skill, overcome adversity, absorbed the damage. The masked figure revealed that he had been coming after Jean since the start. The masked figure prepared another attack. The masked figure swirled a new weapon in his hand. Jean realized that his opponent had another weapon. The masked figure murmured about taking an eye for an eye. A surge of red energy erupted around him. The force of the energy sent the schoolboy flying through the air. His eyes widened in shock. The masked figure unleashed a devastating attack, the Devil Slaughter. The attack tore through the environment. The schoolboy's weapon clashed against the incoming assault. He screamed as the force of the blow hit him. The schoolboy was sent crashing through the environment. His face was bloodied, but he remained conscious. The masked figure approached, each step echoing ominously. The schoolboy's vision blurred as he struggled to stand. He gripped his weapon tightly, determined to fight back. He stated that it was the masked figure's turn and that he needed to retrieve his sister, so they should get to it. He warned the masked figure not to waste his time with some half-assed plan. The masked figure fumes, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, Kale grips the hilt of his dagger, his gaze intense and focused. The man's rage was palpable. He questioned if his opponent believed defeating a non-ranker was enough to claim victory. Meanwhile, a field skill, identified as stage magic, was activated, enveloping the area in a surge of energy. The man's eyes widened as he noticed the shift in the arena. Elsewhere, a surge of power, identified as Ivory of the Elephant Spirit, boosted magic attacks. The field pulsed with a vibrant glow as the battle intensified. It was observed that he was using an item to enhance his skill effects. The question arose whether he was maximizing his skill stats. The man prepared to unleash a devastating attack, aiming to end the fight with a single blow. The ground rumbled as the force of the impending attack grew. The man braced himself, ready to unleash his full power. He initiated a skill called Amputation Magic Phase 3. The attack surged forward with immense speed and power. His opponent stood firm, ready to meet the oncoming assault. The full force of the attack was unleashed, promising a cataclysmic impact. With Jean gone, Kale considered it a stroke of luck. He opened his inventory, intending to use the panacea to heal himself. But his expression quickly shifted to one of concern. It should have been there, but his inventory was empty. He wondered where all his items had gone. Suddenly, Jean reappeared, holding a glowing green orb. He asked if Kale was looking for this. Jean tossed the panacea into the air. Jean activated his magic hand skill. He focused on the panacea and activated it. The panacea glowed intensely in Jin's hand. It dawned on Kale that Jean had used magic hand to steal his item. He wondered if Jean had also used the Ivory of the Elephant Spirit to boost the odds of the skill working. Jean thanked Kale for the item, stating that he was now at peak strength. He added that he hadn't taken much damage yet, so he didn't even need it. Kale wondered how much health he had left, estimating it to be around 50%, or maybe even 40%. Jean suggested that perhaps Kale simply didn't care about such things, since it wouldn't be long until his health was reduced to zero. Kale realized that Jean was not wrong. He knew that at this rate, there was no way for him to win, as he had barely been able to counter Jean with his skills. Kale realized he was out of healing items. His only option to turn the tables was to use his ultimate move. Meanwhile, Jean knew he was only ahead in offensive power and agility. He clenched his fist, realizing his only option was to... With a burst of speed, Kale leaped forward. The clash of blades echoed as the two warriors collided. The structure behind them began to crack under the force of their battle. The air crackled with energy as their attacks intensified. Jean cursed Kale, realizing the relentless attacks were preventing him from using his skills. He realized that Kale's movements were not those of a casual player. Jean understood that Kale possessed the natural instincts of a strategic attacking player, confirming his initial assessment. He knew Kale's abilities posed a threat to their leader. Jean resolved to kill Kale, no matter the cost. He activated his skill, Room of Mirrors. Jean prepared to use the Trickmaker skill, Room of Mirrors, which reflects attacks through the use of mirrors, creating a combo attack. Kale braced himself, blood trickling down his face. Jean smirked, telling Kale not to bother resisting. Jean swung his blade with incredible speed. The slashes came one after another, each strike aimed to overwhelm Kale. The attacks landed, each blow carrying immense force. Jean laughed, confident in his assault. He shouted, declaring Kale's end. The flurry of attacks continued, each strike empowered with a red aura. Jin's passive skill, Dusk Blossom, activated, increasing his fighting ability when his physical strength fell below 80%, making him invincible for 10 seconds. The force of the blows caused a deafening rumble as Kale struggled to defend himself. Kale recognized the attack as Jin's ultimate move. He realized he would be in serious trouble if the skill connected. The red aura intensified around Jin's attacks. The force of the strike created a powerful shockwave. The impact resulted in a massive explosion. The explosion radiated outward, consuming everything in its path. The arena was engulfed in a blinding explosion. Amidst the chaos, the sound of reality itself tearing apart echoed through the arena. Elsewhere, a figure noted that Jean had used a teleportation skill. The observer's expression was grim. Suddenly, he noticed Jean emerging from a portal. Jean declared that one must watch magic tricks until the very end. With a flick of his wrist, Jean activated his ultimate move, When Magic Becomes Reality. For 12 seconds, all his magic attacks would target his opponent's HP directly. With a swish, Jean unleashed a flurry of playing cards. He warned that if one didn't pay attention, they would miss the important details. The cards rained down with incredible speed. Kale lay prone, seemingly defeated. He remained silent. The cards slammed into the ground. Kale's opponent noted that he was dodging the gravestones without using any skills, relying solely on his ability to evade the ultimate move. He thought there was no way Kale would be able to keep up. Close to the ground, Kale's eye twitched. The gravestones from Jin's ultimate move had not disappeared yet. He wondered why the gravestones were still there, then realized the obvious. The chronicler noted that the Avengers' ultimate move was a long-range attack that allowed them to control the gravestones with their sword. He realized that Jean was a dual-wielding player, controlling the gravestones from either hand. Jean thought that now all that was left was to finish Kale off. Kale realized he wouldn't be able to save Arium if he couldn't finish Jean off with this. He thought to himself that he couldn't afford to fail. Kale grit his teeth. He launched himself into the air, propelled by the gravestones. Jean was caught off guard by Kale's sudden burst of speed. Kale crashed into a claw machine. A girl at the claw machine was startled. The woman expressed her frustration at not being able to win anything from the claw machines, dismissing the prizes as ugly. Anyway, Sywall suggested they head into the theater, and the other woman agreed. The woman with black hair asked if the picture they took had been sent to Orium. She confirmed that she had, but he didn't respond. A phone displayed a picture of the two women. The woman with brown hair speculated that Orium was spending time with a girl he liked, prompting a surprised reaction. The woman with black hair was shocked to hear that Orium might have a girlfriend. The woman with brown hair clarified that she was talking about his sister. Meanwhile, someone was breathing heavily. The figure struggled to stand amidst glowing red swords. The figure remarked that his younger brother made him want to throw up whenever he saw him. The two women laughed. Too strange, red structures stood amidst the crumbling environment. The room continued to crumble around Jean. He realized the room was collapsing and wondered if the space would disappear forever once it was completely destroyed. Jean lay on the ground, exhausted. Cursing, Jean lamented that he lost because his skills did not last long enough. He realized there was only one thing left to try. Jean reached for an item. He knew he had to get out of there and trap his opponent in the room, using the key. The key activated, transporting him to the afternoon room. Jean appeared in the new location. The key shattered. Jean cried out in pain. Jin's opponent stood before him. His opponent declared that Jean could not fight unless he took hostages, stating that they were all. Jin's expression was grim. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Suddenly, he called out, demanding a pause. Voices echoed, questioning his intent to use the key and warning against it, fearing they would be trapped. The urgency in their voices intensified, painting a grim picture of their potential fate. Jean flinched, his resolve seemingly wavering for a moment. He then issued a demand, offering mercy in exchange for all items, including those taken from him earlier. He threatened to destroy the key if his demands were not met. Jean declared that they would never be able to leave the room if he destroyed the key. With a swift motion, he accessed his inventory. The inventory screen displayed various items. He realized that Jean had a spare key. The figure wondered if Jean had used all of his healing items in the fight against Rayson. The figure confirmed that he had acquired the items. Jean activated the key to the afternoon room. Jean was told to wait. as using the key would mean he would be the only one who could leave. The others demanded to know what would happen to them. Jean stated that he would not even give them the opportunity to run. Instead, he offered them a chance. He explained that if someone stole the key from him, they could come and rescue them. Jean continued, saying that if they were lucky, one of the members of Chaos could kill him and take the key. He told them they could just wait quietly until then. That way, they could rise in the ranks of whatever game they were playing earlier. With a whoosh sound, Jean activated the key. Someone shouted no. The room was labeled High Schooler. The city stood quiet in the night. Nearby, Raimi Kim walked along the sidewalk. She shivered, thinking it was freezing and wondering why it was so cold when she thought summer was coming. She resolved to give Orium the thickest duvet when she got home, not wanting him to catch a cold. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. The sound grew closer. The voice asked if they could talk for a moment. It then asked if it could at least get her number. The creature lunged. Raimi Kim prepared to strike back. Energy crackled around her hand. She unleashed the energy, shouting for the creature to take that. The creature cried out as it was struck. Raimi Kim dashed away. Raimi Kim questioned what she had just encountered, wondering if it was a monster. She wondered if monsters were now roaming the streets and knew she had to escape. And fast, she thought, if something were to happen to her. She realized there would be no one to care for Orium. Raimi's eyes widened. Ahead, she spotted two figures. She thought those people looked familiar. It couldn't be, she thought, as she recognized her mom and dad. The figures turned. Raimi gasped. She called out for them to wait. A taser was activated. Raimi begged her mom and dad not to go. She cried out that they couldn't leave her all alone again. Raimi Kim ran, tears streaming down her face. It was too much to handle alone, a struggle to live. She had to earn money and take care of Orium all by herself. Driven by desperation, she didn't know what to do anymore. She begged them not to leave. Meanwhile, two figures stood silently. Raimi Kim's younger brother, Arium, watched her from a distance, wondering what was wrong. He called out to her, asking where she was going. Raimi Kim continued walking away. She paused briefly, wiping her eyes. She resolved that she wasn't going anywhere. She would be right by his side. She imagined a future where they could have barbecue together. A future where they could sleep under a thick duvet. She decided they should go home now, together. Raimi Kim found herself being carried, a sense of comfort washing over her as she thought of home. Her eyes remained closed, savoring the moment. The person carrying her was Orium, his face etched with concern and fresh wounds. He noticed blood trickling from his own injuries. Raimi realized that Orium was carrying her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure walked through a doorway, a bag slung over their shoulder. Raimi clung to Orium, thinking this must be a dream. She wondered if this was real life. She thought that if this was real, she would have made sure nothing happened to Orium. Elsewhere, two girls exited a movie theater, one exclaiming how great the movie was. The other girl agreed, finding the villain's octopus-like appearance funny. A woman checked her phone, a look of concern on her face. A message on the phone read, "Come to the afternoon room." Jian's friend, Sojung, complained of stomach ache and said she was going to the bathroom. Jian offered to wait outside, but Sojung insisted it would take at least an hour and told her to go home. The restroom was marked with a sign. Meanwhile, Sojung stood before the restroom door, a holographic display of her inventory visible before her. The item description read, "The key to the afternoon room, for party member use." Sojung activated the key. With a burst of energy, Sojung entered the restroom. Inside, she found a young man sitting on the floor. The young man was surprised by her sudden appearance. He was covered in blood. Sojung flinched at the sight. The young man muttered about blood. Another young man entered, noting that Sojung had brought Jian with her. Sojung asked if he had run into that Reaper again. The injured young man asked Sojung to heal him first, and he would explain everything in the meantime. She agreed. With a burst of displaced air, the figure who had been kneeling stood, a strange energy coalescing around him. The young man with dark hair explained that he had fought two members of Chaos alone, but he hadn't said anything because he wasn't in the right state of mind. The blonde-haired man assured him that it was fine, expressing his relief that he and his sister were safe. He then mentioned that he had also received a strange item from someone. The dark-haired man held up a box with a strange mask inside. With a swoosh, the box was opened, revealing a mask. The blonde-haired man admitted he wasn't sure what it was, only that it belonged to the trickmaker. He looked on with concern. The blonde-haired man suggested it might be a hacking tool. He explained that he had read on a forum about something similar. The dark-haired man wondered how he could recognize it so quickly, asking if he had seen one before. The blonde-haired man clarified that he hadn't seen that exact item, but he had used similar ones in the past. He elaborated that he had used similar items during the beta test before the official release. The dark-haired man asked if he meant a closed beta test. Kel was asked if he had used a similar tool before. To clarify, the tool was described as a monitoring device used by developers to gather data. This particular tool allowed developers to observe users without needing to access VVR4 directly. Orium admitted that the one they used was much cuter. He supposed hackers were into that sort of thing. Kale realized that if Orium was a closed beta tester, He had been playing the game for even longer than he initially thought. Orium corrected him, stating that he had not just been playing the game for a long time. He clarified that he had been participating since the very first stage of the game's development. Orium then revealed that he was Ergosphere Online's first user. The story was to be continued, focusing on the ultra-alternate character. The group continued their discussion. The conversation continued as they walked. Jian was surprised to learn that she had been an alpha tester for the game. She had thought only the developers tested the game at that stage. The young man in the yellow hoodie explained that the online version was a little different. He elaborated that because the game was developed with the VVR4 device, they needed to test it with subjects who were diverse in age and gender. He revealed that he was the tester for the ages 8 to 14 category. He had been into game development since he was young, and the compensation was good, so he participated. Jian seemed surprised by this revelation. Someone asked if that was why he knew the plot of the game so well, but he denied it. He smiled slightly. It was explained that in the alpha test version, only part of the game was revealed to testers. He clarified that they only tested the technical parts of the game, so they didn't get to see most of the actual content. He admitted that the only reason he knew the story was because he loved the game so much. Jian's companion called him a nerd. The young man in the red tracksuit paused, lost in thought. Elsewhere, the group continued their discussion. The man in the yellow hoodie was asked if he ever heard anything from the developers during the alpha testing or anything about players transforming into game characters. He admitted he wasn't sure, as he was so young at the time. He didn't have the opportunity to talk much with them. The man in the yellow hoodie seemed to recall something. The memory was fragmented. He trailed off. He quickly changed the subject, deciding to not mention what he was remembering. He stated that he was so young that he didn't even remember. Kale's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, Kale was asked why Chaos was after him, and if they figured out that they've allied with him. He wasn't sure, suggesting that maybe they went to avenge Yunhyang. They didn't seem that loyal, though. At any rate, they had to be careful, as it seemed like Chaos was after them now. The man in the yellow hoodie shuddered, wondering if that meant Chaos was after him too. Jian was told that she had never come face-to-face with Chaos, so she should be fine. Also, they've also never seen them together. It wasn't like an adventure-class player posed much of a threat to them anyway. The man in the yellow hoodie thought that was harsh. With a whoosh, Orium materialized back into what appeared to be his apartment building. It was currently 8 p.m. He hoped Ariam was awake by now. He wondered if she was okay, hoping there weren't any aftereffect from the skill that was used on her. Orium's mind flashed back to the moment Ariam was kidnapped and the trauma she must have endured. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to banish the memory. He reached for the door, hoping she was inside. The door clicked open. He announced that he was home. Ariam greeted him, her voice carrying a hint of relief. Ariam questioned where he had been. She reminded him that she had told him to come home early so they could eat dinner. Orium and Jian stood together as she instructed him to wash his hands before eating. He asked if she was hurt, recalling seeing him asleep in the car earlier. Jian looked at him with concern. She dismissed his concern, explaining that she had simply passed out after work. She attributed her exhaustion to overworking and admitted to having bad dreams. Jian reassured Orium not to worry about her. With a flourish, she presented a package of premium beef. Orium was surprised by the expensive beef and questioned how she could afford it. He explained that they deserved a treat after everything. Orium smiled, relieved. He felt a sense of relief, noting that she was the same as always. Meanwhile, the city's skyline loomed. A monstrous figure emerged amidst explosions. The creature unleashed a devastating attack. The infected crusader stood firm, unfazed by the figure before him. Below, Kel prepared himself for another attack. Energy crackled around him as he readied his next skill. He prepared to unleash the Pentagon arrow. The air crackled as the energy coalesced around Kale. With a resounding smash, the Pentagon arrow struck the infected crusader. The force of the impact sent the monstrous figure staggering back. The crusader's stone armor began to glow with a yellow light at the point of impact. Kale, bruised and bloodied, prepared his next attack, God's Cane. The infected crusader glowed intensely as the energy built within its form. The yellow glow intensified, highlighting the cracks forming in the stone. With a deafening kaboom, the infected crusader's armor exploded. Chunks of the stone armor were sent flying in all directions. The remaining fragments of the armor crumbled and clattered to the ground. The infected crusader's shattered remains lay scattered across the ground. Nearby, a man panted heavily. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, two figures observed the scene below. The woman commented that the executioner wasn't half bad and would be of use to them. She added that his executioner-class weapon and buff item helped a fair bit. The man stated that he was strong-willed and driven by his desire to win. They agreed that they would need a lot of people like that in the world they intended to create, people who would use any method at their disposal to get what they wanted. The woman confirmed that this was what the boss wanted, a world where everyone competes. The man agreed, stating that there were too many people in this world who lived in luxury without doing anything to show for it. He continued, saying that they didn't need people who were dependent on that system. They needed people who were willing to make some waves, even if people called them villains. The man concluded that in their world, people would fight fairly and be rewarded based on their abilities, and that a world that operated like a classic video game would be more fun than their world now. The woman stared intently. The man mentioned that Ryan was supposed to call, but he still hadn't heard anything from him, clarifying that he meant the trickmaker. The man admitted he didn't know anything either. Meanwhile, a digital display showed that someone was still on their party roster, confirming he was neither dead nor anything else. Then, a woman recalled that he had mentioned going hunting that day. She added that he said he was going after some Avenger. Sarah confirmed that she had run into him a while ago, and he was with Raimi Kim. Another man recalled that he had said he was friends with that executioner. The man demanded all the information they had on that Avenger. He was then asked if he was going to deal with him personally. He thought to himself that his subordinates had been a little sloppy lately, and he'd have to give them a bit of scolding. He believed that was the only way to ensure discipline in their ranks. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the camera focused on a cafe called Cafe Lala. A young woman pondered something. She and a young man were studying together. He asked what the question was, and she admitted she wasn't sure how to solve it. Orium attempted to correct Jian's work, scratching out the incorrect formula. The scratching sound echoed as Orium reworked the equation. Orium remarked that Jian was surprisingly studious. Jian seemed surprised by the comment, asking how Orium saw her before. She continued, stating that she assumed he was dumb because he was good at video games. Orium seemed taken aback by her honesty. Jian's phone began to ring. She answered the call. The caller ID displayed Wicked Woman. Jian answered, asking what the caller wanted. The woman on the other end of the line, Raimi Kim, stated that it was nothing important, but asked if Jian had time for a quick call. Raimi Kim stated that she had a proposal for them, explaining that a quest request just came in and that it was good. Orium and Jian listened intently. Raimi Kim revealed that it was a 6-person party raid quest. She explained that any party with 6 people could participate and that they had 8 players and Jian and Orium made 10. Raimi Kim added that they also had a helper with them, implying that it would be a good fit. The woman with blonde hair explained that it would be good if they found one more person to play with, so they could go in with 2 teams. Her companion asked what she thought. Raimi Kim, still on the phone, was asked what kind of person her helper was. She denied that she had simply found a random person to increase the number of players on their team. Raimi Kim believed they would be surprised to hear who it was. The helper, she revealed, was the Paladin class player, Jiyak Shin. Raimi Kim added that he was the former rank 1 player on the Asia server. The young woman informed her companion that the player was known as Juhyak Shin, the rank 1 Paladin. He wondered if the player was famous, acknowledging that they must be skilled to reach the top rank. She admitted she wasn't entirely sure, but she had heard stories about them. The story spoke of a player who wasn't part of any guild. They used to intervene as helpers whenever there was a guild war, and apparently, having this Paladin player on one side would guarantee victory. The young man wondered if that person could be the rank 1 Juhyak Shin. She thought it was likely, as it wasn't easy for a Paladin to climb the ranks solo. Elsewhere, another woman asked what they were going to do, reminding them that the quest would start next week, and they had until the weekend to decide. She inquired about the reward for the quest. The woman explained that they would gather all the rewards together and then divide them equally amongst themselves, estimating it should be around 30 million won per person. The woman was shocked at the prospect of 30 million won, which was about 23,000 US dollars. She thought it sounded like it would be a shame to miss this opportunity. The young man gave a thumbs up, declaring that they would do it. She agreed, stating that it was settled then. They would take part in this 6-person quest. Kale's words were met with approval. Meanwhile, Raimi Kim instructed them to select the guild members they wanted in their party, and then inform her. She added that she would discuss it with the other guild members and send them the final roster by the weekend. Elsewhere, Jian and an associate walked together. Jian's associate wondered if it mattered which members of Raison they chose. He was informed that both teams would be working together once the quest started. The associate agreed, thinking that he would like to have people that are compatible with Jian, if possible. It was explained that if they were all compatible, then the buff would be much more effective. Jian tapped on her phone, noting that the adventurer class was compatible. She then suggested a raise. Her associate agreed, stating that he was thinking the same thing. He said he would send this to Raimi Kim right away. The message was sent. Saiwal was on the phone when Orium approached. She greeted the caller with a casual hello, remarking on how quickly they had contacted her. Orium considered the 6-person quest and wondered what kind of monster they would face this time. He recalled that up until now, during party quests or competitions, they had only faced monsters on a similar level to field bosses, which were somewhat manageable. But this time he realized there might be top-tier monsters. These new monsters could be as strong as event bosses. Orium hoped it was not a special type, as special types were annoying to deal with, forcing him to come up with a new strategy each time. Meanwhile, Saiwal called out to Orium. She asked what he was doing this weekend. He replied that he didn't have much planned. Saiwal told him to make sure he left his Saturday night free. She declared that he was going on a date with her. Orium looked surprised. He was confused by this sudden declaration. The city lights glowed as evening approached. Orium walked down the street, seemingly heading to meet Saiwal. He checked his phone while waiting. He wondered why Saiwal suddenly wanted to go on a date and what was going on. He recalled that she had refused to explain why. He thought back to the time they had spent together, just the two of them. He realized that it didn't feel special because he thought they were just doing things as a party. Now she wanted to go on a date. He remembered the time he ran into a high-level monster when he least expected it. Suddenly, Saiwal startled him with a slap on the back. She asked if he had waited long. Saiwal stared at Orium. She demanded to know what he was staring at, hitting him with her bag. He stammered that he wasn't staring at anything, realizing that for some reason, she looked different today. Orium and Saiwal walked together. She inquired where they were going, reminding him that he had mentioned a specific place he wanted to visit. Saiwal insisted on keeping their destination a surprise, stating that it wouldn't be fun if she revealed it from start. She told him to trust her and simply follow her lead, patting him on the shoulder to emphasize her point. He agreed, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. He told himself to be quiet. The two continued their walk. Orium looked back, confused. He was surprised. A woman called out to them, identifying Saiwal as her sister. Orium wondered what was going on. Saiwal explained that she had to come up with a plan to get him to agree to come, as he wouldn't have otherwise. Saiwal's sister explained that Dr. Noah had made time in his busy schedule to examine Orium last time, so she thought it would be nice if they had dinner together. Orium asked if that was why Saiwal had lured him out there. Saiwal's sister confirmed that she had called Saiwal to put everything together. Saiwal added that since her family was in the pharma business, she thought it would be a good opportunity to get along with people in the medical field. Orium understood. The group hurried along, mindful of their reservation. Inside the restaurant, a waiter stood ready to greet them. They were seated at a round table, already set for dinner. The sister recounted how Orium used to cry and beg Arium not to leave him. The man blushed, clearly embarrassed by the story. He denied it, but the sister teased that he must really like Arium. The sister dismissed it as being in the past, noting that Orium barely contacted her when he was outside nowadays. Someone asked how the two of them knew each other. The sister explained that even working in the same hospital, it wasn't easy to cross paths in different departments. She admitted she didn't know when it all started again. The man admitted that he was the one who first struck up a conversation with Arium. He recalled seeing her working as he walked down a corridor in the hospital. The memory showed Arium pushing someone in a wheelchair down a hospital hallway. For some reason, the sight of the hospital stirred something within him. The sight of her working gave him the urge to start a conversation. He recalled the moment. That's why he was the one who approached her in the cafeteria. Arium chuckled, asking if that was what happened. She then asked what it was like being a nurse and if he would recommend it. Arium responded that she had only one thing to say to someone who wants to become a nurse. She exclaimed that they should look for another job. The others laughed, agreeing that was the gist of it. She clarified that it wasn't all bad, of course. She explained that forgetting how difficult it is when she sees the patient she's been taking care of leaving the hospital healthy, there's nothing more joyful and rewarding. She continued, saying that there's nothing better than being able to help someone laugh and smile again. Orium listened intently. He admitted that it felt kind of embarrassing to say all of this, and that he'd never really talked about it before. The conversation between Orium and Arium continued, though unheard. Suddenly, Arium's phone chimed, drawing her attention. She glanced at the screen, her expression unreadable. Orium leaned in, whispering that he needed to speak with her for a moment. He questioned why she couldn't just tell him there. She insisted that she would die if she did that, urging him to come on. The pair moved to a different location. Orium observed that the two of them seemed to have some chemistry and that they should be given some space to talk with each other, or else they probably wouldn't make any progress all night. Orium's expression shifted, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Arium teased him, asking if he was feeling down because his sister had a romantic interest now. He flinched, denying it. He realized he had never seen this side of her before. He admitted that he had never had the chance to see his sister working. He thought that surprised him a little. He had thought he knew everything there was to know about her, since she's his sister. He seemed to agree with the assessment that the other person would be surprised to learn of his true nature. Changing the subject, he inquired what she wanted to talk about, wondering if the current conversation was just a way to give others some space. She stated that she had received a reply from Raison. He realized that they had decided which members would be in their party. It was confirmed that they decided to go with the members they had chosen. The chosen members were the Monk, Magic Gunner, and Berserker. They will be doing the 6-person quest next week with those 3. Someone exclaimed that they had it. Later, the group arrived at their destination. With a burst of speed, Kale and Raimi Kim moved through the city streets. Kale paused, looking around. Raimi Kim wondered where they were. According to the map, they were in the new town on the outskirts of the city, mostly a cluster of office buildings, so there probably weren't many people there at this hour. Kale listened intently. Nearby, a woman with blonde hair greeted a group, asking how they had been. Kale greeted them, happy to see them again. The blonde woman wondered if he was the helper they had recruited. He introduced himself, mentioning he was an adventurer class. The blonde woman considered this, stating she was looking forward to working with him. One of the men suggested they come up with a strategy. Since they weren't running the usual tank DPS healer formation, they'd better think of something else. Kale stated he had a strategy he came up with. Kale detailed his strategy, explaining that it was designed to maximize the effectiveness of their 3 support members. He elaborated that the supports would provide a constant buff to their long-range damage dealers, allowing them to provide support from a distance. This would enable the close-range fighters to attack in a hit-and-run style, synchronized with the support skills. One of the team members questioned if the strategy was too risky for the close-range damage dealers, pointing out that they lacked a tank class. Another member dismissed the concern, stating they had an adventurer class in their group. Kale listened intently as the others discussed the finer points of the strategy. It was thanks to the adventurer's passive skill, safe and joyful adventure, that all party members had an increased chance to dodge attacks, reducing the damage they would take. One of the members admitted they didn't know the adventurer had such a skill. Another member inquired about the formation the supporters should take, suggesting they decide roles for each of them. It was explained that the adventurer class lacked offensive skills, so they would have to cast an overall buff for the party from the rear. As a labyrinth master, Saiwal would support the party with various skills depending on the situation, and she affirmed that she would leave it to her. Kale summarized that this was the strategy they had devised, and asked if anyone else had any other ideas. One of the members stuttered, saying he had no other ideas. Another member stated she was happy with Kale's strategy. Kale concluded that it seemed like the best option for their current formation. Kale began by acknowledging the skills of everyone present. He suggested they react to each situation as it unfolded. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that the quest would begin in 1 minute and 30 seconds. He confirmed that everyone was ready. The city skyline loomed in the background. Kale stood ready, the system interface visible before him. He considered that their current strategy was acceptable, but it was based on the assumption of facing only one monster. He knew he needed to formulate a backup plan. He hoped there wouldn't be more than 3 monsters, as adjusting the party formation would be a major headache. The system announced that the quest would begin in 10 seconds. Another member of the group observed that the Avenger Kid lacked experience working with others. The woman conceded that he was decent at coming up with strategies. It was noted that his fighting skills were impressive. The group agreed that if he gained more experience and continued to improve his party management skills, he would be a valuable asset. Kale prepared himself for the upcoming quest. The system notified Kale that the quest preparation period had ended. Immediately following, the quest began. A resounding boom echoed through the area. As the sound faded, a towering figure descended upon the group. The sudden appearance startled Kale. Sarah exclaimed that it had arrived. The others looked on with shock and concern. Jin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The figure was identified as the giant priest, Nephilim. Those nearby seemed to be praying to the giant priest. The giant priest prepared to strike, causing the ground to rumble. The giant priest slammed his foot down, sending debris flying. One of the team members expressed his disbelief at the size of the monster they were facing. Another member admitted they never expected something like this to appear. Kale paused, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Even if it was unexpected, the event had begun. Meanwhile, the man in the camouflage fatigues steeled his resolve. They would see it through, even if it cost them their lives. The man called out to Jean, who responded with a determined shout. Jean activated a monk skill, Light Your Own Way, increasing all stats by 22% for 5 seconds. With a fierce expression, Jean prepared to leap. He leaped forward. Abel activated a skill, National Disaster. Jean slashed at Abel. The blow landed. Jean was shocked that his attack barely did any damage. Abel remained unfazed. Jean struck Abel with a powerful blow. The attack smashed against Abel, creating a shockwave. Jean grits his teeth, frustration evident on his face. With a burst of speed, he dashes forward. The momentum carries him closer to Abel. Unleashing a skill, Jean declares, the resentful howl. The force of the attack sends a visible shockwave towards Abel. The Avenger's skill, the resentful howl, inflicts piercing damage to enemies in a straight line at 103% attack, but its power decreases with distance. The attack swishes through the air, aimed directly at the armored figure. Jean realizes the attack barely made an impact. He wonders if this giant could be. Abel remains unfazed. The grinding sound of metal echoes as Abel prepares to retaliate. Jean braces himself as Abel's counterattack glows ominously. A beam of energy swooshes towards Jean. The attack connects with a resounding boom. The force of the impact sends debris and energy scattering in all directions. The battle raged on, the air thick with magical energy. Meanwhile, Raimi wondered if they were wasting time. Jean admitted that the giant was proving difficult. Nearby, another fighter agreed, stating that they couldn't beat the giant. He recalled a strategy, comparing it to how Medusa was defeated with a mirror. He insisted they needed a specific strategy, a gimmick boss. Raimi focused on the word, a gimmick. The other fighter agreed, saying he had seen it in the game before. He remembered that they needed to target it with a quest item called Independence, recalling that he was tasked with that role during one of the raids. Raimi asked what they should do then. Another fighter pointed out that normal attacks wouldn't do enough damage, wondering what else there was to do. He suggested that for now, they would just have to fight head-on. Sunga asked if teamwork made the dream work. Suddenly, someone shouted Sunga's name. Sunga stated that if they couldn't kill it in 1 or 2 blows, they would just have to keep attacking it until it died, asking if the other person agreed. Juyak dashed forward. Juyak's expression hardens with determination. He swings the hammer with tremendous force. The hammer skill, Divine Shock, activates. The hammer connects with a resounding clang. The force of the blow is immense. The armored figure reels from the impact. The figure's head slumps forward. The armored figure collapses with a heavy thud. Juyeok watches as his attack takes its toll. The others observe that the armored figure has collapsed, noting that Juyeok landed a direct hit using his stun skill. Juyeok stands ready, hammer in hand. Sunga remarks that Juyeok's attack was not bad, and declares that it is her turn, stating that she cannot lose face in front of their helper. The armored figure thinks to herself that she will show them what she can do. Sunga prepares to strike. One of the men states that a high-ranker party is no joke. With a pat on the shoulder, encouragement is given. The man with the black jacket says that they cannot just stand there and watch. He is told to show them what he is made of. The man in the camouflage shirt says that he will support him with everything he has. He acknowledges that he understands. It is said that skill is only one step to be enlightened. The man prepares to attack. One of the men states that they cannot simply stand by and watch. The other man urges someone to show them what they are made of. The first man responds that he will support them with everything he has. A skill is described as being only one step away from enlightenment. The two men stand ready, prepare to fight. With a swoosh, a figure moves with great speed. The figure leaps and dashes forward. A clang rings out as a weapon strikes. The figure continues to attack, the sounds of clang and slash filling the air. The armored figure is struck. With a whoosh, the armored figure is sent flying. The attacker stands over the fallen figure. A close-up of an eye reveals a determined gaze. Jiri Huang leaps into the air, preparing to strike. With a burst of speed, she swooshes downwards. An observer recognizes the technique. Skill, God's Wheel. Elsewhere, another voice calls out, activating a different skill. The Queen's Path, activate. The Queen's Path skill manifests as a powerful surge of energy. Meanwhile, Jiri Huang continues her descent, the force of her attack building. The strike lands with a resounding slash. Despite the force of the attack, one of the onlookers comments that it has barely affected their armored opponent. Jiri Huang expresses her disappointment, finding no enjoyment in fighting someone with such dull reactions. The armored figure remains unfazed by her words. Jiri Huang prepares for another attack. Her eyes glow with determination. The sound of metal on metal rings out. The armored figure activates a skill. Overcome adversity, absorb damage. Jiri Huang prepares to absorb the incoming damage. With a burst of speed, Kale moves to intercept. The armored figure slashes at an unseen foe. The blow connects. The armored figure remains steadfast. The hit lands squarely. One of the onlookers speculates that Kale's stats were boosted by a buff skill. Another wonders if the fighter is the high school student Sunga mentioned. The woman with purple hair comments on Kale's extraordinary skills. Kale prepares for another attack. He leaps forward. A blond man watches the fight intently. The armored figure is struck again. Kale's attack connects. A figure rushes past, leaving a trail of displaced air. Nearby, a man apologizes, admitting he took a detour, thinking it would be a shortcut, but ended up falling. The woman with purple hair replies that it is fine, stating that the real fun starts now. Meanwhile, the battle against the armored figure continues, with multiple combatants engaging it simultaneously. The armored figure is surrounded by opponents, each unleashing their unique attacks. Someone laughs, boasting that their attack is so large they don't even have to aim as they fire. Another combatant declares their ultimate move. The ultimate move takes the form of a massive, glowing energy strike. The energy strike explodes with tremendous force. Another warrior slashes at the armored figure with a blade of blue energy. The warrior shouts the name of their skill. Dragon Bone Slash. Another fighter prepares a mega hook. The fighter unleashes a combo attack. The combined attacks strike the armored figure with devastating impact. The armored figure continued to crack under the strain of the relentless assault. The force of the blows landed with a resounding thud. The figure remained standing, though visibly damaged. Meanwhile, two figures watched with concern. One of them urged the support players to step up. Another character affirmed that they were on it. A Labyrinth Master skill, the voice from beyond the labyrinth, was activated, boosting all stats for 5 seconds. A Monk skill, the Moment of Enlightenment, randomly boosted one of the party members' stats. The woman in the green hoodie strained, unleashing a skill, Phantom Vengeance Blade, Runaway Train. The attack was initiated. The blade slashed through the air, impacting its target. The force of the blow was immense. The armored figure spurted blood from the impact. The woman with brown hair watched with anticipation. The sudden exclamation broke the tense silence. The armored figure unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blast echoed through the surroundings. The attack struck with immense power, causing the armored figure to cry out. The coordinated assault continued, each blow landing with a resounding impact. Despite the barrage, the armored figure remained standing, though clearly struggling. Another explosion rocked the area as the battle raged on. Kale cursed, realizing the situation was dire. He knew that if the fight dragged on, innocent bystanders would be caught in the crossfire. The armored figure rumbled, and Kale wondered what he should do. He questioned how he was supposed to defeat such a massive opponent with a single blow. Someone shouted to Jian, urging her to use her skill. The individual looked surprised, questioning which skill was needed. Kale realized that the Pathfinder Light might be the key if independence was considered a quest item. Another individual declared that they would give it a shot. Kale activated the Pathfinder Light skill. The skill caused the blade to glow with a bright light. The light shot out from the blade, streaking across the city. The light split into two beams. One pointed towards the giant, and the other. Orium watched the light streak across the sky. Orium declared that he would go and find the item. The man with the green hair stated that he wouldn't be much help if he stayed there anyway. He resolved to follow the light and bring back the item. Orium wondered if independence wasn't an item at all, but another quest monster. The man with the green hair agreed that he would go too. He reasoned that even if they found the item, they would need a class that could use it and snipe as well. Orium decided that they would work together with Sunga's party to stop the giant. Sarah asked the man with the green hair to take good care of Jian, as he tended to fall over if something suddenly jumped out at him. Jian protested that he didn't do that anymore. The others observed that the party had come up with some sort of plan and wondered what they should do. One of the women stated that because they formed an alliance, there was no point in getting competitive. Still, the woman with the purple hair insisted that there was no way they could just sit back and watch what the others were doing. She declared that they would find a way to deal a huge amount of burst damage before the others attacked and take that giant down. The man with the red hair admitted that he was just thinking the same thing. He wondered if it was because they were members of the same party when they first started playing. The woman with the purple hair asked who knew and apologized, though she couldn't really say why. Someone leaped. The woman with the purple hair admitted that she didn't really remember any of the guys that she met a long time ago. A slash attack was executed. The man with the red hair remarked that something was cold. He added that he still treasured it. A rumble was heard. Someone dashed. Someone hoped they would find independence at the end of all this, stating that it was the only way they could help them. Someone noticed that there was something over there. A strange buzzing sound filled the air as the woman spoke, her words inaudible. The younger man beside her seemed confused by something he heard. His eyes narrowed, focusing on something unseen. He stood in the street, holding a device that glowed with a blue light. In the distance stood a statue. The statue loomed, a solemn figure of a hero. He realized this was it, the statue of the hero who defeated the runaway giant. The quest weapon, Independence, had been sealed inside. The man in the military uniform stated that they just had to break it open. The younger man agreed, saying that an item called the Hero's Will should drop out, which they could use. His eyes widened, a look of surprise on his face. A warning flashed. Another user was approaching. The warning repeated, another user was here. The woman and the man in the military uniform were startled, wondering where they were. Someone wondered who it was. A figure stepped forward. The man in the military uniform recognized the figure. The man with the scar narrowed his eyes. Reaching out, a hand extended into the darkness. A skill was activated, the Emperor's Audience. With each step, Kale felt a jolt of pain. He questioned who he was facing. The realization hit another man. It couldn't be. A hand reached out. The Emperor's skill, Audience, activated. A thud echoed as Kale and another man were forced to their knees. The other man wondered what was happening, realizing he couldn't move. Kale realized what this meant. The man in the black coat thought that the man kneeling before him truly was the Emperor. The Emperor mused that he had come expecting the Avenger, but instead captured some Raison members. The other man supposed that wasn't a bad thing. The Emperor stated that he had been planning on killing them all anyway, as he summoned a golden blade. Kale's power surged, a visible manifestation of his resolve. With a swift motion, the Emperor's blade sliced through the air. The man in the black coat stood firm, bracing for the attack. The Emperor's strike landed, the force of it echoing through the surroundings. But Kale deflected the blow with a shimmering barrier. Meanwhile, Raimi Kim, still kneeling, aimed her weapon. The barrel of her gun glinted, ready to fire. She unleashed a barrage of shots at the Emperor. The Emperor, unfazed, mused that he should deal with the long-range attacker first. He reached out, preparing to unleash another skill. The Emperor activated his skill, Royal Road. The ground trembled as the skill took effect. Raimi Kim cried out as the Emperor's attack struck. The man in the black coat moved swiftly, attempting to intercept the Emperor's attack. The man in the military garb prepared to strike. He activated a monk's skill, Unhindered Enlightenment, which restored 55% of his health and removed any skills that were in effect. With the skill active, he unleashed the Tathagata Palm. The force of the blow sent his opponent flying. The impact of the attack caused a tremor. The man in the military garb was asked if they were okay, and he confirmed that they were. He admitted that his tailbone was killing him, but he was fine. He insisted that he would take care of the situation himself, urging the others to find independence and leave. He reminded them that everyone was waiting. The woman with blonde hair questioned if he could really fight the giant alone. He assured her that he would be fine, and that the quest would end once the giant was defeated. He stated that he just needed to buy time. He told her not to worry about him, and to just go. The woman looked concerned. One of the men confirmed that they understood and would find independence. The woman told him to be careful, and said goodbye. The man in military garb called out to Raimi, telling her to wait. He then activated a skill called Buddha's Protection. The skill manifested as a shimmering barrier. He told Raimi to make haste. Raimi remarked that being a supporter was in his bones and confirmed that she understood. She told Jian that she was going to start running and for her to stick close, and Jian told her not to worry about her. The man in military garb agreed. Raimi and Jian dashed forward. The man in military garb looked on with a serious expression. A voice asked if he was done with his chit-chat. The man in military garb clenched his fist, and the voice mocked his kindness. The figure stated that he would never do that, and that it just takes a bit of time for his skill to take effect. A field of purple crystals erupted around the man in military garb and the figure. The figure stood tall, surrounded by the purple crystals. The man in the military uniform declares that he is using a field skill. Accused of stalling to activate the skill, he recalls telling Raimi that he was going to buy time. He realizes that if he doesn't take the fight seriously, he will be defeated instantly. He resolves to give the fight everything he has, preparing to use the ultimate move, the Supreme Mahaparinirvana. The man focuses, preparing to use the Supreme Mahaparinirvana. The skill makes the user invincible to enemy attacks for 160 seconds, deactivates magic defenses, increases the attack speed of all party members by 2.5x, and prevents the user from accepting buff skills from other party members. He acknowledges that this is the only way he can win. The man stomps his foot, causing the ground to rumble. He leaps into the air. He shouts for them to buy time. Meanwhile, Jean prepares to attack. The battle takes place in a city. The banished prince of the Grey Kingdom prepares to attack. Raimi swings her weapon. The force of the blow landed with a resounding impact. Raimi activated her skill, preparing an arrow trap. Meanwhile, the Spirit of the Horizon unleashed a barrage of attacks. The attacks continued to pummel their target. The Spirit of the Horizon gritted his teeth. Elsewhere, someone stomped towards their destination. The stomping continued, each step heavy and deliberate. Raimi wondered how much health her opponent even possessed. Kale considered the people who had gone with the adventurer, hoping they would return with independence. He thought that they probably would. He admitted to himself that he was worried about them. An alert notified someone that another user was approaching. The alert warned that another user was approaching, and the person lamented that this was already such a mess, stating that they couldn't deal with chaos right now. Someone shouted that something was coming. The Spirit of the Horizon continued its assault, the force of its attacks shaking the very air around them. The massive, energy-charged sphere hurtled towards them, crackling with destructive power. Nearby, one of the fighters realized the dire situation. He shouted that they were done for if they got hit by that. Another fighter declared that it was time to defend themselves and that they needed to block the attack properly. Raimi told her companion to get behind her, stating she was going to use a defensive skill. Meanwhile, Kale dashed forward. He continued to dash towards the impending threat. He was breathing heavily. His breath came in ragged gasps. Kale activated his skill, calling out for light. The adventure class skill, the light that drives out the darkness, would cause the opponent to faint for 5 seconds and decrease the user's defensive abilities by 5%. The light erupted outwards. The light collided with the Spirit of the Horizon. Cracks began to form on the Spirit of the Horizon's mask. Kale realized that his attack had caused the Spirit of the Horizon to faint, stopping its ultimate move. Meanwhile, another voice called out, urging Raimi to act. Responding to the call, Raimi prepared to use her skill. Energy crackled around her as she activated her ability. The Magic Gunner skill, Hawk Eyes, quadrupled her shooting range and conferred a 100% accuracy rate on 3 shots. With a loud bang, she fired a shot. The shot traveled through the air. It hurtled towards its target. The shot swooshed as it flew. A loud kaboom echoed as the shot hit. The force of the impact was immense. A deep rumble resonated as the Spirit of the Horizon reacted to the attack. Raimi's shot had struck true, lodging itself firmly within the Spirit of the Horizon. Those watching were impressed by her accuracy. That successful hit, however, did not mean the end. A deep rumble emanated from the Spirit. The Spirit of the Horizon questioned if the quest was over. The Spirit groaned in pain. The others knew the fight was far from over. They realized that the Spirit still had some strength left. The warriors leaped into action, preparing to strike. The warriors knew that now it was really time to end the fight. The warriors believed the fight was over. The warriors struck the Spirit of the Horizon. The Spirit of the Horizon roared in pain. The city trembled. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair smirked, noting that it sounded like the others were finishing up on their side. He figured they should wrap things up as well. He asked Hyen-sung if he agreed. The man identified the fallen figure as a monk from the Raison Guild. The armored figure exploded in a burst of energy. The force of the blast ripped through the infected crusader. Someone exclaimed that their attack had worked, and the crusader was finally defeated. Jian watched the scene unfold. The team realized they had cleared the quest. The schoolboy with the bandage on his cheek, exhausted, caught his breath. He reached out to someone. The man with red hair told him, "Good job." The schoolboy thanked him. The red-haired man told him that he was great too, and they clapped hands. Julian and another person searched the ground. The blonde-haired person told Julian that she had been a great assist, and they had managed to clear the quest thanks to her. Another problem arose, and the man struggled to catch his breath, knowing they had to deal with chaos. Nearby, someone declared that the Emperor of Chaos had arrived. The declaration was overheard by others. One of them questioned if the others were serious, wondering if they had mistaken him for someone else. The woman with blonde hair affirmed that he was telling the truth, stating that he didn't use a puppet this time, and that it was the real deal. She knew that Hyun-sung was holding him back, but he probably wouldn't be able to take him down alone, so they had to go help him. Elsewhere, the man in the black and orange jacket stood ready. The blonde man admitted he didn't know his way around this place very well, but he would try to find him using a skill. He prepared to use the adventurer skill, the butterfly that remembers its kin, which would let him know the current location of their party members. The skill activated, sending out a wave of butterflies. The man with black hair stated that it should take less than a minute to reach him if it didn't get lost. Someone dashed forward. Orium told the woman not to worry about him and to follow the rest of them, as he wouldn't be able to keep up. The man agreed, stating he would go first. Orium had told the others to go on ahead, and Kale dashed forward. Meanwhile, the man in the black coat instructed the others to pick out a quest reward before they left. One of the men acknowledged the order, understanding they would have to retreat if things didn't go well. The city skyline loomed in the distance. The ground was cracked and broken. Elsewhere, Jean stood over a downed soldier. The soldier groaned in pain. Jean warned him not to move, commenting on his low health and questioning if he truly wanted to die. The soldier's face was covered in blood. The soldier realized he needed to use his skill, the Demon Destroyer's Fist. Jean repeated his warning, telling him not to move. The soldier was struck. He cried out in agony. Jean mused that as much as he'd love to kill him and end things, the others would simply take the rewards and end the quest. The soldier, battered and bruised, heard his opponent's words, a chilling reminder to hold on. Jean continued, his voice laced with a dark promise, stating that the soldier's party would eventually come to his rescue. Weakened, the soldier pleaded to be killed, believing no one would come to save him. Jean questioned if the soldier's team was motivated by their own self-interests. He continued, postulating that if the group was motivated entirely by personal gain, there would be no reason for the soldier to stay behind and buy time. Jean explained that he used to run a company, so he understood how these things worked, adding that groups formed from vested interests and those united by close bonds were different in nature. He accused the soldier of lying when he said no one was coming to save him. The soldier refused to agree with Jean, stating that he might not be believed, but it was true. Suddenly, a voice declared that they didn't like Jean very much, as someone lunged towards him. The attacker moved with incredible speed. The attacker's skill was called a silent death. The attacker moved with blinding speed, blades flashing. Jean realized his opponent was fast, perhaps too fast for him to react in time. But with a flash, Jean met the attack head-on, blades clashing. Jean declared that no one could defeat an assassin in a game of speed. The assassin's movements blurred as he retaliated. The assassin's dark coat flowed around him as he moved. The force of the blows sent shockwaves through the air. A swift kick landed with a resounding impact. The assassin questioned the attack. The assassin moved with incredible speed. The assassin's foot connected with Jin's face. The force of the kick sent Jean flying backwards. The assassin prepared to use the skill, the Royal Dungeon. With a flash of light, golden chains erupted from the assassin's hands. The chains ensnared the opponent, activating the Emperor's skill, the Royal Dungeon, which stuns opponents with less than 18% HP for 180 seconds, but the stunning effect will be reversed if attacked. The assassin calculated that the stun would last for about 7 minutes. The assassin determined that 7 minutes was enough time. The figure with the hammer declared his intent to crush his enemies. From behind, another man watched the scene unfold. The hammer swung down with tremendous force, the skill known as the Holy Knockdown activating. Elsewhere, Kale activated his own skill, Flower of Resentment. The man with the earring unleashed the power of iron. The hammer struck its target with brutal force. The impact reverberated. The man with the hammer was shocked that his opponent had invoked a counter skill so quickly, and that the skill had a temporary paralysis effect. The man with the hammer realized that his opponent must be the Avenger. The Avenger prepared to strike. The man with the earring declared that he had been looking for him. Kale's eyes narrowed. The Avenger struck. The man with the earring prepared to counter. Jean rides in a vehicle through the city. Elsewhere, a magic gunner prepares to attack, keeping their distance. They are planning on sniping Jean. Meanwhile, Jean is ambushed by 2 opponents. With a swift motion, Jean prepares to strike. Jean activates his skill, the Emperor's Audience. He slams one of his opponents into the ground. The downed opponent is shocked that Jean could use his skill in such a way. Another opponent lunges at Jean. Jean activates another skill, Royal Road. A beam of light strikes one of the opponents. The opponent is sent flying. Another opponent lunges at Jean. Jean finds long-range dealers annoying. The sound of chains echoed as the man with the earring continued his assault. His eyes narrowed, focused on his target. The clash of metal rang out as the woman in red blocked his attack. He realized she was more than just a magic gunner. Identifying her, as a labyrinth master. He decided that if that was the case, he would have to change his tactics. He activated his skill, the leader's rule. A purple glow emanated from him as he prepared to use his skill. The skill, the leader's rule, reduced HP by 12% and deactivated all other skills and debuff effects. The woman in red looked on in shock. The man with the earring unleashed a powerful attack. The woman in red was sent flying back, crashing into the ground. Another figure loomed in the distance. The woman in red looked up in fear. The looming figure declared that he would get rid of her first. The man with the earring reached out, ready to strike. The woman in red grits her teeth, preparing for another attack. The sound of metal on metal echoes through the area. A blinding light erupts as the two forces collide. Meanwhile, the man with the earring watches with a smirk. He finds the display impressive. He acknowledges the woman's efforts, admitting she played well. Elsewhere, a figure declares themselves an Avenger. The Avenger recalls someone saying something. The figure reveals that he is the one they wanted. The title card displays the series name. The man with the spiky hair, a scar on his cheek, and a gold hoop earring, known as Char_021, admitted that he had been looking for someone, calling them Avenger. Elsewhere, the man in the red tracksuit, Char_005, demanded to know what the other person wanted from him, insisting they had never met. Char_021 dismissed the question, stating it was nothing much. He then revealed that he was there to eliminate the man, but first, he had a question to ask. He explained that it concerned one of his men, the trick maker, and he wanted to know where he was. Char_005 questioned why he was being asked, pointing out that the trick maker was one of his men, so he should know better than anyone else. Char_021 responded that it was merely protocol. He explained that the trick maker had gone missing the day he met Char_005, and he was simply starting his investigation from when he was last seen. Char_021 stated that he would appreciate it if Char_005 stopped whining and gave him a straight answer, as he still needed the trick maker. Char_005 insisted that he did not know and that it was not his responsibility to know where he had been trapped. Char_021's eyes narrowed. Char_021 stated that he understood and that it was fine then, so he was in the afternoon room. Char_005 looked shocked. The man in the red tracksuit seemed to have confirmed something for his captor. He continued, explaining that the afternoon room was their shared meeting space, and he suspected someone had stolen the key when he found it locked. He admitted he simply needed to be certain, adding that the other man's honest reaction made it easy to figure out. Char_005's expression remained grim. Char_021 stated that everything had worked out nicely. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from Char_021's hand. He explained that if he had trapped his target somewhere else, it would have been much harder to track him down. He declared he would have to kill him and take the key to the afternoon room back. Char_005 leaped away. His eyes widened in alarm. Char_021 attacked with a blade of pure energy. The energy blade clashed against an unseen defense. The two engaged in a furious exchange, their blows echoing with metallic sounds. Char_005 blocked another strike. Char_021 prepared another attack, his eyes glowing with power as he summoned a red energy sphere. The air crackled as Char_021 unleashed his red thorn skill. Crimson energy slashed through the space between them. Char_021 scoffed, recognizing the nature of the defense. It was a containment skill. The energy coalesced into the form of a golden sword, identified as belonging to the Imperial family. Char_021 faced Char_005, the golden blade held defensively. The golden sword erupted in a burst of energy. Char_021 narrowed his eyes, anticipating the next move. His gaze sharpened, focusing intently. Char_005 wondered if it was an illusion. Char_021 realized that the Labyrinth Master must have created the current situation. The Labyrinth Master's field skill, the Labyrinth without an exit, activated traps at random within the skill field for 55 seconds. Char_005 launched himself forward, blades drawn, as Char_021 watched. Char_005 prepared to use his Twin Dragon's dual dagger skill. The blades clashed, the fight intensifying. Char_005 notes that his opponent can dual wield and is stronger than he initially thought. But Char_021 simply smirks. He declares that Char_005 is underestimating him. The sound of metal echoes. Char_021's fist is coated in a golden aura. He leaps into the air, preparing to strike. The golden aura intensifies around him. Char_005 is slammed backward. Char_005 grunts as he is hit by the Machiavellianism Emperor skill. The Emperor skill, Machiavellianism, boosts attack power and speed by 130% for the user and their party members, while continuously depleting defensive abilities during the skill period. Char_021 declares that Char_005 was caught off guard. Char_021's allies move to attack. They strike with a powerful blow. The attack connects. Char_021 cursed under his breath, annoyed by the interference. He found Sunga to be getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, Sunga apologized, stating that annoying people was a hobby of hers. The ground shook as someone landed with a heavy thud. Another figure landed nearby, creating another tremor. Sunga declared her next move to be her ultimate one as she readied her weapon. Char_021 swung his blade, the movement creating a powerful gust of wind. The clash of their attacks resulted in a deafening explosion. The force of the impact sent blinding light in all directions. Char_021 and Sunga's weapons locked, the air crackling with energy. Char_021 mused that it would have been fun to pick them off one by one, but he was running out of time. He knew that once the royal dungeon ended, the monk would wake up, pick a reward, and end the quest. Char_021 realized he had to focus on his target. Sunga was struck by a powerful blow. She staggered, trying to regain her balance. Sunga's eyes glow with an eerie light. The emperor prepares to summon his imperial army. The arrival of the imperial army is heralded by a deafening roar. The golden soldiers descend upon the battlefield. The emperor-class ultimate move, the arrival of the imperial army, continuously summons 18 soldiers possessing 33% of the user's stats for 70 seconds. During those 70 seconds that the user is in emperor mode, speed and offensive abilities are reduced while defensive abilities are increased. Meanwhile, Sarah looks on with concern. Orium watches the unfolding events with a grim expression. The emperor commands his army to wipe them out. He demands they show no mercy. The golden soldiers stomp forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. One of the soldiers lunges towards Sunga. Sunga prepares to face the oncoming attack. The soldier's blade clashes against an unseen defense. The battle intensifies as the imperial army engages their enemies. The soldiers, undeterred, press their attack, determined to corner their enemies and eliminate them swiftly. Expected of a seasoned group, the emperor's imperial army did not falter against such straightforward tactics. However, Jean believed he had a solution. The emperor initiated his skill, Royal Road. The activation of the skill caused the ground to rumble as the emperor stood amidst the chaos. The force of the attack sent Kale reeling. He grunted, struggling to maintain his footing. The emperor loomed over the battlefield, a fiery aura surrounding him. Kale watched the emperor's descent. The emperor's gaze was intense. Kale reached out, determined to change the course of the battle. He leaped forward. The clash of blades echoed. Kale engaged the emperor's imperial army in a fierce exchange. The emperor complimented his opponent, acknowledging Kale's natural talent and courage. Kale, unflinching, realized the emperor now understood why Rian had been defeated. But before Kale could react, the emperor's attack continued. The emperor clenched his fist, preparing to strike. The force of the emperor's blow echoed through the surroundings. The attack sent Kale flying backwards. He tumbled through the air, struggling to regain his balance. He slammed into the ground. Gasping for air, Kale struggled to his feet. The emperor declared that there were places in the world Kale would never reach. As the emperor's sword cracked with power, he urged Kale to learn humility. The emperor stated that Kale would die in his next life. Kale, despite his injuries, prepared to fight back. The emperor swung his sword to the Eternal Empire skill. Kale's face contorted in a desperate cry. Now was the time to act. Suddenly, the emperor flinched, hearing Juyan's name called out. As the emperor turned, Juyan launched herself forward, a blade of light forming in her hand. Juyan, now wielding the blade, expressed her surprise. With grit and determination, Juyan pleaded for Maria's strength. The skill, the light that drives out the darkness, began to manifest. A powerful glow emanated from Juyan. The light intensified. Before the quest began, the team reviewed their strategy. As they prepared for the upcoming battle, one of the members asked how he could best assist. He was reminded to stock up on healing items. He was also told to acquire a trader's cloak, just in case, which was described as a camouflage item. The trader's cloak completely concealed the user's body, automatically deactivated when a monster used detection abilities, only allowed for limited movement, and was visible to party members, though its lining was damp and uncomfortable. The team leader stated that they could handle most of the monsters, but it could get tough. It would be especially tough if there were monsters faster than them, like Waham, the Swift Wolf, or Bill, the Ghost Hunter. If that type of monster appeared, they were instructed to use the cloak and hide. The team leader added that the newest member could help them out with debuff skills if needed, though this made him nervous. He admitted he wasn't sure he would do a good job and was scared. He was reassured that everyone there was strong enough to fend for themselves, and that Cywall and the team leader would be there to protect him if anything happened. With a flourish, Kale prepared himself for what was to come. Meanwhile, the adventurer dashed forward. The adventurer's blade glowed with power as he swung it. The cloaked figure seemed surprised by the sudden attack. An adventurer? The cloaked figure wondered if the adventurer had been waiting for this moment. The adventurer's attack caused the cloaked figure to stagger back. The adventurer realized his attack had worked, stunning his opponent. Seeing his chance, Kale prepared to strike. Kale's skill, Revenge, ignited like a raging fire. Kale's face was contorted with rage as he prepared to unleash his attack. The cloaked figure and the adventurer were caught in the crossfire of Kale's attack. The adventurer lunged forward. The adventurer's expression was grim as he prepared to face Kale's attack. A heavy impact reverberated through the area. The figure with the golden hair smirked, confident in his preparations. He mused that his opponent surely didn't believe he would be unprepared for something like this. The dark-haired figure exclaimed in surprise. The golden-haired figure activated his skill, Royal Road. The force of the skill sent the dark-haired figure tumbling backwards. The dark-haired figure realized that the stun skill had not affected his opponent. He understood that something else was at play. The golden-haired figure declared that he would cancel its effect. An item description appeared. A powerful prophylactic that neutralizes the effects of stun, faint, and paralyze once. It is nullified by the use of other healing items and doesn't taste bad, but has a texture similar to mud. The golden-haired figure smiled, a golden aura emanating from his hand. The golden-haired figure activated the skill, the Emperor's Audience. The dark-haired figure groaned in pain. The golden-haired figure turned, stating that the attack was just a little predictable. The golden-haired figure stood tall, the golden aura intensifying around him. A figure looked on in shock. The man with the scar on his face demanded that the golden-haired figure leave his companion alone. He insisted that he was the one who fought against the golden-haired figure's man, and that his companion had nothing to do with it. The golden-haired figure responded that he was just playing the game and that it was nothing personal. The golden-haired figure noted that his debuff skill had been getting on his nerves, asking if he understood. The man with the scar cursed him. The man with the scar twitched, wondering what to do. He wondered how to break free from the skill. He realized that, at the very least, he had to find a way to buy time. Meanwhile, he considered Cywall and everyone else, realizing they were still dealing with the waves of fighters and had no idea what was happening to him. He wondered what to do. He urged himself to think, realizing he needed a way to turn the tables. He told the golden-haired figure to wait a second. The golden-haired figure stood with his glowing sword. The man with the scar said he would give him what he wanted, asking if this was what he wanted as he held up a device. Orium, desperate, shouted for someone to kill him. The golden-haired figure remarked that Orium had taken too long and should have acted sooner. The figure stated that no one else would have been hurt. He explained that everyone who loses this game has one thing in common. They're too slow when the moment of truth arrives. It was the same for people who ruin their own lives. The man with the scar grimaced, blood trickling down his face. The golden-haired figure stated that he now had what he wanted. A blade flashed. Orium was struck. Orium screamed as the golden-haired figure stated he could take it easy and enjoy the hunt. The man with the scar questioned what the golden-haired figure was doing, reminding him that he had given him what he wanted. The golden-haired figure responded with indifference, asking, "And? So what?" He asked if the man with the scar thought they had made some sort of deal. The man with the scar was told to make no mistake. A deal can only be made between equals. The golden-haired figure declared that this was simply a one-sided beating. The golden-haired figure stood over the fallen man in the red tracksuit, declaring that history is written by the victors. He stated that losers are nothing more than worms, destined to surrender to others forever. Meanwhile, the man in the red tracksuit, now kneeling, was told that he had already lost and that he shouldn't have tried to compromise. The golden-haired figure grinned menacingly. With a flourish, he raised his hand, summoning a blade of golden energy. Suddenly, Orium shouted for him to stop. Frustrated, Orium wondered what he could do. He realized he needed some sort of item or skill to deal with the Emperor. In that moment, as Orium struggled to think of something he could do, the hacking tool he took from the trick maker reacted to his consciousness. The hacking tool reacted to his consciousness and created a small bug in the game system. The golden-haired figure flinched. He was struck by a surge of energy. The air crackled with energy. The man in the red tracksuit looked up in shock as the world around him seemed to glitch and distort. The forced opening of Orium's back door had unforeseen consequences. Despite this, the golden-haired figure noted that he had not yet met the necessary conditions. He wondered how this could be happening. The Z24 substance, recently discovered, possessed infinite potential. Not only did it respond to external stimuli, but also to thoughts and emotions. The game and QT system were described as cookie cutters, capable of capturing infinite power. It was said that people lacked the imagination to create something that didn't exist. The question arose, what if a user were to bypass the game system's restrictions and use the Z24 substance? No one knew what form it would take. It was uncharted territory. This was the stuff of legends. Energy crackled around the golden-haired figure. It was questioned if he had forcefully elevated himself to the transcendent class. This Avenger was more dangerous than initially believed. The Avenger resolved to kill him first. The golden-haired figure prepared to strike. The man in the tracksuit swung his weapon down. The force of the blow was immense. The attack connected, sending debris flying. Orium cried out. The golden-haired figure remained standing, unfazed. The tracksuit-clad man's weapon cracked against his opponent's defenses. Sparks flew as the two combatants clashed. The masked man continued his assault, but the golden-haired figure blocked each strike. The man in the tracksuit wondered if he should deactivate his skill now that his opponent had reached the transcendent class, but he dismissed the thought. He realized what he had to do. The golden-haired figure stood before him, seemingly untouchable. Orium recognized the skill being used, a monk's. The monk's skill, Unhindered Enlightenment, restores 55% of HP and removes skills that are in effect. The man in the tracksuit acknowledged that he wanted to pick a reward and end this, but felt he had to pay the monk back first. The golden-haired figure questions if Orium shares the same sentiment. Orium leaps into action. The golden-haired figure's skill, Revenge, is a raging fire, activates. The figure unleashes twin daggers. The daggers clash against an unseen defense. The force of the impact sends shockwaves outward. The golden-haired figure slashes with blinding speed. A grin spreads across the figure's face. The figure finds the situation incredible. He finds crushing his enemies to be fun. He thinks enemies are only fun when they desperately try to claw their way up. Kale's face is marred with blood as he grits his teeth. With blinding speed, the golden-haired figure landed a powerful blow. Kale's face contorted in pain from the attack. Nearby, the green-haired man clicked his tongue, remarking that time was up. Elsewhere, a man in camouflage observed a screen, his expression unreadable. The green-haired man lamented that it was a shame. He mused that competition made people stronger, adding that it had been fun having to think on his feet. The green-haired man grinned, stating that he would see them again at Horizon. Kale looked up, his expression grim. The title card proclaims, Ultra Alternate, Solo Play. Below the title, the artist is credited, Jixxi. The room is in ruins, with cracks spiderwebbing across the floor. A figure stands amidst the destruction, a faint green glow emanating from their body. The woman with white hair, standing tall, expresses surprise. She notes that he managed to stay in human form. The woman glances down at a figure sprawled on the floor. The man on the floor, Yu Jong-hyo, struggles to speak, suggesting it is a bit late for a rescue party. The woman states that she is only there because the boss gave her an order, clarifying she had no intention of saving him. Yu Jong-hyo simply scoffs in response. He asks if it would kill her to throw him a bone, then more importantly, how he is still alive. She retorts, asking if the Avenger didn't take all of his items. The woman reveals that she had an extra healing potion. Another man appears, noting that she is there as well. He remarks that he didn't expect there to be two morons trapped in the afternoon room. The woman tells Yu Jong-hyo that now that he can leave, he should go home and take a shower, adding that the smell in there is making her gag. Yu Jong-hyo asks what happened to the Avenger. The man in the black jacket asked if the boss had taken care of him. The woman with white hair remained silent. She claimed not to know the specifics. The man in the black jacket stated that it was no longer her concern. The woman with white hair revealed that Horizon would begin in 7 days. The man questioned if that meant they could attempt the final EX quest. She confirmed that she had opened it. The man stated that in 4 days, they would clear that quest and then move on to Horizon, telling her to make sure she ate enough. She was told to put on some weight by then. Someone asked if the keys were given. To the Emperor, Raimi Kim stated that she couldn't think of any other way. The man apologized, lamenting that he only made things worse because he felt useless. Jian told him that he didn't need to apologize, as they already knew he was incompetent. He thought to himself that she was so mean, and that he had considered giving him the key to their empty room. Jian continued, stating that if he did that, he'd come after her again. The man agreed. She stated that it all worked out, and that their goal was to come first in the event, not fight chaos. Jian added that those guys had been trapped in the afternoon room for over 2 weeks, and that they were probably all ready. Jian told him to never mind, and that she didn't want to think about it. The man agreed. The man apologized, asking if he had kept her waiting. Raimi Kim arrived, stepping into the room. Jian asked why she was so late. Raimi Kim apologized. Raimi Kim explained that it took her a long time to find a parking space. Another student suggested they split the quest rewards. She reminded them that exams were coming up next week, so they were busy. Another student laughed, saying he didn't realize she was the studious type. He continued, stating that Orium might be, but he never thought she would care about school. The student with purple hair agreed, stating that they should get this over with. He added that he had plans for the evening as well. Another student approached, saying he had something he wanted to ask them. The student with purple hair looked at the student with brown hair, waiting for him to speak. The student with brown hair began to speak, saying, "Once Horizon starts." He asked if they thought they could defeat the Emperor. The student with purple hair stated that it hurt his pride a bit. The student with purple hair asked what he was trying to say. The student with brown hair responded that they all fought with him, so they should already know. He continued, stating that the Emperor's abilities were overwhelming. The student with brown hair asked if he didn't think he would take first place. The student with brown hair stated that there was no point in fighting because the outcome had already been decided. The gravity of the situation settled in, as one of the students stated that there was more at risk now. The others considered the danger of the Horizon event itself, realizing they didn't know how dangerous it would be. The potential consequences were dire. If the Emperor slaughtered other users, the carnage would be far worse than they could imagine. Meanwhile, another student seemed lost in thought. He wondered if it wouldn't be better to prevent Horizon from happening in the first place. Elsewhere, the conversation continued. One of the students, confused, asked the others to clarify if they were saying there was a way to stop Horizon from happening. Another student confirmed that was exactly what he was saying. He explained that one of the game developers had told him there was a stop code for Horizon. One of the students asked what stop code was. The student explained that it was code that neutralized the operating elements in the game, describing it as being like a bomb. The key, he said, was to destroy the button that activated Horizon. If they did that, the event would never start. He reiterated that there was a button that activated Horizon. One of the students asked what that meant. A young man mentions the 6 guardians. According to the prophecy, once the 6 pillars collapse, the event will begin. The others believe that the 6 pillars are actually the 6 guardians that appear in the EX quest. The EX quest. They had cleared that quest a few times without knowing what it meant, and that's what triggers the event. Another asks if they are suggesting that they should enter the EX quest and think of some way to protect the guardians. The first man agrees, stating that if they do, then Horizon's storyline won't play out, and they can postpone the event indefinitely. The woman considers this, realizing that this is their plan. In that case, she declares that she is against their plan. The man is surprised. She acknowledges that it's true that the Emperor is powerful and that Horizon will probably be dangerous, but they can't just give up on the huge prize that goes to first place. She thinks that they've fought way too hard. They've also lost too many members of their guild for that. She thinks of it as traveling on the freeway, and they're going as fast as they can. All that's left is to find the exit to their goal. If they're telling them to just quit and go home, it's like saying they should just drive their car into a ditch and die. Kale listened intently. With that, the woman with the purple hair stated that she would not stop Jian from trying to execute his plan, but doing so would end their alliance. She added that they should fight their own battles without getting in each other's way. Another man agreed, stating that they should fight their own battles. The man in the green jacket declared that he had nothing else to say and would be leaving first, as they had settled up. The woman with the purple hair wished them good luck on their midterms. Another woman stated that they were their final exams. Elsewhere, 2 figures stood talking. The woman asked about Jian's idea. The man responded that he wasn't sure if Jian was wrong, but giving up now could lead to something worse. He continued, saying that the Emperor might get angry and take it out on them, and if the event didn't take place and the game continued forever, more innocent people would get hurt. The woman responded that the best outcome was to fight and win, and running away wasn't the answer. Raimi Kim was pleased to hear that the Emperor could win. However, she was told not to change the subject. Elsewhere, a young man browsed the refrigerated section of a store, carrying a yellow basket. He knew that whatever happened, they couldn't give up on the Horizon reward. He considered that it might even be possible to revive the people who died at school with that wish. He wondered why fruits and vegetables were so expensive now, realizing it would be cheaper to eat meat. He sighed, thinking that with a reward money of 20 billion won, he could live peacefully with his sister. He questioned why the vegetables were so expensive. He thought he'd be better off just eating steak. He asked if the person next to him wouldn't agree. The person next to him was indeed Orium Lee. The young man excused himself. The young man paused, startled by the question. The silver-haired woman stood close, inquiring if he recognized her. He denied knowing her, adding that he had never even caught a scent of her presence before. So close now, she leaned in, a strange energy swirling around her. She suggested they go to his place to talk. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. This skill. With a flourish of energy, she declared that she had a proposition for him. The building stood bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Inside, Jian sat at his desk, a flurry of papers surrounding him as he worked diligently. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of determination flickering within them. He wondered what kind of game Jian wanted to play. Jian mused that it would be fun to roam around somewhere with big fields and lots of dungeons to explore, want to get some good items to defeat monsters. He explained that he wanted to help people. The man in the lab coat questioned if he did not want to fight to win. Jian admitted he didn't really like fighting other people, finding it more fun to help them. He stated that he liked games. Jian wished he could help people in the real world, too, believing that if he got better than everyone else, then he could help them. The man in the lab coat chuckled softly. He explained that even if you take a single step, your view of the world changes. He continued, stating that most people don't have the guts to take that single step, and that in the game they were making, they would gently push people like that. The man in the lab coat's words echoed in Jian's mind, reminding her that would be like they were encouraging others. She knew she would be able to do it too. Elsewhere, a young man considered the situation, realizing he should believe in himself. He knew he just had to take one step forward. He held a cylindrical object, its purpose known only to him. This was not something he could entrust to another. He resolved to do this himself. The scene shifted to a convenience store, its shelves stocked with various goods. Inside, a woman with white hair confronted a man, a strange red energy emanating between them. The man appeared surprised by the sudden confrontation. The woman stated that he caught on quick, saving her the trouble of explaining it to him. The man questioned what this was all about. The woman revealed that the Emperor already had what he was looking for. The woman clarified that it was not about that. She admitted that she never cared whether that trickmaker freak lived or died. The woman with white hair instructed him to be quiet and follow her, reiterating that she had an offer for him. She added that there was some information he might be interested in hearing. The young man remained silent. The building loomed in the distance. The elevator ascended to the 4th floor. Inside her apartment, she invited him to come in and relax, assuring him that she lived alone and that there was nothing a boy his age would find entertaining. He observed that it didn't seem like anyone else was around. He surmised that there weren't any other members of Chaos present. She then offered him some milk, noting it was past its expiration date, but still fine to drink. She insisted that she hadn't poisoned it. He stared at her, unblinking. She told him that he didn't have to trust her if he didn't want to, snickering. She remarked that it could all be a trap, but he still decided to follow her. She questioned if he was brave or just stupid. He countered that if she were trying to trap him, she wouldn't have been so sloppy. The woman with white hair inquired if Chaos was known for using dirty tricks. At any rate, she demanded that Kale state his intentions, warning that further stalling would lead her to believe it was a trap. She then suggested they get to it, stating she wasn't one to set the tone first. Meanwhile, the woman asked Orium if he wanted to team up. The young man remained silent. He asked if she was seriously asking him to join Chaos. She responded that she was not with Chaos, clarifying that she might be allied with them for the time being, but she was not on their side. The woman stated that she would take her cut first. The young man asked what she was planning. The woman stared intently. He then asked about the master code. The woman confirmed that it was in Horizon and worth 20 billion won. She explained that the master code contained the power to grant the wish, comparing it to a janitor's master key. The young man asked how she planned to steal it, inquiring if she had some kind of plan. The woman with white hair declared herself a hacker. She admitted to spending a long time trying to break into Ergosphere online system. She managed to analyze about 66% of the data, but she was never able to get her hands on the most important thing, the master code. The master code, she explained, was programmed to be generated only for the users. She stated that the first place to look was in Horizon. As a hacker, she found it embarrassing to admit that she was resorting to as primitive a strategy as theft. She explained that the moment someone places first in the event and is awarded the master code, she intends to swoop in and take it. The young man asked what she planned to do with it. She declared that she was going to become a god, an omnipotent one, too. She stated that anything was possible with the master code, and that she'd be able to grant his wish too, if he wanted. She finished by saying she would take it from there. The young man questioned why she couldn't just team up with the Emperor instead, or use her hacking skills. She responded that hacking wouldn't work this time, and that it was way too late for that. The woman explained that if she were to accidentally corrupt the data, the entire system would shut down, much like a bomb detonating. She expressed a desire to avoid unnecessary danger and reiterated that she could not work with the Emperor. Her assessment was that his ideology was completely backwards. Meanwhile, Kale wondered what she was implying, knowing that whoever secured first place would turn the entire world into their personal sparring arena. The woman then asked Kale to team up with her, suggesting that his entire party could join her if he wished. Kale refused, stating that he would gain nothing from such an alliance. He pointed out that she wasn't offering a strategy on how to win first place. Furthermore, he had no way of knowing if this so-called master code even existed. Kale believed he could simply have his wish granted by achieving first place, so there was no reason for him to work with her. She remarked that he was stubborn, considering he had just been shaken down by the Emperor. She then asked how about this. She offered to take him and his party to the final EX quest. The woman smiled slyly. She reminded him that the EX quest reward was special. Sarah pressed her case, suggesting Kale's party would greatly benefit from her offer. She asked if it sounded good. Kale considered the offer of the final EX quest. He recalled that the last Guardian he met was the 5th, realizing the 6th Guardian must be the last one. He dismissed the thought, telling Sarah to forget it. Kale stated there was no reason for them to take on dangerous quests. Sarah retorted that if he wanted her to join his party that badly, he could beat the EX quest himself and bring them the reward. Only then might she consider it. She expressed her admiration for his cold-blooded and rational nature. Kale thought that, as they say, it's hard to seduce someone who's already spoken for. Sarah realized there was nothing she could do. She admitted it wasn't her usual style, but she had no choice but to play rough. Suddenly, Sarah summoned several wooden mannequins. Kale flinched as the mannequins appeared. Kale realized it was a puppeteer skill. The Pupper Master class skill, Combat Wooden Mannequins, summons 5 wooden mannequins that can be controlled for 44 seconds by the user. Sarah told Kale not to worry, stating she wouldn't kill him. She declared her intention to break Kale down unless he changed his mind. The wooden mannequins lunged forward. One of the mannequins moved to strike. The mannequin struck with considerable force. Meanwhile, the battle caused damage to the building. The force of the impact caused a small explosion. Kale found himself surrounded by the wooden figures. He activated his dual dagger skill, Twin Dragons, slashing at the wooden figures. Kale realized he shouldn't fight more than this. He thought that he didn't want to put anyone else in harm's way. He decided to retreat for the day. He landed on the ground with a thump. As he landed, A small object fell from his person. He knew he was in a hurry, but someone questioned his manners. The floating orb declared that there were 4 days until the quest. It urged someone to think it over one more time before then. Meanwhile, Kale knew that opportunities did not stick around for long before they vanished. He realized he would miss an opportunity if he took even a single step too late. The orb reiterated that it needed an answer within 4 days. Kale stated that he would be waiting for them, chuckling to himself. The title of the story is revealed, Ultra Alternate. The story and art are credited to Jixxi, and the chapter is titled Faint. With a determined look, Sunga slashes. The blow clashes against Kale's weapon. Kale jumps back, activating the skill, the Rush of Conviction. He slams his weapon down. The weapon swings with great force. The weapon connects. The blow lands squarely on Sunga. The impact causes a tremor. Sunga admits that the attack hurt a little. She prepares to use the skill, the Sword of Rose Thorns. Sunga unleashes her attack. Kale prepares to counter with a blast of energy. The sound of their weapons colliding echoed through the training area. The force of their blows created a visible shockwave. Kale noted that Sunga had improved significantly. Sunga grinned, asking if he was going easy on her. Kale denied it, stating that even though they were training, he wasn't pulling any punches. He then offered to patch her up after their bout. Sunga thanked him, before asking what his next move would be. She then inquired if he was going to stay in hiding. Sunga added that there was still a spot for him if he wanted it. Kale considered her offer. He admitted that it wasn't a bad idea. The sound of a car engine roared to life. Someone asked what he planned to do during Horizon if he didn't want to join them. As they rode, Sunga questioned Kale about his intentions, wondering if he planned to play solo and hoard all the prize money. He admitted that wasn't such a bad idea. Sunga observed that he didn't seem excited and pressed him to reveal what was on his mind if he wasn't just tired. Kale responded that he didn't have any particular plans, stating he enjoyed playing with her, and going solo was fun too. He added that if someone wanted to team up with him that badly, he wanted to be totally swept off his feet. Sunga remarked that he was suggesting she should come on a bit stronger if she was going to sweet-talk him. Kale smiled. Sunga conceded that if that's what he wanted. Suddenly, Kale shouted for her to stop the car. They dashed out of the vehicle. Kale denied that was what he wanted. He exclaimed that he had found it. Kale approached the glowing pillar, a sense of wonder washing over him. Sunga explained that this was the mana-boosting pillar from a game. The man with the red hair speculated that it didn't disappear after the quest due to some bug in the game. Sunga took a picture of the pillar with her phone. The two continued to observe the pillar. Sunga showed the photo to Kale, pointing out that the pillar could be photographed. The man with the red hair exclaimed that normal people could see it too, not just them. Sunga confirmed his statement. The man with the red hair thought that something like this had never happened before, wondering what on earth was going on. The pair continued to observe the pillar. Elsewhere, Julian received a shocking phone call. Sojourn explained that a puppet master from Chaos tracked him down and asked if he wanted to form a party with her. Kale seemed to be attracting unwanted attention from Chaos. He admitted that he guessed he was, but wished he wasn't. Meanwhile, Sunga asked what he had said, changing the subject. She pressed him, asking if he had rejected them. She then told him to come to the afternoon room instead. Elsewhere, Sojourn received a call. He was about to go to bed, he said. The caller insisted it would only be for 5 minutes, and that he would call Julian, too. Sojourn reluctantly agreed. Sojourn recalled that the puppet master had said that if they formed a party, they would be able to compete in the EX quest. Kale explained that if their analysis of the game's storyline and what the Oracle told them was right, then that meant the EX quest would be their last chance to prevent Horizon from happening. Sunga asked Sojourn what he thought and if he was going to team up with the puppet master and attempt the EX quest. Sojourn responded that he didn't think they really had to. It was true that the reward for the EX quest was a little different, but none of the items were game changers. Sojourn seemed confident in his decision. Kale considered that the EX quest might involve an overpowered item, something akin to Independence or the Sword of Blood. Sunga questioned if he had anything to support that claim, or if it was just something he knew from the game's storyline. He admitted it was just a hunch. There was at least a chance, he thought. It would be a shame to miss it. He paused, a thought striking him. He reflected on how recently he had wanted to prevent Horizon from happening, so he wondered why he was so eager to play now. Sojourn considered that it could be a trap. She knew they could start the EX quest, only to find Chaos there, ready to ambush them. If that happened, she realized, it would be over for them. She questioned why they didn't go with Raison. Kale reasoned that they would be able to stand up to Chaos that way, even if it was a trap. He admitted that the puppet master could still just run away. If they wanted to do the quest with Raison, they would have to form a party with the puppet master, but then the names of everyone from Raison would show up on the puppet master's party roster. Sojourn believed that Raimi would probably assume it was a trap and leave the party. The group continued their discussion about the EX quest. The man in the blue shirt stated that if they didn't do something, they wouldn't be able to enter the EX quest. Meanwhile, Sojourn seemed to be thinking hard. She suddenly declared that she had just thought of something. Sojourn admitted that it might be a bit of a gamble, but she believed it would mean they could still do the EX quest. She confessed that she wasn't usually good at making plans. However, Sojourn explained that her brain had been working at full capacity while studying for her exams, so she had a really good plan this time. The The man in the blue shirt asked if they wanted to give a shot. Outside, rain poured down on the city. The rain continued to fall. It was the day of the EX quest. Sunga appeared in a flash of light. She looked determined. Sunga called out to Kale, drawing his attention. The man approached, his expression unreadable. He stated that he hadn't expected her to arrive alone, assuming the Labyrinth Master and the adventurer would accompany her. With a snicker, Sunga questioned if he was now on her team, or if his girlfriend had dumped him. Kale retorted that neither was the case. Suddenly, Sunga moved with incredible speed. She exclaimed that she was an assassin. She added that she didn't see anyone on the party roster except Orium, and then activated a skill. The skill was identified as the Path of Revolt. With a resounding clang, the skill activated. The Assassin class skill, the Path of Revolt, allowed the user to summon unlimited guild members, party members, or friends. The time it took to summon someone increased by 7.5 seconds each time, and no other action was allowed while using the skill. With a swoosh, several figures materialized. Sunga declared that it was Guild Raison. She told Kale not to trust her, adding that she wasn't abandoned by her allies, either. She took a step forward, declaring that she would just say. The declaration was a plan. She stated that it served the target right. The target retorted, calling her a boyfriend-stealing scumbag, and questioned her. The woman with blonde hair stood with another woman and a man. Turning her head, the blonde woman inquired about a plan. The man, standing beside her, was then asked how he had managed something. He explained that the only name on the party roster was Orium Lee, and suggested she take another look. The woman seemed surprised. Examining the screen, she saw the words Labyrinth Master, Adventurer, Assassin. Looking at the party roster, she wondered when all of these people had become party members. The woman in the red tracksuit explained that it was right before they were transported to the quest location. The woman in the red tracksuit continued, saying that before that, they disbanded their party to trick her. She further elaborated that 2 minutes before the quest started, they created it again so they could join. The blonde woman was told that they snuck the assassin in and summoned Raison. She was told that if she had added everyone in Raison, she would have noticed immediately. The man stated that it was pretty smart, but wondered what they would have done if she had noticed that the number of party members increased and ran away. It had been a gamble, a risk they were willing to take. Someone declared that they didn't care if they didn't beat the EX quest either way, laughing. Just as she thought, she found her opponent quite interesting. The woman readied her sword. The clash of metal echoed as their blades met. 5 seconds, someone announced. She stated that was how long she was giving her opponent. The woman warned her opponent to answer her question truthfully after that. The skill she would use would depend on the answer. The woman asked if she was being threatened. Her opponent asked if she didn't care if she died. The woman stated that it wasn't that. She clarified that she was simply better at this game, implying her opponent really sucked. A slash of light erupted as one of the women attacked. The other woman braced for the attack. With a resounding crash, the woman with white hair lands a blow. The woman with brown hair demands to know what she thinks she's doing. The woman with white hair retorts that she can't actually kill her. Looking away, the woman with white hair states that she didn't. The woman with brown hair remains silent. Meanwhile, the woman with brown hair is suddenly struck by an unseen force. The Puppet Master skill, the Puppet's Dream, allows the user to switch locations with a summoned puppet and can be charged and used twice. The man in the tracksuit remarks that the attack was a bit harsh, but the woman with white hair says she doesn't really feel like fighting today. The man turns to face someone. The woman with white hair says that there's no way around it and that she doesn't think she's going to be able to play with their party. The woman with white hair states that she's going to sit this one out. As the man and the woman with brown hair are attacked, the woman with white hair wishes them good luck. The man in the tracksuit looks on. The woman with white hair's companion suggests they track her down and beat her up, but she tells him to let her go and focus on the quest. A red alert flashed, displaying the symbol EX. The alert detailed a raid quest to find the Vessel of the Soul, with the quest ending at 4:30 a.m. The man in the tracksuit admitted he had never heard of the Vessel of the Soul, wondering if it was a monster shaped like a bowl. His companion countered that it had to be one of those special types, dismissing the idea of an actual bowl. Meanwhile, the man in the white shirt asked Jian if she had ever heard of a monster like this in the game's storyline. Another man looked on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Jian, startled, asked what the Vessel of the Soul was. The man from Panel 5 thought to himself, trying to recall the details. He remembered that the Vessel of the Soul was a slime monster that disguised itself as other monsters. In the Journey of Despair storyline, members of the Blue Lake Knights were annihilated by the Vessel of the Soul. The woman in the tracksuit clarified that the monster was just a high-level slime, but its name was fancy. The man in the tracksuit warned that they didn't know when the Guardian would appear, so they needed to be careful. Someone acknowledged the warning, as rain began to pour outside. The system announced that the quest would begin in 1 minute. The group prepared themselves as the countdown continued. The man with dark hair stated that he would use the Pathfinder light when the quest began. The blonde-haired man admitted the building was confusing, so the Pathfinder light was a good idea. 30 seconds remained. The blonde-haired man called out to Julian. The man with dark hair warned him not to do anything dangerous this time, adding that even using his passive skills helped the party a lot. The blonde-haired man acknowledged the warning, saying he appreciated it. The quest began. The skill, Pathfinder Light, activated. The blonde-haired man activated the Pathfinder Light. Beams of light shot through the building. The man with dark hair realized there was more than one light. A woman with brown hair wondered if that meant there were multiple monsters. The man with dark hair stated they needed to split up and find a monster to get this over with. The woman with purple hair agreed. The group dashed off in different directions. The group acknowledged the situation. The interior of the building was vast and modern. Orium dashed forward, ready to engage. Sarah called out to Orium, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The group spotted the centaur-like creature in the distance. The creature loomed, its presence imposing. Orium recognized the creature as a vessel of the soul, imitating a centaur knight. It was determined that the creature's specialty was charging attacks. Orium prepared his weapon, declaring that this was his best bet. The centaur knight stood ready. The centaur knight lunged forward. Orium realized that if he got close enough, he could wipe it out before it could charge. Orium prepared to use a skill. The skill activated, energy crackling around Orium. The skill activated. A spectral force manifested as the vengeful ghost molars. The spectral force collided with the centaur knight, producing a resounding clang. The centaur knight's head shattered. The knight's body followed, collapsing into pieces with a heavy thud. Sarah expressed her surprise. The centaur knight had fallen with a single blow, far too easily. She thought it should have been stronger. Kale considered the fallen foe. He surmised that the monster was only good at imitation. He suggested they eliminate the remaining monsters. He also considered the possibility that this wasn't the true vessel of the soul. Kale realized that, with the quest lasting until 4:30 a.m., there had to be something else at play. Another member of the group shouted a warning to Orium, telling him to look out behind him. A spectral force hurtled towards Orium. The spectral force continued its approach. Sarah watched with concern as the spectral force approached Orium. The spectral force drew closer. Orium turned, preparing to face the spectral force. Two figures observe the unfolding events. One questions what they are seeing. The other figure expresses disbelief, recognizing Orium Lee. Orium lunges forward, a blue energy emanating from his movements. A smirk plays across the face of the spectral figure. The spectral figure lunges. The clash of their weapons echoes. Orium realizes the monster is more than it seems. The spectral figure is not just a simple copycat, but reborn. The spectral figure stands wreathed in blue energy. Another figure observes that the spectral figure is reborn as the person who killed it. The spectral figure is invincible. Orium is sent hurtling downwards. The story is to be continued, focusing on the ultra-alternate character. The text states, "How narrow is the gate, and restricted is the way that leads to life. Few are those who find it." The clash of blades echoed through the air as Kale and his opponent traded blows. Kale prepared to unleash a skill, focusing his energy. The power surged through him as he prepared to strike. He unleashed his skill, the Phantom Vengeance Blade. The force of the attack reverberated with a resounding clang. Kale's eyes glowed with intense power as he pressed the attack. The impact of the blow sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Kale realized that while the monster's skills were the same as his, its overall stats were much lower. He resolved to take the monster out in a few hits, even if it was invincible. Kale prepared to use his dual dagger skill, Twin Dragons. He slashed at his opponent with incredible speed. The monster was struck, spurting blood. Kale, eyes burning with intensity, declares his intent to end the fight. Elsewhere, the woman calls out to Orium, urging him to wait. The woman activates a skill called Thorn Trap. Suddenly, a blade pierces through someone. The blade slices and slashes with immense force. The attack lands, generating a powerful shockwave. The woman believes she has hit her target. She remarks on how easy it was to defeat him, but Orium seems confused by her statement. The woman admits she could have finished him off on her own, but she simply wanted to hit Orium without feeling guilty, apologizing for her actions. She expresses her shock and excitement. The woman's skill encases Orium in a bubble. The woman's eyes glow as she prepares to attack. The woman is shocked to realize the skill has transformed into her. She yells that it cannot be her and insists that she has to be the one to kill it. The argument between the two continued to escalate. Seeing this, the blonde man felt the timing was wrong to be fighting over something like that. He realized that they wouldn't be able to clear the quest if the monster kept regenerating itself, and wondered what they should do. The group considered if they needed to defeat the other monsters at the same time. Or perhaps there was another way. The blonde man pondered. Elsewhere, Sywald declared she was going to check out another location. It seemed the monster's main body wasn't around. The man with black hair suggested they go together, calling Sywald useless and suggesting they leave the monster behind. Hearing this, Sywald told him not to call her useless. Sywald cast a skill, Chain Imprisonment Trap. The chains slammed into something. It worked, and a man with black hair thought it should buy them some time. He suggested they go find its main body. Sywald dashed forward. The two discussed the possibility of the monster's main body being elsewhere, perhaps tied to a different strategy or storyline. The blonde man admitted he wasn't entirely sure. He explained that it reminded him of the story of the Black Dragon Wizard Guild, who studied dark magic. The story told of their attempts to create an army using a magical weapon. Thus, the Black Beast was born, and experiments were conducted to transplant the monster's soul into different places. The blonde man noted that it was connected to a caster class storyline. He admitted that the story didn't perfectly match up, but he still felt the main body containing its soul was out there somewhere. The other man considered the possibility of the main body containing its soul. He turned, confused. He wondered if it was Sunga. A figure with silver hair moved with a swish. The man looked on with a shocked expression. A loud clang rang out. The clash of blades echoed through the air as the two figures met in a flurry of motion. He realized that this Sunga was not the real one. The sounds of metal on metal rang out as the two combatants continued their exchange. The skill Sword of Rose Thorns was activated. The blade cut through the air with a sharp swoosh. He thought that even though it was just mimicking her, Sunga was still quite strong. The figure declared that a knockoff was still just a knockoff. Red energy blades slashed through the air. A spurt of energy erupted from the figure. Another spurt of energy was released. The air crackled with energy. The skill compression trap was initiated. With a slam, a figure was caught in trap. With a FSSSH, a figure appeared to be teleporting. The woman with the staff marveled at her success. She couldn't believe she had managed to defeat it with such a slow skill. Meanwhile, the man with the dark hair speculated that even Sunga's clone was a lousy fighter. He realized that Sunga's clone was wandering around without her. This meant that she must have figured out that its main body was somewhere else and left to go find it. It was just like the Eyes of the Wise. The Queen's Guard passive skill allowed the player to read their opponent's stats. The man with the dark hair urged the others to move, believing Sunga must have thought of the same thing as them. The woman with the staff acknowledged his statement. The group moved quickly. The man with the dark hair looked at the structure before him. The woman with the purple hair asked if it was really Sunga. She then wondered what he was talking about. The man with the dark hair stated that they had met a clone of her a little while back. He added that she was pretty cute. The woman with the purple hair denied his statement. He then asked if that was the monster's main body. The woman with the purple hair stated that he managed to figure out. The man with the dark hair stated that it was what she thought it was, and that this was its true form. Before them loomed the true vessel of the soul. One of the companions questioned why Sunga was merely staring at it, suggesting she could have already taken it out. Another wondered if the monster's stats were not higher than theirs. She responded that they could defeat it with a couple of skills. But something about the vessel did not feel right. The man in the white shirt suggested they try to beat it, reminding her that they had a time limit. She agreed. Sunga's weapon began to glow. She leaped forward. Activating the Phantom Vengeance Blade, she slashed at the vessel. Activating the Queen's Path, she prepared for the next attack. The vessel rumbled. The attack splattered against the vessel. The man in the white shirt watched as the attack landed. One of the companions remarked that it was easy, wondering if the reward would be lame as well. The man in the white shirt realized that all that was left was the Guardian of Horizon. The battle was about to begin in earnest, but there was still no time to attack. Meanwhile, someone noted that they had a lot of high-ranking players, so there was no way they would miss it. A figure stood before a swirling mass of dark energy. Just as he thought, there was no way the quest would end so easily. A monstrous figure emerged from the swirling energy, and someone wondered if this was the real boss. The energy surged. A staff was swung. The staff wielder and their companions charged forward. Another warrior moved to strike. The attack landed, and someone groaned in pain. Another person cried out in pain. Someone asked Julian if she was okay. He admitted that he had been caught off guard. The young man looked concerned. The blonde-haired man paused, recognizing the four before him. Nearby, the woman with auburn hair walked alongside a companion. An eye widened in disbelief. The individual couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was Maria, wielding a staff topped with a glowing emblem. Maria's expression was unreadable. The air crackled with the promise of the rain of annihilation. Bolts of energy erupted, striking targets with violent force. The energy crackled around Maria as she unleashed her attack. The attack landed with devastating impact. The dark-haired man wondered about the destructive power and if this was the monster's true form. Sunga inquired about the vessel of the soul's stats, wondering if it would be as easy to take out as before. The woman with purple hair considered the situation. It was uncertain whether the news would be welcomed, as this monster possessed the highest stats he had ever seen. The figure, bound and seemingly defeated, declared that the foe they faced was merely an overpowered monster, as strong as a gimmick boss. With a sudden surge of power, she unleashed a wave of energy. Ultra Alternate. Story and art by Jixxi. 62 Maria. The blonde man stood tall, his gaze fixed on the figure in the distance. Nearby, the dark-haired man considered their odds. If the monster was as strong as a gimmick boss, they wouldn't be able to take it down with regular attacks. The woman with short, purple hair countered that not all of its stats were that high. It was explained that its magic-based offensive and defensive abilities were formidable. However, its speed and physical defensive abilities were relatively low. Hearing this, the woman realized what that meant. She yelled to back it up with firepower as she lunged forward. The woman prepared her skill, raining swords. Swords rained down. The raining swords slashed at their target. The blonde man looked on. The raining sword skill caused a massive explosion. The figure grunted as the attack landed. With a swift motion, the attacker continued the assault. The one with dark hair reasoned that if the target's physical defenses were low, they should keep pushing it back and hitting it with combo damage. The attacker unleashed a dual dagger skill, Twin Dragons. The attack slashed through the air. The one with blonde hair watched intently. The two watched the battle unfold. Suddenly, the one with dark hair exclaimed in surprise. He shouted the name Arium. Orium stood his ground, staff in hand. The attack continued to tear through the environment. Someone shouted at Orium, questioning why he had stopped attacking. The one with dark hair realized that the monster looked like his sister. The one with brown hair asked if he meant Arium. Raimi Kim stared intently at the monster. Meanwhile, the man with blonde hair agreed that he got the same vibe from the monster. He noted that the hair color and style were a bit different, but still. The man with blonde hair stated that the monster was Maria. The man with blonde hair recalled that Maria was the person who told him about the encrypted code key. He also remembered that she was one of the core developers that created the game. The man with blonde hair wondered why a core developer was appearing as a monster now. The other man admitted that it seemed ridiculous to him, too. They could tell that the monster wasn't really Maria or Orium's sister, right? The man with blonde hair agreed, saying he thought so. The man with blonde hair thought of Maria. Elsewhere, a figure in a lab coat believed that Maria was probably dead by now. Raimi Kim was shocked. Raimi Kim stated that it was fine then. She decided they could think more about it later. Raimi Kim thought that right now, the most important thing. Raimi Kim swung her weapon, wondering whether or not they could clear this quest. Raimi Kim continued to fight. Raimi Kim unleashed a powerful attack. The attack collided with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent the figure flying. The attacker's skill, the gray flower, crackled with energy. Raimi Kim maintained a focused expression. Kale's eyes narrowed. The gray flower skill slashed through the air. The attack impacted, creating a cracking sound. The figure was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Kale realized the skill had failed to work. Another realized that Orium's absence was intentional, as the monster resembled his sister. One of the group noted that the clone fought well, questioning what that was about, and accusing another of having a sister complex. The accused retorted, demanding that they not try to understand. The figure leaped into the air. The command was given to strike the caster-class monster with a combo attack. The attack connected with a resounding clang. The team continued their assault, each blow echoing through the area. The monster retaliated, its attacks clashing against their defenses. The sounds of battle filled the air as the team struggled against the powerful creature. Amidst the chaos, someone called out to Orium, urging him to focus. They reminded him of his superior physical defenses, telling him he couldn't afford to zone out. Orium apologized, his expression filled with regret. Meanwhile, the others continued to struggle against the monster. Orium thought that even if it looked like his sister, it was nothing more than a monster from the game. He realized that it really did look like her, but someone snapped at him to focus. The battle raged on, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing through the area. A skill was activated, the Ancestor's Punch. The Queen's Palace was invoked. The force of the blow sent the combatants flying. The attack drew blood. Meanwhile, Orium prepared to unleash another attack. The ground rumbled as the spell took form. Nearby, Sarah watched the events unfold. She realized the scale of the attack. The attack was a splash damage skill. Saiwal knew they couldn't dodge such a powerful skill. She resolved to use a defensive skill to protect everyone. Kale shouted for Saiwal to act. He urged someone to cast a buff. Saiwal steeled herself, knowing she couldn't mess this up. She activated the skill, the voice from beyond the labyrinth. Someone moved with incredible speed. Orium continued his incantation. Orium fixated on the monster, repeating that it was not his sister. The skill, Revenge, manifested as a raging fire, fueled by twin daggers. The blaze intensified, consuming everything in its path. The force of the attack reverberated through the air. The fiery assault continued, relentless and unforgiving. The fiery skill struck its target. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. Saiwal's keen eyes narrowed, observing the battlefield. She realized the skill had stopped. She urged the others to push back. Saiwal declared that the skill's cooldown was their opportunity, urging them to crush it to pieces. The team surged forward, seizing the moment to strike. The warrior with blonde hair stood firm, ready to defend. A powerful blow landed, the force echoing through the air. Kale's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. Another warrior noticed something and called out for the others to look. The weapon pulsed with energy, a fact not lost on the combatants. It was a tool reserved for those with specific training. Adventurers and Avengers alone could wield it. The skill, known as the light that drives out the darkness, was about to be unleashed. A blinding glow erupted from the weapon. The skill was an adventurer class ability, the light that drives out the darkness, which could cause an opponent to faint for 5 seconds while decreasing the user's defensive abilities by 5%. It could also produce a 19-second fainting effect when combined with the Vessel of the Soul's magic skill buff. The man wielding the weapon recognized it as an adventurer class stun skill. The man wondered if the monster was copying their skills. The force of the attack sent several opponents staggering. The boy with the bandage on his cheek, Char_008, exclaimed that the situation was dire. He noted that everyone except him and Saiwal had fainted. The woman in the red jacket wondered if the monster was imitating their skills, suggesting the next skill would be used. The monster prepared to unleash another skill. The skill was identified as Pavan of the Dead. The monster unleashed the skill. The battle raged on, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the rumble of unseen forces. Nearby, 2 figures watched with growing alarm. One of them recognized the unfolding attack. It was the Avenger class's ultimate move. Saiwal's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed with determination. With a burst of speed, she launched herself into the fray, her staff crackling with energy. Her staff glowed as she called out a name, Juyin. The other figure looked on, his face a mask of shock and concern. Saiwal shouted for Juyin to hide. She moved with incredible speed. Saiwal knew that with the monster's high stats, she couldn't defeat it alone. She would have to distract it. She resolved to keep the monster occupied until everyone else woke up. Her staff crackled with power as she prepared to strike. She unleashed a barrage of energy. She extended her hand, energy crackling around it. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex around her hand. The power surged, and she thought of it as the hand of destiny. The energy erupted outwards. Bolts of energy crackled through the air. Meanwhile, one of the others began to stir, realizing the stun effect was wearing off and Saiwal was still fighting. He knew he had to do something. His body trembled as he struggled to regain control. He cursed his weakness. He berated himself for being such a coward. He considered that even a single step could change his view of the world. He knew most people didn't have the guts to take that single step. He thought that in the game they were making, they would gently push people like that. He considered that it would be like they were encouraging them, and that Jian would be able to do it too. Orium considered that he should believe in himself. The thought gave him pause. His expression hardened. Just one step, he thought. He moved forward, a surge of power surrounding him. The energy intensified around him. A determined smile spread across his face as he clenched his fist, ready to strike. His resolve solidified. He reflected on his choice. Of all the classes to choose from, he remembered why he picked Adventurer. A massive explosion erupted. Orium was sent flying. He cried out as he was slammed into something. Orium cursed, realizing the monster was using a detection skill. This meant he couldn't use the traitor's cloak, but he was still close. He dashed forward. Of all the classes to choose from, the reason he picked Adventurer is because he wanted to embark on adventures fearlessly. Light, activating the Adventurer class skill, Bright Light, which blinds the user's opponent for 2.5 seconds. The Bright Light skill activates. The light rushes forward. The light blinds the target. It worked. He blinded it. Orium looks forward, determined. Raimi Kim prepares to attack. A hand holds a vial labeled Liquid Blizzard. The vial's description states that it triples the effect of any single attack, reduces magic-based defensive abilities by 10%, and is cold enough to help conveniently store food. Raimi Kim prepares to use the Minotaur combo skill, the Lightning Prison. The skill manifests as a surge of golden energy. The energy explodes outward. The blinded monster is struck by the lightning. The monster's eye is shown in close-up as it is hit. Suddenly, multiple red swords appear around the monster. The monster swings its arm, a blue energy blade forming around it. The monster slashes at the swords. Raimi Kim watches the monster. The swords explode. Someone shouts for Saiwal. A young man with a cut on his face looks up, startled. The air crackled with energy around the crimson tombstones. Orium grimaced, struggling against the unseen force. Her expression hardened with determination. Nearby, Jean stood his ground, unfazed by the unfolding events. Blood dripped from his face. Orium called out, asking if he was all right. Jean reassured her not to worry. He declared himself invincible. The swords of red energy began to rise. They lunged forward. Jean leapt into the air, wielding one of the red swords. He prepared to unleash his ultimate move. The attack was named Pavan of the Dead, as someone called out for Jean to come back and revive them. Jin's expression was fierce as he prepared to strike. A figure rushes toward Kale, who stands with blood trickling down his face. The figure activates a skill, the Blessing of Courage. The skill manifests as a glowing aura around the figure's blade. The Blessing of Courage makes the caster the target of enemy attacks and increases the offensive abilities of team members by 17%. The figure, revealed to be Orium, expresses his gratitude to Maria. Orium reflects on the game Maria created, realizing he can finally become the person he always wanted to be. He resolves to become the person he always wanted to be. Orium stands ready, surrounded by a red aura. His eyes glow with intense resolve. The sound of metal clashing echoes. The clash continues, the sounds growing louder. A powerful explosion rocks the Museum of Modern Art. Orium stands amidst the destruction, his power unleashed. He lies on the ground, defeated. Orium lay defeated, the energy of his failed blessing of courage dissipating around him. The battle concluded. Jean stood amidst the fading energy. Nearby, someone wondered if the creature was truly dead. One of the fighters believed so, adding that it would revive if it heard them say otherwise. Elsewhere, another member of the group commented on how dangerous the quest had been. A companion agreed, admitting they hadn't expected to faint. Back at the museum, Jean received a tap on the shoulder. Jean complimented Jean on his work. He simply replied, "You too." Jean returned the gesture, tapping Julian on the shoulder. Julian told Jean that he had done great, and that if it hadn't been for him, they would all be dead. Jean dismissed the praise, saying all he did was distract the monster for a second. Jean insisted that it helped a lot. She added that playing as a party is always like that. Jean listened intently, his expression unreadable. The story of his sword was being told. According to legend, a fairy named Kyria had gifted the sword to a fearless adventurer who guided people through dark forests. Even though it was just a story from a game, it felt like a message from Maria, as if she was cheering him on. Suddenly, a figure swooshed past. The infected crusader stood tall, his blade poised to strike. Julian shouted a warning. Kale was told to run. The infected crusader slashed with immense power. The attack was aimed directly at Kale. Kale screamed out. Julian's voice echoed as she called out his name. The infected crusader's attack landed. Something loomed. As the infected crusader attacked, a new threat revealed itself. The sixth guardian of Horizon. The story of the ultra-alternate character continues. The masked figure loomed over the fallen blonde man, his quest having failed. The blonde man gasped in pain. Meanwhile, Kale's eyes widened in shock and horror. Elsewhere, the blonde man in the orange jacket ran, pursued by another. The blonde man's expression was one of dawning realization. He activated a skill, Flight of the Angel. The man in the orange jacket leaped into the air, propelled by golden wings. As he ascended, the masked figure swung his blade. The blade clashed against the golden wings. The masked figure's attack shattered the air around the winged man. The blonde man gasped as he was struck. The masked figure followed through with another strike. Golden wings flared briefly. The masked figure's blade slammed into the ground. Elsewhere, a man in a green jacket swung a golden staff, creating a shockwave. One of his companions questioned what he was doing. Someone asked if they had a death wish. He stated that there were only 90 seconds left. The man in the green jacket insisted that they had to get over there as quickly as possible. Another companion argued that he couldn't just rush in, adding that he would have died if it hadn't been for Wyon. He worried that they wouldn't be fast enough. His companion told him not to get ahead of himself, warning that they could all die if he wasn't careful while trying to help. He told them to just wait until someone announced that they had cleared a path for him. Someone ran through the rain. Julian was urged to stay awake. If he traded the time warp generator, then Orium pleaded with him not to use the item on him. His HP gauge was already at 0, and he had been attacked with a skill that made it impossible to use other items. That meant there was nothing else they could do. Right now, there was nothing he could do. If the angel managed to come in time, then he might be able to live. But if he counted on that and did something reckless, then he would run out of time and die. In that case, maybe he should leave it to someone he could trust as insurance. He considered his options. He asked them to do him one favor. He had put the encrypted code key he told them about in his bag. He was asked if he had the encrypted code key the whole time. The man with the scar apologized for not telling him sooner, admitting he didn't think he had enough time either way. Meanwhile, Jean clarified that she meant the red bag. The man in the red tracksuit confirmed it was the red belt bag, explaining that it contained the code key to seal away the guardian. The injured man stated that was all he was asking. As the rain fell, Jean walked with the man in the red tracksuit, fulfilling his final wish. The injured man urged someone to use it. He begged them to prevent Horizon from happening. Orium's expression was grim. Jean called out to Orium. Jean thought to herself that this was it. Orium poured something out. The injured man asked if Orium would do that for him. The injured man reminded Orium that he had helped him a lot, and Orium confirmed that he had. Orium affirmed that he would. The dying man revealed there was a key to his apartment in his bag. He added that if they went there, they would find his pet turtle. The man asked them to take good care of it for him. Elsewhere, a figure gasped for air, blood trickling from his eyes. He knelt on the ground, struggling to breathe. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with pain. Suddenly, Julian called out his name. Meanwhile, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them cursed, realizing they might be too late. The other warrior swung his weapon. The attack landed with a deafening explosion. The force of the blow shattered the ground. The two warriors continued their fight amidst the destruction. One of them was told not to get distracted. The man in the green jacket fought with a golden blade. Elsewhere, a figure stood in the rain. A message flashed. A party member had died. The news seemed to affect a young man, as dark streaks ran down his face. Rain poured down as the same message appeared on the ground. Orium was told that it was not safe and that they needed to leave. The young man with the streaks on his face was told that they needed to regroup before fighting the guardian. He had expected something like this to happen. The woman looked concerned. The young man felt useless. He thought he was supposed to protect him. The young man looked distraught. A door opened. The woman pointed out that it was the back door. He thought that if only he had been stronger, things might have turned out differently. She lamented her lack of strength. Suddenly, a red aura flared around Orium. Sarah called out to Orium in alarm. Meanwhile, rain poured down on the city. Sunga stood on a platform, observing the events unfold. She admitted that she hadn't expected things to go this way, only wanting to see what would happen if they tried to take out the Guardian. She confessed that she never thought she'd get to see that Avenger unlock the Transcendent class. Orium was indeed proving to be quite something. Sunga declared that she wanted to see him wiped off the face of the earth. She chuckled to herself. Orium clashed with his opponents. The sound of metal echoed as Orium continued to fight. One of his opponents cursed, wondering why it was so difficult. The woman with silver hair wondered if the man with the spiky hair was even using that many skills. She was quickly corrected. The speaker elaborated that his overall stats were a little lower than the Vessel of the Soul, but his physical fighting ability was formidable. Furthermore, his attack pattern was tricky because his snake sword didn't follow the laws of physics. It was a sword that could be extended or contracted like a snake's belly. At any rate, the woman supposed it wasn't the puppet master who was trapped after all. It was them. Suddenly, the man with spiky hair attacked. The force of the blow was immense. The attacks continued to rain down. Each strike landed with a resounding impact. One of the fighters cried out in pain. The woman with silver hair considered their options. Everyone had used everything they had to fight the Vessel of the Soul, and they needed to regroup. One of the fighters asked if they should just run away and try to recover. The woman with silver hair countered that if they retreated too quickly, they could be caught and wiped out. They needed to leave one person behind to buy time, so they could retreat. A voice declared the activation of an ultimate move, one meant to safeguard the queen. With a burst of speed, she moved to intercept the incoming threat. She shouted for everyone to fall back, declaring that she would stay behind to buy them some time. The others protested, arguing that her plan was too risky and dangerous. The armored figure called out Sunga's name. The Guardian's massive form lumbered forward. She realized that the Guardian had a wider attack range than she initially thought, and that she needed to get as close as possible to fight it. She reasoned that this way, the Guardian would not attack the others. Sunga steeled herself for the coming battle. The armored figure descended rapidly. The eyes of the armored figure glowed with a menacing red light. A red energy blade extended from the figure's hand. The blade descended with lethal speed. The blade slashed downwards. The armored figure's attack landed with a resounding impact. The force of the blow echoed as the blade connected. Meanwhile, Orium moved with incredible speed. The ground shook as he moved. Saiwal seemed to realize something. Orium's name was called out in a shout. The title card displays Ultra Alternate. The chapter is titled The Transcendent Class. A woman with short, silver hair stares in disbelief. She realizes that she has only heard rumors of this. The young man with dark hair is identified as belonging to the Transcendent Class. The young man stands, his white shirt slightly stained. His red eyes narrow as he glances at his opponent. Meanwhile, the red, horned creature advances. The creature's massive, singular eye focuses on the young man. Suddenly, a massive, glowing fist slams into the creature. Those watching are shocked to see that the creature has regenerated the arm it lost. Two men watch in disbelief. The creature's severed arm lies on the ground. The creature slashes at the young man with a red blade. The blade slams into the ground. The creature's blade descends, a crimson arc against the sky. The strike connects, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. The creature's eye glows with malevolent intent. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The creature roars, a sound that echoes through the battlefield. The air crackles as the creature prepares another attack. He lands heavily, the impact sending tremors through the ground. He calls out to the system, demanding to see his stats and available skills. The system acknowledges his request, promising to display the information. A screen flashes before him, displaying his status. The screen reveals his class, Rebel. The creature swings its blade again. He realizes he doesn't know how he unlocked the Transcendent class. He vows to use this power to avenge Julian. Kale's resolve hardened. He vowed to win, no matter the cost. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. A crimson blade sliced through the air, aimed at the heart of the conflict. The force of the blow reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Another strike landed with brutal force. The Guardian reeled from the onslaught, a gash opening on its armored hide. Those watching were stunned. One of the observers exclaimed that Kale was totally overpowering the Guardian, and that he was like a completely different person. Another voice barked at the others not to just stand there. The urgency in his tone was clear as he questioned if they were really going to let a high schooler fight all by himself. Hyun-sung urged them that if they were done regrouping, then they should get out there and support Kale. One of the others acknowledged the command. The woman with white hair called out to Hyun-sung. She told herself not to beat herself up because she felt guilty, and that there was nothing she could do. Hyun Sung steeled himself, declaring that he just wanted to. The man with the shield thought to himself that he needed to rid himself of this unpleasant feeling. That was all. Nearby, a woman stated that someone was blaming themselves, calling them a dummy. A massive explosion erupted in the distance. Elsewhere, Sarah walked forward, the ground rumbling beneath her feet. She wondered what was going on. Another woman questioned how Orium had reached the transcendent class, stating that he must have met the condition. Sarah's expression hardened. She turned, staff in hand. The woman who had spoken about Orium watched her. Sarah demanded to know what the condition was supposed to mean, ordering the other woman to explain it to her. The woman explained that one needed to meet a condition to reach the next level, stating that this was usually the case in games. It was like a quest that one had to beat in order to unlock a certain story, or some final boss one had to defeat before moving to another location. Kale appeared, standing behind Sarah. Sarah realized what that meant. Sarah listened as the woman explained that there were likely other conditions related to level and stats, but the core condition had been met. That condition, she implied, was most likely. The woman revealed that the condition was the death of a party member. Sarah confirmed that this was indeed the case. The woman admitted she didn't remember the details, but she believed that was the condition that Avengers had to meet to reach the transcendent class. The woman stated that revenge was caused by someone's death. Sarah's expression hardened as she listened. The woman offered Sarah a tip, warning her not to expect too much of the transcendent class. Elsewhere, a figure wondered what they were talking about. When they skimmed through the data, it seemed like the transcendent class still wasn't complete. It was an unfinished project, a bunch of dummy data. It was noted that there was unused game data that was created but could not be used. If one used it, they might be able to bypass the system in the moment. But no one knew what would happen after. The potential consequences were dire, or what kind of bugs might crop up. The woman explained that there could be some unintended side effects, just like how it's not good for one to take too much medicine. Sarah wondered if there was a way. The woman responded that this kind of information wasn't cheap, so she couldn't just tell her for free. Sarah declared that she would do whatever it took to bring him back safely, demanding to know what the other party wanted. A smirk spread across the other party's face. The other party questioned if Sarah was serious, then proposed to borrow him for one night, wanting to have some fun with him. Sarah was shocked by the request. The other party stated that they would return him safe and sound the next morning, but not before hurting him. The other party continued, stating that in return, they would make him a more interesting man, too. Sarah unleashed the skill Thorn Trap. The thorns erupted from the ground. The other party wondered what that was, sarcastically remarking that they guessed Sarah didn't need their help. Sarah declared that she didn't need help from a perv like them. She resolved to figure it out herself. Sarah commanded them to get lost. The thorn struck. The scene showed the aftermath of the attack. The clash between Kale and a monstrous figure echoed through the surroundings. The force of the blows sent sparks flying as their weapons met. Each impact resonated with a deafening clang. Clang. Kale's eyes glowed with intense focus, the red markings on his face burning brighter. He recognized the technique, the giant crushing sword. With a fierce cry, Kale unleashed the skill, a crimson arc of energy slicing through the air. The monstrous figure roared in response, its own power flaring. He landed heavily, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Kale realized that the spec balance was different from the Avenger class, but he was getting used to it. He had inherited a lot of skills, so it wasn't too hard. He resolved that he should be able to take it down with his next skill. The sword swished as Kale prepared his next attack. The monstrous figure remained silent. The monster began to glow. The creature's power surged, crackling with energy. Nearby, the man with the scar on his face wondered if it was a field skill or something else. Those observing the fight realized it was an attack magic skill and urged everyone to run. The monster unleashed its damage skill. Elsewhere, Kale swung his sword. One of Kale's allies asked if he needed backup. Sunga stood ready. Ikju and another ally offered their support, stating they wouldn't back down. A voice declared that only burning it to the ground would be satisfactory. The speaker clarified that they would only be satisfied if they managed to burn it to the ground. The man with the scar agreed to buy them some time. He stated that he would prepare his next skill. Ikju confirmed that buying time was easy enough and asked if the other was ready. The other man confirmed that he was ready. Kale's fists crackle with golden energy as he prepares to unleash his skill. The energy surges as he strikes, the force of the blow sending his opponent flying backwards. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man's eyes glow red as he grips a crimson blade. He thinks to himself that, thanks to the others, he has enough time to use his skill. He prepares his ultimate move. The man declares that he will use the Sword of God's Rebellion.